Mediterranean Hegemon of Ancient Greece Chapter 586 to Chapter 648. When the Devers led the mercenaries to recapture the city of Amendalara, Galardmos, who was only 15 years old, had to support the family on his own due to the death of his parents. He did not choose to be adopted and lost the opportunity to have a backer. However, there were not many Amendolan males who survived the Lucanian invasion, and the next generation of Amendolan citizens who held public office and performed well were even fewer. Fearing that Amendolan would lose its influence in the kingdom in the future, the senators of Amendolan like Strompoli, Scombras, and Cornelis had always taken care of and protected the next generation. Alcines, who unfortunately died young, Melisanda, and Galardmos were the ones they paid attention to. However, although the current governors of the kingdom's cities were much more powerful than when the alliance was first established, there were still 2.5 officials in every city that they did not have jurisdiction over. Tax collectors, regardless of whether they were junior or mid-level, were directly under the kingdom's Ministry of Finance, under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Finance, and were directly responsible to the king. The other was the judge, who was appointed by the kingdom's Supreme Court to each city. Regardless of whether it was to try a case or make a judgment, he was not subject to interference from other people or departments. The other half was the military training officer, who was appointed by the training base of each legion and ultimately under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The local governors could not interfere with military affairs. However, every time a city or region organized a large-scale military training, it involved countless citizens who had to abandon their farm work and complicated official duties. It was bound to cause some chaos in the local government, and both sides had to coordinate to solve it. Although Strombaro could not interfere with the tax affairs, he sent a patrol team to arrest the people who caused the most trouble. He also sternly warned the village chiefs of Prospero that they must immediately quell the trouble caused by the people in the village. Otherwise, he would forcefully remove the village chief who did not do his job for the crime of incompetence. At the same time, he wrote a letter directly to the palace of Turiai, reporting the ins and outs of the matter in detail to the king and Devers. After reading the letter, the Devers did not have much of an emotional reaction. They only called the Minister of Finance, Mercies, and showed him the letter. Mercies, who had been guarding the treasury for the Devers for more than 10 years, was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately sent his trusted men to Naxos to investigate the truth, collect evidence, and prepare to bring charges against Laodigian in the Senate. As soon as Mercy's men boarded the ship at the port, Laodigian received the news. He immediately rushed to the palace and asked the Devers. He sincerely expressed that he did not understand the situation in Naxos for a long time in Turiai and was not very clear about the details of tax collection. Since the tax collector pointed out the problem, he was willing to abide by the tax law and pay double compensation. Due to Laodigian's timely submission, the storm was quickly settled. Mercies asked Divers for instructions and removed the middle-level tax officer of Naxos for dereliction of duty. He also praised the adherence to principles and loyalty of the Gerard model and gave him a generous reward. This matter spread in Naxos, and many people thought that Galadmos had won the favor of the king of Devers. From then on, no one made things difficult for him. At this moment, Galadmos and the 2 tax collectors stepped on the gentle slope and entered the fields of Laodigian's house. It was already the end of August, and the wheat had basically matured. Half of the hillside was dyed golden. The scorching sun and the heavy ears of wheat did not bend the stalks, and the gurgling water in the fields gave them the strength to stand upright. Seeing this scene, Galadmos could not help but feel happy. It seems that this year is going to be another bumper harvest. Since the reconstruction of Naxos, the past 10 years have been mostly bumper harvest. Demeter and Persephone are really blessing us, Cabenac said with a sigh. This is all thanks to the great king of Devers. He is the descendant of Hades, which is why these 2 gods have been blessing our kingdom. Gabriel emphasized. As a young man of Naxos, he had a stronger sense of identity with the kingdom of Dionia. Since the east and central coast of Sicily was incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia, the belief of Hades had also spread. As the Greeks of Sicily admired Demeter and Persephone, the priests of Hades did as the Romans did and incorporated the 2 goddesses into the divine system of Hades. Persephone was originally the queen of the underworld, and Demeter was both the sister of Hades and his mother-in-law. Therefore, next to the temple of Hades built in the territory of Dionia in Sicily, there must be a temple of Demeter, and Persephone was originally in the temple of Hades. After the celebration of Hades in September, it was followed by the harvest festival. The people offered sacrifices to the two goddesses to thank them for their blessings. Later, the festival spread to Greece. While the two of them were sighing, Galadmos was carefully examining the boundary markers at the edge of the field and estimating the size of the field with his naked eye. Laodicean, 78 acres of good field, harvest. Galadmos finally confirmed. Gabriel hastily scribbled on the papyrus-stapled book. Galadmos looked at the Laodicean's field again and was slightly surprised. Most of the laborers in the field were cycles. The wheat harvest was about to be harvested, so it needed to be guarded. First, they had to drive away the birds that stole the wheat. Second, they had to prevent damage from beasts and humans. And third, they had to urgently harvest the wheat in case of continuous cold winds or other natural disasters. The large area of the Laodiceans' field required a lot of laborers, and the difference in the attire of the Cycles and the Greeks could be distinguished at a glance. My lord, many Naxos families with a lot of land hire Cycles as laborers during the harvest season. Even the craftsmen in the city like to hire them. Also, the laborers at the port. Their pay is cheaper, and they are not bound by the kingdom's laws. Cabenax saw Galadmos' confusion and quickly explained. His family lived in the northwest of Naxos, bordering the Cycles, so he was more familiar with the situation. The Cycles are not like us. Their land is concentrated in the hands of nobles and leaders, and the commoners become their hired farmers. It is difficult to feed a family with the rations they earn in a year, so they might as well work in Naxos as laborers. I heard that some Cycles even wanted to register at the city hall, hoping to become a citizen of our kingdom. Unfortunately, the friendship agreement between the Cycles and the kingdom stipulates that no Cycles shall be accepted as citizens of Dionia. Not all the Cycles are like that. I heard that the city of Kefaloiton in the middle of Sicily is like us, distributing land to the commoners. Even many Cycles from other cities have gone to Kefaloiton, Gabriel said. Cabenax retorted, I heard that Kefaloiton is just a small mountain city. How much land can it have? It's already good enough that it can settle its own people. Most of the Cycles are working as laborers in Naxos, Sicily, Katarni, and Leontini. You should know that a few of the city's protectors have protested to Lord Strompoli many times, saying that the Cycles are robbing the livelihoods of the registered freedmen of Naxos, demanding that they be deported. Those conservators have been protesting against the sicker people's problems every year. I even heard that they made suggestions to His Majesty Divers during the conservator assembly in Turiai, but I don't see much change. Gabriel's words were interrupted by Galadmos. Let's just do our job and not discuss these irrelevant things. Yes, my lord. The two of them were alerted, not because they were discussing the high and mighty king of Devers, but because they were afraid that the protectors of Naxos would overhear them. In order to prove their worth, these protectors would do their best to protect the rights of the commoners, probationary citizens, and even freedmen. From time to time, they would quarrel with the local council and city hall. The two of them did not want to provoke these mad dogs. Let's go back. Galadmos turned around and was about to go down the hill. At this moment, Gabriel suddenly pointed to the front and said, My lord, there are two slaves coming out from behind the hill. Galadmos turned his head and saw two almost naked, dark-skinned men hurrying down from the top of the mountain. However, when they were halfway down the mountain, they saw Galadmos and his two companions standing in the field wearing Bolton uniforms. The uniforms of the kingdom's officials had special patterns and stripes that could be distinguished at a glance. They immediately stopped and panicked. Finally, they turned around and ran back to the top of the mountain. Stop right there. Galadmos was suspicious and immediately shouted. However, the two of them ran even faster. How could the three officials in Bolton uniforms catch up with them? In the blink of an eye, the two slaves had run past the top of the hill and disappeared without a trace. Damn it! Gabriel cursed as he looked at the green and continuous mountains behind the hill. He pulled up the corner of his clothes, wiped the big drops of sweat off his face, and handed the water bag at his waist to Galadmos. Galadmos unscrewed the stopper but did not drink it immediately. Instead, he asked, Whose slaves are they? They must be from the Laodicean family. Cabenax analyzed, My lord, look, from the mountainside to the foot of the hill, it is all the fields of the Laodicean family, completely blocking the way up the hill. If they were slaves from other families, they would not come here at all. However, these two slaves walked directly towards the fields before they saw us. They were not worried about being stopped by the Laodicean family slaves at all. It's possible that they cut down trees secretly, or secretly reclaimed the fields and the mountains, or even violated the rules when hunting. Gabrinus guessed. According to the law of Dionia, citizens must obtain the permission of the local agricultural officer before they could cut down trees. Secretly reclaiming land in the territory of the kingdom was not allowed either. The approval of the Ministry of Agriculture must be obtained. Even hunting was not allowed, especially young animals. Otherwise, they would be fined heavily by the Ministry of Agriculture. Of course, it was impossible for the Ministry of Agriculture to have so many people to supervise these illegal activities. It was more dependent on the reports of the people, especially the civil protection officers who were most keen on punishing the people who violated the law. Karanex did not speak. He thought that his colleague, in order to please his superior, would offend the powerful Laodicean family in Naxos. It was completely unnecessary. Galadmos was deep in thought. His eyes swept across the mountainside and saw a servant of the Laodicean family standing on the edge of the field, supervising the work of the workers. The foreman, who was quietly looking over, met Galadmos's eyes and hurriedly looked away. Galadmos's heart skipped a beat and he walked straight over. The man immediately bowed and greeted Galadmos, and even promised that he would pay his taxes at the tax office in time after the harvest. Since the incident last year, the Laodicean family had obviously been warned. Every time they met Galadmos, they were very respectful. Galadmos had no choice but to ask euphemistically, "Are the two slaves who just came down from the top of the mountain yours?" "Of course not. I was just about to call the workers to arrest the two slaves who came out of nowhere and tried to break into my field. I didn't expect my lord to beat me to it. I still have to thank my lord for your help." The foreman said gratefully, "It's such a hot day today. My lord, you must be tired and hungry after being busy for most of the day. On behalf of my young master, Pyphogres, I invite you and your men to our house for dinner to express our gratitude. Pyphogres will be very happy to know that you are going." Galadmos thanked him and declined the offer. Then he looked at the Sikels in the field, and a few Greeks whom he did not know. He did not think that these temporary workers would know the two slaves. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was after all just a tax officer, not a patrol officer. It was not his responsibility to investigate illegal activities. When he returned to the Prospero town hall, he would talk to the agriculture officer about this matter. Whether it was illegal tree cutting, hunting, or reclamation, it was all their work. Galadmos went down the hill. When he reached the foot of the hill, he looked back at the golden wheat field. He vaguely felt that the foreman who had just spoken was still looking at him. "That person should be Antris," Gabriel said uncertainly. "Yes, he is Senator Laodicean's most trusted slave butler, Antris. I heard that even Pyphogres has to listen to him," Cabenex said with certainty. "No wonder Laodicean put him in charge of the house in Naxos. Pyphogres is not a good person. I heard that he dared to molest the daughter of a senator when he was in Turiae, so he was chased back to Naxos." "Is this true, my lord?" Gabriel asked curiously. "Of course it's a rumor." Galadmos immediately denied it. He was not interested in gossiping, but the conversation between his men made him secretly pay attention. He did not expect that the slave who greeted him with a smile was the same Antris that Strompoli had mentioned, the one who secretly played a role in last year's storm and made things difficult for him for a period of time. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Galadmos secretly became vigilant. He decided that when he returned to the Prospero town hall, he must remind the agriculture officer to do a thorough investigation. It was already around 6 o'clock in the evening when they returned, but the sun was still hanging in the sky at this moment. Galadmos and the other two walked east along the north bank of the Alcantara River. On the right side there was a surging river, and the green grass was swaying in the wind. On the left side there was a continuous wheat field. The golden setting sun shone on the golden wheat seedlings, on the farmers returning from the fields, and on the lively town in front of them. It shrouded everyone and everything in the joy of harvest. Although it was a small town, the area of Majero was much larger than the city of Sicily and had a larger population. 10 years ago, the exiles of Naxos rebuilt the old city near the Naxos Bay, but some of the people living in Majero were unwilling to move because their fields were all on the banks of the Alcantara River. If they moved back to the new city of Naxos, they would have to spend a lot of time traveling back and forth every day. As a result, almost half of the people living in the city of Naxos and Majero felt empty. A year later, the people of Sicily sent an envoy to Thurii, asking to be incorporated into the kingdom of Dionia. Why did Sicily, who had only joined the Dionia alliance, ask to become a territory of Dionia so eagerly? The reason was simple: Sicily had Naxos to the north and Catanae to the south. These were all cities of Dionia. Sicily was sandwiched on the coastal corridor between the two cities, with Mount Etna to the west, and its territory was small. The originally occupied town of Majero was also taken back by Naxos, so more than half of the citizens of Sicily had no land. How could they not be envious when they saw the people of the two cities getting a piece of land and living a prosperous life? As a result, the people of Sicily held a citizens' meeting and unanimously asked to become citizens of Dionia. Many of the Sicily who became citizens of Dionia went to Catanae and got a piece of land, and some came to Majero, which they were familiar with, making the population of the town of Majero far exceed that of Sicily and the new city of Naxos. Therefore, there was a proposal from the elders of Naxos: simply upgrade Majero to a city and send a governor to manage it. This proposal was strongly opposed by the elders of Naxos, and the reason for their opposition was simple: because Majero was originally in the territory of Naxos. Antonios, who was the governor of Naxos at that time, also expressed his opposition. After all, if Majero was separated, the direct annual tax money that Naxos could get would inevitably be greatly reduced. The kingdom of Dionia implemented a tax-sharing system. The central government and the cities split the tax 50-50. It was not until the continuous influx of new citizens of Dionia that the population of Naxos caught up with the population of the new city of Naxos, which reduced the controversy a lot. However, the people of Dionia still jokingly called Naxos the two cities of Naxos. Indeed, in order to better manage Majero, every governor of Naxos had to send an administrative adjutant to Majero to be responsible for the management of this small town that was not a city, but more like a city. The city adjutant was a new official position in the kingdom of Dionia. Depending on the size of the city, a governor of a city would be equipped with 1 to 3 administrative adjutants. These adjutants would assist the governor in managing the city affairs, and each of them had their own division of labor. When the governor was away for important matters or was seriously ill, they would assume heavy responsibilities. Majero also became a place where the Senate of Dionia trained the elders who lacked administrative experience. The elders were appointed to directly serve as the administrative adjutant of Naxos and the manager of Majero. In the territory of the kingdom of Dionia, there was also a city known as the Two Cities, and that was Cremissa. It was just that the town built on the marshy plains was smaller than Majero. The population of the new city of Naxos eventually grew, but the population of Sicily never increased. There were also some elders who suggested that Sicily was too small and that it was too shabby. They suggested that it'd be better to remove the name of a city and downgrade it to a small town, just like Taorminion, which would save a lot of administrative expenses. Because Taorminion was too strong and the land was too barren, Taorminion was designated as a military fortress in Sicily by the Devers. It was also one of the training camps of the 8th Legion. Such a proposal was, of course, strongly opposed by the elders of Sicily. No one wanted to see their mother state downgraded, so the matter was left unsettled. Galadmos thought about these anecdotes about Majero and walked into the town. His office was in the town hall, which covered the entire middle and lower reaches of the Alcantara River. All the officials of the 5 demos worked here instead of in their own demos area. This was also another administrative feature of Naxos in the kingdom of Dionia. 10 years ago, the 1st Legion occupied the square around the Majero town hall. After a difficult battle, they finally defeated the Syracuse coalition army, laying the foundation for Dionia to finally own the Catania Plains. To commemorate this great achievement, a memorial pillar was erected in the middle of the small square next to the town hall. At the top of the pillar was a statue of a soldier of the 1st Legion holding the flag of the 1st Legion. There were 2 small temples not far from the town hall. One was the Temple of Hades, and the other was the temple of Demeter. There were already temples for these two gods in Naxos, but the people who lived in Melar proposed to build two more temples in Melar on the grounds that the temples were too far away and inconvenient to worship, but they were rejected by the chief executive and the council. As a result, the people of Majero collectively raised funds to build two small temples, which was another feature of Naxos. Although it was already dusk, there were still many people going in and out of the two temples. Most of them were farmers who had just returned from the fields, praying for the upcoming harvest. His slave reminded him that the governor of Naxos, Strompoli, had invited him to dinner tonight. He hurriedly called a carriage and drove to Naxos as fast as he could. Of course, there was a road between Melar and Naxos. In just 20 minutes, Galadmos arrived at the governor's residence. Under the guidance of the slave, Galadmos walked into the living room. There was a couch, a wooden chair, and a dining table. Candles were lit all around, illuminating the living room. "My lord, I'm sorry I'm late." Galadmos bowed to Strompoli, who came to greet him. "You're quite early. Diocasis will arrive a little later." Strompoli welcomed him in and comforted him. "We didn't invite any outsiders tonight. It's just the three of us, so don't be too restrained. Treat this as your own home," he said. "Okay," Galadmos responded. "Do you like the couch or the wooden chair?" "Choose for yourself," Strompoli said as he sat down on the couch in the middle. Seeing that Galadmos had chosen a wooden chair to sit on, he patted the pillow beside him and said, "It's been more than 10 years since His Majesty and Herpes advocated that eating on wooden chairs is healthy, but I'm still used to the couch." Galadmos quickly said, "The people of Mendalara often say, only you, my lord, still uphold the traditions of Mendalara. Don't they always say that I'm too conservative?" Strompoli replied. Galadmos hurriedly tried to explain. He waved his hand and smiled. "I'm not as stupid as they say. As long as it's good, I still have to learn to accept it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to manage a city hundreds of miles away from Mendalara today. Greece has changed so much in the past 10 years. It's impossible for people not to adapt." Strompoli recalled the past with a face full of emotion. Galadmos listened attentively. Strompoli was satisfied with his behavior. He gestured to the slave standing at the side and said, "Serve the dishes." Galadmos was shocked. "My lord, aren't we going to wait for Diocasis? He's not like you. He often comes to my place like his own home, so you don't have to worry about him at all." It was said that Diocasis came to Naxos at the same time as Strompoli, a year earlier than Galadmos. As an inspector, Diocasis was under the direct command of Strompoli, and he was an important assistant to the governor in governing the city. Inspector meant patrol and investigation, and it was a new public service after the establishment of the Kingdom of Dionia. Its predecessor was the patrol captain. Dives elevated this public service, which was originally at the bottom of the hierarchy, so that it could play a greater role in maintaining the city's security. Naturally, Diocasis had a much closer relationship than Galadmos, who was an outsider. The slaves brought out the prepared dishes one by one. There were dried fruits such as almonds, figs, pistachios, dates. There were fruits such as pomegranates, peaches, plums. There were meat dishes such as steaming pork soup, roasted mutton, cooked chicken. There were also grilled codfish, steamed oysters. Of course, there was also wine, beer, and watermelon juice. After a while, the table was filled with food and drinks. Galadmos was in a daze and could not help but say, "This is too sumptuous. Tonight, let's eat and drink to our heart's content. I've specially invited the chef from Kristoya's restaurant to cook for us. I believe you will be satisfied." Strompoli was lying on his side on the couch with a proud look on his face. "I believe that some of the food on this table is rare even in His Majesty's palace. After all, Naxos is closer to Africa." Strompoli laughed and gestured to the slave standing at the door of the living room. A slender, dark-skinned, good-looking slave girl came in and sat down next to Galadmos under Strompoli's instruction. Galadmos was slightly nervous and subconsciously moved to the side. Strompoli saw this scene and smiled. "I remember that you are not married, Galadmos, right?" "Yes, my lord. It's time to find a wife. Strengthen your family's bloodline as soon as possible so that your parents can rest assured in Élysée." Strompoli's words touched Galadmos. But don't look for one in Naxos, because your roots are in Amandalara. Try to find the daughter of an Amandalara or a Turii minister. That will be more helpful to your future. When I go back, I will look for one for you. Strompoli said earnestly. Thank you for your teachings and help, my lord. Galadmos was a little touched. He really felt that Strompoli was really thinking about him. There are not many real Amandalarans. And there are only 2 of you in Naxos. I still remember when we were imprisoned in the Temple of Zeus by the Lucanians, your father Escus finally collapsed because of hunger and disease. I was by his side at that time. Strompoli murmured as he recalled the past. Galadmos' eyes were a little red. How can I not care about you? Strompoli's words were emotional, but unfortunately, the atmosphere was suddenly ruined by a sudden voice from outside the door. You didn't wait for me, you have already started eating and drinking. Accompanied by this shout, a burly young man walked into the living room. Sit down, Diocasus. We're just waiting for you. Strompoli did not care about the young man's impolite tone just now. He waved to the slaves to hurry up and serve him the dishes. Hey, Gala. Diocasus waved to Galadmos and sat down opposite him. Galadmos nodded to greet him. The two were more familiar with each other because not only was their age not far apart, but they were also classmates in the Turii school. However, Galadmos was outstanding, and Diocasus was a naughty student, so the two rarely communicated. They only had more contact after they became adults, especially after they came to work in Naxos. Diocasus was different from Galadmos. When the Devers occupied Amandara, he still had his mother. In the end, his mother, like other widows of Amandara, remarried. His adoptive father was Dracos, but Diocasus did not have a good relationship with Dracos. He did not acknowledge him as his adoptive father, and Dracos was busy training soldiers and fighting, so he almost did not care about him. Until the end of the Southern Italian War, the people of Syracuse called the war 10 years ago the Great Greek War, but the people of Dionia believed that the war was not only fought against Syracuse, but also against Samni and Tarentum, so it was called the Southern Italian War. Dracos died a heroic death and became a hero of Dionia. A statue was erected on the Hall of Valhalla. The king, the Devers, and the former mercenary elders had always taken care of Dracos' family, which was unacceptable to Diocasus. In the end, he found an opportunity to work in Naxos, just to get away from Dracos' comrades. Sir, I remember that someone just gave you 2 Numidian slaves. You can't be biased. Diocasus shouted to Strompoli as soon as he sat down. I knew you would say that. I won't leave you out of it, Strompoli said with a smile. Then another slave entered the hall and sat next to Diocasus. He immediately put his arm around the slave's waist and asked for her name. Strompoli coughed softly and asked, What happened in the city? Why did you come so late? Prospero's inspector came to me in the afternoon. He said that a registered free citizen reported to him that his 13-year-old daughter was missing, and he hoped that I could support him. I just went to understand the situation, and I rushed back here. I'm going to send people to search tomorrow. After Diocasus finished speaking, Strompoli nodded and did not pay much attention to it. When the new Naxos was first built, it was full of exiles, free citizens, aliens, and even the remnants of Campanian mercenaries. So, there were often fights, murders, and disappearances. It was only in the past few years that things had settled down. He believed that with Diocasus' ability, he would be able to handle it. Sir, this is not a simple matter. I'm afraid it has something to do with the Laodicean family. Diocasus glanced at Galadmos and said in a deep voice. Strompoli was stunned. He put down the wine glass that he was about to raise and waved his hand to dismiss the 2 slaves immediately. Then, he asked seriously, Oh, what evidence did you find? Galadmos' heart skipped a beat, and he also pricked up his ears. The free citizen was recently hired by the Laodicean family to guard the wheat fields. According to his wife, yesterday, his daughter went to deliver food to him, but she never came back. And the free citizen said he didn't see his daughter at all. Diocasus grabbed a plum, took a bite, and continued, Sir, you have to know that Paphogres was driven back to Naxos by his father because he caused trouble in Turii. There are often rumors of him abusing female slaves in Naxos. I suspect that this matter has something to do with him. While Strompoli was still muttering to himself, Galadmos could not help but associate the disappearance of the girl with the suspicious things he had encountered in the afternoon. He immediately interrupted, "Sir, today I went to the Laodicean family's fields to check." After listening to Galadmos' narration, Diocasus shouted, "Look, even Gala is suspicious. Sir, you have to give me an order. I'll bring people to search Paphrogris' house tomorrow." "Why?" Diocasus said anxiously, "My lord, if we don't conduct a surprise inspection and give Paphrogris enough time to prepare, it will be very difficult to catch him." "Why?" "Because he is Laodicean's son, and his brother-in-law is Antonio's. You have been in Naxos for a few years, and you know how influential Laodician is here. You are only guessing, and you have no proof. If the search fails, the reputation of Laodician and his son will be greatly damaged. Do you know how much damage it will do to the reputation of Laodician and his son? When that happens, you and I will have to face Laodician's wrath and revenge." Strompoli said solemnly, "I am a veteran senator, and I will be leaving Naxos soon, so Laodician will not dare to do anything to me. However, you and Galadmos will be staying here for another 2 to 3 years. Due to the rapid expansion of the Kingdom of Dionia, the frequent change of government officials is not conducive to the stability of the region. Therefore, the Senate has passed a bill to amend the law. The term of office of the city governor is 3 years, and the term of office of the lower-level officials is 5 years. Last year, Galadmos was suppressed and ostracized because of the tax issue. You know that. If you anger Laodician this time, it will be very difficult for you to live here in the future. As an elder, I would rather that you don't care about this case. I don't want you to get hurt." Strompoli's words were sincere, but Diocasus did not appreciate it. He shouted, "This is the land of the Kingdom of Dionia, and His Majesty the Devers has the final say. How can we allow Laodician to do as he pleases? I don't believe that he dares to do anything to me." "You really want to investigate?" "Yes, my lord. I must investigate this matter. It doesn't matter if it has anything to do with the Laodician family," Diocasus said firmly. Strompoli looked to the other side and said, "Galadmos, what do you think?" "My lord, I support Diocasus." Galadmos paused for a moment and said, "I will also do my best to help him. After all, I am very familiar with the village. It's good to be young." Strompoli looked at the two of them and sighed. "Sir, when you were a senior judge, you were famous for being strict and not caring about personal feelings. I didn't expect that now." Diocasus used his words to mock him. "When it comes to being strict, I'm not as strict as Scombros. Unfortunately, he has gone to the Elysee." Strompoli said with a sigh, "Sicily is different from Greece. There aren't many free Dionia citizens here. Most of them are exiles from Sicily. They are too easy to group up with." After the Southern Italian War, His Majesty put most of his energy into governing and unifying the land of southern Italy. In order to ensure the stability of Sicily, the Senate absorbed many Sicilian exiled leaders. Strompoli swirled the wine glass in his hand, and his eyes glowed with a faint light. "Unless His Majesty has made up his mind, he won't be able to reorganize Sicily's territory. I don't want to stop you from investigating this matter, but I hope that you will act secretly and collect conclusive evidence. Don't let Laodician's people have anything on you so that I can report this matter directly to His Majesty." Diocasus' eyes lit up. "I understand, my lord. Even if this matter fails, it doesn't matter." Strompoli encouraged the two of them. "You are citizens from Amandalara and have the founder of Amandalara's silver buckle. You have the support of Amandalara and many elders in the military. No one dares to provoke you because most of the mercenaries under the Devers married Amandalara women. These elders in the military have a deep relationship with the original citizens of Amandalara. Don't worry, I will definitely find out the truth," Diocasus said confidently. "My lord, are you going to retire soon?" Galadmos finally had a chance to ask. "Yes, it will be 3 years in September. With my age, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to hold a post in the future." Stroking his white beard, Strompoli sighed and said, "According to the information I've received, my successor is likely to be His Excellency Assists or His Excellency Lesperatus." According to the law a few years ago, isn't it stated that an elder cannot be the governor of the city where he was born? Galadmos asked doubtfully. You remember wrong. Lord Lisi Paredes is a Catanai, but the Sicilians have always liked to hang out with each other. Besides, Assist's uncle is Antonios. No matter who becomes the governor of Naxos, they will take care of the Laodicean family. That's why I didn't want you to make a big deal out of this matter just now, lest it will be detrimental to your future development. Strompoli reminded. Galadmos and Diacasis looked at each other. Alright, let's not talk about this matter anymore. This evening, which I had planned as a farewell party for myself and for you, was almost spoiled by you, Diacasis. Strompoli raised the glass in his hand and said loudly, Children, come, let's drink to tonight's party. That night, in order to thank Strompoli for taking care of them for the past few years, the Diacasis family and Galadmos frequently toasted each other. In the end, they returned home drunk. At noon the next day, a hungover Diacasis rushed to the city hall, only to receive the news that the freedman had cancelled the report and explained that he and his wife were busy working and had forgotten that his daughter had been taken to Catanai by relatives yesterday afternoon. At dusk, the number of customers in Kristoya's restaurant in Naxos gradually increased. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face walked in and went straight to the waiter at the counter. I have an appointment with Diacasis, may I ask, please follow me. The waiter took him to the second floor and pushed open the door to a room. Diacasis was sitting alone in it. As soon as he saw the man, Diacasis said with dissatisfaction, Captain Silisas, how are you going to manage your soldiers if you're so late? Silisas was too lazy to argue with him, so he sat down directly opposite him and asked, Why did you invite me to dinner? Diacasis did not answer immediately. He turned to look at the waiter and said, Hurry up and serve all the dishes I ordered. I'm starving. Silisas, what do you want to drink? Beer, of course. 2 more cans of beer. Close the door when you go out. Okay, your wine and dishes will be delivered right away. The waiter went out and closed the door. Silisas looked at Diacasis and asked again, What's the matter that made you call me in such a hurry? Diacasis put his right elbow on the table and asked in a deep voice, Lord Protector, don't you know what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days? Silisas was the protector elected by the citizens of Prospero. According to the law of Dionia, the protector was elected once every 2 years. 1 protector would be elected from each depayer district. A city could only have 10 protectors at most. Therefore, in large cities like Turin and Crotone, the number of depayers was far more than 10. There were even as many as 20 to 30 depayers. 20 citizens would be randomly selected from each depayer district. After the first round of voting, 10 protectors would be elected. Naxos was not a large city, and it had only been established for less than 10 years. There were only 7 depayer districts. 10 years ago, Silisas was an exiled soldier. He fought alongside the 1st Legion and earned military merits in the battle to repel the allied forces of Syracuse. Later, after the Catania Plains belonged to the Kingdom of Dionia, the Devers ordered the Ministry of Military Affairs to establish the 8th Legion in Sicily. Silisas, who had combat experience and military merits, naturally became a low-ranking officer in the 8th Legion. After 10 years, he had already become a captain, but he never had the intention to develop his career in local politics. In the past few years, he had directly applied to run for the protector election, completely cutting off his future in politics. It was precisely because of his prestige in Prospero and his excellent qualifications for the election, the hero of Naxos's recovery, the scar on his face, the captain of the 8th Legion, paid his taxes on time, and had no record of breaking any laws, that he was elected as the protector of Prospero twice in a row. At this moment, he carefully thought about it. Diacasis was the city's patrol officer, and his job was to maintain public order and arrest criminals. The reason he came looking for him in such a hurry was most likely because of this. After all, the two of them had worked together many times in the past because of breaking the law in the city. And what happened in Prospero in the past 2 days, he asked with uncertainty, are you referring to the matter of the freedman losing his daughter? It seems that you are quite competent as a protector, Diacasis teased. I heard that the freedman has found his daughter, Silisas added. Diacasis knocked his fist on the dining table and said in a deep voice, Bullshit. He said that his daughter went to Katani with her uncle, but I have asked his neighbors carefully. None of them saw any guests enter his house, and none of them saw his daughter go to the port. On the contrary, I went to Christos Bank and found out that he had deposited 1,000 silver drachmas this morning. You mean he's lying? Celesus blinked his eyes. Without a doubt. But I did not send anyone to Katani's address, as the freedman had said, to investigate further. According to the law, he has already cancelled the report, so there is no need for the patrol to continue the investigation. And I don't want to alarm some people. Diocasus whispered with a mysterious look, to be able to take out so much money to make a father forget his daughter's disappearance. Celesus, don't tell me you can't guess who is behind this. Paphogres. Celesus blurted out. Diocasus pointed at Celesus and said excitedly, I also think it's this guy who you have repeatedly reported to us that he abused female slaves. At this time, the door was pushed open, and the waiter walked in with a plate of dishes. The two immediately stopped talking. Celesus, try this before you drink. Diocasus couldn't wait to grab a palm-sized oyster with one hand. Regardless of how hot it was, he carefully inserted the white flesh in the shell with the iron fork, put it into his mouth, and chewed carefully. Then he drank the remaining soup in the shell in one gulp and picked up another. This thing is soft, I'm not used to eating it. Celesus said, grabbed a roasted leg of lamb and took a big bite. You don't understand this. Do you know who invented this steamed oyster dish? I'm not interested to know. Hee hee. After eating a few in a row, Diocasus showed a satisfied expression, and said mysteriously, It's His Majesty. Really? Celesus was surprised. Why would I lie to you? 7 years ago, when His Majesty divers went down to inspect the military port that was being built in the port of Tarentum, he saw that the reef beach was full of these things, and the laborers were still pounding them, mixing them with sand and volcanic ash, preparing to pour them into boulders to facilitate the construction of the port. His Majesty stopped them at once, saying that they were wasting good food, and ordered the guards to collect the oysters. That night, he invited the admirals to a dinner of oysters, and told them that eating oysters could improve a man's sexual ability. Since then, Christoia's restaurant has a new dish, steamed oysters. The oyster meat is covered with all kinds of sauces and cooked in boiling water. It tastes wonderful. The intoxicated look on Diocasus's face shocked Celesus. So it was His Majesty who said that eating oysters can improve a man's ability. I thought it was something the restaurant made up to sell this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could His Majesty easily deal with 2 beautiful princesses and have so many children? Besides, without this thing, I wouldn't dare to go to the brothel frequently. Diocasus joked. Diocasus didn't dare to continue the conversation. He turned his head to look at the closed door and said with a straight face, Stop joking around and get down to business. Do you want me to help you look into Paphocles? Not to help me, but to help yourself. Diocasus pointed at him and smiled. Don't you want to go to Thurii at the end of the year? Celesus's eyes widened when he heard this. Go to Thurii was not for sightseeing, but to participate in the annual assembly of the protectors of the kingdom of Dionia at the end of the year. However, not every city's protectors could participate. There was a quota. For a city like Naxos, there were 3 protectors, and only the protectors with outstanding performance could be elected. The main responsibility of the protectors was to reflect the suffering of the people, protect the interests of the people, and expose violations of the law and corruption. Because of the hindrance of the Laodicean family in the main area that Celesus was in charge of, most of the problems he reported to the higher-ups were not solved well. This affected the people's impression of him, and naturally, he was not one of the 3 protectors elected by the people of Naxos every year. According to the law, the protectors were mainly responsible for the demos where they were located. Of course, they could also participate in the affairs of other demos when the protectors of the other demos were not doing anything or needed help. This time, if Celesus could use this matter to catch Paphocles by the tail, intimidate the Laodicean family, and redress the grievances of the free people, he would definitely be able to attract the attention of the people of Naxos. Thinking of this, Celesus's eyes became a little hotter. He leaned forward and said, Even an inspector like you has given up on this case. As a protector, what can I do other than cry out for justice and incite the people? I don't have the right to forcibly search the houses of the people. Celesus, as the protector of the Prospero, the people there have a close relationship with you, so you can get some information that I can't. If you are familiar with the environment there, you will be able to avoid the attention of the Laodicean family and achieve your goal. Dioccasus spoke with fervor and assurance. He then lowered his voice and said with a serious expression, "Let me tell you an important piece of news. Yesterday afternoon, a good friend of mine was in the Laodicean family's field when he saw two Laodicean family slaves appearing from behind the hill in their field. When they saw my friend, they panicked and turned around to escape. This situation is very suspicious. I'm afraid it has something to do with the missing girl. Could it be that they imprisoned the girl somewhere in the hill or killed her?" Celesus clenched the leg bone in his hand. "Do you remember that I once reported to you that Paphocles abused and may have even killed the female slaves?" Dioccasus nodded. "Now you have the chance to confirm this rumor. Is that friend of yours Galadmos?" Celesus asked cautiously. Seeing the slight surprise on Dioccasus' face, he said, "Because I know that he was the only one who went to the Laodicean family's village to inspect the field yesterday afternoon. Since he said it, I can rest assured." Celesus said resolutely, "I'll take care of this matter." "Great, let's have a toast." "I wish you all the best." Dioccasus raised the wine jar. For the next 7 days, Prospero was as calm as usual. The farmers carefully looked after the wheat fields that were about to ripen, waiting for the arrival of the harvest. The city of Naxos, on the other hand, was much more lively. Stromboli attended the farewell banquets held by his colleagues and businessmen every day. The people in the city cheered for the eventual champion of the rugby tournament of Naxos and sincerely wished the team an excellent result in the finals of the Kingdom of Dionia after the ceremony of Hades on the 9th of September. On the evening of the 8th day, 3 people were trudging through the mountains to the west of Magero. The man in the middle was Celesus. He was carrying a pickaxe on his shoulder. The slender man in front of him kept observing his surroundings. At the same time, he used the long stick in his hand to push away the weeds and branches that were almost covering the mountain path. "Ugh, Aphidas, we've been walking for so long. Why haven't we found it yet? Did you forget the place?" The man in the back could not help but complain. "Province, let me tell you, my memory is very good. I can still clearly remember what happened 10 years ago, let alone what happened just a year ago. Besides, the situation that day was so special, how could I possibly forget it?" Aphidas retorted. "That's right, I have a very good memory. But what if you're looking at the wrong place?" "Look, the trees are so dense that they make me dizzy," said Province, unconvinced. "I'm the best archer in the light infantry brigade of the 8th Legion. My eyesight is very good. I can see your face clearly from a mile away," Aphidas said confidently. Province snorted. He was about to say something when Celesus, who was in the middle, asked, "Aphidas, how far are we from the place you mentioned?" "We're almost there, Captain." Aphidas pointed ahead with his stick. "After going around this ridge, we'll reach the mountain behind the Laodicean family's field." Celesus looked ahead. The dense trees blocked his vision, and he could not see the path ahead at all. The rays of the setting sun shone through the gaps between the leaves, making the surroundings seem a little gloomy. He asked worriedly, "By the time we get there, will the sun have already set?" "No, it won't get dark until after 9 o'clock in this season. We can definitely make it in time," Aphidas said confidently. After going over the ridge, Aphidas gestured for the two to lower their bodies. Standing at the top of the mountain, their vision immediately became extremely wide, and they could see the entire forest in front of them. Aphidas pointed to the front and said in a low voice, "A year ago, I came to the mountains to hunt. It was here that I saw Paphocles and his slaves burying something in the valley opposite us. Why didn't you dig it up then?" Province could not help but ask. "That's Paphocles we're talking about. His father is an elder of the kingdom's senate, and his brother-in-law is also an elder of the senate. He was even the conqueror of Catania. I'm not going to get involved in this kind of trouble. If it weren't for you, Captain, asking me so many times, I wouldn't have come today." Aphidas' eyes were somewhat fearful. Celesus patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Aphidas observed for a while more and said, "There's no one on the mountain in front. Let's go down. We've been observing for a few days. We came here because we confirmed that there were no more Laodicean slaves in the mountains opposite us. Provence retorted. When we go down later, try not to talk too much. Celesus reminded. The three of them walked down the narrow mountain path and finally arrived at the kernel, its right in front. Aphitus said a little excitedly. He walked forward with some difficulty with the weeds that were almost as tall as a person. The trees in this area were even more luxuriant, so the light was even dimmer. One could hear the faint sound of flowing water. Upon closer inspection, one could see a tiny stream flowing into this mountain valley under the cover of rocks, withered leaves, and withered grass. In the black-red stream, there were densely packed red worms dancing non-stop. It was a creepy sight, and it also made one understand why the plants in this area grew so fast. The land was too fertile. The three of them stepped on the soft soil, taking deep and shallow steps as they walked forward strenuously. Ah! Provence cried out in surprise. What's wrong? Celesus quickly turned around and asked. Something climbed up my foot. Provence's whole body was trembling. Celsius kicked it away and warned, Pervalos, shut up. Do you want to summon all the slaves from the Laodicean family? In order to avoid the enemy's attention, they had taken a huge detour and climbed over several mountains before coming here from the side. As soon as Celsius finished speaking. Caw. 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 A mournful cry resounded through the mountains, startling Celesus. A flock of crows perched on a tree branch. Pervalos looked at Celsius' sorry state and wanted to laugh. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Damn crows. Celesus couldn't help but curse in a low voice. That's the messenger of Hades. He's here to help us. Aphitus, who was in front, turned around and bowed to the crows. He then said to Celsius with a straight face, if Pyphogres has been burying something here recently, it's probably here. Here? Pervalos looked at the place where Aphitus was standing in doubt. The trees and weeds there did not seem to be any different from other places. Although Celsius was tall, he could see that the weeds where Aphitus was standing were much shorter than the ones around it. It was as if the entire area was sunken. Dig. Celsius's eyes were filled with mechanical eagerness. He had been asking around through various channels, but none of the information he got was about the missing girl in Pyphogres' mansion. On the contrary, there was a small amount of information that confirmed that Pyphogres' slaves had wandered the forest many times. The most accurate information came from the famous hunter of Prospero, Aphitus. That was why he had come to him many times to ask for help. The land in front of him was his last hope. He raised his pick high and smashed it down. Pervalos took a deep breath and began to dig as well. Although this forest belonged to the kingdom of Dionia and was not given to any individual, Laodicean's farmland was on the mountainside. Due to his family's power, there had been several conflicts. Over time, the people of Prospero who wanted to hunt or collect wood in the mountains would try to avoid this area. If it weren't for Celesus' kindness, he wouldn't have risked coming here. It was very quiet in the valley. Even the crows had stopped cawing. Only the sound of breathing and the sound of pickaxes hitting the ground could be heard. The soil here was wet and soft, so they quickly dug a small hole. Wait. Aphitus, who was standing on the lookout, suddenly shouted and stopped the two from swinging their pickaxes. He crouched down and reached out to pull up a small branch that was sticking out of the water at the bottom of the pit, but he could not pull it up. Then, he stretched out his hand to wipe off the black mud on the branch. The eyes of the other two widened. It was a swollen and rotten finger. Aphitus, do you know where Inspector Diacasis and his men are hiding? I know, just now when we came, bring them here right now. Got it. When Diacasis arrived, the sky was already dark, but he was very excited. As soon as he saw Celesus, he said excitedly, Celesus, you finally brought me good news. Celesus was covered in sweat. He stood next to the pit with his pickaxe, looking a little tired. He said in a very heavy tone, we found a decomposing female corpse. It's probably the missing girl. We also found 2 skeletons. I wonder if there are more in this land. Diacasis was shocked. He looked at the dark pit in front of him and said angrily, damn Pyphogres, he should go to hell and receive endless torture. He suddenly turned around and shouted, "Brothers, light the torches and continue to dig this land." "Yes, my lord." Many of the inspectors responded. "This will alarm Pythagoras," Celsus said anxiously. "Now that the evidence is conclusive, Pythagoras still dares to stop me. Isn't he afraid of adding a few more crimes to his name?" Diacasus waved his hand smugly. "Dig." The next day, an explosive news quickly spread throughout the city. 6 corpses were dug up in the mountains to the west of Naxos. According to the investigation of the inspector, all 6 corpses were female, and they were strangled to death. The news shocked the people of Naxos. Since the establishment of Dionia, there had never been such a terrible murder case. Who was the crazy murderer? While the people were panicking, Diacasus had already surrounded Laodician's mansion with the patrol team. Although Andreas, the butler, tried to argue that the skeletons behind the mountain had nothing to do with his family and loudly protested against the patrol team's illegal act of trespassing on his private property, a slave soon admitted under pressure that 5 young female slaves who served Pythagoras had disappeared unknowingly in the past few years. There was also a slave who said that a corpse with a missing little finger on its left hand might be one of the female slaves. The wife of the freedman also recognized that the rotting corpse was wearing the clothes that her daughter was wearing when she disappeared. Just as Diacasus was about to arrest Pythagoras, a male slave took the initiative to stand up and admit that he killed all these people, and he was willing to be executed. Diacasus was shocked, but he still used the reason that Pythagoras is a major suspect and brought him back to the patrol office next to the city hall with the murderer. Strompoli summoned the young city patrol officer to the city hall. As soon as they met, he asked, "Diacasus, is there any progress on the case?" Pythagoras has always denied that he killed them. He only said that he did not discipline the slaves well and was willing to be punished. The slave who confessed to the murder was identified by other slaves as one of Pythagoras's 2 trusted slaves. The other one had already committed suicide on the night we found the corpse. I'm guessing that the 2 of them have been burying the corpses all this time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told us the location of each corpse so clearly. But no matter how we torture them, he always says that he killed them, Diacasus said in a dejected tone. These days, there have been parliament members coming to plead on Pythagoras's behalf, and I can't handle it anymore. If you can't find conclusive evidence that he killed them, I'm afraid. Strompoli stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, "What's the punishment for allowing slaves to kill people?" According to the judge, severe cases can be sentenced to 10 years in prison and a large fine. But those who died were all slaves, and only one was a registered freedman's daughter. None of them were citizens, so even if he really killed them, it is very likely that he will not be sentenced to death. Judge Alderus also urged me to hand over the slave and Pythagoras to the court as soon as possible so that the trial can be closed as soon as possible to prevent the matter from getting worse and causing panic in the city. I think he took advantage of that family, Diacasus said angrily. Don't talk nonsense. The court is independent. I can't influence them, and I can't interfere. Maybe Judge Alderus thinks that the death of a few slaves is nothing. Strompoli comforted him, but there was still some worry on his face. But this way, Pythagoras will be fine, and Laodician will not be implicated. He will not be punished by the Senate, and you will have completely offended him. I'm not afraid of them at all, Diacasus said stubbornly. Strompoli sighed and said, with us supporting you, of course you don't have to be afraid, but it will still be troublesome. It seems that I will have to write to His Majesty again. Why do you need to write to His Majesty? Diacasus asked doubtfully. Because His Majesty hates it when citizens mistreat slaves. A few years ago, a member of the Crotone local parliament severely injured his own slave for no reason, and the local judge fined him. After His Majesty Devers found out, he asked the court to impose a new punishment. Not only did he pay a large fine, but he was also sentenced to a year in prison. This time, if he knew that so many female slaves were killed, you can imagine how angry he would be. Will Pythagoras still be alive? Strompoli sneered. Diacasus nodded in realization. At this time, Strompoli suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly remembered something. Right, immediately go to the priest of the Temple of Hades and see if they can make that slave tell the truth. For the Greek city-states of this era, there were 3 most common ways to punish criminals. The lightest punishment was a fine, the more severe punishment was physical punishment, such as accountability, whipping, and other punishments. The more severe city-states such as Rockley had cruel methods such as chopping off hands and gouging out eyes. The more severe punishment was execution. Of course, the most common method was to deprive the criminal of his citizenship and deport him. However, not a single Greek city-state had imprisonment and sentence. This was because not only did the criminal not have to work, but the city-state had to provide food for the criminal. This was unacceptable for a city-state with a small population and little money. Therefore, these Greek city-states did not have fixed public facilities such as prisons. However, the kingdom of Dionia was different from the other Greek city-states. In the laws of Dionia, there was no punishment for mutilation of limbs. Instead, there were provisions to sentence the criminal to imprisonment according to the seriousness of the crime. Therefore, every city in the kingdom had a prison, and most of them were in the inspection office. At this moment, the priest of the temple of Hades, Colientus of Naxos, entered the inspection office under the respectful welcome of Diacasis. At that time, the people of Naxos were still unfamiliar with the temple of Hades, and Colientus was responsible for spreading his teachings. After 7 years, the people of Naxos had completely accepted Hades, the benevolent king of Hades. The number of people worshipping him every day far exceeded the number of people worshipping Demeter. This showed Colientus' ability and the hard work he had put in over the years. The prison was dark, damp, and smelled terrible. Colientus had been here many times and was already used to it. He ignored the cries of the other prisoners in the cages on both sides and walked through the middle to a cage. The jailer opened the lock and pushed the iron door open. Colientus walked into the cage, and the smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Colientus frowned and hurried a few steps forward. With the dim light from the narrow window, he saw a naked man lying in a pile of withered grass in the corner. The blood oozing from the dense scars had dried up outside his body, turning him into a bloody man from top to bottom. He lay there motionless, and only a faint breathing sound could be heard. Colientus turned his head to look at Diacasis behind him and said with a reproachful tone, "Why did you hit him so hard?" Facing the reproachful gaze of the priest, Diacasis felt a little ashamed. He stammered, he refused to tell the truth. "You guys can leave. You don't have to stay here," Colientus said in a deep voice. "It's too dangerous here, esteemed priest," a jailer reminded. "Don't worry, with the protection of Hades, he won't hurt me," Colientus said firmly. Diacasis and his men had no choice but to leave. "Boil a few pots of boiling water for me," Colientus made another request. After they left, Colientus and the 2 priests who came with him carefully carried the slave to the simple bed next to him. Colientus had been to the prison many times and had a lot of experience. He asked his men to bring 2 medical boxes. One was filled with medicine for external injuries, and the other was filled with clean linen. After the boiling water was delivered, he and his men first dipped the linen in the water and began to wipe the blood off the slave's body. At the wound, they would gently peel off the blood that was mixed with soil and straw, and slowly remove the green pus from the wound. Back then, helps had been instructed by the Devers to send doctors to train the priests of the Temple of Hades in basic medical skills. Colientus was one of the most hardworking ones. Coupled with years of practice, his ability to treat external injuries was no less than that of an ordinary Dionia doctor. However, the pain of cleaning the wound still woke the slave up from his coma. In a trance, he saw the person squatting in front of him wearing a white robe and a simple black letter A drawn on the chest. He subconsciously struggled to sit up. "Don't move first. Let me finish applying the medicine and bandaging you." The slave shuddered slightly. The kind voice was so familiar. It was very similar to the voice he heard during the Naxos Hades celebration every year on the 9th of September. "Merciful priest Colientus?" he shouted in a hoarse voice with uncertainty. "It's me." This answer was like a beam of warm sunlight shining into the slave's deathly still heart, making his eyes instantly wet. He struggled to prop up his head and stared blankly at the old man who was incomparably sacred in his heart, pouring cool and comfortable medicine for his wounds. Then, he used clean strips of cloth to paste and bind the wounds one by one. His white robe was stained by dust and bloodstains, and his wrinkled face was full of sweat. However, this old man did not care at all, his expression was so focused. Colientus finally finished his work. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead and asked, "What's your name?" There was no response. He looked up and saw that the slave's face was already full of tears. The slave looked straight at him, but he bit his lips and did not make a sound. Collientus was a little relieved. It seemed that it could be done. So his expression became serious and said, "Now you know how to cry, but you have brutally killed so many people before." "I didn't." The slave saw that the person he respected the most misunderstood him and almost blurted out the truth. He quickly shut his mouth and then said unwillingly, "After I die, I will see the 3 judges. They will give me a fair trial." "A fair trial?" Collientus pondered for a moment and said slowly, "If you didn't kill anyone, then you are lying. Are you not afraid of being sentenced to the hell of having your tongue pulled out and enduring endless torment? Besides, you've concealed the truth and allowed the real culprit to escape punishment. You're an accomplice, and the 3 judges will definitely make you bear half of the blame for his crimes. This isn't as simple as pulling out his tongue. Are you ready?" The slave's face changed when he heard this. He quickly lowered his head, but only saw the muscles on his arm bulging and the linen that had just been tied immediately oozing blood. "Don't use too much force, or the wound that has just been applied with medicine will open again." Collientus immediately patted his arm with concern. Seeing that the slave still clenched his fists, he asked softly, "What's your name?" "Lacus." The slave squeezed out the word from his mouth. "You are a Numidian, right?" Collientus looked at his dark skin and said, "I heard from the inspector that 4 of the girls who were killed were Numidians. They were all your compatriots." Lacus trembled all over. "I heard from the inspector that when these 6 corpses were buried, they were placed very neatly, and each of them had an opal in their mouth. The murderer would not be so kind. Oxai, this is all because of the kindness in your heart that prompted you to do this." Collientus sighed and said with certainty, "I believe that you are not the murderer. You were just forced to follow the instructions of the real murderer." Lacus' shoulders shook even more violently, and a low sob could be heard. "Child, it must be very painful to live like this." Collientus sighed again, and his tone became stern. "But you clearly have the opportunity to catch the murderer and let him be severely punished by the law, but you want to take the blame for him, giving him a chance to hurt more Numidian girls in the future. Do you really have the heart to do this? Are you really willing to do this?" "I'm not willing." Lacus raised his head with tears in his eyes and roared emotionally, "But I'm just a slave, and he's a big man. My wife and my 2 daughters are in his hands. What can I do? What can I do? Hades is the most just god. Whether it's a slave or a senator, he treats them equally. His Majesty the Devers enacts the laws of Dionia in accordance with his will to protect all the good people in the kingdom of Dionia and punish all the wicked. Don't have any scruples. Tell me the truth. Hades above, your devout believer Collientus swears to you that I will protect Oxai's wife and daughters and never let them come to any harm." Oxai looked at Collientus in surprise as he placed his left hand on his chest and raised his right hand, sincerely swearing the oath. His heart suddenly filled with endless gratitude. This gratitude melted the barrier in his heart, and he knelt in front of Collientus with a thud. Dio Cassius walked into the reception hall of the Naxos City Hall. As soon as he saw Strompoli, he said excitedly, "My lord, your advice is really useful. That slave finally told the truth." Strompoli was both proud and emotional as he said, "I only know that the slaves of the kingdom of Hades trust the temple of Hades the most." From time to time, slaves from various places would run to the temple of Hades to complain about their grievances. Speaking of which, this has something to do with the Polixus case that caused a sensation in Greece more than 10 years ago. "My lord." Dio Cassius took a few steps forward and said in a low voice with a slightly solemn expression, "That slave also revealed another thing about Laodicean." Strompoli looked at his expression and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" Dio Cassius did not say anything, but just handed him the record in his hand. Strompoli carefully read the record, but his 2 white eyebrows gradually knitted together. His face was filled with surprise. He suddenly pressed the record hard on the table and asked anxiously, "Is what he said true?" He said that he did not do it. It was another slave who had already committed suicide who had been secretly doing it. But one time, when he was drunk, he confided in him. I have no way to verify the truth of this matter. Dio Cassis showed a rare hesitation. After all, this directly involves Senator Laodigian. So I came to ask you for advice. You are right. Don't act without authorization. Strompoli nodded in approval of Dio Cassis's approach. In his mind, he was thinking about some vague rumors he had heard in the past few years when he was in power in Naxos. With his hands behind his back, he slowly walked around the living room with a solemn expression. Dio Cassis waited quietly at the side. After a moment, Strompoli said in a deep voice, "Who else knows about this matter?" "Me and two of my most trusted subordinates, and Priest Caliantus. Tell your subordinates that they must not tell anyone. Otherwise..." Strompoli's eyes flashed fiercely. "I understand, my lord. I will talk to the priest about this matter. He is a smart man. Besides, the law states that priests are not allowed to interfere in political affairs." Strompoli stroked his beard, looked at Dio Cassis, and ordered, "Delay this case first. Continue to detain Paphocles, but do not interrogate him. Also, temporarily lock up the slave like before. I will talk to Judge Alderus and ask him to give you more time. I believe he will still do me a favor. Now, I have to prepare to write a letter to His Majesty. Go back quickly and take care of your inspection office." Watching Laodigian leave, Strompoli looked down at the record on the table. His wrinkled face revealed a trace of a sneer. "Laodigian, will you be the second Polixus?" At the same time, in the inner city of Thurii, in the mansion of the military minister of the Kingdom of Dionia, Antonios was sitting in the courtyard with his nephew, enjoying a meal while talking. Assists looked at his aunt, who was a dozen years younger than him, apologetically. Even though he had a problem with Laodigian, he still felt that Doreen was a good wife. "Why would I be mad at you, uncle? It's just that it's getting late. We should go home now. We'll come back another day." Then, he turned to Antonios and said meaningfully, "Uncle, please think about what I just said." Antonios snorted, but Doreen gave him a light punch. He swallowed the rest of his words. After sending assists and his family off, Doreen said to Antonios, "What happened? Why did you lose your temper? This is business." "Don't ask too much," Antonius said angrily. "Fine, I won't ask. Don't talk to me anymore." Doreen pouted angrily. All right, I was wrong." Antonios, the military minister of the kingdom, who was in his 50s, hurriedly hugged Doreen in his arms and apologized profusely. "Assists disagreed with my decision to appoint him as the governor of Naxos, so, we quarreled." "Why? Isn't it good to be the governor of Naxos?" Doreen was puzzled. "Who knows what he's thinking? Assio's grown up now, and he doesn't want to listen to his uncle," Antonios said, still a little angry. "No matter what, he's your only nephew," Doreen said. Doreen reached out and stroked Antonius's bearded face. She kissed him gently, her eyes full of charm. "Auntie Doris is running and jumping tonight. Una will be able to put him to sleep easily. I'll wait for you in the room after I take a shower." All right. Antonios's anger grew even stronger after being seduced by his wife. Doreen married him at the age of 17. She was more than 20 years younger than him. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also virtuous. She even gave birth to a son for him. Antonios, who always felt guilty about his age, doted on her very much. Because of this, he took good care of his father, Laodigian, and his family. Looking at his wife's graceful figure walking toward the main building, he couldn't wait any longer. Antonius! Something big had happened. At this moment, Laodigian's anxious shout came from the corridor. Laodigian had always been able to come and go as he pleased, as if he was in his own house. Antonio's mood was interrupted, but he couldn't get angry at Doreen's father. With a straight face, he said to Laodigian, "What happened this time?" Laodigian was so anxious that he did not notice Antonio's reaction. He shouted, "Paphocles is locked up in Naxos." But Strompoli never released him. What trouble did Paphocles cause this time? Antonio frowned and asked impatiently. Among Doreen's family, he had the least favorable impression of Paphocles. After all, back in Thurii, Paphocles had actually harassed Alexis' daughter, Xianxia, and caused a huge uproar. In order to stop Alexis from pursuing the scandal, Antonius had spent all his years of friendship on begging for her forgiveness. At the same time, he had Capys and other comrades to help him plead for leniency. In the end, Papphagris was sentenced to 4 months in prison and a fine, which was a relatively light sentence. This time, what did this bastard do? How could he make Stromboli not let go of him? Antonios felt uneasy. What happened to Papphagris? Dorian's voice came from behind Antonios. Seeing his daughter appear, Laodigian immediately changed the topic. Doreen, your brother was wrongly accused and locked up in prison. His life is in danger. Laodigian told his daughter what had happened. Of course, in his narration, it was the slave who killed the slave and the freedman's daughter, not Papphagris. A slave dared to kill the female slaves of his family? Do you really think everyone is stupid? Antonios shouted at Laodigian. You should have. Listen to me. Let him be locked up for 2 or 3 years and learn his lesson. Then he wouldn't have fallen to this state today. Laodigian had never seen Antonios so angry before. He subconsciously avoided eye contact and said to Doreen, I'm not in Naxos, so I don't know the specifics of the situation. This was all written to me by Antris. But even if Papphagris was the one who killed the slaves, the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Besides, the victims were just female slaves. There's no need for Stromboli to be so serious. Is he really going to be sentenced to death for betraying Papphagris just because of this? At this point, Laodigian saw that Antonios' expression was still cold and hard, so he softened his tone and said, I know that Papphagris is a disappointment, but he is my only son, and he is not married, let alone having children. If he is really sentenced to death, our family's bloodline will be severed. Doreen, do you really want to see me go to Hades to see your grandfather after I die? Doreen was shocked that her brother had killed so many people so cruelly, but she could not bear to hear her father's pleading. She did not know what to do, so she could only look at Antonios for help. Antonios saw the look in his beloved wife's eyes, and his heart softened. He kicked a broken pottery pot on the ground into the pool in the middle of the courtyard. He then put his hands on his waist and said to Laodigian, I don't know the details of the law. How do you want to save that bastard? Tell me. Seeing that Antonios' tone had softened, Laodigian hurriedly said, There is no provision in the law of Dionia that citizens who kill their own slaves will be sentenced to death. Moreover, the freedman has already withdrawn his report, and the slave has voluntarily confessed to the crime. Logically speaking, the case can already be closed. However, the Naxos Inspection Office has delayed the case to the court, and the detention of Papphagris has long exceeded the time limit. These are all violations of the law. Antonios, you just need to talk to the highest judge, Tritodemos, and ask him to intercede on Strompoli's behalf so that the case can be handed over to the court as soon as possible. It's not right for a local governor to interfere in court affairs. Why did Laodigian not talk to Tritodemos directly? Although he had made a lot of friends in Thurii over the years with his wealth, there were still some social circles that did not care about him. The senators of Amendolara had always been known for being conservative and arrogant. They often took pride in being the earliest senators of the Confederation, and they could not stand the slick style of Laodigian who came later. Most of the senators of Lucania had always been concerned with the affairs of Lucania. They were close to the former mercenary senators, but they did not like to interact with the senators of other regions, especially the senators of Sicily. Because the two territories were located in the north and south of the kingdom, there was no conflict of interest at all. Hegemon was an exception, but this senator, who was famous for marrying off his daughter, fell out with Laodigian because Papphagris had once pursued his youngest daughter. There was also the Thurii senators. These senators who were born in the heart of the kingdom were also known for their loftiness. Moreover, because of the Polixus case, more than half of the senators of Thurii were sent to prison, which made the remaining senators more cautious. Not only did they not have much contact with the senators of Sicily, but they also did not have much contact with the senators of other regions in private. The former mercenary elder was once the savior of Amendolara and had spent the longest time with Amendolara. Amendolara also had a close relationship with Amendolara because of the large-scale marriage back then. That was why Laodigian hoped that Antonios would step in and persuade Tritodemos to speak to Stromboli. Since both of them were from Amendalara, Strompoli should give him face. This was Laodician's beautiful idea. Try to demos. Antonios muttered the name thoughtfully. Indeed, compared to the more conservative and stubborn Strompoli, Tritodemos was easier to talk to. Back then, it was he and Protesilaus who first took the initiative to get close to the mercenaries. Speaking of which, Tritodemos had been sitting in the position of the highest judge for more than 10 years. This was not because of his service in the trial of Polixus, but because of a law proposed by King Divers and passed by the Senate 9 years ago, stipulating that the public offices of the kingdom, such as judges and tax collectors, which require a high degree of professional knowledge, must be filled by citizens who have been specially trained and gradually promoted through a long period of practice, and no other public officials may take up the post in the interim. This determined that Tritodemos would stay in this position until he retired. According to the law of Dionia, citizens after the age of 65 were not allowed to take up any specific public office of the kingdom due to old age. Of course, the senators were still senators. When this bill was first proposed by the Devers, it was passed without much objection, because in this era, there were not many people who could live to the age of 60. Are you sure that what the Naxos Inspection Office is doing is against the law? Antonios asked again. Of course. Although there are a lot of laws in Dionia, I've been reading them all these years. I can recite most of them. To be honest, I think I'm qualified to be the highest judge, Laodician said with a hint of boasting. Alright, I'll talk to Tritodemos about it. Antonios finally nodded in agreement. With this reason, he could talk to the judge who had been in office for more than a decade. One more thing, Antonios, Laodician said. It's already September, and Strompoli's term is about to end. We should choose a successor as the governor of Naxos as soon as possible. I heard that the assists and his family have just left. How did your discussion go? Hearing this, Doran looked at his husband with a slightly worried look. Antonios looked at Laodician, who seemed to be in a hurry and spoke casually. The words that the assists had said previously came to his mind, and he inexplicably felt a little disgusted. He said unhappily, Paphocles caused such a huge mess, and it's still a problem whether or not it can be solved in the end. Now you're actually worried about the candidate for the governor of Naxos? My father-in-law, you're too careless. Do you think that we can decide who the governor of Naxos is just because we want to? If the governor of Naxos is someone we're familiar with, the other senators and I will feel better in Naxos. Look at what Strompoli has done in Naxos in the past few years. It's nothing compared to what you've done in Naxos. We're also worried that the order in Naxos will be disrupted, so we want to choose a senator we're familiar with. That way, he won't cause trouble in Naxos. Besides, the election of the governor has always been the most important matter for us senators. Only we know the affairs of Sicily the best, and the other elders generally won't fight with us for it, am I right? Laodician retorted confidently. You're really stupid. Although he had quarreled with the assists earlier, it was not as if he did not have his guard up. He looked at the smug Laodician and finally could not help but scold him. Who do you think you are? King of Dionia? All the candidates for the chief executive of the city have to be approved by His Majesty the Devers before they can be appointed. In the past, he didn't speak during the election because he didn't think it was necessary. But this time, you should know that he hates citizens who mistreat slaves the most. What do you think His Majesty Davos will think if you jump out to seek benefits for yourself at this time? These words stunned Laodician on the spot. What should we do? Doreen asked worriedly. I hope His Majesty hasn't noticed the incident with Paphocles. Antonius sighed. The assists' whole family went to Antonius's house for a banquet. The Devers read the new information presented by Aristides and smiled slightly. Aristides, aren't your subordinates too free? Why are you so insistent on such a small matter? Your Majesty, I felt that this news was worth paying attention to, so I decided to show it to you, Aristides, who was standing at the side, said calmly. What do you think? The Devers looked up at him with a calm expression, but the majesty he exuded made Aristides involuntarily lower his head slightly. Then tell me, what did they talk about at the banquet that made you feel that there's a problem? This? I don't know, Aristides answered straightforwardly. But I know that before the assists returned to Turris, Antonius, Laodician, and the other Sicilian senators have been trying to elect the assists to take office in Naxos. I just received a secret report from Naxos that there was a shocking murder case there. Laodician's son, Pyphogres, is a major suspect, and has been detained by the Naxos Inspectorate. Pyphogres? The young man who caused a scandal at Adoris's graduation banquet. The familiar name reminded the Devers of the farce that happened in Turis 2 years ago. At that time, the incident did not shock him as much as the others. After all, he was from his previous life. It was common for energetic young men to get physical with each other when they drank too much, and in the end, no substantial harm was caused. "It's him, Your Majesty." "How did he get involved in the murder case this time?" the Devers asked again. Aristyrus hurriedly told the Devers the whole case in detail. After listening, the Devers' face gradually became gloomy. He said in a deep voice, "This son of Laodician is very bold. It seems that he is determined to leave his name in the legal history of the kingdom. He killed 6 people in a row, which is unprecedented. If he can get away with this, what's the point of the existence of the kingdom of Dionia?" Slap. The Devers' right hand slammed on the desk, causing Aristyrus' heart to skip a beat. The Devers then said, "You said that the Naxos Inspectorate is now detaining the slave who voluntarily confessed to the crime and the real criminal. What do you mean by that?" "Your Majesty, I don't know. However, Lord Strompoli has met with the judge of Naxos, Alderus, several times, and refused the Laodician slave butler many times. Also, Priest Hades of Naxos went to the Inspectorate's prison once." Aristyrus said cautiously. "It seems that Strompoli's secret letter is about to arrive. I want to see what they're up to." The Devers tapped his fingers on the back of the chair and fell into deep thought. It was not a big deal for the son of an elder to kill someone. A warrant was issued for a thorough investigation, and it would not cause too much of a commotion. However, through this murder case, the Devers saw a deeper problem. Why did the Naxos household registration officer not discover the problem of the Laodicean slaves in time, which led to the female slaves being killed one after another? According to the laws of Dionia, slaves purchased by citizens must also be registered in the household registration officer of the city. Every year, when the city population was checked, the number of slaves and their health would be checked. The mountain where the Laodicean household's farm was located belonged to the kingdom. Why did the people of Naxos not dare to go there? Otherwise, someone would have found the burial place a long time ago. Why did the members of the Naxos parliament intercede for the son of Laodician when something happened to him? Because of this, Strompoli had no choice but to close the door. Also, why did the judge of Naxos not work together with the inspectorate to sentence the real murderer as soon as possible? Instead, he delayed it like this? Naxos was in big trouble now. Naxos was not the only one. The Devers tapped on the back of the chair. After the Great Hellenic War, Dionia occupied almost all the land in Greece. However, because of the war, the population decreased sharply, and empty land was everywhere. Coupled with the fact that the kingdom was newly established, many systems needed to be adjusted. The Senate and him had a lot of work to do, so they naturally focused their energy and work on Greece first. After all, this was the foundation of the kingdom of Dionia. The governance of Sicily was relatively lax. As long as it remained stable and did not cause any major trouble, there were no more strict requirements. That was why the so-called conqueror of Catania, Antonios, had been the governor of Naxos for 6 years. Because of the trust of the exiles of Catania, Antipolis, a new elder who had never had any administrative experience, also became the next governor of Catania. Now that the overall situation in Greece was on the right track, the Devers originally wanted to wait for the end of the Daunian War before focusing on cleaning up Sicily, but now it seemed that the plan had to be brought forward. Laodician. Antonios. The Devers silently recited the names of these 2 people in his heart. Suddenly, he thought of something again. He looked up at Aristyrus, who was standing upright. "Is Antipolis still the adjutant of the administration in Syriam?" "Yes." Androporus's administrative path could be said to have started high but ended low. He first served as the chief executive of Catanae, but Catanae was a large city with a large population, vast territory, and complicated members. He, who lacked administrative experience, soon felt powerless and even nearly caused a riot. In the end, in his second year in office, he took the initiative to ask to step down. The Devers sent Antapolis to replace him. Antapolis, who was reluctant to resign, took the initiative to ask the Devers to work in a local place to gain administrative experience. How could the Devers refuse such an ambitious young elder? So they arranged for him to work in Cirium, which was being rebuilt, 2 years as a city inspector, 1 year as a city supervisor, 2 years as a city census officer, 1 year as a city agricultural officer, 1 year as a city commercial officer, and now as the adjutant of the administration of Cirium, mainly in charge of trade. It took Antapolis 8 years to serve almost all the major middle-level public officials in Daionia. Androporus is not bad. He has been promoted to a senator, and he can still focus on training. Some people think that being a senator is a big deal. The Devers' voice was very soft, but Aristides could not help but blink. Aristides, your brother has become a senator, and you are still a court herald. Do you regret it? The Devers looked at him and said half-jokingly. After the Devers became king, the political system of Daionia did not change. However, he asked the Senate to create several new positions for him, which were directly under the command of the king. One was the captain of the palace guards, now held by Marcius, who was responsible for the safety of the king and his family, as well as maintaining the order of the palace. Another was the secretary, held by Heliopolis, who was responsible for writing letters for the king, and the last was the court herald, held by Aristides, who was responsible for conveying the king's orders and summoning officials. In fact, most of the time, this task was done by Aristides' subordinates. Aristides' real job was still the chief of intelligence of the Devers. Although most of the senators knew that the Devers had a group of subordinates who were responsible for collecting intelligence for him, the Devers still felt that it was not good to set up an intelligence officer position for him. Therefore, using the position of a herald to cover it up was nothing more than a sham. These 3 positions were all mid-level public officials, and their status was much lower than that of the Senate senators. Your Majesty, I've never regretted it. I like my current position, as it allows me to fully utilize my abilities. I also believe that being an ordinary public servant by your Majesty's side is more honorable than being an elder, Aristides said, enunciating each word seriously. You have learned to say nice things now. The Devers pointed at him and laughed. Well, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. The Devers stood up and said casually, you have to keep an eye on Naxos. Yes, your Majesty, Aristides replied and turned to leave. He no longer lived in the Devers mansion. Instead, he had his own house near the palace at the foot of the hill. Devers left the study and walked to the backyard. When they were about to enter the main building, Devers saw a slim figure standing next to the statue of Artemis. Cynthia, he called softly. F.A. Father. Cynthia looked slightly flustered. It's already so late. Why aren't you sleeping? The Devers asked with concern. I'm praying to Artemis that my brother returns safely from his first expedition. Cynthia quickly said. This time, we sent 3 legions and a cavalry legion to deal with the Downy Empire. That's a total of 30,000 soldiers. We have more soldiers than the Downy Empire, so it will be easy for us to win. You don't have to worry about Adoris at all. Although this is his first time on the battlefield, he has always been talented in combat. Many veterans are no match for him in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, Olivers is taking care of him, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Devers comforted her and then asked with a smile, are you only praying for Adoris? Father. Cynthia paced her feet. Her face started to blush. When the war is over, your mother and I will hold a wedding for you and Patroclus. You are already 20 years old. If we don't get you married soon, people will think that no one wants to marry the princess of the kingdom of Daionia, Devers teased. Cynthia was both shy and happy when they talked about marriage. Thank you, Father. Go to sleep now. Devers waved his hand and said with a smile, Patroclus is the captain of the legion. He won't fight the enemy personally, so he won't be in danger. You don't have to worry about him. If you worry about him every day, you won't be able to sleep well, and your skin will deteriorate. When Patroclus comes back, he might not want you anymore. He wouldn't dare. Cynthia said with her hands on her hips. Devers smiled and turned to go upstairs. Cynthia's grateful voice came from behind again. Father, thank you. Devers immediately understood what she meant by thank you. Cynthia was already very pretty when she was 16 years old. Coupled with her identity as the princess of the kingdom of Dionia, there were naturally many suitors, including many children of former mercenary comrades of Devers, mainly adopted children. Devers rejected all of them because Cynthia already had someone she liked at that time. Devers respected her choice, which could be said to have broken the tradition at that time. In the Greek city-states, the daughters of citizens were subordinate to their fathers before they were married. Although the atmosphere in the kingdom of Dionia was much more open, it was indeed a little shocking to let a daughter choose her husband according to her own wishes. Devers paused for a moment. Without turning back, he went straight to the second floor. Sleeping at night was not too troublesome for Devers, who had 2 wives. He only had to take turns sleeping with one wife. Sometimes when his wife was on her period, she would take the initiative to let him go to the other wife's room. Overall, it was quite harmonious. Sometimes he thought that if he had 3 or 4 wives, just the choice of sleeping at night would probably be a big problem. With a big goal in mind, he never thought about it. Ensuring health and living a longer life were his expectations, so he would not indulge his inner desires too much. He opened the door and walked into Kristoya's bedroom. The candlelight in the bedroom flickered. Kristoya was lying on her side on the bed with her back facing him. A light blanket with red and blue stripes was draped over her body, revealing her snow-white shoulders and slender legs. Kristoya. Devers called out softly, but there was no response. It seemed that she had come back too late. She was so sleepy that she had fallen asleep. Devers tiptoed to the bed, took off his clothes, and was about to lie down next to Kristoya. Then he pulled the blanket aside and found that Kristoya was not wearing anything. As a mother who had given birth to 3 children, Kristoya still had delicate skin and maintained a good figure. Her slender and fat waist extended down to her round and plump buttocks. From a distance, it looked like a smooth, and perfect human curve. Devers could not help but lean against her smooth back. His right hand wrapped around her waist and his palm pressed against her soft chest. Just as he was about to move, Kristoya suddenly turned her head and kissed his face. "You're not asleep." Devers was a little surprised. "What do you think?" Kristoya's eyes were like silk, and her gorgeous red lips bit Devers's mouth. After a round of sex, the two lay side by side on the bed, panting softly. "Who were you talking to downstairs just now?" Kristoya asked softly. "Cynthia." She was praying for Adoris and her future husband. That girl has been in a daze recently. It seems that all her thoughts are on that young man called Patroclus. "Sigh, we can't keep this daughter. When the Downy War is over, let's marry her over. You're too irresponsible as a father. Other people choose a good husband for their daughter, but you didn't choose the children of so many elders, ministers, and wealthy merchants. You let her choose herself." Kristoya grumbled. Devers said seriously, "With my current position, do I still need my daughter's marriage to consolidate my power? Let Cynthia choose a husband she's satisfied with. At least she won't blame me in the future. Besides, Patroclus's family isn't too bad. Although his father is disabled, he's quite capable. He's a respected officer of the Demos. Because of his outstanding work, the governor of the Turii, Lucius, is already considering promoting him to be the adjutant of the Turii administration or the city's agriculture officer. If this continues, he might become an elder of the Senate at the age of 50. Patroclus is also very hardworking. He's only been in the Legion of Dionysia for 10 years, but he's already become the youngest platoon leader in the Legion of Dionysia. That's why I say Cynthia has a good eye for a husband. If we marry her off in a grand manner, we won't let her parents down." Kristoya grumbled because she couldn't get used to the sudden departure of her own daughter. After hearing Devers's words, she sighed after a while. "It's not a bad thing to marry him early. It'll help Crow get rid of some thoughts he shouldn't have." "What did you say?" "Crow," Devers was shocked. "Crow likes this sister of his who isn't related by blood." Kristoya sighed again. "Why didn't I know about this?" Devers was stunned. "You're busy with politics every day. How would you have noticed?" "After we agreed to Patroclus' proposal, I noticed that Crow wasn't in a good mood for a few days. I only noticed it after Agnes reminded me. Sigh. Kristoya felt a headache coming on when she thought about it. It's actually not bad to raise a daughter-in-law from a daughter, Divers joked. Then, he saw Kristoya raise her head and stare at him. He quickly corrected himself. Crow is still young and doesn't understand the relationship between a man and a woman. I think he's just a little attracted to Xianxia. He'll get better when he's older. He's almost 16 now. While he's studying at the Dionia Academy, it's time to increase his military training in preparation for his future military service. I'm afraid he won't have time to think about these things then. You really plan to let Crow fight in the future? Kristoya asked worriedly. Kristoya was happy to hear that. She pressed her head against the Devor's sturdy chest and said softly, I'll listen to you, it's getting late. Go to sleep, go to sleep. The Devors patted him lightly. The two relaxed and soon fell asleep. Early the next morning, the Devors got up and went to the courtyard for his morning exercise. By the time he returned to the main building, drenched in sweat, it was already bustling. Molina, the butler of the backyard, had already instructed the female slaves to wake the children up one by one. She had them dress and wash up. Then, she heard the sounds of complaints and crying in the main building. Molina was unmoved. When faced with children who were unwilling to get up or even fooling around, the female slave had no choice but to go into the house and pull them up by force. She dared to do this in front of these princes and princesses of Dionia because Kristoya had given her the authority. 8 years ago, under the matchmaking of the Devors and Kristoya, Asuna and Aristyras were married. Of course, she had to leave the Devors' official residence. Molina, the female slave from Thessaly, was the child's wet nurse at the time. Kristoya found that she was decisive and even more daring than Asuna, so she let her take over Asuna's position. Reality proved that Kristoya had a good eye. Over the years, with the increase in children, the backyard was indeed well managed by Molina, which saved Kristoya a lot of trouble. After the Devors had a simple shower, he walked into the dining room. Most of the family was already seated at the dining table. Where's Olivia? The Devors glanced around the hall and asked. Olivia was his third daughter, born to Agnes. She was only 4 years old this year. That crybaby refused to get up as usual. Aunt Molina went in to get her up, but she was still yelling. Mother Agnes went upstairs to get her, Bryance replied loudly. Bryance was the Devors' 4th son, born to Kristoya. He was 6 years old this year. Bryance, Avria is your sister. Instead of helping her when she's in trouble, you're saying weird things from the sidelines. That's not right, understand? Xianxia immediately criticized him. Sister is right. Bryance is annoying. Eunice also complained. She was born during the Great Greek War and was now 10 years old. Bryance felt aggrieved at being criticized by his 2 sisters. He turned to his second brother, Clotocatax, for help. Clotocatax turned to look at Xianxia. Young Bout didn't mean to say bad things about Avria. He's realized his mistake now. Alright, I've forgiven you, but it still depends on your future actions. Xianxia said as if she was talking to a child. Bryance nodded hastily. Third brother Apox, who was opposite him, made a face at him, which made him smile. Apox was born to Agnes at the end of the Great Hellenic War, and was now over 9 years old. The Devors and Kristoya sat quietly, not interfering with the small conflict between the children. They had always been like this, because with Xianxia and Clotocatax around, everything would be resolved in the end. The Devors also hoped that the children would learn unity, love, tolerance, and compromise in the process of resolving conflicts themselves. At this moment, Agnes brought Avria into the living room. Avria's large eyes were red, and there were still traces of tears on her face. She carried a small doll in one hand, and Agnes was holding her other hand as they walked forward. Little Avria darling, hurry and sit in your seat. It's time for breakfast, Kristoya said softly. Her words were very effective. Avria let go of her mother's hand and sat down on her own seat. She placed the doll behind her, and Agnes sat down beside her. Usually, because of the simple way of eating, ordinary Greeks didn't even have a dining table. They could eat outdoors while sitting on a wooden chair, squatting, or standing, with food in their hands. The Greek nobles and the rich had a much more formal meal. They had their own dining room, with tables according to the number of people they had. There were also slaves waiting at the side to clean their hands at any time, because they ate with their hands. The situation of eating in the kingdom of Dionia was very different. After the Devers invented knives, forks, and spoons, the people no longer needed to eat with their hands. Although they still ate separately, many families began to eat at the same table. Very few families did not even separate men and women. It was said that this was all due to the Devers' influence. As the number of family members increased, the Devers had a skilled carpenter make a large round table and placed it in the middle of the dining room. The family sat around it and ate. This way, there were no close or distant relationships, and there was a lively atmosphere of a family. It was also beneficial in nurturing the children's love for their family and valuing it. The Devers sat facing the entrance of the dining room. On their right was Agnes, and on their left was Christoia. Next to Christoia was their eldest daughter, Cynthia, their second son, Clotocatax, their second daughter, Eunice, their third son, Apox, their fourth son, Bryance, and their third daughter, Avria. If their eldest son, Adoris, was included, the Devers family had a total of 10 members. The backyard supervisor, Melina, stood at the side. There were no other slaves in the dining room. After all, even the youngest, Melina, was already 4 years old and could take care of herself. The Devers had always hoped that their children could do things on their own, be self-reliant, and not rely on slaves to serve them. That way, they would not become useless people who did not know how to eat. Let's eat. After the Devers finished speaking, Clotocatax brought the food and bowls with Melina's help. He first set up the cutlery for each family member, and then distributed the food to each family member. This was the task that the Devers had arranged for the older children in the family, mainly to train their awareness of serving others. It just so happened that it was Clotocatax's turn today. After distributing the food to his parents, Clotocatax turned to Cynthia. This time, the Devers' eyes widened as they saw their eldest son quickly distribute the food to Cynthia. "Thank you, Crow," Cynthia said with a smile. Clotocatax calmly walked towards Eunice, as if nothing was out of the ordinary. The Devers immediately cast a puzzled look at Christoia. Of course, Christoia understood what her husband meant. She hadn't thought that after telling the Devers about this matter yesterday, he would publicly confirm it today. This was simply, Christoia immediately gave him a look, telling him not to be too obvious. The Devers pretended not to understand, and opened their mouths, assuming a puzzled posture. Christoia could only clench her fist and hit him on the thigh. The Devers bared their teeth in an exaggerated manner. Christoia almost spat out the oatmeal in her mouth onto the table. Agnes noticed the abnormality between the two and turned her head, casting a questioning look. The Devers, however, extended his right hand towards her smooth and supple thigh. Agnes blushed slightly, and immediately pinched it hard with her fingers. The Devers showed a pained expression again, but it was gone in a flash. The children obviously didn't notice the farce between their parents. Their attention was on the food. "Same as before, with a spoonful of honey?" Clotocatax asked his sister with a smile. Before Eunice could reply, Bryance shouted, "Do you even need to ask? She doesn't like cow or goat's milk." In this era, many citizens of the Greek city-states raised sheep, so goat's milk was a very common food. Apart from making cheese, it was also processed and consumed directly. Cows were mainly used for practical use and transportation, not for milk production. The Devers had once asked Bagul to advocate for the people of Lucania municipality to use cow's milk for sale and consumption. There were only a few people who used cow's milk, and the production wasn't large either. Of course, there was a small supply in the palace. However, the beverage for breakfast today was goat's milk. Goat's milk had a strong odor. Fortunately, the Devers had made it a rule for the children to drink a cup of goat's milk every morning so that they could grow taller and stronger. Now, the children had adapted to it, including the youngest of Ria, except for Eunice. "I don't like it, so what?" Eunice immediately glared at Bryance. Bryance didn't want to admit defeat in the face of his sister's threat, but he couldn't say anything. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Anyway, it's not right." Eunice ignored him and turned to smile at Clotocatax. Brother, give me 2 spoonfuls of honey, thank you. Clotocatax finished distributing the food for Eunice and put food for Apox. Apox cheered, great, there's meat buns today. The Greeks used fermented flour to bake bread, while the Devers had the chef wrap the beef and mutton in the fermented dough and steam them in an iron pot. The steamed meat buns were fragrant, and the children, especially the boys, liked to eat them. Apox held the hot bun with both hands and took a big bite, ignoring the heat in his mouth. Then he saw that Bryant's had also distributed the food. He suddenly rolled his eyes and said to his brother, Butte, let's play a game, okay? Whoever wins can take a bite of the other party's meat buns. No way. Bryant's cautiously put the wooden plate of meat buns in front of his chest with both hands. He lost to Apox every time they played games, so he had some psychological scars. Apox was thinking about how to persuade Bryant's when he heard Eunice say disdainfully, Butte, look at how timid you are. ABO, here you go. Eunice was satisfied that Apox had made a fool of Bryant's. She immediately broke off a small half of the meat bun and handed it to him. When Olivia, who was still in a daze, heard this, she immediately took a few bites of the meat bun. Agnes hurriedly said, Don't rush, eat slowly, it's hot. Little Butte, what kind of brother are you? You're actually trying to cheat your sister of her breakfast, Cynthia chuckled as she criticized. Facing Cynthia, Bryant didn't retort. He lowered his head and didn't say anything. Devers watched all this with a smile. Every day, this was the time when he was the most relaxed after breakfast. Cynthia, after breakfast, come with me to the bank at the port and listen to their financial report for the first half of the year, Kristoya interrupted with a cloth napkin. Although Asuna had left, Cynthia had grown up. She was family and more knowledgeable. Over the past few years, under Kristoya's intentional training, she had become her right-hand woman. Yes, mother, Cynthia replied. Olivia heard this and hurriedly said, I want to go with Sister Cynthia. Among these children, Olivia wasn't old enough to go to school yet. She usually stayed at home, and Kristoya and Agnes had their own things to do. Cynthia took care of her most of the time, so she was very attached to Cynthia. And today, Melina had woken her up too fiercely. She didn't want to stay at home alone. Cynthia more or less understood what she was thinking, so she said to Kristoya, Mother, should I bring Olivia with me? Kristoya looked at Olivia. Olivia blinked her large eyes and looked pitifully at her other mother. Be obedient when you're there, and don't shout. Kristoya was actually quite at ease with Olivia, because this child was very gentle and quiet everywhere she went. Yes. Olivia nodded vigorously. Agnes expressed her thanks to Kristofa. Olivia, you can't leave big sister. What will you do when she gets married? Eunice said. Olivia's eyes immediately reddened when she heard this. When that happens, Olivia can still visit big sister often, and big sister will come back often. She won't leave us. Agnes hurriedly comforted her daughter. At the same time, Clotocatax coughed and spat out the milk on the table. I choked on water just now, Clotocatax quickly explained. Kristoya immediately cast a cryptic glance at the Devers. The Devers were relieved. They had been observing him since he entered the restaurant. Other than the gaffe just now, the Devers did not find anything strange about the child. It showed that he had strong self-control, which made the Devers proud. Yes, Crow. You're going to be 16 soon and have formal military training. I'm going to customize a set of heavy infantry equipment for you. Do you have any requests? Asked the Devers. Doesn't Ionia's military law state that the army's weapons and equipment must meet certain requirements? You can't make arbitrary changes to the size, color, and patterns, asked Clotocatax, puzzled. That means that the appearance, size, and color of the weapons and equipment must be the same as the other soldiers in the army. However, you can add or modify some things to enhance their performance and increase their comfort. For example, you can add cloth pads in the helmet to quickly absorb sweat and reduce the impact of external forces on the head. Another example is to reduce the amount of linen glue in the linen breastplate and sew hippopotamus skin in the lining. This way, the thickness will be the same, but its defensive capabilities will be greatly increased. The Devers explained some of the tricks of customizing weapons and equipment to his son in detail. Clotho-Katax listened attentively for a while and said without hesitation, "Father, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just customize it according to the norm. Make my armor, shield, and spear the same as the other citizens." "Crow, you should." Kristoya hurriedly tried to persuade him when she heard this. The Devers said happily, "Child, you're doing the right thing. Only when you don't try to be special will you be able to get along well with your teammates. Only then will your team be able to quickly form a cohesive whole. When in battle, your teammates will not hesitate to block the enemy's spears for you in times of danger." Clotho-Katax listened to his father's teaching seriously. Kristoya saw this and didn't say anything else. "Father, I want to customize a spear and shield like bro," Bryant said loudly. "Didn't I make one for you? But it's made of wood, because you're still young. You can't lift a real spear and shield made of real iron. Can you lift the pair of big iron hammers father left in the yard?" Bryant shook his head. "When you reach Crow's age, you'll have enough strength to lift them. Then I'll customize a real spear and shield for you too, okay?" The Devers persuaded his son patiently. "Okay. Butte, do you want to be a soldier or a general in the future?" The Devers continued. "Of course I want to be a general." "That's awesome. Then you should study hard in school first. Only by learning to read can you understand the orders given by your commander. Only by learning to count can you know how to arrange your troops. Only by learning to argue can you persuade your men to follow your orders. So when you get to school, you must study hard and don't play around. You'll definitely become a general in the future, okay?" The Devers also took the opportunity to persuade Bryant. Although he was still young, he was too energetic and brave. He had been at school for half a year and caused a lot of trouble in his class. The teacher had already reported it to Kristoya several times. Bryant nodded, not really understanding. "Ah, Bo, don't just snicker. You have to help your brother more. If he doesn't do well in the school's elementary tests, I'm going to make you pay," Diver said with a serious face. "Ah?" Apox was dumbfounded. The corners of his mouth were stained with grease and crumbs. He looked rather comical, causing his siblings to burst into laughter. After breakfast, Crystal, Cynthia, and Ivia rode in a carriage to the port. Agnes, on the other hand, sat in another carriage and hurried towards the Temple of Hera in Turiadong City. Clotho-Katax, Apox, Eunice and Bryant were escorted by guards and slaves to the triangle of the river in Turin. However, when they got there, his siblings would go to the Turin Academy, while Clotho-Katax would go to the Dionia Academy separately. After the Devers saw off their wives and children, they went to the Dionia Senate under the protection of the palace guards. When the Dionia Senate was established more than 10 years ago, it was only the highest authority of the Dionia people. Now, it represented the most powerful kingdom in the entire western Mediterranean Greece, and people looked up to it. Of course, the Dionia palace that was built later took away part of its glory. When the Senate was built, its grand appearance was amazing, but it also made outsiders laugh. A newly formed alliance of less than 2 or 3 cities actually built a grand hall that was not commensurate with its strength. Now, no one dared to say such strange things. Instead, they sighed at the foresight of the King of Devers. Although the territory was constantly expanding, the number of Dionia senators did not always increase. After the Polixus case and the losses of the Southern Italian War, the number of senators declined sharply. When a meeting was held, there were only a few people in the huge hall. Everyone was either on the battlefield or shouldering heavy responsibilities to stabilize the country. It was the most difficult period for Dionia, and it was also the period when the senators played an important role. In the end, Dionia survived and ushered in another great development of the kingdom. With Laos taking the lead, the allied city-states of Trine, Castellon, Crotone, Corunna, Heraclea, and Metapontum took the initiative to join the kingdom. The 3 former allied city-states of Locri, Medma, and Hyhernion were forced to join the kingdom. Silatina, Ionona, and Copsa were territories occupied by Dionia. Naxos, Catanae, Sicily, and Tauromenion also became part of the kingdom. In the next 10 years, while the kingdom worked hard to restore the population, agriculture, and trade of the newly acquired lands, it also declared war on the Mashapi and Pucheti, citing the fact that they had broken the treaty and attacked Tarentum, a free city in Daionia. In the Great Battle of Brindisi, the Devers led 5 legions and 2 cavalry legions to successfully defeat the allied forces of Mashapi and Puchetti. Taking advantage of the heavy losses of these two fierce races, the Kingdom of Daionia began to carry out annual planned and step-by-step encroachment operations. Until the beginning of the year before last, there were no more independent towns in the 2 regions of Mashapi and Puchetti. This also made the Grand Hall of the Senate of Daionia not as empty as it used to be. The number of senators also exceeded 200, occupying 1/5 of all the seats in the hall. Therefore, maintaining the normal order of the Senate during meetings became an important task for the Supreme Censor and his subordinates. "The king has arrived," the disciplinary officer shouted, and the noisy hall suddenly became quiet. After Daionia became a kingdom from an alliance, the biggest difference between the Grand Hall and the past was that the semicircular seats of the senators surrounded the center of the hall. A little behind the center of the hall was a cowhide chair, which was the seat of the king of Daionia. Behind the wooden chair was a door, which was a passage for the king of Devers to enter and exit. 4 fully armed palace guards with spears and shields entered the hall in neat steps and stood on both sides of the leather chair. All of the elders stood up to show their respect. This was not done spontaneously. It was a law passed by the Senate of the Kingdom of Daionia in the past 10 years. It stipulated that whenever the king attended a meeting of the Senate, this etiquette was mandatory. Any senator who did not stand up or bow would be expelled from the meeting by the Supreme Censor. As for the palace guards entering the meeting hall, it was because the number of senators in the Senate had skyrocketed after the Southern Italian War. Although the guards guarding the Senate would search the senators before entering the meeting hall to prevent any of them from carrying weapons, some of the senators who had just joined Daionia had deep conflicts. For example, Senator Crotone and Senator Lockley, Senator Trine and Senator Cybernian. During the debate on the bill, a single word of disagreement could easily lead to conflict. Several times, it even threatened the safety of the Devers. Therefore, Marighi and Plazinas proposed to allow the palace guards under the command of the Devers to enter the meeting hall with the approval of more than half of the senators. This way, they could protect the king and at the same time assist the Supreme Censor in maintaining order in the meeting hall. Of course, after 10 years and some improvements to the Senate meeting system, the current Senate meetings were much more orderly. The Devers sat firmly on the leather chair. As there were 2 steps below his seat, his height was basically the same as the seats at the back of the meeting hall. The Devers looked at the nearly 200 senators in front of him. Most of them were concentrated in the front of the center of the meeting hall so that they could hear the voices of the speakers clearly. The most senior senator sat in the front row. The seat in the middle belonged to Cunagurata. This was a reward from the Devers for what he had done over the years. The senators also recognized his ability and prestige. However, he had been bedridden all this time. When they heard from Helps that his condition was worsening, the Devers were a little worried. The seat next to him should have belonged to Cornelis. He was also a senator who had worked hard and made great contributions. However, as the rotating chairman today, he stood in front of the wooden table in the center of the meeting hall to the right of the Devers. After 10 years, his hair and beard were all white, and his figure was hunched. Devers sighed in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that Cunagurata had been absent for a long time and the fact that the Senate needed a prestigious elder to stand guard for him, he might have considered letting Cornelis, who was almost 60 years old, no longer take on the heavy duty of the rotating chairman. It was too exhausting, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Seated in the center of the front row were the 3 presidents of the Senate, Vespa, Sidorum and Lysias. Although Lysias of Crotone was a late senator, he respected Crotone, which was once a powerful city in Greece. On the other hand, Crotone used to be the leader of Silton, Trine, and Carunia. Although it was in the past, it still had some influence. Therefore, Lysias, who was once the chief general of Crotone, became the rotating chairman of the Senate after the Devers' suggestion. Sitting in the first row were Tritodmos, Protesilaus, Raphias, Antares, Felicius, Merces, Marighi, Plazinas, Burkos. These were the senators who had made great contributions to the kingdom before the Southern Italian War. Other than that, the former mercenary senators who loved to sit together had also changed their seating arrangement. For example, Antonio sat alone, surrounded by senators from Sicily. Initially, Helos did not want to sit alone, but some of the senators from Rockley and its allies that he had conquered and subjugated preferred to sit beside him. As a result, some of the former mercenary senators were very dissatisfied. In the end, Helos had no choice but to stay away from the mercenary senators. Later on, in order to prevent a situation like Antonio's from happening again, the Devers would send 2 to 3 legions to attack the designated towns of Masapi and Pcheti each time after the Battle of Brindisi. This way, not only would every soldier gain military merits and receive training, but it would also disperse the influence of the commanders on the conquered areas. Even so, there were still some Masapi and Pcheti senators who were thick-skinned enough to squeeze into the group of former mercenary senators, causing the largest group in the Senate to gradually fall apart. Not only was the Devers not worried, but he was also happy to see such a situation happen. Now, he no longer needed to rely on these mercenaries to gain a foothold in the kingdom. At this moment, the Devers placed his hands on the armrests of the chair and leaned against the back of the chair in a more comfortable position. He then said to Cornelis, "Let's begin." The first item on the agenda for this Senate meeting was the report of the chief executive of Annona, Assists, whose term had expired. Debriefing was a necessary procedure for every Dionian elder who was about to step down from his post. On one hand, it was to let the other senators understand and evaluate their performance during their term. If they performed well, it would be easier for them to take up new positions in the upcoming elections. If they performed poorly, they would have a reason to be idle the next time. This also forced the senators to not slack off when they took up their positions. No one could tolerate being seen as incompetent by their colleagues. On the other hand, it would be easier for the other senators to understand the current situation and difficulties of the position or the region through the retiring senator. This would make it easier for them to consider the proposals related to the position or to decide whether or not to take up the position. 3 years ago, Assists had given a report to Annona, so this time, he was familiar with the process and spoke in a more concise manner. After he finished his speech, applause rang out around him. Of course, many of the applause was for the sake of reward. At this moment, the rotating chairman, Cornelis, said loudly, "My lords, it is now time to ask Sir Assists questions." The Assists immediately felt nervous. The most difficult part of the report had arrived. As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, Felicius immediately stood up. "My lords, I remember that 3 years ago, Sir Assists once said that Annona wanted to be the bridge between the Campanian alliance and the kingdom of Dionia. I would like to ask Sir Assists, in the past 3 years, what achievements has Annona made in this regard?" The Assists heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Felicius gratefully. As expected of a senior officer in the mercenary army, this was completely helping him. In the previous report, the Assists had already mentioned this. Now, he only needed to elaborate. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your wise decision to allow the Kingdom of Dionia to form an alliance with the Campanian alliance. This is the basis for Annona's rapid development of relations with the various cities in Campania. As we all know, due to the Samni's invasion of the various cities in Campania, some cities have fallen into the hands of the Samni, including the ancient city of Capusa. Although the Samni and the Campanian alliance have reached a peace agreement under our mediation, the land that the Samni have occupied cannot be returned. Hence, there are many Campanians who have lost their homes and land in the Campanian region. In the past, in order to survive, most of them could only work as mercenaries. Ever since Annona became a new piece of land, although the original inhabitants, the Samni, have all left, the growth of its population has been very slow. This is because the Greek immigrants from the eastern Mediterranean are more willing to settle in the Magna Graecia region of the kingdom, as it is closer to the mainland, and the customs are similar and more familiar. Very few of them are willing to move to Annona in the middle of the west coast of Italy. A few years ago, the residents of Annona were mainly some of the original Legio III soldiers and their families. At this point, the Assists nodded slightly at Vespa, Hegemon, and the other Lucanian senators, as the soldiers of the Legio III were mainly Lucanians. Annona has a lot of uncultivated land, but it lacks labor. Hence, when Lady Alexis was in office, she took some measures to attract Campanians to work in Annona. Under the guidance of Lady Alexis, due to the improvement of the diplomatic environment, I proposed some new measures, such as allowing the Campanians to rent 5 acres of land even if they are unwilling to become citizens of Dionia. If they want to cultivate uncultivated land, they can rent more than 10 acres at a time. After 6 years, a lot of uncultivated land in Annona has been developed into farmland, and the tax revenue has been greatly increased. At the same time, I provided cheap accommodation for the Campanians in Annona. The port, the market, and all other places that require labor are open to them. They are basically treated the same as the free citizens of Dionia. As a result, a large number of Campanians poured into Annona, greatly promoting the rapid development of Annona's port. Annona, which only had a simple dock 10 years ago, has now become one of the most important ports in the middle of the west coast of Italy. My lords, as far as I know, when Legio III first occupied Annona, the Campanians were afraid of the kingdom. They did not want to face the threat of a stronger kingdom while fighting against the Samni. The Campanian alliance signed the treaty with us, trembling with fear. I think they were psychologically resistant to us at that time, but after years of hard work by us, especially Annona, the Campanians' fear is disappearing, and their love for the kingdom is growing. Many Campanians believe that the kingdom of Dionia is a wealthy, culturally rich Greek kingdom that treats them kindly. They can find work in the kingdom's territory and earn money to support their families. They will not be exploited too much. So far, about 800 Campanians have officially become citizens of Dionia in Annona, and about 1,400 Campanians have become probationary citizens. There are about 3,000 registered Campanians who wish to become citizens of Dionia, and the number is still increasing. When assists finished, the elders applauded. This time, it was not out of etiquette, but a recognition of his achievements in Annona. At the same time, they were proud that their kingdom had been recognized by the people of a powerful city-state alliance in Italy. After the applause died down, Hegemon stood up and said, "Lord Assists, Annona is a special town. It's special because not only does it border the Campanians, but it's also close to the Simonians. Have you taken the same measures against the rebellious Samnian people, who are also part of the Diana alliance? Have you allowed Annona to become the bridge between the Samnian people and the kingdom?" Compared to the previous question, this one was easier to answer. It was another free point. So, Assists nodded at Hegemon. "Thank you, Lord Hegemon, for your question. Annona is indeed neighboring the Samni, mainly the Cautini, one of the 4 major tribes of the Samni. However, unlike the Campanian alliance, Annona is not the only kingdom that shares a border with the Samni. Copsa and the Free City of Potentia are neighbors of the Samni. All 3 of us have been working hard to improve our relationship with the Samni. After all, the Samni are different from the Campanians. They are not Greeks, and their customs are completely different from ours. In the past, they have always been enemies of the Campanians, and are wary of our kingdom. Although I have tried to make it easier for the Samni to enter Annona to trade or work, there have been very few Samni entering Annona for the past few years. However, 3 years ago, I decided to build the town of Baparia in the valley of Laconia in the north of Annona, next to Cautini. Now, the town is developing rapidly. When Assists said this, the Devers suddenly said, "Laconia. Is the leader of this town of Cautini Quinduk?" "Your Majesty, it is Quinduk, the leader of the Cautini tribe that you captured. He used to be the leader of the largest Cautini tribe in Laconia," Assists replied. "He is quite friendly to Dionia." The Devers nodded. When the Samni army invaded Potentia and was defeated, several noble Samni leaders were captured, including Quinduk, Gurney, and even Torek, the leader of Pentine. For some reason, the Devers treated them well and even let them stay in Turii for a while, treating them like distinguished guests. In the end, they were released to Samni along with the other captives. It seemed that not only Gurney, but Quinduk had also changed his attitude toward Dionia. Seeing that the Devers did not speak, Assists continued, "We all know that the Samni live in the mountains and mainly graze for a living. There is a lack of food there, and it is not enough to support a large population. So for decades, the Cautini have been attacking the Campanian alliance to gain more land. 10 years ago, the Samni also launched a large-scale attack on Potentia. In the end, they were defeated by the army led by His Majesty and had no choice but to become our ally. In the town of Barbaria, we built a market to sell grains and other food to the Samni people. The Samni people can use any goods to barter with us. They don't have to use gold or silver coins. Of course, the ores, prey, and livestock that they bring have to be valued first. we try to be as fair as possible. As time passed, the Samani who traded with us gradually let down their guard. In order to obtain more grains to bring back to the tribe, many of their tribesmen began to enter the town of Barbaria and accept the employment of the citizens of the town, cutting down trees, clearing wastelands, farming, in exchange for payment. Today, the town of Barbaria is the busiest. In one day, there are nearly 300 Samani working in the town. At the same time, they have also begun to slowly accept some of our customs, such as rugby matches. Many Samani people like this kind of intense physical collision sport, which is very suitable for the fierce Samani warriors to play. I believe that in another year or two, there will be a Samani team participating in the kingdom's rugby finals. At this time, the Devers added, this year, a Samani team was invited by Turii to participate. It comes from Abenalim, near Kopsa. The assists was stunned for a moment, but then he smiled and said, it seems that Lord Sexima has done a better job in this aspect than I have. Another person stood up from the group of elders. Lord Assists, I would like to know how the religion of the Hades is spreading in the Campanian region. The Assists looked at the person who asked, and saw that it was Pleasantness. As the scepter priest of the Temple of Hades, Pleasantness naturally had some understanding of the development of the temples in the cities. Asking this question at this time was, in fact, still a freebie. So when the Assists nodded at Pleasantness, he glanced at Marigi in the corner of the hall. He knew that although Marigi was one of the few elders from Persia in the kingdom, and usually seemed to be alone in the Senate, he was in fact a liaison between the former mercenary elders and the other elders. Of course, behind him stood the king's Devers. Therefore, in today's 3 consecutive questions focused on his most outstanding achievements in the 6 years he was in Annona. Obviously, these were instructions from the Devers. He suppressed his gratitude towards the king of the Devers and said as calmly as possible, although the Temple of Hades in Annona is not under the jurisdiction of the City Hall, the City Hall has also tried its best to help the development of the Temple of Hades, such as selling grain and herbs to the temple at a very low price every time, and even providing labor and doctors when the temple is short of manpower. As for the Campanians and Simonians who enter Annona, we have done a lot of guidance, so that they can seek help from the temple when they are in trouble. Over the years, the Temple of Hades has helped countless outsiders who were hungry, homeless, sick, and in all kinds of difficulties. After they returned to their mother country with gratitude, they built many small Hades altars in Pompeii, Naples, Sorrentum, and even some tribes of Simonians. Pompeii even began to hold a celebration of the Hades on September 9 every year with Annona. What is slightly different about the Simonians is that they not only began to believe in the Hades, but they also began to respect Hercules. Therefore, not only did Annona build the Temple of Hades in the town of Barbaria, but it also built the Temple of Hercules. Every year, during the celebration of Hercules on May 20th, many Simonians would come to Barbaria to actively participate in the Hercules competition and other competitions. After the Assists finished speaking, Pleasantness immediately said, thank you, Lord Assists, for your help all these years, so that the faith of the Hades can quickly spread in central Italy. After Pleasantness sat down, another elder stood up. This was Elder Brudi, Krelu. As a young elder, his question was not so polite. Lord Assists, as far as I know, before you took office, Annona's territory was full of forests, and huge trees could be seen everywhere. But during the 6 years that you were in power, almost all the trees in the territory were cut down. Don't you think that this is a little too much? Assists smiled and replied, thank you, Lord Krelu, for your concern for the environment around Annona. I would like to explain this question. First of all, the cutting down of the trees in Annona was approved by the Ministry of Agriculture, and it was not a violation of the law. As he spoke, he looked at the Minister of Agriculture, Buckos. 10 years ago, Buckos had resigned from his position as the Agriculture Minister because of the Polixis case. The person who took over the position, Bagalipi, died of illness a few years later. At that time, the agriculture of the kingdom was at its busiest. Great Greece had accepted too many new citizens, and their work in the fields needed guidance and supervision. The newly acquired land in Masapi and Pacheti urgently needed planning and reasonable distribution. Therefore, the Ministry of Agriculture was in urgent need of a capable leader. Devers once again appointed Buckos. Under his persuasion, Buckos once again returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar position, and had stayed until now. Thank you, Lord Buckos, for your explanation. The assists continued. Actually, if Lord Crero were to investigate in Annona, he would realize that we only cut down the trees that grew on the plains. We didn't cut down any trees in the mountains. Why did we cut down the trees on the plains? After Annona was occupied by the Samani, they didn't reclaim the land, causing the forest to extend all the way to the sea. The Samani are used to living in the mountains and forests, but we, the people of Dionia, can't. We need arable land to grow crops. If we don't cut down the trees and clear the wasteland, there won't be any arable land in Annona. We can't rely on livestock to feed the growing population of Annona. If we buy crops from outside, the price will be high, and the lives of the people will be greatly affected. Would they still be willing to live in Annona when there are plenty of arable land in other parts of the kingdom? In that case, to maintain our presence in Annona, the kingdom has to pay a high price, and it's not worth it. Besides, Annona is close to the Sauron Peninsula, and its territory is mainly in the south, dozens of miles away from Poseidonia. If there's no land road connecting it, it's not convenient to connect it to the port by sea. Building a road also requires cutting down the trees. More importantly, the assists looked around and said in a low voice, although the Samani were defeated by us in the war 10 years ago and had no choice but to become an ally of the kingdom, we can't let our guard down. Recently, I heard that the Catini have started to attack the Campanian alliance again. Annona is far from the center of the kingdom, and it's in an unfamiliar land. We must ensure that transportation is convenient. If there's an accident, our army can arrive in time. Our soldiers are better at displaying their power on the plains, while the Samani are good at fighting in the mountains and forests. Cutting down the trees on the plains is also to ensure the safety of Annona. After the assists finished speaking, the elders began to whisper to each other. The news of the Catini attacking the Campanian alliance had been reported to Turiai by a Neapolitan envoy a few days ago. Although the elders did not think that the Samani would dare to break the treaty and declare war on the kingdom, they were still satisfied with the assists' proactive approach. Crero had nothing to say. Devers nodded slightly. After so many years of training, assists had indeed grown up. At this moment, Marigi stood up and said politely, I have a question. Of course, it's not within your authority, Lord Assists, but I still want to consult you. With your 6 years of experience in Annona, I hope you can give me some suggestions on how to break Carthage's trade monopoly on Sardinia and Corsica. There was a commotion in the venue. Clearly, this question was a bit too much. But looking at Marigi's eager eyes, Assists turned around and looked at the Devers, who were sitting steadily on the chair. The Devers nodded at him. Assists knew that he could not refuse this question. So, he pondered for a while before saying, I remember that the agreement we signed with Carthage states that Dionia's merchant ships are not allowed to trade on the southern Iberian Peninsula, Sardinia, and Corsica. The best way to change Carthage's monopoly on the trade of these two large islands and obtain a large amount of precious metals is to revise the agreement with Carthage and let them agree to us trading with these two islands. But I think this is basically impossible, because the trade between the southern tip of the Iberian Peninsula and these two islands are the two most important trade markets that support Carthage's prosperity. The Carthage will never give up on them. 100 years ago, Carthage took the initiative to launch 2 naval wars because the Greeks coveted Sardinia and won both times. If we don't have the intention to tear up the agreement and start a war with Carthage, it's better not to provoke it. After Assists finished his warning, everyone shook their heads in disappointment. This answer was no different from the answers of the other elders in the past. Then, Assists changed the topic. However, although Carthage has an agreement with us and has similar requirements for the Phoenicians in Sardinia and Corsica, no matter how developed Carthage's goods are, it is impossible for them to produce everything to meet the needs of the Phoenicians on these two islands. For example, I heard that the Sardinians prefer the pottery of Athens to the pottery of Carthage, so Carthage buys the pottery of Athens and then resells it to the Sardinians. Naturally, the price is higher. Moreover, many goods are transported from Carthage to Sardinia and Corsica. The longer distance causes the transportation costs to increase, and the price of the goods also increases. If we sell the same goods that they need in the markets of Annona, Poseidonia, and Picassus at a more suitable price, I believe that it will attract the Phoenician merchants of the two islands to buy them. Now, they can occasionally be seen in the market of Annona, and I believe that this will attract more people. However, even if it can be achieved, it will not be a large-scale trade, especially when it comes to precious metals. After all, the Phoenician cities on these islands rely heavily on Carthage, and it is impossible for them to do anything that will harm the interests of Carthage. Thank you for your answer. Marigi sat down with a happy expression. Assist's suggestion confirmed his thoughts. After him, a few other elders raised questions, and Assist smoothly answered them one by one. Since Assist was a mercenary and married a Lucanian, and his uncle Antonios was one of the leaders of the elders in Sicily, the Assists had connections with several large groups of the elders. Therefore, the elders would not make things difficult for him and set up obstacles for him to report his work. Seeing that the questions were coming to an end, Assists was about to heave a sigh of relief when a familiar voice came from behind him. I have a question for you. Assist's heart tightened. He quickly turned around and said respectfully, Your Majesty, please ask. The elders in the hall pricked up their ears. The Devers asked casually, What do the Campanians think of the people of Rome? The people of Rome? Only a few elders were unfamiliar with this name. Antonios heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. It seemed that the Devers did not deliberately target Assists. Although he quarreled with his nephew last night, Assist's words still reminded him, so he began to pay attention to the Devers' every move today. He also began to avoid arousing suspicion and did not ask Assist's questions. Your Majesty, in my contact with the Campanians, they rarely talk about this Latin city-state in the north. After all, there are Volsci and other Latin city-states between Rome and Campania. Moreover, Rome's sea trade is not developed, and there are very few trade contacts with the Campanians. From this, it can be seen that they do not know much about this city-state, nor do they attach much importance to it. However, when they occasionally mention Rome, the two words barbaric and belligerent are inseparable. I can sense that the Campanians despise and are somewhat afraid of Rome. This may have something to do with the fact that Rome defeated the Celts who invaded Etruria and the Latins in the third year of the kingdom, 390 BC. Over the years, Rome has conquered many Etrurian city-states and other Latin city-states. The Assists had been in power in Annona for 6 years, but he had never come into contact with the people of Rome. However, 3 years ago, when he was elected for the second time as the governor of Annona, the Assists had mentioned Rome when they invited him to a banquet and sent him off. He had been paying attention to it, so he was fully prepared. To answer this question, the Devers had sent people to collect intelligence about Rome. He knew Rome far better than the senators present. The reason why he asked this question was because he was curious about the Campanians' attitude toward the people of Rome. In the history of the previous life, the Campanians were invaded by the Simonians and finally chose to ask for help from Rome. Perhaps it was because there was no other force in the surrounding area that could help them except for Rome. In fact, I'm afraid that they have the same thoughts as the Campanians in this life. However, they have a stronger backer now. With the help of Dionia, the Simonians dare not invade them again, so they probably won't turn to Rome for help. The Devers' mind was filled with thoughts, but his face was calm as he nodded at the Assists. After the Devers asked the question, no one else in the hall raised any more questions. The rotating chairman, Cornelis, invited the Assists to return to his seat. Next, the 5 senators of the kingdom's officials management committee would grade the Assists based on his performance in the 3 years he had been in power in Annona. Judging from the Assists' performance, he could at least be rated as good. Of course, this score was not made public. After it was reviewed by the king of the Devers, it would be archived by the committee as an important proof of appointment for the Assists in the future. The next item on the agenda. Cornelis said loudly, elect the new governor of Annona. At this point, he turned around and asked, Your Majesty, do you have a candidate in mind? This was not Cornelis's flattery. It was the custom of the Senate to elect a senior official. They first had to confirm whether the king had a candidate in mind. If there was, they would bring it up for discussion. If everyone thought that the candidate was suitable, then it would be decided. If most people thought that the candidate was not suitable, the king could be replaced. This was the privilege of the king of Dionia, but the Devers rarely used it. They knew that if they always acted alone, they would be hated by others. Besides, they could privately inform the Malians to achieve their goal. There was no need to be so obvious. I do not have a candidate. The Devers tapped his fingers on the armrest and said seriously, however, the requirements for the position of governor of Annona are different from those of other cities. As the northernmost city in the kingdom, on one hand, the successor needs to be able to handle the relationship with the Campanians and Simonians, and continue to increase their goodwill toward the kingdom. At the same time, the successor needs to continue to develop Annona into the hub of the kingdom's maritime trade with central and northern Italy. In addition, due to the complicated origins of the people in Annona, due to the different customs and habits, conflicts and disputes are not uncommon. This is a test of the successor's governance ability. The senators who wish to apply to be a candidate, as well as the senators who are in charge of the election, must consider carefully before making a decision. Now, the senators who want to be the governor of Annona, please sign up. As soon as Cornelis finished speaking, someone quickly stood up and said in a loud voice, "I want to run." The Devers narrowed their eyes slightly. It was Myron, the former chief general of Crotone, who had once fought with the Devers. After Crotone merged into the kingdom of Dionia, he first assisted Cornelis, the governor of Crotone at that time, in rebuilding Ciudad Crotone. He then held several middle-level positions in Ciudad Crotone: construction officer, agricultural officer, administrative adjutant. After Dionia conquered Masapi, because of Myron's outstanding performance in Crotone, the Devers personally appointed Myron as the governor of Udir, the central town of Masapi, to show their complete trust in him. Myron did not disappoint. After taking office, he was swift and decisive, quelling several riots and finding out several tribes who were unwilling to surrender, including the family of Pachimerus. Pachimerus died suddenly shortly after the defeat in the Battle of Brindisi. There were different opinions about the cause of his death. Some thought that he committed suicide because he felt that the future of Masapi was hopeless, some said that his family assassinated him in order to seize power, and some thought that the other tribes in Udir had long been dissatisfied with his dictatorship and took the opportunity to kill him. Myron showed no mercy to them. He either executed them, imprisoned or expelled them, causing the order in the entire Udir region to be strict. Even the people in the nearby towns of Masapi became much more well-behaved. Half a year ago, Myron ended his term and returned to Turiai. He did not ask for another term. At this moment, Myron applied to go to Annona, but the Devers were not very optimistic about him. After all, what Annona needed was a senator who could handle the relationship with Campania and Samone, and who was politically flexible and tough. Myron, who was called the executioner by some of the people of Udir, was too radical. At this time, another senator stood up from the crowd. Xianxia. The eyes of the Devers blinked again. After the Southern War, many city-states merged into the Kingdom of Dionia. Although the Senate had absorbed many new senators from these city-states, they could not be sent out immediately to manage a city independently. This was because their loyalty needed to be verified, and they did not understand the political system and laws of Dionia, so they needed some time to familiarize themselves with it. However, there were not many senior senators in the Senate, so these new senators became the majority. Therefore, the Senate urgently promoted many outstanding mid-level public officials to become senators, such as assists, olivers, matones, geogres, sexlian, aristocrates, fracilian, and even madicris, mentadicels, stesicordas, and so on from the Dionia Academy. But at that time, there weren't many elders who had the experience of being a city administrator, and there were many cities within the kingdom that needed to be filled by the elders. For this reason, Divers and Cunigarata had no choice but to mobilize the former mercenary elders to take up the heavy responsibility, volunteering to be the administrators of these new territories, and using the newly promoted elders as assistants. This way, the old elders would learn to govern in practice, and the new elders would understand the workings of the kingdom's system through assistance. Divers believed that this was a win-win situation, and that was why there were many situations like Antonius became the administrator of Naxos, Alexis governed Annona, and Hyros took over Rockley. Although there were some problems, overall, it was a good way to ensure the stability of the kingdom of Dionia and the good functioning of the political system. Xianxia was also one of the senators who was forced to do more than he could chew. Because of the incident where he became a laughingstock in the Isthmus tournament, he learned from it and strengthened his study of knowledge and culture. He even went to the Dionia Academy to listen to Lysias' eloquence. Therefore, when he became the first governor, he did not ask the Senate to send a new senator from a local town to assist him. Of course, this town that was newly annexed to the kingdom was the easiest to manage. Castellan, a small town next to Turin, had always been influenced by Daionia. Its people admired Daionia, which made Castellan, which had not yet joined Daionia, look like a satellite town of Turin. Therefore, Adrianx successfully governed Castellan for 3 years. His greatest achievement in Castellan was to lay the foundation for Castellan to become a real satellite town of Turin. The other satellite town of Turin was Abyssinia. From the convenience of transportation to the expansion of the port, to letting the people of Castellan join Turin's city rugby and football matches, and so on, Adrianx made a lot of efforts. He also wrote several letters to the Senate to apply for the transformation of the tidal flat north of Castellan into a military port, and invited the first fleet of Daionia to settle there. At that time, it coincided with the expansion of the urban area of Turin, and the temporary military port built downstream of the Cretae River for the war in southern Italy was no longer suitable for the fleet to dock. Adrianx took the initiative to provide a place for the fleet, which was equivalent to asking for funds from the Senate to transform the troublesome tidal flat for free. At the same time, he also promoted the development of the port of Castellan and small businesses. Later, due to the continuous expansion of Daionia's territory and the strategic needs of the kingdom, the main force of the First Fleet later moved to the main port of Tarentum. However, the military port of Castellan was still one of the important military ports in the Taranto Bay, so the people of Castellan still remembered his good deeds. Later, Adrianx was transferred to the governor of Heraclea, another great Greek city-state that had long been under his control. It was not difficult for Adrianx to govern, but he was not idle either. During his 3 years in office, he led the people to dredge the river, build bridges, and fill in the swamps. By the time he left, the annual floods suffered by the people of Heraclea had been greatly reduced. Then, he became the governor of Ugentum. Ugentum was a seaport town in the Messapi region, across the sea from Cremissa. Due to the small population in the city and the frequent sea trade with the Greek city-states in Magna Graecia, the people of Ugentum were not as wary of the Greeks as the people of Ordiere. Therefore, Adrianx's administration did not encounter any major problems. He took advantage of Ugentum's geographical location close to the Taranto Bay and Ordiere to vigorously expand the port and build the road to Ordiere, making Ugentum a transit point between Turin and Ordiere. Because Turin, Ugentum, Ordiere had become the most convenient route, usually only a day's journey, thus bringing benefits to the people of Ugentum. Adrianx's achievements as the governor 3 times were dazzling. The kingdom's officials' management committee gave him excellent marks for his administrative work during his tenure, and they also said that he was good at town construction and could improve the lives of the people. However, Enona's situation was more complicated than Castellan, Heraclea, and Ugentum. The Devers were not sure if Adrianx could handle it well. Then, another senator raised his hand. Most of the senators around him had a complicated look on their faces. It was Nicomachus, the senator from Lochley. During the Great Hellenic War, Lochley, as a city-state in Magna Graecia, became an accomplice of Dionysius, the tyrant of Syracuse. It was also rumored that Lochley was once suspected of assassinating the Devers. Therefore, the people of Lochley became the rats on the streets and were spurned by the people of Magna Graecia. After Lochley surrendered to Daionia, in order to stabilize this once powerful Magna Graecia and its allies, several senators with high prestige in the Council of Lochley were elected as senators of Daionia. Nicomachus, who was the first to propose the surrender to Demodorus, was naturally one of them. Nicomachus and Myron stayed in Lochley to assist Helos in governing Lochley. The people of Lochley quickly accepted the rule of Daionia. This was partly due to Nicomachus' efforts. Of course, it was also because the culture of Lochley was compatible with Daionia. Because the people of Lochley regarded Persephone, the wife of Pluto, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, as the patron saints of the city, they had a natural sense of closeness to the people of Daionia. In addition, the harsh laws of Lochley made it easier for the people of Lochley to obey authority. In the 6th year of Daionia, the Devers appointed Nicomachus as the governor of Odrum. Odrum was also a coastal city in the Messapi region. Unlike Ugentum, Odrum was located at the southeast end of the Italian peninsula. Because of the fertile land around it, the town had a large population. Moreover, it was located at the exit of the Adriatic Sea. It was the closest place in the Italian peninsula to the mainland of Greece. 200 miles across the Adriatic Sea was the famous island of Kerkyra. Therefore, Odrum was also the town in the Mesopi region most influenced by Greek culture. Sometimes, merchants from Athens and merchants from Pythias, who represented the people of Sparta, could even be seen operating in its port. After the people of Mesopi were conquered, Odrum became the second most turbulent city after Ude. This showed how difficult it was to govern. However, within 3 years of Nicomachus taking office, the political situation in Odrum was stable, and the people gradually submitted to him. This showed how capable he was. In fact, the Devers thought that Nicomachus was the best candidate for the governor of Annona. However, he had stated in advance that he would not appoint a candidate. Therefore, the possibility of Nicomachus being elected was slim, because the people of Lochley were not welcomed by the Greek senators. There was another senator who participated in the election. He was from Sicily, but unlike the other Sicilian senators, he came from Syracuse. When the Devers learned of this, they sent messengers to negotiate. Syracuse was under a low roof and had no choice but to lower its head. How could it dare to disagree? In the end, nearly 3,000 people left Syracuse at once, and the leader was Terrace. These thousands of people did not go to Leontini. Most of them came to Catanae under Terrace's persuasion. At that time, Catanae occupied almost half of the Catanae plains and was short of manpower. Of course, it accepted them without hesitation. As the leader of these 2,000 people, Terrace eventually became a senator of Dionia. However, Terrace did not like to stay with the other senators of Sicily. Instead, he was closer to the former mercenary senators. He used to be an inspector of Turiae and also served in the Ministry of Military Affairs. He was able to put down his pride as a senator and actively participated in the military training in the barracks. In the end, he even became a captain of the Turiae army's reserve team. In the 5th year of Dionia, he became the governor of Nudum. 3 years passed peacefully without any particularly outstanding performance. After all, Nudum was the first Lucanian territory to be incorporated into the Dioria alliance. The successive governors had poured their heart and soul into it. Whether it was the system, agriculture, trade, or public construction, they were all developed well. He only needed to follow the rules. At the end of his term, the evaluation of the kingdom's officials' management committee was good. However, the Devers found that the people of Nudum were actually reluctant to see him leave. This was a little special. One had to know that Terrace had always been in Sicily and did not have the opportunity to interact with the Lucanians. However, he was able to treat the Greeks and Lucanians equally in Nudum. This was especially rare. Therefore, the Devers once again appointed him as the governor of Vigo city. During his term, this characteristic of his was once again displayed in the eyes of the Brudi people. Therefore, although he had only left office less than 2 months ago, the Devers still felt that he was a suitable candidate to succeed Nicomachus as the next governor of Annona. What was going on today? The position of the governor of Annona actually attracted 4 outstanding senators to compete for it. This made the Devers even more excited. After confirming the names of the 4 candidates to the elders, Cornelis announced the start of the voting. Each elder cut out a small piece of papyrus they carried with them and wrote down the name of the elder they wanted to vote for. Then, according to the order, they walked to the wooden table in front of Cornelis, where a large ballot box was placed. Supreme Censor Sesta and Supreme Judge Tritodemus stood by the side to supervise, mainly to prevent the elders from cheating. Of course, there were some senators who were illiterate. They would raise their hands, and a keeper and an inspector would come to their side. The keeper would write down the name that the senator whispered on a piece of paper, and the inspector would make sure that he didn't make any mistakes. For an illiterate elder, asking someone else to write on his behalf in front of so many people was actually a very awkward thing. After experiencing it once or twice, they would often take the initiative to find a teacher to learn how to read and write in order to get out of this predicament as soon as possible. For example, most of the former mercenary elders had gotten rid of the title of illiteracy because of this reason. And now, the elders in the hall who could not read Greek were mainly from the Pucetti, who were the latest to enter the Senate. After the votes were tallied, the one with the most votes was Adrianx, followed by Terrace, then Myron, and finally Nicomachus. This was completely in line with the Devers' prediction. Without his secret interference, the former mercenary elders, as the largest group of the elders, would mostly vote for their comrade Adrianx, who was on good terms with everyone. As for Nicomachus, even after 10 years, the resentment of the other elders of the Greek cities towards the Locrians had not completely disappeared. Otherwise, the difference in votes between him and the other three wouldn't be so great. It was completely out of line with his ability. The Devers sighed and looked at Nicomachus, but there was no dejection on his face. It was obvious that he had expected this. When the Devers announced that Adrianx would be the new chief executive of Annona, he stood up and expressed his gratitude to the Devers. At the same time, he also expressed his gratitude to the other elders. According to the requirements of the Senate and the itinerary from Thurii to Annona, Adrianx had to arrive in Annona within 8 days to take up his post. This time frame wasn't too tight, but it wasn't too generous either. Before he left, he still had to go to the palace to listen to some of the suggestions that the king, the Devers, had given him, as well as some tasks and requirements. At the same time, he had to understand the details of Annona from the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Military Affairs, the Minister of Agriculture, the Minister of Commerce, and other important officials of the kingdom. Of course, he could also make some requests to the Devers and the various ministers, such as applying for some funds, or transferring a few middle and lower-level officials from various departments that he felt were trustworthy. Whether or not he would be able to do so depended on whether the Devers and the ministers agreed to it. Finally, he had to obtain a letter of office with the king's seal and signature before he could leave. Otherwise, when he arrived in Annona, without an official document, the local officials wouldn't listen to his commands. Although the Devers didn't think that Adrianx was the most suitable candidate to be the chief executive of Annona, Adrianx's performance over the past 10 years had already exceeded their expectations and given them many surprises. Therefore, they still had high expectations for his future performance. "Sirs, does anyone else have an important proposal to make?" Cornelius asked loudly. No one in the hall responded, and the atmosphere became somewhat quiet. The Devers waited for a while before getting ready to return to the palace. Over the years, he had gradually begun to separate the internal affairs of the kingdom from the various bills that the Senate reviewed, passed, and established Dionia, and transferred them to the palace to handle. Other than the election of new senators, the election of important officials, the discussion of important bills, the establishment of new bills, wars, foreign affairs, and other important matters, he would attend the Great Assembly Hall to make the final decision. Other than that, he would spend the rest of his time in the office of the palace, handling the complicated affairs of the kingdom. When the Devers left, senators like Marigi, Merces, and Felicius, who held important positions in the kingdom, would also get up and leave for the palace to handle their affairs. This was because there was no telling when the Devers would send someone to ask them about one of the matters that they were in charge of. Laodigian anxiously nudged Antonios, who was beside him, with his hand, signaling for him to get up and speak. However, Antonios remained seated. Seeing that the Devers had already stood up, Laodigian couldn't help but stand up abruptly. "Your Majesty, I have a proposal to make, please wait a moment." Antonios hurriedly turned his head and warned him in a low voice, "Laodigian, didn't I tell you not to mention this today? Sit down." Laodigian ignored him and remained standing. The Devers revealed a playful expression and slowly sat down. "What important proposal does Lord Laodigian have to say?" "Your Majesty, the new chief executive of Annona has just been elected," Laodigian said anxiously. Laodigian said anxiously, "Why not take this opportunity to elect a new chief executive of Naxos? Lord Strompoli's term ends in 4 days." "Laodigian, what do you mean by that? Strompoli hasn't returned yet, and you want to elect the next chief executive of Naxos?" Tritobmos shouted in dissatisfaction. As they were both from Amendolara and had worked together for so many years, he had a good relationship with Strompoli. Seeing that Tritobmos was unhappy, Laodigian immediately explained with a smile, "Lord Tritobmos, didn't Lord Strompoli write to the Senate that he will not run for the position of the next chief executive of Naxos? We can choose a successor here and hand it over to him as soon as possible. That way, he can leave Naxos in peace. He has worked so hard for 3 years. There have been many such examples in the past. Lord Laodigian is quite concerned about his hometown. His plan is very thoughtful. Before Tritodmos could speak, the Devers interrupted with a smile, but even if Strompoli leaves Naxos for 10 or 20 days, Naxos will not have a chief executive. There are still a few deputy executives. Naxos will not be in any trouble, so you don't have to be too anxious. Your Majesty, you are right. Laodigian braced himself and said, it's just that if we can shorten this period of time, wouldn't it be safer? You are right. The Devers nodded and suddenly laughed. Safer. But what is safer? Antonios, who had been paying attention to the Devers, felt a little uneasy. Laodigian was stunned by the strange question of the Devers and did not know how to answer for a moment. Lord Laodigian, as a senator, you should look at the whole kingdom, not just your hometown. The Devers' tone was very light, but he usually addressed the senators by their names. It was rare for him to use the honorific lord like this, so the senators in the hall all felt that something was wrong. The Devers then said in a serious tone, the election of the new chief executive of Naxos will wait for Strompoli to return. If Strompoli has something important to deal with, we can even approve him to postpone his term. All right, that's all. After that, the Devers no longer paid attention to Laodigian. Before leaving his seat, he cast a meaningful glance at Antonios, which made the latter's heart beat wildly. His Majesty should know about that. The two races, who originally shared the same ancestor, had an irreconcilable hatred for each other because of the river. When the Puchetti, under the leadership of King Tremoni, put aside their old prejudices and formed an alliance with the Messapi, the Puchetti's power grew rapidly. They quickly recaptured the city of Canusian, which they had lost previously. They even crossed the Orfanto River several times to invade the lands on the north bank. While the Downey people were worried about their increasingly powerful opponents in the south, shocking news came from the south 6 years ago. The Puchetti, their mortal enemy, was defeated by a kingdom called Dionia, and their king, Tremoni, was killed in battle. A few years later, the vast territory of the Puchetti had completely changed owners. Although the Downey people knew that Dionia was a powerful kingdom, and that the whole of southern Italy was its territory, they had always been calm about it. Some of the Downey people even considered the Dionia as their friends, because Dionia had fought the Puchetti many times in the past, and even defeated the Messapi coalition 7 years ago. However, when the Dionia conquered the Puchetti and expanded their territory to the south bank of the Orfanto River, the Downey people finally panicked. When the Downey ambassador entered the Grand Hall of Turii, the king of Dionia received him warmly and readily agreed to sign a 2-year peace treaty with the Downey people. The Downey people put down their worries and spent the next 2 years in peace. When they proposed to renew the treaty again, this time, the Senate of Dionia made a request. They wanted the Downey people to give the land on the north bank of the Orfanto River to Dionia. The reason was that the Puchetti people had always insisted that the land originally belonged to them, but was later seized by the Downey people. Now that the Puchetti people had become a part of the kingdom of Dionia, Dionia had a reason to seek justice for its citizens. Of course, the Downey people could not agree to this request, so the renewal of the treaty failed, the negotiations broke down, and the war broke out. As a Puchetti, the changes that Elims had experienced and witnessed over the years were far greater than what he had experienced in the first half of his peaceful life. More than 10 years ago, King Tremoni launched the largest attack on the Downey people, but suffered a crushing defeat and lost the important town of Canusian on the south bank of the Orfanto River. That was the most difficult period that Elims had ever experienced. Not only was there a lack of food, but he also had to worry about the Downey people's further invasion. Fortunately, Tremoni recognized the reality and took the initiative to sign a truce with the Downey people, and soon formed an alliance with Messapi. Not only did they obtain half of Brindisi city, but they also defeated the Tarantum army. Just when Elims and his comrades thought that their good days were coming, the army of Dionia appeared. In the Battle of the Anlern Hills, Elims and his comrades were defeated by the Dionia people, even though they had the geographical advantage. Although the losses were not great, they made the brave people fear Dionia, and forced the Messapi people to sign a truce with Tarantum. Only then did the Dionia people leave Apria. Both the Puchetti people and the Messapi people breathed a sigh of relief. In the following years, with the help of the Messapi people and the nourishment of Brindisi's sea trade, the Puchetti people gradually recovered their strength. King Tremoni could not wait to launch another war against the Downey people. Elims also picked up his weapon and went to the battlefield. This time, they won and recaptured the city of Canusian, driving the Downey people back to the north bank of the Orfanto River. Just as Termoni was about to lead the army to continue to attack the north bank of the Orfanto River, the Masapi people sent messengers, inviting their king to send troops to attack Tarentum. It turned out that Tarentum foolishly tore up the alliance with Dionia, and even sent troops to attack Dionia. As a result, they suffered a crushing defeat, and almost all the soldiers who went to the expedition did not manage to escape. Moreover, the Dionia people were attacked by another force that was stronger than them, and it was hard to say whether they could win or not. Even the ordinary people thought that this was a great opportunity, so of course, King Termoni readily agreed to the Masapi people's proposal. When the news spread, Elams and his compatriots cheered. After all, the Tarentum people were much easier to defeat than the Downey people, and they were also richer than the Downey people. Elams once again went to war with the army. As expected, the Masapi people easily occupied a large area of Tarentum's land, and advanced to the city of Tarentum. Although besieging the city was a headache, they had 40,000 troops, and there were not many Tarentum soldiers in the city. Elam saw with his own eyes that there were even old people and young people on the city wall as soldiers to defend against their attack. When Elams and his comrades saw this situation, they were confident that they could eventually take down the city of Tarentum. However, after more than 10 days of continuous attacks, the city of Tarentum still stood firm. Especially in the end, a strange phenomenon occurred. Every time the attack reached dusk, they felt that the Tarentum people were almost unable to resist. Many times, the soldiers of the Masapi people rushed to the top of the city wall, but by the next day, the defenders at the top of the city wall seemed to have changed, full of fighting spirit and strength. At this time, there was also a news in the camp that the people of Dionia had completely defeated their enemy, and someone saw a messenger from Dionia enter the main tent of the Masapi people. Elams later learned that the messenger came to give an ultimatum, asking them to withdraw immediately, because Tarentum had become a free city of Dionia. Until now, Elams had no idea what a free city was, but he knew that King Termoni and the archons of Masapi must have been very unwilling to give up. That was why they launched a large-scale siege the next day. However, the number of guards at the top of the city wall of Tarentum had almost doubled. The final result was, of course, a failure. The actions of the Masapi people obviously angered the people of Dionia, and soon the next day, bad news came. Their joint fleet was attacked by the Dionia navy in the Taranto Bay, and only 5 warships escaped from the battlefield. King Termoni and the Masapi people finally decided to retreat before the army of Dionia returned to Turiai. When the news came, Elams and his comrades breathed a sigh of relief. They were tired of constantly climbing the city wall, but they could not fight the enemy face to face. Deep down, they did not want to fight the terrible people of Dionia. In the next few years, Elams lived a very peaceful life, except for occasionally crossing the river with the tribal leaders to attack the Daoli people. But he knew that King Termoni and the big shots were not comfortable. Although Dionia had always maintained that they did not offend Puchetti, they had repeatedly refused the request of Puchetti and the Masapi messenger to form an alliance or sign a friendly agreement with Dionia. Elams could clearly feel the uneasiness of the tribal leaders. Not only did they summon the people for military training more often, but they even forced people like him, who were over 35 years old and had begun to decline, to participate. The judgment of the king and the leaders was not wrong. For years after the siege of Tarentum, Dionia declared war on Puchetti and Masapi. The reason for the declaration of war was to seek justice for the two races for tearing up the armistice agreement and joining forces to attack Tarentum. Elams was amused every time he thought about it. Didn't Tarentum also tear up the armistice agreement and attack Dionia? Dionia actually wanted to seek justice for Tarentum? But thinking about it, Tarentum had become a city of the kingdom of Dionia. Of course, the people of Dionia could only target their revenge on Puchetti and Masapi, who were still independent. Elams, who was almost 40 years old, was inspired by the slogan, "Defend the homeland," like his former comrades, so he picked up his shield and spear again and rushed to the front line. After a period of preparation, rendezvous, marching, reconnaissance, small-scale battles, the Masapi coalition finally decided to fight the people of Dionia in the territory of Brindisi. Elams would never forget the scene of that day. The Masapi coalition had indeed made careful preparations in the past few years. The number of soldiers was as high as 60,000. It was a huge army that Helms had never seen in his life. The soldiers lined up from north to south, stretching as far as the eye could see. On the opposite side, the number of Dionia soldiers was even more, and they were all wearing the same armor and weapons. They stood there quietly, like hard black reefs by the sea, daunting. The warriors of Puchetti and Masapi were never good at defense, so when the horn was blown, everyone roared and charged forward. Then, waves and waves of arrows came from the opposite side, as if there would be no end to it. Then came the more powerful rain of javelins. Helms watched as his comrades around him were shot and fell to the ground. The originally thick army formation was shot with holes, like the bark of a tree that had been bitten by insects and ants. Then he heard the enemy roar in unison and began to charge. Like the dark clouds before a storm, he was so nervous that he almost stopped breathing, and his palms were sweaty. The two armies collided and engaged in a bloody battle. The young and vigorous warriors of the Puchetti army at the front of the formation constantly attacked the steel formation built by the soldiers of Dionia with their blood and courage. However, like the raging reefs of the sea, their efforts were in vain. After more than half an hour, the Dionia army did not move, but they were slowly retreating. Helms, who was in the rear, could hear from the noisy killing sounds that most of the screams came from the mouths of the Puchetti soldiers, so he was terrified. He was glad that he did not blindly follow some people into Brindisi at that time, but fled north to his hometown. Because within a few days, Brindisi had fallen. Later, he heard that during the battle, more legions of Dionia appeared from both flanks and circled around the Masapi and Puchetti legions. The cavalry of the Mekpo alliance was also defeated by the two cavalry legions of Dionia. From the beginning to the end, the Mekpo alliance had no chance of winning at all, and they were almost completely surrounded and annihilated. It was said that at the end of the battle, King Tremoni shouted, "Devers of Dionia, do you dare to fight me? Do you dare to fight me?" He led his elite guards to the center of the Dionia army where the royal flag was, but they were surrounded by the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia, and all of them died in battle. Hearing the news of the king's death, Helms could not help but sigh. He believed that the Puchetti soldiers who had experienced that battle would not have the courage to fight against the Dionia. The Puchetti people spent the next 2 years in fear. Because of the matter of who would succeed the new king, several important towns and tribes in Puchetti were in constant dispute, and there were even many small battles. During this process, news came from the south from time to time. Manduria has been captured by the Dionia, Ugentum has surrendered to Dionia, Odrum has been captured, Udi has been captured. Helms, who was already in his 40s, knew that the Dionia would soon set foot on the territory of Puchetti, and with the current chaos in the territory, it was impossible to stop the Legion of Dionysia from advancing, even for a moment. Sure enough, when the Legion of Dionysia poured into Puchetti one by one, the Puchetti, who claimed to be fiercer than the Masapi, performed much worse than the Masapi. Blera surrendered, Silvium surrendered, Barium surrendered, Binutia surrendered, and finally Canusian, where Helms lived, also surrendered. In less than 4 months, the Dionia had completely conquered the entire territory of Puchetti, but this was not a bad thing. Too many people had died in Puchetti. Helms and the other people watched with mixed feelings as the heavily armed soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia escorted the new ruler of the city into the city. Then, the people of Dionia gathered the people of Canusian in the square. Agathia was the name of the governor of Canusian. He first comforted the people of Canusian not to be afraid, because they were already citizens of Dionia and would be protected by the laws of Dionia. No one would dare to hurt them. Then, he began to read the new decree of the kingdom of Dionia, the content of which was still remembered by Helms. All the tribes of Puchetti in the territory of Canusian must be disbanded. Every Canusian will have independent freedom. Other than being under the jurisdiction of the administration of Dionia and obeying the laws of the kingdom of Dionia, you will no longer be governed by any other organization. You will obtain land that truly belongs to you, and you will only have to pay 1% tax every year. Other than military service, no one will force you to do any additional labor. At that time, Helms, like everyone else, thought he had heard wrongly. However, the next move of the people of Dionia proved that they were not empty words. They issued an official document to all the tribes in the territory of Canusian. First, they asked the tribes to hand over the land they occupied and hand it over to the city hall for redistribution. Second, they asked all the people to register at the city hall registry. Helms knew how much shock this official document had caused to the tribes in Canusian. In just 3 days, there were 6 riots and disturbances in the territory of Canusian, but they were quickly quelled by the powerful Dionysian army. Batches of leaders and nobles who led the riots were escorted to the square to be beheaded. It was like this for a few days in a row. People were killed and blood was everywhere. The same scene was happening in other Pucheti towns. This bloody massacre had also killed the courage of the Pucheti people. Due to the continuous riots in the Masapi tribes during the process of Dionia's conquest of Masapi, the Devers and the Senate realized that the Masapi were different from the Lucanians and the Briti. Moreover, the strong strength of Dionia had given the Devers enough confidence to make them decide not to use the subtle and slow method of disintegrating the indigenous tribes. Instead, they would cut the Gordian knot and completely eliminate the Pucheti people who were more distant from the influence of Greek culture than the ferocious Masapi people and had the possibility of rebelling against the rule of Dionia. Obviously, the Devers had overestimated the ferocity of the Pucheti people. Not long after the riots were quelled, the leaders of the Pucheti tribes rushed to the city hall to pledge their loyalty, including the leader of Helm's tribe. A few days later, Helms and his family, who had been registered as citizens of Dionia, were given a new piece of land. Helms, who had lived in a tribe for the first half of his life, felt lost and a little excited at the same time. He was lost because he had suddenly lost the support of his tribe, he felt a little frightened and helpless, he was excited because he was free from the constraints of his tribe, he felt a sense of freedom. As a tribal warrior, he originally owned land, but he only needed to pay a small tax every year for the newly acquired land, and he was exempted from taxes for the next 3 years. The law of 3 years of tax exemption reduced the dissatisfaction of the Pucheti people towards Dionia. More than 2 years had passed under the rule of Dionia, and the city of Canusian had changed a lot. The only thing that had not changed was the Lycaean temple, which was still standing in the city. Every year, many people still went there to worship, but the number was decreasing. More and more people began to worship Hades from Greece, and his temple was not far from the Lycaean temple. Because the priests of the temple of Hades could treat the people's illnesses for free, and they had good medical skills, they were also willing to help their believers who were in trouble. Compared to the priests of the Lycaean temple, they were much more approachable. The young people of Canusian, including Helm's children, were fond of the rugby and soccer games invented by the people of Dionia. During the slack season, they played from morning to night in the open space inside and outside the city. In order to play these games, they also actively learned Greek, because their coaches were all from Dionia across the Taranto Bay. These Dionia people were the new recruits of the legion who had participated in the conquest of Masapi and Pucheti in recent years. They were allocated land in Canusian by the Senate, and they settled down there. In the beginning, they were ostracized, resisted, and even had disputes and conflicts. However, as time went by, they were gradually accepted by the Pucheti people. First, they relied on the popular ball games in southern Italy, and second, on military training. Under the city hall's decree, the young men of Pucheti had to participate in military training, and it was these new soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia who trained them to fight and fight alongside them. Their friendship was nurtured during the training that happened once every 7 days. For Helms, the most attractive thing to him was the food of Dionia. In the past 2 years, Helms's farmland on the Orfanto River had a good harvest. Since he did not have to pay taxes, he kept enough for his own use and sold the rest of the grain in the city's market. At the same time, he would sell a few sheep that he raised every year to Christoya's restaurant in the city. The price was not low. Because of this, Helms, who had money, was often dragged by his former comrades to Christoya's restaurant for small gatherings. They drank cool beer, ate delicious food, and reminisced about the joy of fighting in the past. They complained about the changes that had happened today, and they never got tired of it. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, they admitted that today's comfortable life was much better than 2 years ago. Just as they were drinking, cursing Dionia, and looking forward to the future, a piece of news shook the peaceful Canusian city. Dionia had declared war on the Downey. The Pucheti were happy to fight the Downey, after all, they had been enemies for decades. However, Helms, who had just enjoyed 2 years of peace, and some of the older Pucheti, were worried that the war would cause the Pucheti, who had experienced many wars and had a sharp decline in population, to bleed again. It turned out that they were thinking too much. When the mighty army marched in from the south and built a huge military camp not far from Canusian city, Elam knew that the Puchetti would have nothing to do with the rest of the war. The Puchetti were a little unhappy. Some of the young men ran to the city hall or the training camp outside the city to protest, asking to join the war against the Downey. Under the organization of the city hall, Helms and some other citizens set up a temporary market near the military camp to sell the daily necessities of the soldiers. The Canusians, who used to be brave and fierce, began to have a sense of business. Perhaps this was the biggest change in mindset for Helms and the others in the past 2 years. Helms' stall was near the entrance of the temporary market. It was a very good spot, and he managed to get it because he woke up early this morning. Just as he was thinking about it, deafening cheers came from the military camp. Helms was instantly refreshed. Based on yesterday's experience, this should be the end of the soldiers' training. Instantly, the peddlers in the entire market stopped chatting and strolling around. They were busy arranging their goods neatly on their stalls. Grapes, olives, boiled beef and mutton, syrup, bread, salted fish, cloth, ironware. Helms and his wife had just finished arranging their goods when they saw a group of soldiers rushing into the market. "Adoris, this is the shop I told you about. It's the very tasty syrup shop." A few soldiers stood in front of Helms' stall, surrounding a young man who was about 18 or 19 years old. "1. Opal," Helms gestured and said in stiff Greek. The young man took out a drachma from his money pouch and threw it to Helms. He then crouched down and picked up a wooden tube. It was a simple wooden cup made from hollowed out, polished, and painted from a tree trunk as thick as a fist. The cup was filled with milky white water, and it felt heavy in his hand. The young man didn't mind its simplicity. He first took a small sip. After tasting it, he was surprised. "The taste is very good. You mixed sheep's milk and grape juice in the milk. You should also add honey, but this sheep's milk doesn't have any smell. How did you do it?" The young man who spoke was Adoris, the adopted son of King Devers of Dionia. He was already 18 years old, and this was his first time participating in the war against Dione as a soldier. Although he was not interested in cooking, he had some experience in this area after tasting food at home all year round. Helms pretended not to understand and looked down to find change. Adoris did not ask any more questions. He took out another drachma and threw it to him. "Stop looking. Give me 10 cups of water." He looked around and said, "Brothers, you've been training hard. It's my treat. Drink some water to quench your thirst." His teammates immediately cheered. "Thank you, Adoris. Generous Adoris." Helms and his wife quickly filled the wooden cups with water and handed them to the thirsty soldiers. "I say, Prince, don't just treat your teammates to water. There's still us. We're thirsty too," a soldier shouted not far from the entrance of the market. "Prince?" Helms looked at the young man in front of him curiously. In his memory, the one with the title of prince was Vidarka, the son of the former king of Puceti, Termoni. Termoni died in the Battle of Brindisi, and his direct tribal warriors were almost all killed. After the battle, the royal family's strength was greatly reduced, and Puceti was in chaos. Vidarka had the title of prince, but he could not become the new king because he did not have the support of any major tribes. After the invasion of Dionia, Vidarka took his family and fled to Epirus on the other side of the Adriatic Sea. The young man in front of him was tall and sturdy, with large eyes and thick eyebrows. Unfortunately, the remaining childishness on his face covered his might. Helms did not know if the title of prince was real or fake. Adonis turned around and scolded, "Amphias, if you shout again, I'll make sure you don't drink water today." The soldier wasn't afraid. He replied with a smile, "As long as you're treating, I won't shout." Adoris glared at him, but there was nothing he could do. Back then, after the war of southern Italy, Dionia had almost completely occupied Greece. Due to the situation and the fact that they had no choice but to rely on Dionia, they were able to rebuild their new city and regain their former prosperity. In the end, the people chose to join the kingdom of Dionia. Lysias, Myron, and the other respected counselors of Crotone were elected to become Dionia's senators. Amphias was Lysias' son. He followed his father to Tolii and became Adoris's classmate in Tolii Academy. When Adoris became an adult, he did not want to be taken care of too much, so he asked the Devers to join Legio IV, which was centered around Crotone. He thought that no one would recognize him. Who would have thought that he would run into Amphias in the 4th Legion? It turned out that this guy did not register himself as a citizen of Tolii after reaching adulthood. Instead, he chose to live in Crotone, which exposed Adoris' identity. Adoris understood Amphias' shameless personality. He looked around the market, turned around, and pointed at the jar beside the stall. "How much is this jar of syrup?" Elam's heart raced. He quickly replied, 2 drachmas. "You have 15 jars here. I'll buy them all. Give any comrade who comes here a cup of syrup to drink." "Can you do that?" Adoris said straightforwardly. At the same time, he counted 30 drachmas from his money pouch. "Yes. Yes." Elams nodded repeatedly. An even louder cheer sounded in the market. "Long live Prince Adoris!" There was a sudden shout in the midst of the cheers. "That damned Amphias!" Adoris was so angry that his teeth itched. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, Amphias just told me that I'll treat you all to syrup today. When we return to Turin, he'll treat everyone to beer." "I didn't," Amphias was about to argue, but the soldiers were already shouting excitedly, "Amphias, I didn't expect you to be more generous than Adoris. Amphias, we can't wait to go to the battlefield and win. Then we'll go home and drink your beer." Laughter continued in the market. Elams was busy passing syrup to these young soldiers while lamenting that these young soldiers were fearless and did not know the cruelty of war. It reminded him of his own youth. In the central tent of Dionia's military camp, Alexis, the commander of the army in charge of the attack on Dione, was puzzled by a letter from the Devers. The reason was that at the end of the letter, the Devers wrote, "On the north bank of the Orfanto River, where a glorious battle once took place in history, I hope that you will also obtain a glorious victory that will not lose out to your predecessors." Alexis thought about it carefully, but he could not remember any great battle that had taken place in this area. He asked the adjutant who had graduated with honors from the Turin Academy, Matthias, "Do you know of any fierce battles that took place near the Orfanto River in the past?" Matthias, the eldest son of Bagul, thought for a moment and immediately replied, "I don't know." Could it be that there was a battle that took place here a long time ago that was not recorded, and that His Majesty, as a chosen one, knew about it through Hades's enlightenment? Alexis could only think of it this way. The encouragement in the Devers' letter gave him a sense of ambition. Of course, he didn't know that the glorious battle mentioned by Daves didn't actually happen in the past. Instead, it happened in the history of his previous life. About 10 miles to the east of Dionia's military camp, there was a place called Cannae, where the Carthaginian army was stationed. The great commander Hannibal led 50,000 troops to cross the river and engaged in a battle with the 80,000 Roman troops. Through his ingenious formation, he eventually defeated the Roman troops with a numerical disadvantage and annihilated them, creating one of the most glorious battles in the history of ancient Western warfare. This gave the Devers the urge to personally lead this battle and compete with Hannibal. In the end, he gave up. After all, the difference between Cannae and the Rome of his previous life was too great, and it was not worth his time to personally lead the battle. Divers, who wasn't very knowledgeable about history, didn't know that in the following decades in the history of his previous life, there was another battle that happened south of the city of Osculum, northwest of the north bank of the Orfanto River. It was also quite famous, the Battle of Asculum. King Pyrrhus of Epirus led his army and fought a second battle with the Romans. Although he won in the end, he suffered heavy losses. This made Pyrrhus think that he didn't want to fight the Romans again. In the end, he led his army to leave Italy and went to Sicily. Commander Amintus has arrived. Commander Olivers has arrived. Commander Georges has arrived. Commander Leds has arrived. The guards outside the big tent kept calling out the names of the people. After several commanders entered the tent, they saluted Alexis and sat down. Commanders. Alexis sat on the main seat and solemnly said to them, "We have been stationed here for 7 days. The various legions, auxiliary forces, and military supplies have all arrived. The Donnies have also gathered on the other side of the river, so I have decided to cross the river tomorrow and attack the enemy. We should have attacked long ago. Staying here for so long is suffocating our soldiers. Amyntas immediately raised his hands in agreement. Lord Amyntas, I think you are the one who is suffocating. Olivers beside him laughed. Olivers, you dare to make fun of me? Let's have a football game in the afternoon. The First Legion versus the Legion 4. You and I will be the quarterbacks. Whoever loses will have to do a round of leapfrog around the training field. Do you dare? Amyntas loudly challenged. It's not that I don't dare. Olivers tactfully refused. We are leaving tomorrow, and we still have to assign missions to the legions in the afternoon. We don't have time for a game. Find a reason. Amyntas softly spat. He knew that Olivers had a point, so he didn't insist. Commander, will the Donnies stop us when we cross the river tomorrow? Georges asked cautiously. Very likely. Alexis straightforwardly replied. According to the reports from the north, although the Donnies king is unwilling to go out of the city to fight, the leaders of Asculum, Sipontum, Herdonii, and many other towns and cities are determined to stop us from crossing the Donnies' territory. That is why they encouraged their king to gather his army on the other side of the river. They have fewer soldiers than us, and relying on the river to increase their advantage will increase their advantage. They will not let go of this advantage so easily, so it is very likely that they will form a formation on the other side of the river to stop us from crossing. If that is the case, we will leave the camp early in the morning and cross the river as quickly as possible. I believe that the Donnies' army is not as fast as the Legion of Dionysia. By the time they reach the other side, we will have already crossed the river, Olivers suggested. Alexis looked at them and said solemnly, so I've decided to slow down the formation of the legions tomorrow morning. We'll wait for the Donnies to reach the other side of the Orfanto River, then we'll fight them on the way and defeat them in one fell swoop. I agree with Eli. Commander's plan. I've crossed this river many times in the past 2 days. Although it's a bit wide, the water isn't deep. It's at most knee-deep. The current isn't too fast, and the bottom of the river is relatively solid. Even if the Donnies block us in the river, it'll be enough for our heavy infantry to do their best. Amyntas expressed his agreement. The other commanders also agreed. Alexis continued, Commanders, take a look. This is the place where we'll cross the river tomorrow. The commanders quickly gathered around and looked at the map on the table. The place that Alexis was pointing at was less than a mile away from the barracks. They had all surveyed the terrain and knew that the 2 banks of the river 3 or 4 miles east of that place were low and flat, mostly mudflats. Because of the hot summer sun, the silt on the banks had long dried up and solidified, which was very beneficial for the army to march in formation. Commander Amyntas, your first legion will be in formation here. Alexis moved her finger to the east and said, since your first legion is the strongest and has the most veterans, I'll arrange for you to be in the middle. I hope that the first legion won't advance too quickly. You have to stay in contact with the military on the left and right flanks. The troops that Amyntas had led were known for their ferocious attacks. However, as an experienced general of Dionia, he knew what was important and immediately nodded. Commander Olivers, your Legio 4 will be on the left flank of the First Legion. Commander Georges, your Legio V will be on the right flank of the First Legion. There are too many new soldiers in your army. I hope that during the crossing of the river, the commanders at all levels will be able to keep the emotions of the soldiers under control and not cause any chaos. Alexis pointed at the map as she reminded them. Don't worry, Lord Commander. Although many of the soldiers have just joined the army from the reserve team, they have gone through river crossing training many times in the training camp. Also, the lowest-ranking team officer, i.e., squad leader, is a veteran who has participated in more than 4 battles. There won't be any problems. Olivers immediately guaranteed. Georges also chimed in from the side. Although the 5th Legion that he led was mainly made up of Brutty people, the Brutty civil strife during the Southern Italian War and the cleanup after the war had wiped out the dissident Brutty people. After 10 years, the Brutty people had basically integrated into the kingdom. Moreover, the recruits in the Legion had spent their childhood in Dionia after the Brutty was integrated into Dionia. Most of them had studied in the schools established by Dionia in the various towns of the Brutty. They were deeply influenced by the culture of Dionia. Other than their appearance, they were not much different from the main ethnic group of Dionia, the Greeks. As for why there were so many new recruits in the army? This question had to be answered after the Southern Italian War. At that time, the biggest achievement of Dionia after the victory was to occupy all of Greece and the eastern coast of Sicily. After recruiting the civil militia and settling the citizens of the city-states that had merged into the kingdom, there was still a large amount of empty land left. At that time, the Senate had even passed a number of temporary bills, allowing the preparatory citizens and registered freedmen to be allocated land first. Only the amount of tax they had to pay was different, and after they had reached the age limit, they would be granted official citizenship. At that time, there was a Corinth War in Greece, and in Asia Minor, Sparta was still leading the coalition army to fight with Persia. The continuation of the war caused the number of refugees in the Greek world to increase. Under the deliberate guidance of Dionia, most of the refugees flocked to Greece, so there was enough manpower. However, most of the laws of Dionia were for official citizens, but during that period, the number of registered freedmen increased rapidly, and most of them needed 6 or 7 years to become official citizens, which brought a lot of trouble to the governance. Due to practical needs, as well as diverse strategic planning for the kingdom, he launched a war against the Messapi and Pucheti in the autumn of the 4th year of Dionysia. After the Battle of Brindisi, he replaced the legions with a large number of reserve citizens and freedmen recruits. This was to shorten the length of time they had to become citizens through military exploits. At the same time, it was also to prevent the older generation of citizens from becoming big landlords due to their excessive military exploits. This would cause the gap between the rich and the poor in the kingdom to widen after the establishment of the kingdom. However, the situation was slightly different this time around. This was because many of the new recruits had grown up in the Alliance of Dionia ever since the establishment of the Alliance of Dionia. This batch of new citizens of Dionia had received military training since they were young, and although they were new recruits, their military skills were not low. This was also where the confidence of the commanders of the army came from. Leads, your cavalry division will be divided equally between the two sides of the formation. You will be responsible for driving away and defeating the cavalry of the Daunians. Alexis continued to arrange her attack plan. Understood. Leads nodded in response. There were currently 4 cavalry divisions in the Kingdom of Dionia. The headquarters of the 1st Cavalry Division was located in Thurii, the headquarters of the 2nd Cavalry Division was located in Grimentum, the headquarters of the Legio III Division was located in Catane, and the headquarters of the Legio IV Division was located in Brindisi. In terms of the quality of the cavalry, the 4th Cavalry Division should be the strongest, because most of them were made up of Pucheti and Messapi people. However, these two territories had only been incorporated into the Kingdom of Dionia for 6 years. With the rebellious and unruly nature of these two races, and the fact that they were cavalry, if they disobeyed orders in battle, they would be punished according to military law. The most severe punishment would be beheading, and the lightest punishment would be flogging. This would probably cause a lot of trouble for the two territories that had just been stabilized. After much consideration, the Devers decided to send the 1st Cavalry Division to participate in the battle. Therefore, the cavalry division had the least number of new recruits, so Alexis didn't say anything else. When the entire formation starts to cross the river, I will gather all the cannons and crossbows behind you to bombard the Daunians on the other side of the river. This will disrupt their formation, and for your attack. Alexis's words made the commanders feel completely relieved. What if the Daunians don't even fight and stop us from crossing the river? Georges asked. Then we can easily cross the river and take down their cities one by one. Amyntas answered for Alexis. Back then, the Devers forcefully detained nearly 2,000 engineers and craftsmen under Dionysius. Later on, they forced Syracuse to send their families to Dionia. In the end, they left them in Thurii. Because of this, Dionia's metalsmithing, construction, woodworking, and other crafts suddenly improved by a lot. Later on, during the conquest of Messapi and Pucheti, with their help, the Legion of Dionysia successfully took down cities one after another. Therefore, when it came to sieging a city, the Legion of Dionysia was now very confident. The newly built Dionia barracks near Canusium were made up of the barracks of several legions. There was a main road that ran from west to east through the barracks. After the commanders returned to their respective barracks, they immediately gathered their captains for a discussion. The captains of the 1st Legion were heading towards the Legion commander's tent through the main road. In front of them, groups of soldiers who were returning to their barracks walked past. When they saw the senior officers, they all stopped and saluted to show their respect. Only one soldier saluted, but his gaze was evasive. He didn't make a sound and hurriedly left after saluting. The captains of the First Legion acted as if they didn't see anything. Only when the soldiers were far away did the 1st Battalion Captain Tessus turn around and say with a mischievous smile, "Patroclus, you sure are impressive. Even our Dionysius prince is afraid of you. Look at him just now, he doesn't even dare to look you in the eye." "I say, Tessus, our Dionysius prince is the descendant of Hades. Why would he be afraid of Patroclus? He's acting out of respect for his future brother-in-law." Another battalion captain joked. "You're mistaken. Prince Adoris is only the adopted son of His Majesty the Devers. The same goes for his sister. However, His Majesty treats them like his own children." Tessus quickly corrected him. "Is that so? The older generation of Dionysius citizens know about this. If you don't believe me, you can ask this kid. He knows these things the best." Tessus pointed at Patroclus. "Brothers, Legion Commander Amyntas has urgently summoned us for a discussion. We're just chatting here. If we're late, he'll beat us up." Patroclus quickly changed the topic. "It's fine. We're not afraid of Sir Amyntas' roar." Tessus looked indifferent. "Tessus, you might not be afraid, but we are," cried the captain next to him. Tessus chuckled and said to the youngest among the 8, "Patroclus, you're going to have a different identity after marrying His Majesty's daughter. Don't forget to help us brothers." The others agreed with his words. "That's true. Although His Majesty holds the title of king, he has always been with us through thick and thin. That's why he has won our respect." One of the captains said sincerely. "I say, Tessus, do you still need Patroclus' help? If you had been promoted, you could have gone to Sicily, Messapi, or Puccetti to be a legion commander a few years ago. Why do you insist on occupying the position of the first captain of the First Legion? We can't even have a taste of what it's like to be the first captain." Another captain said half jokingly and half discontentedly. The others felt the same way. "Isn't it good for me to vacate the position of legion commander to you? You really don't appreciate my kindness." Tessus pretended to be angry and turned to look at Patroclus. "When you hold your wedding, you must invite me to attend. I will invite all my brothers to attend the wedding, and I will also bring Cynthia to toast to you." Patroclus said in a flattering manner, but received the unanimous thanks of the other captains. In the main tent of Legio IV, after Olivers finished arranging the tasks, he left the 4th captain, Alendas, alone. Alendas was a citizen of Crotone. Since Crotone voluntarily merged into the kingdom of Dionia, Crotone had also become the jurisdiction of Legio IV's recruitment. Even the headquarters of Legio IV had been moved from Aspaslustum to Ciudad Crotone. The citizens of Crotone who had received long-term competitive training were indeed good soldiers. Once they familiarized themselves with the tactics of Dionia, they began to stand out. This greatly improved the combat power of Legio IV, which was originally not very outstanding. It also caused many of the team officers in Legio IV to be held by Crotone citizens. "How is Adoris doing in your battalion?" Olivers asked with a smile. Alendas had already expected that Olivers asked him to stay behind to talk about him. He immediately said, "I didn't expect it. To be honest, I thought he would be a problem, but I didn't expect him to not only have outstanding military skills, but also perform well. He doesn't make himself stand out at all and is very united with his teammates. The other soldiers like to stay with him. He even passed a message to me through his team officer, hoping that his squad can be placed in the first line of battle." Olivers listened attentively, and his face was full of smiles as if Alendas was praising his own child. Adoris's results in the annual military competition exam in Turii school were excellent. Although he was a little impatient, he was generous and easy to make friends. Furthermore, His Majesty was very strict. He and his siblings were no different from the other children in school. Tardiness, noise, and fighting were all punished by the teacher. Adoris was often punished in this regard. Olivers recalled the past, and his face was full of smiles. His Majesty arranged for Legio IV to not let Adoris receive special treatment, but Oliver's face became serious. His Majesty can ignore it, but swords and spears don't have eyes on the battlefield. We can't make decisions. If Adoris is injured or even killed, His Majesty may not blame us, but the people of the kingdom will blame us, Legio 4, for being incompetent and unable to even protect His Majesty's child. In this way, no matter how many merits we, Legio 4, can't compare to Adoris's safety. Do you understand? I understand. Alendas pulled himself together and said, but there was still a hint of frustration in his tone. I understand. It's not just Adoris. You also want your battalion to be able to fight at the forefront of the army. That's why you're a little dissatisfied with my deployment just now, right? The shrewd Oliver saw through his subordinate's thoughts and reminded him, idiot, look further ahead. You can also make contributions at the back of the army. Look at where I've arranged your 4th battalion to be at. On the left rear of the army, next to the cavalry, Alendas blurted out. Yes, next to the cavalry. Once our cavalry defeats the enemy's cavalry, and your 3rd battalion in front of you holds off the enemy, then your 4th battalion, Oliver's flattened his palm and made a turning gesture. Flank. Alenda's eyes lit up. Great Lord of the Underworld, the just and strict arbiter, Hades, you're the king of the gods, the guardian of the kingdom of Dionia. Under your radiance, the people of the kingdom put on their armor, picked up their shields and spears, and rushed to the battlefield. Every time he sang the hymn of Hades, specially produced by the temple of Hades for the legions to go to war, Adoris's heart would surge with a sense of sacred pride. After all, his father, Devers, was a recognized descendant of Hades. But the situation today was different from the past. Because he stood in the formation of tens of thousands of soldiers, the magnificent sun united him with all the other soldiers. Although the tightly lined-up comrades in front of him blocked his view, he knew that there were also tens of thousands of enemies on the other side of the river. For him, this was the first time he went to war, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, his body trembled slightly because of excitement. Woo! Woo! The sound of the bugle from behind made his blood boil even more, and then he saw all the military flags pointing forward. Advance! The captain's voice rang in his ears. The huge formation began to move forward slowly. The drums at the back started beating at the same time, telling the soldiers to move at a steady pace. As soon as Adoris and the soldiers in front of him stepped into the Orfanto River, the archers from the other side of the river started shooting arrows. Raise your shields and defend! The captain yelled. The soldiers had already raised their shields. If they were wearing the old-fashioned Greek armor from more than 10 years ago, the soldiers would not need to raise their shields to defend themselves, nor would they be afraid of arrows. However, they were wearing open helmets now, and their faces were not covered. Facing the attack of the archers, the light infantry of the Dionia legions also returned the attack. The ballistae at the back started firing as well. The stone bullets flew across the Orfanto River and crashed into the formation of the Daunies. The soldiers and horses were thrown off their feet, and screams of agony could be heard. Adoris raised his head and saw the stone bullets flying over his head. He could still hear the screams from the other side of the river. His blood boiled even more. On their left, under the leadership of Leds, more than 1,000 Dionic cavalrymen crossed the river. Men shouted and horses neighed, splashing water everywhere. They were the first to rush to the other side of the river and engage in close combat with Dauni's cavalry. The Daunies were already afraid of the ballistae. Under the command of their generals, they quickly rushed to the other side of the river to shorten the distance between them and the Dionia. The ballistae did not dare to fire recklessly as the two armies were getting closer. Javelins! The captain's voice echoed in the formation. Adoris and his teammates quickly stopped in their tracks and drew a javelin from their backs. They positioned themselves and threw the javelin over their heads. He did not have the time to see the result, and he could not see it at all. He immediately threw another javelin. At this moment, he heard the captain's voice, attack. An earth-shattering roar came from the formation, Hades! The formation in front of them began to accelerate, but they did not charge forward like they usually did in training. This was because they were in the river, and the bottom of the river was slippery. Adoris and his teammates followed closely behind them. After a while, the formation in front of them stopped abruptly. Then, battle cries spread throughout the entire river. Adoris knew that the two armies had begun to fight head-on. He subconsciously tightened his grip on the javelin in his hands. Unfortunately, they were at the back of the formation and could not help at all. They could not even do the conventional phalanx tactical action of pushing their comrades in front of them. This was because they were in the river, and it was difficult to control their bodies under the influence of external forces. If someone slipped, they might fall. The only thing they could do was to stand firmly in place. If the front line was defeated by the enemy, they could stabilize the formation like a rock. As the battle continued, Adoris and his teammates began to show signs of anxiety. They could only stay at the back and could not participate in the battle. This made Adoris complain about Uncle Oliver's countless times in his heart. The Downey soldiers guarded the river bank. They took advantage of the fact that the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia were in the river and could not fully utilize the power of the heavy infantry phalanx. They desperately tried to suppress the Legion of Dionysia in the river. Woo! 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 At this time, Adoris heard the sound of a bugle behind him. He turned around in shock and saw that his company's flag was pointing to the left. All soldiers, listen up. Turn left. The captain's voice made him even more confused. However, military orders were absolute. Moreover, the nearby squads had all turned left. The captain's voice rang out in the phalanx of the 4th Battalion, and the entire team began to move to the left. At the same time, the rear of the phalanx on the right was doing the same. Soon, the lower left and right corners of the entire Dionysia's huge formation seemed to have been cut in half at the same time. Although it was planned in advance, the Legion of Dionysia's organizational system and the ability of the middle and lower level officers to be able to carry out such a precise movement of troops in the middle of the battle. When Adoris and his teammates turned right again, there were only a few comrades in front of him, and it was an open field. Because of his love for military affairs, Adoris had not only received many years of military training, but he also had the courage to ask his adoptive father, who had a glorious record of military affairs. At this moment, he understood the purpose of this movement of troops, and he could not help but be eager to give it a try. Move faster. The young soldiers who had been holding back for a long time roared excitedly and charged forward. Even if the Downey soldiers could detect the enemy's movement, it was almost impossible for them to react. They did not have the habit of keeping a reserve force, so they could not withdraw their troops in time to defend themselves. It was only a matter of time before they lost. Huff! Huff! Adoris panted heavily as he chased after the routed soldiers in front of him. He didn't expect that the enemy would panic and collapse just as the troops circled to the rear of the enemy's flank and were about to pounce on them. In order to catch up to the enemy, he threw away his shield, and later threw away his spear. He only took out his short sword, hoping to kill an enemy so that he would not have participated in this battle in vain. But the damn Downey soldiers ran too fast. The team that he belonged to had received a solemn order from their leader beforehand, so how could they dare to let him take the risk alone? They had been following him closely, and at this moment, they were all panting from exhaustion. Woo! 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 The bugle sounded on the battlefield. The whole team finally heaved a sigh of relief. But Adoris did not seem to hear it and continued to chase after them. The captain became anxious and shouted, "Adoris, are you going against the order?" Only then did Adoris stop in his tracks unwillingly. He stared at the enemy in the distance and angrily threw his dagger to the ground. "Don't worry, the enemy can't run away. Our cavalry will not let them have it easy," the captain comforted him. Adoris lowered his head and did not say anything. He was too angry. He did not even touch a hair on the enemy's body before the battle ended. "Congratulations, Commander. You've won this battle. You've completely defeated the main force of the Downey army." The officers around Alexis congratulated her. Alexis said calmly, "We have more soldiers than the Downey soldiers, our training is stricter, and our equipment is better than the Downey soldiers, so we should have won. But this is not enough to defeat the main force of the Downey soldiers. Tell the messengers to gather the troops and regroup. Then we will march towards Herdonia city." "Yes, Commander." The messenger rode away. "Commander, should we write a report to the Turris?" the adjutant, Matsius, asked excitedly. Alexis nodded slightly. Tell the king that we defeated the 20,000 Downey soldiers at the Orfanto River. Our next step is to take Herdonia city. Tell him not to worry, Commander, Prince Adoris is not injured. He is gathering with his team to the 4th Brigade. Oliver's immediately relaxed. He smiled and said, that's good, that's good. Then, he thought of something and turned his head to call the adjutant over. Write a letter to His Majesty in my tone. Tell him that Adoris performed bravely when the 4th Brigade was circling the enemy's flank. He was at the forefront of the charge, and even after the enemy was defeated, he still pursued them. In short, write about Adoris's outstanding performance in the battle without exaggerating it too much. Do you understand? Yes, Commander, the adjutant replied. He immediately went to get a pen and paper. Write it and show it to me. Stamp it with my seal and send it back to the tourists, Oliver's urged. Yes, Commander. Everyone, our next target is Herdonia. Oliver's pointed forward with his right hand and squeezed his legs. The war horse moved forward. The officers and guards around him followed closely. This Oliver's? The Devers could not help but laugh after reading the letter that Oliver sent. He knew that the letter must be full of exaggeration, but he was relieved that Adoris was safe. Send someone to deliver this letter to the house on the hill and give it to Kristoya, the Devers said. At least this letter could make his family not worry about Adoris. Yes, Your Majesty. The clerk, Henepolis, took the letter and left the king's office. A man walked up to him. Sir Henepolis. Henepolis quickly returned the greeting. Sir Antonis. Although Henepolis was only a middle-level official, he was also a senator of the Senate. This was one of the rewards given to him by the Senate when he proposed to merge Laos into the Kingdom of Dionia. He was the youngest senator in the Senate. Of course, the reason why the powerful Antonius treated him so respectfully was mainly because he was the herald of divers. In the kingdom, other than his family, he could be said to be one of the elders closest to King Divers. Antonis asked softly, Is His Majesty here? He is waiting for you. Antonis took a small step forward and lowered his head to ask, Sir Henepolis, can you tell me, why did His Majesty ask me to come here today? Henepolis glanced at the faintly visible gloominess on Antonis's face. He hesitated for a moment and said, the promotion list for middle and low-ranking officers. Antonis was stunned after hearing this. Every year, the Ministry of Military Affairs would decide who would be promoted based on the performance and achievements of the soldiers and team officers. In the absence of war, officers had to serve for a certain number of years before they could be promoted. The promotion of middle and low-ranking officers could be decided directly by the Minister of Military Affairs and only needed to be reviewed and approved by the king. This was the regulation in the military law of Dionia. Since the establishment of the Ministry of Military Affairs, the Devers had rarely meddled in this matter. Usually, when the name list was submitted, it was never rejected. At most, a few names would be added. This year's name list was submitted 5 days ago. Because he was worried about his brother-in-law, Paphocles, he forgot that His Majesty the Devers had not sent the name list back to the Ministry of Military Affairs. Antonis was shocked when he thought of this. He slowly walked to the king's office while wondering what was wrong with the name list. As the guard at the door announced the name list, a familiar voice came from inside, Antonis, come in. Antonis took a deep breath, stepped on the smooth marble floor, and walked into the king's office named by the Devers. It was indeed a hall, not a room. Although it was not as large as the hall on the first floor of the palace, it was 3 or 4 times larger than the room Antonis used to work in the Ministry of Military Affairs. Red wooden chairs were placed neatly on both sides of the hall, where the ministers and officials sat when they were summoned to discuss matters. There were rows of small windows on the top of the stone wall that allowed sunlight to pour in, ensuring that the hall was well lit. The aisle in the middle was very spacious. When necessary, a few long tables could be placed on which maps and documents could be placed to discuss important military and political affairs. In fact, the king's office was the place where the Devers and the ministers discussed and dealt with the kingdom's affairs. The palace downstairs was more used for receiving foreign guests and major festivals. At the end of the aisle was a large and heavy desk. Behind the desk was a large mosaic of a large map of Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, and Corsica. Two smaller wooden tables were placed on both sides of the desk, where the clerk and the clerk worked. This showed how busy the Devers were. Every day, various departments would gather a lot of documents in the office, and the clerk would have to help him sort them out, sort them, file them, read them aloud, and then write them according to the Devers' instructions. After that, the Devers would sign the documents and send them back, but now, the busy office was empty, except for the Devers sitting behind the desk. The stack of documents on the desk half covered his face, which made Antonis a little nervous. He had been here many times in the past, but he had never felt like this. However, Pafogri's crime, assists' persuasion, and the attitude of the Devers towards Laodigian in the Senate the day before yesterday made him feel uneasy. "Your Majesty." He walked to the desk and greeted respectfully. "Sit." The Devers stood up and pointed at the wooden chair next to him. As Antonis slowly sat down, the Devers picked up a document on the desk and asked calmly, "Have you looked through the officer promotion list in detail?" It was indeed the list. Could it be that His Majesty was not satisfied with some of the candidates? Antonis thought quickly and answered cautiously, "There are too many people to be promoted this time. I only checked the names and performance of the company captains and company captains." The Devers did not deny it. He asked again, "Who drafted this list?" "Mainly the officials under me. They drafted the list according to the recommendations of the various corps commanders." Antonis said truthfully. "The current inspector of the Ministry of Military Affairs is Xantaparis, right?" The Devers asked casually. "Yes, Your Majesty." Xantaparis, one of the mercenary leaders of the Persia Expeditionary Force, was too old. It was difficult for him to continue leading troops to train and fight. In the end, he did not become a corps commander. The Devers remembered their friendship in the past. Moreover, Xantaparis was familiar with military affairs after decades of fighting. Hence, he was transferred to the Ministry of Military Affairs as an inspector. He was responsible for supervising and reviewing the promotion of officers, military expenditure, and so on. "Take a look." The Devers saw that Antonis was still confused, so he handed the list to him. Antonis quickly got up and took it. He did not sit down but stood up and started reading. However, the current kingdom of Dionia was different from 10 years ago. There were 10 infantry legions, 4 naval fleets, and 4 cavalry legions. Hence, there were hundreds of people promoted in the list. There were more than 10 pages of papyrus, densely packed with names of people and units. How could Antonis find any problems in such a short time? Antonios quickly turned to the page and saw 3 names circled by Devers. He was familiar with these 3 names. The first one was his brother-in-law, Pafogris, and the other 2 were the children and relatives of Naxos and Katarnais, whom he was very familiar with. Although they were all promoted to the lowest rank, squad leaders were not included in the ranks of officers, and could be directly appointed by the legion commander. Antonios knew that these 3 people probably did not meet the requirements for promotion. He did not know how the other 2 people performed in the training camp, but he knew very well what kind of person his brother-in-law was. When Pafogris was in Turii, he was punished by the legion commander because he was late for military training many times. This was even reported to Antonios, and after Antonios severely criticized him, Pafogris reluctantly performed better. To be honest, when Pafogris was driven back to Naxos by Laodigian, Antonios was relieved. He did not expect that this idiot would cause even more trouble when he returned to his hometown. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty, I really did not know that Pafogris was on this list. Based on my understanding of him, his ability is not enough to be a squad leader," Antonios stammered. He regretted not checking the list more carefully and made such a big mistake. "What you said is reasonable, but as the Minister of Military Affairs of the Kingdom, you are not qualified to say such words." Devers stared at him. Although his voice was soft, his tone was heavy. "Look at this." As he said this, he handed Antonios a letter. This letter was written by Leotychides, the current legion commander of the 8th Legion. In the letter, he described the military training of the 8th Division and specifically introduced the military training performance of Paphocles and the other 2. Late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor. Words like late, not serious in training, talking back to the instructor. were reflected in Antonio's eyes, and he was shocked. Leotychides. Antonio's had a deep memory of this man. He performed well in the battles of the First Legion, and was promoted to a platoon leader in just a few years. During the Battle of Brindisi, King Puchetti led the remaining elite troops to fight back. Most of the Legion of Dionysia had scattered and began to chase after the routed troops. Only Leotychides was still able to control the formation of his platoon. He blocked the path of Puchetti's army and bought precious time for the other troops to arrive and annihilate them. Thus, he left a deep impression on Devers. After the resignation of the 8th Legion, when Tessus, the first platoon leader of the 1st Legion, refused to take the position, the Devers personally appointed Leotychides, who was still the 3rd platoon leader of the 1st Legion at that time, to take over. Leotychides became the only non-mercenary infantry legion commander in the Kingdom of Dionia. He was also the youngest legion commander. Leotychides was usually serious and did not like to socialize with others. He was strict and serious about military training. When he was angry, he would even beat and scold the soldiers. Some people in the army gave him the nickname Madman. Antonios believed what Leotychides said in the letter. However, the Devers had a high status. They even wrote a letter to Leotychides in Sicily to ask about the performance of these unknown soldiers in the military training. Your Majesty, I didn't manage the Ministry of Military Affairs well and made such a big mistake. I beg your Majesty to punish me. Antonios bowed his head and apologized in fear and trepidation. You deserve to be punished. The Devers' eyes were slightly cold. Your brother-in-law killed 5 or 6 female slaves in a row. His methods were cruel. I can't believe that such a person could be promoted to be a captain. I'm afraid that when the news spreads, the elders in the Senate will impeach you. The protectors will also protest. You. The Devers sighed and seemed to be worried about him. Antonios was covered in cold sweat. He bowed even lower and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, I request to resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs. After a while, he heard the Devers' regretful voice. All right. That's good. You can resign from the position of Minister of Military Affairs with the excuse of illness. Don't go to the Senate for the time being. Avoid this period of time. Also, don't look for people for your brother-in-law anymore. The court will give him a fair judgment. Yes. Antonios responded in a low voice. He felt a hint of relief in his heart, but more than that, he felt a sense of loss. The Devers put down the register and the letter. Then, he asked in a low voice, Antonios, you have stayed in Sicily for many years, and your wife is a Sicilian. You should have a deep understanding of the Sicilians. Can you tell me why most of the elders in other places have their homes in Turiae? Even if they own land in other towns, they mainly use it as a place to increase their income and occasionally bring their families to stay there. However, the elders in Sicily try to buy as much land as possible in Sicily and treat it as another home. Some of their families even live there for a long time. They even make friends with the local public officials to increase their family's prestige in the local area. Why? Although the Devers' tone was calm, Antonios could feel the suppressed anger of the Devers. He became more and more frightened. He racked his brains to think, causing him to be drenched in sweat again. Bolton said, Your Majesty, I think the elders in Sicily and the elders in Greece have encountered different environments, so their behavior is also different. Oh? Tell me about it. The Devers raised an eyebrow. Antonios pondered for a while before he said solemnly, Your Majesty, because Naxos and Catarni were destroyed by Syracuse, their people lost their homes and were forced to flee. In order to survive, they had no choice but to build settlements in the mountains and elect leaders to lead them in defending against the invading cycles, mercenaries organized by Syracuse from time to time, and wild beasts in the mountains. Many of their people died, and their lives were very hard. This only made them miss their lost homes even more. Therefore, after they reclaimed their lost lands, they cherished their homeland even more. Most of the leaders of the refugees eventually became the elders of Dionia. During their years of exile, they became the pillars of support for the refugees in Sicily. The refugees would look to them for help if they had any difficulties. After joining Dionia, these elders still maintained this habit, most of these elders were born nobles. Before Naxos and Katarni were destroyed, they served as generals and counselors of the city-states. Unlike the elders of Greece, before the rise of the Kingdom of Dionia, the Tarentum Alliance, the Turiai Alliance, the Crotone Alliance, the Locri Alliance, and the Ligum Alliance were basically stable and formed a balance. However, in Sicily, apart from Syracuse and Carthage, the generals and counselors of the other city-states have to constantly make decisions according to the changes in the situation on the island. Should they ally with other city-states to resist the two powerful states? Or should they attach themselves to one of the two powerful states? Therefore, they have to maintain a friendly relationship with their neighbors, Syracuse and Carthage. That's why they like to hold banquets, send gifts, and form cliques. You seem to know a lot about them. It seems that marrying a Sicilian woman has its benefits. The Devers said in a meaningful tone, some of our elders have learned these bad habits of the Sicilians. It's a very bad influence. The Catania Plains will be annexed to the Kingdom of Dionia, not Dionia will be part of Sicily. Everyone must strictly follow the laws of Dionia. It seems that they still haven't realized this after 10 years. Antonios was even more shocked when he heard the last sentence. He did not dare to respond. Antonios, my old friend, although you're sick and resting at home, you can't overeat and hurt your body. Now that the Downey people have been defeated at the Orfanto River, it won't be long before we conquer their territory. There are still a lot of troublesome issues there that require a capable elder like you to deal with. The Devers' words of encouragement lifted the spirits of the depressed Antonios. He replied excitedly, Your Majesty, I'm always ready for your summons. Divers watched him leave the office, and the expression on his face slowly turned cold. He knew very well that the Sicilian elders led by Laodigian only wanted their sons to have a better future, and that was why they had the idea of joining the army. Although becoming an officer of a legion meant that they did not have any rights in daily life, they had a great advantage when they took up public office in the kingdom, or when they ran for local councillors and protectors. Furthermore, in daily life, their identity would also be respected by the people. However, the Devers was very angry with them for disrupting the order of the army. Since the establishment of Dionia, he had always firmly controlled the army, which was the foundation of his power. The other elders could not interfere at all. The appointment and dismissal of officers were all decided by him, and the formulation of military laws was also mainly decided by him. He might discuss with the main generals, but he would never vote for the military laws. Therefore, the army was a completely closed system. However, after more than 10 years, the army began to show signs of trouble. The staff of the Ministry of Military Affairs might have been bribed by the Sicilian elders, or they might have wanted to please Antonios, so they violated the rules and put the unqualified Pyphogres and the others on the promotion list. Xanthoparis, as the military censor, must not have played a supervisory role at all out of consideration for the Devers. This led to another problem that gave the Devers a headache. Most of the senior generals of the Dionysian army were former mercenaries. Many years of friendship had allowed them to maintain a good personal relationship, thus forming a complex network of relationships in the army. Although it made it easier for the former mercenary leader, the Devers, to control the army, it also made it easy for corruption to breed. It seemed that it was time to break the isolation of the army and improve the style of the army. Doctor fell into deep thought. The next day, during the Senate meeting, the Devers attended again. He suddenly mentioned that he had just received news that the Naxos administrator, Strompoli, could not return to Turiai on time due to an important local case. He requested the Senate to immediately elect Strompoli's successor to go to Naxos and take over from him. The elders were in an uproar as they discussed among themselves. Laodigian, on the other hand, panicked. In the following election, the senators, who were secretly instructed by the Devers, finally elected Myron as the new Naxos administrator. After congratulating Myron, the Devers announced that yesterday, Antonios had resigned from his post as Minister of Military Affairs due to poor health. After careful consideration, he decided to appoint Helos as the Minister of Military Affairs. Although the main military affairs were decided by the Devers, the Minister of Military Affairs was, after all, an important minister of the kingdom. The appointment and dismissal of the Minister of Military Affairs was reported by the Devers to the Senate. Helos had been informed by the Devers yesterday evening, so he did not show any surprise. However, the other senators were in an uproar again. Many politically minded senators were wondering. Antonios, who had crossed the sea alone, defeated the last counterattack of Syracuse, conquered the Catania plain, resigned from the highest military position in the kingdom just because of illness. What happened? Considering the Devers' eagerness to elect the chief executive of Naxos, some keenly felt that it might have something to do with Naxos. Just as the senators were whispering, the Devers once again announced that the Ministry of Military Affairs would set up a military court, and the Supreme Court of the kingdom would assign personnel to serve as military judges, who would rotate regularly. At the same time, the position of military inspector was no longer held by military officers. Instead, it was held by the highest inspector of the kingdom, and the position was rotated regularly. The entire Senate was in an uproar. The former mercenary veterans, led by Capys, objected to the Devers. They believed that it was enough for the army to have the military law of Dionia to regulate the behavior of officers and soldiers, and for the military judge to punish the officers and soldiers who violated the military law. Now that the Dionysian army was operating normally, there was no need to set up a military court or bring in outsiders, who could disrupt the peace and order of the army, or even leak secrets. The Dionysian army, led by Cornelis, believed that it was a wise decision by His Majesty the Devers to put the army under the supervision of the law of Dionia, which would make the whole kingdom more fair and just. The Devers still let the senators argue with each other without giving any explanation, but under his insistence, his proposal was passed. The entire Senate meeting ended in an uproar. After the meeting, Laodigian went straight to Antonios's mansion. However, the door, which used to be unimpeded for him, now prohibited anyone from entering. The reason was that Antonios is not feeling well and will not see any guests for the time being. Laodigian changed his words and said that he wanted to see his daughter, but the guard refused. In the end, considering that Laodigian was still his father-in-law, Antonios sent someone to warn him not to run around for Pyphogres anymore, and not to hold frequent banquets and attract attention. Antonios's words made Laodigian even more confused. At this moment, in the office of the royal palace of Dionia, sat the new administrator of Naxos, Myron, and the highest-ranking judge, Tritodemus. "I've just finished a meeting. I called you two here because I have something important to tell you." The Devers took out a letter with a solemn expression and handed it over. "This is the secret letter I received from Strompoli yesterday. Take a look, but you must swear to the Hades that you will not reveal the contents of the letter to anyone else." Myron and Tritodemus looked at each other and immediately did as they were told. Tritodemus took the letter and opened it to read. Myron also moved closer. The letter detailed the process of Pyphogres' murder, as well as the fact that Pyphogres had found a slave as a scapegoat. At the end of the letter, the imprisoned slave wrote that the leader of the Sicyr tribe, Archones, had a close relationship with the Laodigian family, and had given them a large amount of gold and silver many times. Archones. Myron muttered the name. It sounded familiar, but he just could not remember where he had heard it before. Archones, the son of the former king of Sicyr, Augilus, and the leader of the Tannic tribe. He lives in Kephalodion, central Sicily, the Devers reminded him briefly. Myron suddenly remembered. Oh, it's this Tannic tribe. A few years ago, they annexed another Sicyr tribe, and their leader fled to Naxos to ask us for help. At that time, we were on a campaign against Massapi, so we only sent an envoy to order the Tannic leader, Archones, to return the occupied land and people. In the end, he did so, and even wrote a letter of apology to the Senate. I remember this very clearly. He did it? I thought so at first, but now it seems that's not necessarily the case. Do you know who the envoy that the Senate sent was? The Devers' face showed a hint of anger after being deceived. Laodigian. Myron and Tritodemus exclaimed. At the same time. These past few years, we've been focusing on the affairs of Greece and southern Italy, and maintaining stability in Sicily. We're not familiar with the affairs of the Sicyr people, so we mostly rely on the elders of Sicily to make decisions and deal with them. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said in a low voice, "Yesterday, I specially checked the records of the Senate's meetings in the past years. More than half of the discussions related to the Sicyr people were related to the Tannic tribe, and the final results were mostly in their favor. This is treason." Myron slammed the chair heavily. Your Majesty, we should arrest Laodigian and interrogate him. This is only the testimony of a slave. It has not been verified, Tritodemus said in a more mature tone. Tritodemus is right. The Xianxia people are our allies, and normal interactions between them are not restricted by the law. That's why we need evidence. Besides, I suspect that Laodigian is not the only one who has a close relationship with the Tannic tribe. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many elders of Sicily speaking up for the Tannic tribe. That's why. The doctor said in a low voice with a serious expression, Myron, hurry to Naxos and replace Strompoli. Send patrols to seal off Laodigian's mansion there and search for evidence. If you find evidence of other elders being involved in this matter, I'll allow you to expand the search area. What if the elders of Sicily and Catanai are found to be suspects? Myron's eyes were bright, and he asked in a slightly excited tone. Of course, the Devers knew that Myron had always been more aggressive in his methods. He turned to another person and said, Tritodemus, use the excuse of adjudicating the murder case in Naxos as well. Hurry to Naxos as soon as possible and help Myron find evidence. At the same time, make sure that everything is within the scope of the law, so that you won't be criticized by the other elders in the Senate. The Devers said this mainly to remind Myron. Seeing him frown, he knew that Myron understood. He continued, if we find that Catanai and Sicily are also involved in this matter, Tritodemus, you'll be responsible for contacting the governors of these two cities. I'll also write a letter to ask them to cooperate with you. Try to gather all the evidence and not let anyone escape. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Tritodemus immediately promised. Mr. Myron, I've given you a difficult problem as soon as you took office. Do you feel the pressure? The Devers said to Myron in a relaxed tone and joked. Isn't this the reason why Your Majesty made me the governor of Naxos? Myron said straightforwardly. The Devers was stunned for a moment before he laughed. This old politician who had been the chief general of Crotone for a long time was definitely not as straightforward as he looked. Naxos is the Naxos of Dionia. It's time to reorganize. The words of the Devers gave Myron a clear hint. He immediately nodded and said, Understood, Your Majesty. What should we do with Pavel Grace, the son of Laodigian? Tritodemus asked cautiously. He knew the Devers well, so he asked, according to the kingdom's laws, he shouldn't be given a heavy sentence. Divers laughed coldly. Mobilizing the registered freedman to make a new report. Furthermore, he has defied the law and lied after swearing an oath to Hades. He even let a slave take the blame. Furthermore, he must have been involved in collusion with the Xianxia people. How should we sentence him for these crimes? Tritodemus' eyes lit up. After sending the two away, the Devers welcomed the new military minister, Helos. Your Majesty. Helos stood in front of the desk and bowed respectfully. As soon as Helos sat down, the Devers asked, What do you think about today's Senate meeting? Helos hesitated for a moment and did not answer the question directly. Instead, he said sincerely, Your Majesty, I think that Lord Antonios has done a very good job as the military minister. The Ministry of Military Affairs has also been operating very well. I can replace him for a while and continue to be the military minister after he recovers. Now that we are at war, to ensure that the Ministry of Military Affairs will not be shaken, I suggest not to change the military minister. The Devers looked at Helos, who had a sincere look on his face. A moment later, Dace waved his left hand and said in a deep voice, Antonios took the initiative to resign. Even if I try to persuade him to stay, he will not stay in this position any longer. Look at this, the Devers flipped the officer promotion register on the table to the page of the 8th Division and handed it to him. Helos took it with a puzzled look. After reading it carefully, his expression changed slightly. Over the past 2 days, the news that Laodigian's son, Paphocles, had been arrested for murder had gradually spread in the port of Thurii, mainly thanks to the merchants from Naxos. Helos had also heard about it. He could not help but complain in his heart. Why did Antonio still promote this troublemaker at this time? Wasn't he giving others a handle on him? He weighed his words carefully and said softly, Your Majesty, I think Lord Antonios would not make such a mistake and promote such an unqualified soldier, at least he has committed a dereliction of duty. This also shows that there are many problems in the Ministry of Military Affairs. This is why I want to establish a military court and also let the local censors enter the army. The entire army needs to be reorganized. That's why you, as the Minister of Military Affairs, have great responsibilities. Not only do you have to help the military court and the censors, you have to cooperate with them as much as possible. You also have to maintain the stability of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and let the officers and soldiers of the various corps feel at ease. Divers said earnestly. I believe that you can grasp the balance between the two. Although the Devers had high hopes, Helos felt that he had a great responsibility. Before he could respond, the Devers said again, take this register back and check how many unqualified officers and soldiers have been promoted. Find out all the officers in the Ministry of Military Affairs who broke the law and committed dereliction of duty, and let them be dealt with by the censors and military court. The kingdom's army must not have any parasites. This time, we must deal with this seriously and sound the alarm for the whole army. Diver's deafening voice shook Xylos. He pulled himself together and said, Your Majesty, I will do my best. Very good. The Devers nodded with satisfaction. He then took out a letter and said in a deep voice, There is one more important thing that you, as the military minister, must know. He then handed the letter to Helos. After reading the letter, Helos's face turned solemn. Your Majesty, is everything written in this letter true? I'm sending people to investigate. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid that this is not the only problem. The Devers said as he walked to the large map on the wall and pointed at the western part of Mount Etna. With a serious expression, he said, After the southern Italian war, we now have the Catania Plains, Naxos, Sicily, Tauromenian, and Messina. We also have the support of Leontini, Tanis, and other allied city-states. Syracuse is suppressed in the southeast corner of Sicily, allowing the kingdom to have an absolute advantage in the eastern part of Sicily. The people of Cycle are afraid of our power, so they took the initiative to form an alliance with us, becoming a member of the Alliance of Dionia. The reason why we treat every Cycle town and tribe equally, and always adopt the policy of supporting the weak and weakening the strong when they ask for help, is to prevent one of them from becoming the strongest, and to prevent them from reuniting into the Cycle kingdom, so that we can assimilate and merge them in the future. However, from the looks of it now, there is a problem with the implementation of this policy. The Cyclotanic tribe may have used the help of the elders of Sicily to secretly annex and expand their territory. I don't have too much information about the tribe's current situation. Although the tribe is located far away in Cephaloidion, which is the closest town to the west of Cycle, and is further away from Catania and Naxos, the hounds in Sicily, I'm referring to Aristaeus' intelligence department, would not have overlooked it to this extent. From this, it can be seen that they have consciously blocked the information, and this must raise our vigilance. The tone of the Devers' words made Helos feel something. He straightened his body and asked with uncertainty, Your Majesty, do you mean war? The Devers glanced at the map again and punched Sicily with his fist. He said resolutely, As long as we can confirm the crimes of Laodigian and the other elders of Sicily, we will have a reason to declare war on Tinidian and completely destroy its chance of rising. At the same time, we will intimidate the other Cycle factions and strengthen our control over them. Therefore, during this period of time, the Ministry of Military Affairs must make preparations, especially the 8th Legion. It will be the main force to attack Tinidian. Due to his understanding of the Devers, Helos did not object to his decision immediately. Instead, he gave his own suggestion, Your Majesty, before we declare war on the Cycle tribe, the Ministry of Military Affairs can only secretly make preparations to prevent the Cycle tribe from receiving the news and creating trouble for us in the future. Moreover, we are currently in the midst of a war against the Downey tribe. If we declare war on Sicily at the same time, the pressure on the logistics of the army will be greater. It is best to declare war after the war with the Downey tribe ends. This will also help the Senate pass the war resolution smoothly. In addition, since we are going to declare war again, it is best to maintain the stability of the army. As for the investigation and punishment of the officers who have violated the law, I hope that the punishment will not be too severe. After all, they are all first-time offenders. I hope that Your Majesty can give them a chance to repent. This will not harm the soldiers' respect for you. The Devers listened attentively and fell into deep thought. Helos sat quietly and waited. Finally, the Devers said slowly, "I will leave the matters of the Ministry of Military Affairs to you. The specific investigation and punishment measures will be decided by you and the military judge and prosecutor. After that, I will review and sign them. As for when to declare war on Tenidian, I will decide according to the situation." Although the Devers did not explicitly agree with Helos, Helos knew that the king had actually made a concession. He immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Devers looked at Helos. Over the years, as his authority grew, he had become more and more distant from his former mercenary friends. Fortunately, there were people like Helos, Capys, and Alexis who could constantly question his decisions and give him suggestions. This was actually a good thing. Thinking of this, his tone softened a little. "Do you have any other suggestions?" Seeing that the Devers were calm, Helos said, "The commander of the 8th Legion is Leotychides. He has never commanded an army in battle. Your Majesty, you said that the 8th Legion will be the main force to attack the Xianxia tribe. To be on the safe side, should we transfer a high-ranking officer with more experience to take over as the commander of the 8th Legion?" The Devers smirked and said, "Among the generals, who knows the terrain of Sicily better than Leotychides? Who knows the customs better? Who is better able to make the citizens of Sicily obey orders?" The Devers' question stumped Helos. Leotychides had been in Sicily for 6 years. Naturally, he could not be compared to the other commanders who were unfamiliar with Sicily. According to the military law of Dionia, one of the important requirements for a high-ranking general to be familiar with the battlefield environment and understand the customs of the surrounding area. Of course, this did not mean that the other commanders could not go to Sicily to fight, but this would undoubtedly prolong the war and increase the war's consumption. Helos thought of Antonios. However, if Laodigian and the others were proven to have violated the rules, then Antonios, who was Laodigian's relative and had deep ties with the Sicilian elders, would definitely be criticized by the elders. The Senate could not interfere with the choice of the commander in charge of attacking the Xianxia tribe, but their criticism would definitely cause the people of the kingdom to criticize Antonios. This was akin to roasting Antonios on a stove. That was why Helos realized that the Devers had asked Antonios to resign and stay at home to protect him. Seeing that Helos did not speak, the Devers continued, "Many people say that Leotychides is a man of few words, strict and serious, and people do not like to interact with him. However, I think that he spends most of his time chatting with others, thinking about military affairs and training his soldiers. He is a natural warrior. I believe that he will be able to command this war well." Helos no longer objected to the Devers' affirmation, because he believed in the Devers' ability to judge people. Their many successes in the past were the proof. After discussing for a while, Helos was about to leave when the Devers called out to him, "It's already past noon. You haven't had lunch yet, right? I'm also hungry. Speaking of which, it's been a while since we sat together and drank and chatted. Don't leave just yet. I'll ask the chef to make a few dishes, and we'll have a few drinks." "Yes, Your Majesty." Today, among the bustling pedestrians, a group of rough-looking men with short black hair and beards, barefooted, wearing red short-sleeved coats and golden belts around their waists were rather eye-catching. One must know that with the rapid development of the Kingdom of Dionia, even the poor Briti and Lucanians had been freed from the terrible situation of cold and starvation. In the hinterland of the kingdom, the pedestrians had never seen such a tribe dressed so shabbily, and they looked a little unfamiliar, so the pedestrians around them were whispering to each other. Finally, a man on a horse came out from the herdsmen who were herding a herd of cattle and sheep in front of him. He came to the group of men in red and asked carefully in Greek, "May I ask if you are the Simonians?" A few of the men in red obviously understood what he said, but they did not answer immediately. Instead, they looked at the only man in the center wearing a short-sleeved white robe. The man in the white robe stepped forward and said in Greek, "We are the Simonians from Abenalum. What can I do for you, people of Potentia?" Although the people of Potentia looked the same as the Lucanians in other areas, it had been more than 10 years since the other Lucania municipality was merged into Dionia. Under the influence of Dionia's culture, religion, and customs, not only had their daily life begun to change, but even the newborn children's names had begun to have a Greek flavor. Only Potentia, which was the latest to join the Kingdom of Dionia as a free city, still maintained the cultural customs of the Lucanians. However, if the people of Dionia could distinguish the difference, how could the Simonians, who rarely appeared in the territory of Dionia, be able to distinguish the difference so easily? Although the man on the horse had doubts in his heart, he did not rashly ask. Since the Southern War, the Simonians and Potentia had maintained peace for 10 years. One joined the Kingdom of Dionia, and the other became an ally of Dionia. The peace would probably continue to be maintained. However, the man on the horse knew the temper of the Simonians, so he did not say anything more. He just smiled and said, "I'm just here to get to know each other so that we can take care of each other on the way to Turii." After that, he solemnly performed the Simonian etiquette and rode away. When the other pedestrians learned that the group of men in red were Simonians, they did not feel too much panic despite the Simonians' notoriety. Instead, they avoided them because they were in the territory of Dionia. The powerful Kingdom of Dionia had allowed its people, including its affiliated states, to enjoy 10 years of peace. No force dared to provoke its majesty. Even the mountain bandits were almost extinct in the territory. The traveler who sailed from Catani to Lygium and passed northward through Magna Graecia, the mountains of Bruttii, the mountains of Lucania, and finally to Campania, and slept in the open air for 10 or 20 days, would be safe from any danger but that of wild beasts, and would even be able to appeal to the Temple of Hades in any of the cities of Dionysia. Safety. This was the greatest benefit that Dionia gave to the people living in this land after it unified southern Italy. It was also the point that these people who often traveled and did business felt the most. Therefore, the only thing they needed to worry about when trekking in this mountainous area was the wild beasts in the mountains. However, in fact, this road had been crowded with people for years, and the wild beasts had also wisely stayed away. In recent years, there had been no news of wild beasts attacking people and livestock. In the following days, whenever it was time to rest, the man on the horse in front would take the initiative to chat with them. He would even warmly invite these Simonians to have a meal with him. The cured meat jerky and hot mutton soup could not be compared to the cold coarse bread that the Simonians carried with them. The enthusiasm of the man on the horse finally dispelled the Simonians' vigilance. After getting along with them for 2 days, this group of pedestrians finally walked out of this mountainous area. "Chief Gurney, we'll reach the mountain pass fortress after we pass the foot of the mountain," the man on the horse said excitedly. Gurney was the son of the Lan, the great chief of Hilpini, the former head of the 4 major Simonian tribes. 10 years ago, the Simonians invaded Potentia and suffered a crushing defeat. His father died in the chaos, and he was eventually captured by the people of Dionia and stayed in Potentia and Lucania municipality for nearly 2 years. Gurney looked ahead, a little lost in thought. He was familiar with the mountain pass in front because before he was released to Simonia, he was brought to Turii and stayed in the central city of the Kingdom of Dionia for several months. During this period, he was even received by the king of Devers who had defeated them many times. At this moment, a complicated feeling arose in his heart. Gurney said loudly, "Hurry up, we're going out of the mountainous area." His subordinates shouted excitedly and helped the Potentia herdsmen drive the cattle and sheep, carrying the goods, and moving forward together. After spending 2 days together, the pedestrians found that the Simonians were actually very easy to get along with. As long as one treated them sincerely, they would definitely do their best to help them. After passing through the foot of the mountain, the speed of their advance slowed down because there was already a long queue in front of the mountain pass fortress. Originally, there was only one checkpoint at the mountain pass. The western exit of the mountain road was already guarded by the La River fortress. The Senate of Dionia did not plan to build another fortress here. However, since the Turii-Nudum road was built, and the road was extended to Lucania in the following years, the Potentia area was annexed to the kingdom, and the Simonians and Campanians took the initiative to form an alliance. The influence of the Kingdom of Dionia in the north was increasing, and naturally, the trade and cultural exchanges between Turii, the center of Dionia, and the central west coast of Italy had become more frequent. Every day, not only was there a lot of people on this road, but also carts and livestock often traveled on it. In addition, when there was strong wind and heavy rain in the mountainous area, broken trees and fallen rocks would block the road, so the road needed to be maintained frequently. Moreover, the law of Dionia also stipulated that all cities should do their best to ensure the safety of the people. The mountain road was winding, and it would take 3 days to complete the whole journey at a normal speed. In addition to the remote location, there were many pedestrians, robberies, injuries, and other incidents occurred from time to time, and there were also attacks from beasts. Therefore, since the Senate assigned the safety of this mountain area to Turiai, the Turiai City Hall regularly dispatched personnel to patrol the road, repair the road, and protect the safety of pedestrians. In order to allow them to focus on their work, the checkpoint was expanded and rebuilt into a fortress. As the number of pedestrians on the road increased, the merchants of Turiai also found a business opportunity. Because of the more than 3 days of trekking through the mountain road, it would take at least half a day to reach Turiai by the time they exited the mountain road, and most of the pedestrians could not eat or sleep well in the mountainous area. Without a good rest, it was impossible for most pedestrians to continue their journey. Therefore, the merchants built hotels, restaurants, and shops here. After a few years, the fortress had become a lively town in the mountains. Finally, it was the turn of the herdsman of Portentia. The soldier who was inspecting at the city gate looked at the herds of cattle and sheep behind them, frowned and asked, "Is there anyone among you in charge?" "Me." The man on the horse squeezed in front of the soldier. "Where are you from? What are you doing in Turiai?" "From the area of Portentia near Kopsa, to Turiai to sell cattle and sheep." "How many cattle?" "How many sheep?" 12 cattle and 108 sheep. The clerk next to him calculated in his mind and said, "You have to pay 12 opal to pass." The man on the horse was stunned and asked, "Why do I have to pay? This is your first time using this road to sell livestock in Turiai, right? It's difficult to maintain roads in the mountains. When there are a lot of cattle and sheep, they will eat the vegetation on the side of the road. When it rains, it will easily block the road with mud. Besides, the cattle and sheep's feces are all over the road, so it's very troublesome to clean them up. The smell can also easily attract wolves. Therefore, the Ministry of Roads has stipulated that for every 10 cattle and sheep that pass through this mountain road, 1 opal will be charged as the road maintenance fee and extra pay for the road builders. There's a notice posted on the wall over there with the seal of the Senate. If you don't believe me, you can take a look," the soldier said reasonably. 12 opal did not actually cost much, but the man on the horse was straightforward. "No need, I believe you." After paying, the herdsman drove the cattle and sheep slowly through the city gate. Gurney and the others stood in front of the city guard. Before he could ask, Gurney answered directly, "We are Samnai people from Abenalim. We were invited to participate in this year's rugby competition." As he said this, he also took out a letter. "This is a certificate from Kopsa's governor, Sima." In fact, they had already checked it once when they passed through Ari River Fortress. The soldier looked at Gurney and then at the other Samnai people beside him. He said politely, "Wait here for a while. The people who will welcome you to the athletes' camp will be here soon." After a while, a young man walked out of the city gate. He had short blonde hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a slender body. Although his face was still childish, he was in high spirits. He hurried to Gurney and the others, a mixture of excitement and curiosity on his face. When he walked up to them, he carefully looked at them. Gurney was slightly displeased. At this time, the young man smiled. "Turiai welcomes you, brave Abenalim warriors. I have been appointed by the Senate to be responsible for bringing you to the camp." His smile was very bright, immediately dispelling the Samnai people's unhappiness. Half of the volunteers for the Dionia rugby final were students from the advanced classes of Turiai School and the Dionia Academy. This was also the intention of the Devers. He hoped that these young talents who had not yet reached the age of 18 and had not been appointed to public office could practice their ability to handle practical affairs in addition to learning, which would be more conducive to their future development. The young man in front of him was from the Dionia Academy. He whispered a few words to the slave behind him, and the slave immediately turned around and ran into the city gate. Then, the young man said to Gurney, "You must be very tired after crossing the mountains from Abenalim to Turiai. We should have let you have a good rest in the town, but the celebration will begin the day after tomorrow. You need more time to prepare for the game, so we'd better go to the campsite now. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "We're not tired at all. Let's go. One of the Simonians shouted anxiously. Tadoni. Gurney turned around and glared at his man. Although he could tell that the young man was not very old, judging from his temperament and the 4 strong slaves that followed him closely, he was definitely the son of a senator or an important minister in the kingdom of Dionia. He did not want to offend him for no reason. The young man was not offended. Instead, he realized that he had been standing in front of the city gate, which had delayed the pedestrians behind him. So, he quickly led the Simonians into the town. The terrain of the town was like a trumpet. There were steep mountains on both sides, extending continuously to the east. In the middle was a relatively flat lowland that was constantly expanding to the east. A road meandered forward, and both sides were filled with all kinds of shops and stalls. It was so crowded that there was no place for pedestrians to stop. Behind them were rows of houses built against the mountains. The merchants' various hawking sounds were like cicadas chirping on the trees in summer, pouring endlessly into their ears and irritating them. Some hawkers even stopped pedestrians to sell goods or invite them to stay in their stalls. After the Simonians rejected them rudely, no one bothered these stout and ferocious-looking pedestrians anymore. After walking for a while, the terrain became much more open, and the surroundings were not so crowded anymore. At this time, the young man said, "Chief Gurney, the weather is so hot. You must be thirsty after such a long journey. Drink some water first before we continue our journey." Following the direction of his finger, Gurney saw a water stall on the side of the road in front. The slave who had left earlier was standing by the side and waving. After hearing what the young man said, Gurney subconsciously licked his dry lips. However, he was a little hesitant because he knew that the price of water here should be expensive. He could not bear to part with it, so he thought to himself, "I might as well wait until I reach the Tyro River and drink the river water." The young man seemed to have read his mind and said loudly, "I've already paid for the water. If you don't drink it, you can only throw it away." As soon as he finished speaking, the other Samone people could not hold it in any longer. They rushed forward, picked up the earthen jars one by one, and poured it into their mouths. The cool and sweet honey water not only quenched their thirst but also alleviated their hunger. The Samone people drank one jar but felt that it was not enough, so they picked up another jar. This really cost you a lot." Gurney, who usually boasted of being forthright, felt a little embarrassed at the moment. "You've accepted our invitation and come all the way to Talii. You've toiled so hard just to attend our Dionysius celebration. As the hosts, of course, we should take good care of our honorable guests. This little expense is nothing." The young man thought that it was only right for him to do so. His tone did not sound like that of someone who had yet to reach adulthood. Gurney's heart skipped a beat. He put down the jar and asked, "What's your name?" "How do you know my name is Gurney?" "I don't remember saying my name." The young man said calmly, "My name is Clotho Rex. The official who sent me to welcome you told me in detail that the Samone team is led by Chief Gurney. I also know that only nobles wear white robes among the Samone people, and you're the only one in the team who wears white robes, so, you know a lot about us Samone people." Gurney looked at him in surprise. "This is what my father told me," the young man said modestly. "My father said that the Samone people are brave warriors and deserve the respect of the people of Dionia." Brave warriors? If Gurney did not see the young man's sincere expression, he would have thought that the young man was mocking him. Were the Samone people brave? If they were brave, why would they kill each other in a single night out of fear? The huge army back then did not even have the chance to fight the people of Dionia head-on. They were defeated just like that. In the end, he became a captive. In order to regain his foothold in Abenalum and regain his father's position as the leader, he had to rely on the power of his former enemy, the people of Dionia. Gurney suddenly felt that the honey water in his mouth was tasteless. He spat it on the ground and shouted, "We should hurry up." After saying that, he strode forward. The other Samone people quickly finished the water, stroked their bloated stomachs, and followed behind Gurney one by one. After crossing a mountain ridge, they were out of the mountain pass town. At this moment, someone shouted, "Chief Gurney! Chief Gurney!" Jinnit, the Potendian, shouted as he rushed to Gurney's side. Not only did the Samone people make way for him, but they also helped the shepherds drive the cattle and sheep. "Jinnit, you don't live in the town?" Gurney asked casually. If I live here, where will all these cattle and sheep live? I have to hurry to the livestock market in Turiai and save money if I can. I have to sell these cattle and sheep quickly. Janet said. You are from Potentia. Why don't you sell these cattle and sheep to Poseidonia or Annona? Why did you come all the way to Turiai? Someone asked. Janet turned his head and saw an unfamiliar young man. He asked doubtfully, You are? Clotho Sykes, Turiai's City Hall sent me to welcome Chief Gurney and the others, the young man answered. Hearing this, Janet did not dare to underestimate the young man. He said, Poseidonia and Annona are not big cities, and they are close to us. The cattle and sheep are sold too cheaply there, and they might not be sold because there are not enough people to buy them. Last year, I heard that in Turiai, because of the Hades celebration and the rugby competition, there are a lot of people coming to Turiai to watch the competition. Therefore, all the food in the market is sold at a high price. It is said that a sheep can be sold for more than 30 drachmas. That's why I decided to give it a try this year. It's more than 200 miles from Potentia to Turiai. Most of the roads are mountainous, and there are many beasts. It's difficult for humans to walk, let alone the cattle and sheep. Aren't you afraid that something might happen to them? The young man asked curiously. That's right, sigh. Hearing this, Janet felt as if he had met a bosom friend, and he immediately poured out his grievances. I brought 120 goats and 15 cows with me when I set off, but only 108 goats and 12 cows are left now. The rest of them either ran away, were taken away by the wolves, broke their legs, or fell sick from eating something bad. In the end, I had no choice but to kill them. Janet pointed at the fresh cow and sheep skins that some of the herdsmen were carrying on their backs. He looked pained. I only hope that we can sell the remaining cattle and sheep for a good price when we go to the market of Turiai. Otherwise, my people and I will suffer a great loss. Sigh. The young man listened attentively. A slave whispered a few words into his ear. His handsome face showed some sympathy. You're right. The price of a sheep in the market of Turiai is more than 30 drachmas. A cow can even reach 80 drachmas. However, the other merchants have the same idea as you. They often come to Turiai at this time. The shops and storefronts in the port and city markets can't accommodate so many merchants. There have been many riots in the past years. Therefore, this year, the City Hall of Turiai has issued a new rule. During the celebration, only merchants who are citizens of the kingdom are allowed to enter the two markets. According to this rule, your cattle and sheep can't enter the port and city at all. Janet couldn't believe his ears. He explained loudly, we, Potentia, are also part of the kingdom of Dionia. We, the people of Potentia, are also people of Dionia. We should also receive preferential treatment from the kingdom. The young man shook his head. Potentia is just a free city of the kingdom. You manage your own city. Your taxes don't have to be submitted to the Senate. You don't have to serve in the military. The laws of the kingdom don't apply to you. You don't have to bear the obligations that the kingdom requires of its citizens. Of course, you won't receive the rights that a citizen of Dionia should enjoy, such as land, military rewards, and of course, some of the benefits that a kingdom like this gives to its citizens. The young man spoke with confidence. Gurney, who was standing at the side, was surprised to find that this somewhat childish young man was showing a trace of dignity that ordinary teenagers didn't have. Janet didn't notice this. After listening to the young man's words, he was dumbfounded. He said angrily, since we're not allowed to sell in the market, we'll sell outside. Turiai is so big. There must be a place for us to sell our cattle and sheep. At this moment, Janet was no longer as energetic as before. His face was pale, and he said in a trembling voice, What? What should we do? Are we supposed to drive the cows and sheep back again? These are all good cows and sheep. They drink from the mountain spring and eat the fresh grass in the mountains. After 10 days of walking, their fat has almost been consumed, and their meat has become more chewy. Those that can survive until here are all very healthy cows and sheep. Even Gurney could not bear to watch. After all, he had been getting along well with these Potentian herdsmen for the past 2 days. He could not help but help Janet and asked the young man, is there any way to get them to sell these cows and sheep? Is it really the only way to get them to drive these animals back to Potentia again? In fact, the young man had already thought about it. He only thought for a while before he asked a slave to touch and pinch the cows and sheep. For a moment, the cows were bleeding, and there was even a scene of a man on top of a goat's head. After a while, the slave came over with a dusty face and nodded at the young man. The young man relaxed and said to the uneasy Jinnit, "They are indeed good cows and sheep. Do you know about Kristoya's restaurant?" Jinnit's eyes lit up. How could he not know about the famous Kristoya's restaurant that was spread all over the cities of Dionia? It was the delicacies introduced by this restaurant that doubled the value of the cows and sheep. If his own livestock could be sold to Kristoya's restaurant, it would definitely be an honor for any herdsman. He asked eagerly, "Can you get in touch with Kristoya's restaurant?" The young man said directly, "Drive the cows and sheep to the Tino River. I'll send a slave to inform the person in charge of Kristoya's restaurant and let him see your cows and sheep. Your cows and sheep are of such good quality, I believe he'll definitely buy them." Asanu bless me. Thank you. Thank you so much. Jinnit was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. He did not have any expectations for this young man, but he did not expect him to give him an unexpected surprise. A Potendian herdsman reminded him loudly, "I say, Jinnit, why do you trust this kid so much? What if he's been lying to us from the beginning and just wants to buy our cows and sheep at a very low price?" "Shut up. He's sincerely trying to help us. How can you say such hurtful words? Hurry up and apologize to him, or I'll kick you out of our team." Jinnit was furious. Before the herdsman could do anything, the young man had already lost his cool and said loudly, "You can go to the market and ask around first. After you've figured it out, follow my slaves to Kristoya's restaurant to invite people. I believe that according to Kristoya's restaurant's usual practice, they won't buy your cattle and sheep at a price lower than the market price." After saying these words, the young man's face was still slightly red. Jinnit hurriedly said, "Don't mind that idiot's nonsense, we absolutely believe you. Since Kristoya's restaurant will be our future customer, I'll go with your slave to show my respect." After the young man said those words, he regretted it a little. He remembered that his father had once told him, "In any situation, you must learn to stay calm as much as possible so that you can make the right response." After he calmed down, he heard Geniat's words and immediately understood that Jinnit had his suspicions as well. Although he was a little annoyed, he still controlled his emotions and nodded in agreement. The group walked east along the main road and it did not take long for them to arrive near the big riverbank. "Oh, this stone pillar is so tall. There's even a statue on it." The Simonians looked up at the towering monument in front of them, and they were all surprised. "That's the Pillar of Victory." More than 10 years ago, the current king of Dionia, Devers, was only the leader of the Greek mercenaries at that time. The Lucanian tribal coalition invaded Turii and defeated the Turii army. Seeing that they were about to occupy this fertile land, King of Devers led the mercenaries here with far fewer people than the Lucanian coalition. Jinnit pointed to the big riverbank in front of the left, and said with a rather complicated expression, "and killed nearly 10,000 Lucanian warriors." It was said that the river was dyed red with the blood of the Lucanians at that time, and the bodies of the Lucanian warriors were floating on the river. In this battle, the Lucanians suffered heavy losses, and the tribal coalition finally collapsed. And King of Devers became famous after this battle, and finally established the powerful Dionia kingdom today. At the top of the Pillar of Victory is the statue of King of Devers. Jinnit's words still contained a sigh about the rapid decline of the Lucanian tribal coalition in the past. Although the young man next to him was already familiar with the past, when he heard it from someone else, his face quickly overflowed with pride. The Simonians heard it and laughed, "You outnumbered the other party, but you were still killed by the other party. This shows that you Lucanians are no good. If it were us Simonians, we would never, Tadoni." Gurney glared at him fiercely to prevent him from making a fool of himself. The Lucanians suffered a crushing defeat, and the Simonians were not any better. More than 20,000 people did not even fight a single battle, and they defeated themselves in one night. It would be a joke if they knew. It's better to be at peace. War should be avoided as much as possible. There has been no war in Lucania municipality for 10 years. Is the life of the Potentia people better or worse? The young man interrupted at the right time. Of course it's better. Jinnit was a little emotional, but it was not to please the young man. If it was 10 years ago, I would never have thought that I would walk together with the Simonians today, drinking water and chatting. When Gurney heard this, he was a little touched. At this time, a Simonian asked loudly, "Chief, what are they doing?" Looking at the direction of his finger, there was a long queue in front of the big river, extending all the way to a huge white building on the other side of the river. On the eve of the Hades celebration, people came from all directions to Turin, and few left. The direction of this long queue was completely opposite to the bustling pedestrians on the main road, walking towards the city of Turin. It was no wonder that the Simonians were curious. That's the famous hot spring in Turin. After the reminder, Gurney felt like he had returned to a few years ago, but he was still brought to Turin with a little hatred. He did not expect to be warmly received, soaking in the hot spring, tasting delicious food, watching competitions, listening to plays. He stayed there for a few months, and during this period, he was also warmly received by the king of Devers in the palace several times. Bathing in the hot spring, and specially trained slaves will give you massages to help you get rid of your fatigue. I heard that bathing in the hot spring is very good for the body, and the people of Dionia like to come here very much. The Simonians' interest was aroused by Chief Gurney's description, especially after the 10 days of continuous travel. The sweat and dust on their bodies were probably as thick as a finger. At this moment, they felt itchy all over. "Chief, why don't we go inside and take a bath first?" "You have to pay to bathe inside, 1 opal per person," Janet reminded him. He roughly knew the financial situation of this group of Simonians, and he did not think that they would be willing to pay for a bath. Gurney really did not know that they had to pay for the bath because he was accompanied by a special Dionia civil servant in Turin. Although 1 opal was not much, there were 60 people here, and this bath would cost 10 drachmas, which was a little too much for him. When Gurney was about to refuse, the young man said, "When you arrive at the campsite and settle down, I'll bring you here at dusk to have a good hot spring bath to wash away the dust and fatigue, so that you'll be in a good state to participate in the Hades celebration and the rugby game." As soon as the young man's voice trailed off, the Simonians cheered. At first, when the young man came to greet them, these Simonians, who were usually brave and fierce, really did not take this childlike young man seriously. However, the young man was gentle and warm, and he took the initiative to invite them to drink the milk water, which won their favor. Now that he was taking them to the hot spring bath, their good impression of him doubled. So, one by one, they came over to hug the young man to express their gratitude. The young man's personal slaves were a little nervous at first, but they soon relaxed when they saw the young man talking and laughing with the Simonians. Further east, when they passed by the confluence of the Tino River and the Cosini River, they saw a city standing there. It had a radius of 5 or 6 miles, surrounded by a 5-meter-high stone wall. There were towers on the stone wall, and behind the wall was a sentry tower. In front of the wall was a wide moat, a suspension bridge, and a deer fort. On top of the city wall, there were teams of heavily armed soldiers patrolling. "Is this Turin?" The Simonians and some of the Potentia herdsmen asked curiously because they did not see any pedestrians going to the city. "This is the military camp of Turin, where the 1st Legion, 2nd Legion, and Reserve Legion of Dionia usually train," the young man explained. "This is just a military camp?" The Simonians and the Potentia herdsmen widened their eyes in disbelief. This city looked bigger and more imposing than the cities of Abenelum and Potentia, but it was just a place used by the Dionia to train soldiers? In the following days in Turii, Gurney often could not sleep at night. He often thought that the people of Dionia were busy herding cattle and sheep and hunting beasts all day long in order to survive, but the people of Dionia had the time and energy to carry out planned and orderly military training. Even if the Samnite army that he was in could have a real contest with the Legion of Dionysia, they would not have been a match for them. Later, he learned that there were 7 or 8 military camps like this in Dionia. It was a great blow to him, and it became one of the reasons why his attitude toward Dionia began to change. The Samnite people suddenly became a lot quieter. At the same time, they were also looking forward to seeing the city of Turii. As they walked further, the terrain became flatter and more open. There were more houses and villages. Not far ahead, there was a flat road that connected to the stone bridge that spanned the Costheni River. Bustling pedestrians came from the other side of the Costheni River and finally converged on this main road, making the already crowded crowd even larger. In fact, the main traffic on this road was usually the pack wagons and the kingdom's slaves that transported stones and copper ores. In this lively September, for the sake of traffic safety, these were temporarily stopped. Instead, the people of Dionia who came from the Brudi region to attend the celebration in Turii had increased the utilization of this road. The rumbling of carriages, the neighing of cattle and sheep, the chatter of pedestrians, and the crying of children. The flow of people on the road was a huge moving source of noise. At the same time, it was also the producer of garbage. The excrement of pedestrians and livestock, as well as the leftovers of food, were all over the ground. If the pedestrians were not careful, they would fall prey to it. The air was filled with an unpleasant smell. The Samanai and Potentions who had suffered a loss complained about it. The young man explained, the roads and the cleanliness on both sides of the Turii territory are the responsibility of the various demos in Turii territory. Usually, these roads are very clean by them. It's just that there are too many pedestrians coming and going during this time, and the people of the demos also have to watch the celebrations and competitions, so they can only do simple cleaning at dusk and early morning. After this busy time, the roads will become clean again. What's a demo? Someone asked curiously. Simply put, Dermot is a small town formed by the merging of several villages. In Turin, there are 68 German shepherds, and the number is still increasing. The young man's casual explanation left the Simonians speechless. In the Samanese mountains, it was hard to see a village, that is, a tribal settlement, even after walking for half a day, but there were hundreds of villages in the central city of Dionia. How many people were there? The Simonians used their not-so-bright brains to think hard. In fact, after they passed through Nudum, the Simonians, who were used to herding and hunting in the forest with only a few people, began to feel a little uncomfortable. There were too many pedestrians along the way, probably more than the population of Abenalum. Let's go this way. At this time, the young man shouted and led the Samanai people to turn right into a side road. Leader Gurney, may God Savone bless you, Savone, the god of war worshipped by the Simonians, and win the competition. Seeing that the slave leading the way did not follow them, Jinnat had to wave goodbye to them. Jinnat, thank you for taking care of us along the way. Welcome to Abenalum. Gurney also responded in a friendly manner, which was exactly what Jinnat wanted to hear. This adventurous Potendian merchant had long wanted to take advantage of his neighbor, but in the past, although the Simonians and the Potentions were no longer at war, their relationship was unfamiliar, so he did not dare to enter the Samanese mountains to trade. Now that he had Gurney's friendship, he had the confidence. Clotho Cox, thank you very much for your selfless help. When I sell the cattle and sheep, I will definitely treat you to a drink at Kristoya's restaurant. Jinnat then expressed his gratitude to the young man. The young man smiled and politely declined, thank you for your invitation, but these days I will be busy with the celebration and the competition, so I really don't have time. After sending Jinnat off, the young man led the Simonians along the north bank of the Cosini River to the east. The houses on both sides of the road gradually became denser, and most of them were 2 or 3 stories high. Unlike the usual Greek houses that faced the road, these houses were facing away from the road, so the tall buildings were right next to each other, directly standing beside the sidewalk. Although this side road was also relatively wide, and there were gutters and sidewalks on both sides, so it was not narrow, but it still obstructed the view and still gave people a sense of oppression. Why haven't we reached the city of Turin yet? Todoni shouted a little irritably. The young man smiled and said, actually, we have already entered the city of Turin. Already entered the city of Turin? Todoni thought that he was joking, we did not see the city walls at all. Only the inner city of Turin has city walls, the other urban areas have not built walls. The young man explained. It turned out that after the Southern Italian War, many freedmen and foreigners poured into Turin every year, wanting to become citizens of the kingdom. The skyrocketing population led to the continuous expansion of the urban areas of Turin. We are now at the edge of the urban area of Turin, at least 4 miles away from the inner city. 4 miles? All the Samanai people gasped. How big was this city? Even Gurney was deeply shocked. Although he had stayed in Turin for half a year 8 years ago, the city of Turin was not as big as it was now. It could only be said that the city of Turin was developing too fast. There are no city walls in the city of Turin. Aren't they afraid of the invasion of foreign enemies? Maione, the quarterback of the Simonians team who participated in the football game, asked in a slightly provocative manner. As the second warrior among the Simonians who had participated in the last war, he was both in awe and a little unwilling to admit defeat to Dionia. The young man glanced at him and said loudly, "The Senate of Dionia once raised a similar question to the king at that time, hoping to build an outer city wall, but the king of Devers said." The young man straightened his back. "Turin is located in the center of the kingdom of Dionia, with mountains as a barrier, the sea as a barrier, a strong army for defense, and a strong fleet for protection. If the enemy still managed to break into the territory of Turin, then there is no need for the kingdom of Dionia to exist." In fact, there was another important reason why Tulii city did not build an outer wall. It was because Tulii city was very big. Although building an outer wall was a huge project, Tulii city was still expanding. After a few years, the outer wall would probably become an inner wall again. Such a large number of people and the expenditure of the national treasury would not achieve much in the end, so it was better not to build it. Of course, the Simonians did not know about this. After listening to the young man's words, they became silent. The number of pedestrians on the side roads was decreasing. Many pedestrians who had been to Turin for many times knew that food and accommodation were very scarce in Turin at this time of the year. The further they went into the inner city, the higher the price. Therefore, they would choose to walk into the houses and discuss with the owners about renting a house. This was also the reason why the owners built the houses so tall. As for why the houses were facing away from the road, it was because although it was only a side road, there were still people coming and going every day and it was noisy. The practice of facing away from the road, using small windows, and thickening the walls could reduce the noise. At the same time, the residents did not have to see the irritating street view and had a barely passable living environment. As they walked forward for a while, the houses that stood on both sides of the road like city walls disappeared. After passing by two stone statues of Hermes with a smile on their faces, wearing flying boots, and pointing to the front, the field of vision in front opened up again. What everyone saw was a familiar traditional Greek house. Without waiting for the people to ask, the young man took the initiative to explain. "When we, the Dionia, rebuilt the city of Turin, His Majesty the Devers and the senators had envisioned the prosperous scene of the city of Turin in the future. Therefore, a lot of public land around the city was not allocated to the citizens, but for the future expansion of the urban area. From here forward, it's the original urban area of Turin. Sigh, I just didn't expect the expansion of the city of Turin would be so rapid that it has already expanded to the land of the Turin citizens. Fortunately, the Ministry of Agriculture has a rule that farmland is not allowed to be used for other purposes. The supervisor will also regularly inspect the quality of the newly built houses and also limit the height. Otherwise, the citizens at the back won't only have 2 to 3-story houses built on the roadside, but 5 to 6-story houses spread all over their land. Then, they'll rent the houses to preparatory citizens and freedmen to obtain high profits instead of farming." When the young man reached here, a hint of disgust appeared on his face. Other than marveling at the large population of the city of Turin again, the Simonians did not have any other feelings. However, between these neatly arranged houses and crisscrossing streets, they saw temples or altars from time to time. From the young man, they learned that these temples were not only dedicated to the gods of the Greeks, but there were also temples dedicated to the god Asinu of Lucania, the highland goddess Umla and Brutus of the Baruthi people, and the racial protector of the Masapi and Puchetti people, Lycaon. The gods of the foreign tribes were worshipped in the cities that were dominated by the Greeks. The believers did their own things, but there were no conflicts. This surprised Samone greatly. At this time, the young man pointed to the front and said, "Look, that's the arena where you're going to compete next." A few hundred meters away stood a huge building beside the road. It was the Asinu Amara Arena. One was located near the south of Turin. It was called the Apollo Arena. The name was decided by the merchants who donated money to the south of Turin. During the finals, the teams of the city-states south of Turin, including Sicily, played their group matches in this arena. North of the port of Turin was the Lycaon Arena. The towns of Masapi and Puchetti held their group matches again. The original Turin Arena, east of the city of Turin and west of the Temple of Hera, was renamed the Persephone Arena. North of Turin, mainly Greek towns such as Turin, Amendolara, Heraclea, Elea, and so on, played their group matches here. The other was the Asinu Amla Arena. Because it was the place where the teams of the towns of Lucania and Briti played their group matches, the two clans had a dispute over the issue of which of the two gods' names should come first when naming it. In the end, the king of Devers decided that when building the arena, the clan that donated the most money would have their god's name come first. As a result, the Lucanians won, and the name of the arena was established. When the Samanai players saw the building, they were a little excited. The Samanai people fell in love with rugby and football after the Great Southern Italian War. More than 10,000 Samanai people were captured. While they were doing hard labor such as building roads and houses, the Daionia soldiers who guarded them also consciously taught them these two sports and organized them into teams to play against each other. This not only made them interested in the culture of Daionia, but also consumed their excess energy and reduced their resistance and hostility. After these Samanai people were released back to their hometown one after another, they began to spread these two sports in the Samanai mountains. However, so far, there was still no formal arena in the Samanai region. They all played games on the relatively flat grassland. It was the first time that these Samanai players saw that the stadium they were about to play in was so magnificent, so they could not help but feel a little excited. However, the young man did not give them more time to stop and watch. Instead, he took them into another side road and came to a wide field that was circled with wooden sticks and ropes. There were countless tents, shops, and stalls inside. Many strong men were moving around, buying things, practicing passing games, and some simply used the open space to conduct small practice matches. In the lively atmosphere, there was a hint of tension before the battle. This was the camp that the Samanai people were going to be stationed in. Due to the fact that there were too many travelers coming to Turin in September, and each participating team had at least 50 to hundreds of people, dozens of teams added up to thousands of people. The urban area of Turin could not provide so many accommodations at all. After referring to the practice of the Olympia Games and combining the characteristics of the Kingdom of Daionia, the City Hall of Turin set up camps near the four arenas to gather all the teams that participated in the same group stage together. They solved the accommodation problem with simple tents and made it easy to manage, so that the participating teams would not be scattered all over the place. It would consume a lot of energy just to organize them to play in the stadium, and it would easily disrupt the order of the city. The young man came to the entrance of the camp and explained the situation to the guards. Gurney once again showed Sesima's ladder, and the Samanai people were allowed to enter. When the other people in the camp saw the Samanai people wearing the same short-sleeved red robes, they knew that another team had moved in, and that they had arrived before the start of the celebration, because Abaniram was far away from Turin, and Gurney and his team had walked all the way here. They were actually the last team to arrive in Turin, so they came up to ask curiously. When they learned that they were from the Samanai area, they were surprised. Some of them even whispered with a strange expression, "Do the Samanai people play rugby?" When Tadoni, Maioni, and others heard this, their hearts were filled with hatred. If it were not for the fact that they had just arrived, they would have cursed out loud. They secretly made up their minds, "I must teach the other teams a lesson on the field." The young man ran around and arranged tents for them to stay in. He also borrowed dozens of rugby uniforms, protective gear, and shoes for them, and took them to dinner in advance. At dusk, he really let them take a hot spring bath. The responsible young man took only one day to make these burly Samanai people treat him as one of their own. 10 years ago, the kingdom of Daionia was almost assassinated by an assassin sent by Syracuse. As a result, the people who participated in the celebration panicked, trampled, and many people were injured and killed. Since then, Daionia gradually improved the procedures of the celebration to ensure the safety of the city and the people. On the 9th of September, the day of the Hades celebration, the inner city was heavily guarded. In addition to the important ministers, elders, and invited guests from various alliances to attend the ceremony, the Kingdom of Daionia would also invite the public officials of the kingdom who performed well, the soldiers and team officers who performed bravely in the war, as well as the scholars and craftsmen who had creative ideas in academics and innovations in machinery. Nearly 10,000 people were allowed to bring their families into the Victory Square in the inner city to watch the celebration, and then go to the main temple of the Hades to worship. Since they were all citizens, most of them had received military training. Once there was an accident, they could turn into soldiers of the Legion by blowing the bugle and stop the situation from getting worse. In addition, the city hall of Turin had built temples and altars of the Hades outside the southern city of Turin, in the Delta area, near the port, and in the east, north, and west of the inner city of Turin. The nearby arenas and theaters also had grand performances in the square. The saintesses would sing, and experienced priests would preside. The people who lived nearby could enjoy and participate in the celebration without having to travel far. On this day, the grand bell of the Temple of the Hades rang in every corner of Turin, and the light and distant chanting echoed throughout the Sbarri plain. The people of the Kingdom of Dionia were cheering for the Hades celebration. The joy brought by the celebration was even higher on the second day, because the Kingdom of Dionia rugby final had begun. Once again, Gurney was invited. Early in the morning, he was led by the Turin public officials through the crowded west gate of Turin. They passed through one block after another. The blocks in the west of the inner city were basically vast and magnificent mansions, most of which were the mansions of the kingdom's senators and important ministers. Then, they entered an avenue between two hills. The noisy crowd became much quieter as they passed by. On the hillside on the left was the main temple of the kingdom's sacred Hades temple, and on the hillside on the right was the mansion of the great king of Devers. Gurney glanced at the hill on the right, and then shifted his gaze to the foot of the hill. He knew that the entire hill was guarded by the king's guards, and no one could enter the hill without an invitation. At the foot of the hill, there was a magnificent building with a square shape, supported by dozens of huge pillars. It looked solemn, like a temple. It was the Palace of Dionia. The main purpose of Gurney's visit to Turin this time was to be invited to this palace again, and be received by the king of Devers. As he followed the crowd, he could see the Senate's assembly hall. After entering the wide Victory Square, the distance between the pedestrians naturally widened, and Gurney instantly felt a lot more relaxed. Having been here once a few years ago, he knew that the most important building here, apart from the towering stone pillar in the center of the square and the goddess of victory at the top, was the fountain on the west side of the square in front of the assembly hall. Back then, Gurney had heard from the official who was in charge of accompanying him that Hades had resurrected the fountain, so the elders of the Senate and the people responded to Hades' prophecy and elected the Devers as the king of Dionia. The king of Devers lived up to the expectations of the people and defeated the powerful Syracuse, which was why Dionia had today's glory. This miracle that was praised by many made Gurney pay special attention to the fountain. However, at that time, the fountain was only surrounded by an ordinary stone wall, and there was nothing special about it. Yet, he was still in awe of it. This time, the young man who came to greet them said that a few years ago, the Senate specially invited a famous Greek sculptor to redesign and reconstruct the fountain. It was now very different from the past, and it had become one of the holy places for many young people in the Kingdom of Dionia who were determined to learn sculpture. Gurney wanted to see it again, but he did not have the time for the past 2 days. The Victory Square was surrounded by tall buildings, the library, the city hall, the court, the Ministry of Military Affairs. After passing through the Victory Square, Gurney set foot on the main road of the inner city. The road was very wide, enough for 10 carriages to pass side by side, and the road was unusually smooth. During the victory ceremony, this was the passage through which the victorious soldiers paraded back. After walking a few blocks and passing through the first triumphal arch, they entered the eastern part of the inner city. There were also houses in the eastern part, but compared to the luxurious houses in the western part and the high-end houses in the central part, the houses here were much simpler. When the new city of Turin was first built, there were not many citizens in the city, and there was enough open space. At first, the western part was for some newly registered freedmen and officials to live in, so that they could provide enough labor for the new city. But now, the eastern part had become the most lively area in the inner city, with the river port, the market, the theater, the gym, the baths. With the popularity of the hot spring baths, the habit of bathing was deeply rooted in the people's hearts, and the people of Dionia were no longer satisfied with only going to the hot spring baths once a day, so they began to build baths in various cities, hotels, restaurants. Of course, the most lively place was near the center of the eastern district. The former Grand Arena of Dionia, now the main arena of Hades. As the venue for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia's rugby championship every year, countless people were flocking there from all parts of the inner city. The official leading the way quickened his pace with Gurney, and with great difficulty, they managed to squeeze their way to the south entrance of the arena. This place was already bustling with noise and excitement. Not only was there a long queue at the entrance, but there was also a famous food street that was filled with people. Not only did people buy food and snacks from various stalls to satisfy their stomachs while watching the game, they also went into the shops to buy small drums and piccolos that could make ear-piercing sounds, as well as statues of their favorite players to cheer them on. Every stall owner and merchant was haggling with their customers, so much so that their voices were hoarse, but their hearts were filled with joy. They wished that this competition could be held from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, so that they could make a lot of money every day. A large bronze statue was erected between the entrance of the arena and the food street, Hades, the patron saint of Dionia, Hades. He stretched his left hand forward and his right hand back, holding a rugby ball in his hand and making a throwing gesture. He took a step forward with his left foot and lifted his right foot slightly, his entire body's center of gravity resting between his feet. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked serious and serious. His robe was tied around his waist, blocking the mystery between his legs. The lines on his robe were clear and did not affect the bulging muscles. The strong muscles all over his body were tense and flexible, showing a sense of movement during the start of a game. The statue of Hades in the temple was solemn and dignified. Although the statue outside the arena was more than 3 meters tall and 5 meters tall with the heavy cornerstone, it was equally majestic. However, it showed a friendly attitude, making the people yearn for it. Not only did it increase the people's love for rugby, but it also made this place one of the places where believers usually worshipped. On the side of the entrance, there was a row of wooden houses. The image of the goddess of luck, Tino, was painted on the roof of each wooden house. There were also many people gathered here, and there was a lot of noise. I'll bet 10 drachmas on Turii defeating Kopsa. I say, bro, the tourist team is too strong. Of course they will beat Kopsa. The odds are too low. You can only make 2 oper at most with 10 drachmas. It's not worth it. You might as well bet on the second match of the opening ceremony, Udi versus Eugentum. The odds for both sides are higher. You'll earn more if you bet correctly. I don't care about winning money. I'm a Turkish. Whether they win or lose, I'll support the Turkish team to win. Hey, hello. I don't know much about the level of rugby in the cities of Masapi. Can you tell me which team is better, Xianxia or Udina? You've asked the right person. I know the Masapi region very well. Let me tell you, Udina used to be the center of the Masapi City-State Alliance. Now, it's also a big city in that region with a large population. You know Milan, the former General Crotone, who is now a senator of the Senate, won many Greek games when he was young. In the past, he was the governor of Udina for 4 years. In addition to suppressing the riots in Udina, he also vigorously promoted rugby and football. Therefore, rugby in Udina was developed earlier in the Masapi region. Xianxia is just a small town by the sea. Because it's closer to tourists, rugby was developed earlier. However, as far as I know, the teams of the 2 cities have played against each other 4 times, and Udina won all of them. Then I'll bet 5 drachmas on Udina defeating Xianxia. Gurney, who was passing through the area, felt his eardrums swelling. He rubbed his ears and knew in his heart that the people of Dionia were buying a paper ticket issued by the kingdom called Tino's favor. Once the buyer correctly guessed the outcome of the game, he would receive some money as a reward. However, if he guessed wrong, the money he bet would be wasted. This format was actually similar to the dice game played by the Simonians after a banquet. In fact, it was also popular in the Greek city-states. What made Gurney sigh was that when he first came to the tourist arena to watch the game, this game had just been implemented. At that time, there was only 1 wooden house, and there were very few buyers. A few years later, looking at the sea of people, perhaps this game had become popular in the cities of Dionia. Although there was a long queue at the entrance of the arena, Gurney did not stop for a moment. The public official who led him here brought him to another entrance. After passing through the interrogation of the guards, he went directly to the VIP passage. The seats in the arena were divided into sections. After entering from the VIP passage on the south side, he was not far from the rostrum. He was arranged to sit in an area not far from the rostrum, where some spectators were already seated. Gurney's seat was closer to the arena. He could clearly see the large area behind the rostrum that was covered by a white curtain when he turned his head to the left. Gurney, who had been here once, knew that it was the place where the king and queen of Dionia and the senators of the Senate watched the game. However, at this time, it was as empty as the arena in front of him. Just as Gurney was looking around, someone next to him asked curiously, "May I ask where you are from?" It was an old Greek man with dark skin and several scars on his rough face. He looked simple and honest, but there was a hint of fierceness in his appearance. He looked more like a farmer, but he was wearing an expensive purple Bolton robe. Gurney did not answer directly. Instead, he asked warily, "And where are you from?" "I'm from Tyndaris." "My name is Cecrops," the man answered frankly. Gurney knew that the people who were invited to sit in this area were not ordinary people, even if the person in front of him looked ordinary. Unfortunately, Gurney knew little about other areas other than the area around Salmoni. He did not hide it, nor did he care if it would make the man feel awkward. He asked directly, "Where is Tyndaris?" Cecrops was stunned. However, Gurney's stiff Greek and his appearance that was different from a Greek made him understand. So he said seriously, "Tyndaris is a Greek city-state on the island of Sicily. It's next to Messina and very close to the territory of the Kingdom of Dionia. We, Tyndaris, have a friendly relationship with Dionia. Every year, we are invited by Dionia to participate in this grand and lively celebration," Cecrops said proudly, as if he was deeply honored. However, in reality, when Syracuse was defeated, Dionysius was killed, Messina was captured, and the various city-states on the eastern coast of Sicily changed their political systems. When the series of great changes reached Tyndaris, this small city-state that was supported by Dionysius was instantly terrified. They hurriedly formed a large emissary group led by their archons. They brought a large amount of gold and silver and quickly rushed to Thurii. They hurriedly expressed their intention to submit and form an alliance with King Dives. Unexpectedly, not only did the king of Devers not speak ill of them, but he also expressed great sympathy for the miserable situation of the Myrcenians in Sparta. He even promised in front of everyone that Dionia would not invade Tyndaris. The people of Tyndaris were instantly overjoyed. This was because the Greeks knew that the king of Dionia was a man of his word. Although Tyndaris failed to form an alliance with Dionia in the end, both sides quickly signed a friendly agreement. Even though the people of Tyndaris later learned of the agreement between Dionia and Carthage regarding the division of power in Sicily, they still held deep gratitude and respect towards Dionia. Moreover, Dionia would send a friendly invitation to Tyndaris every year during an important celebration. How could the people of Tyndaris, a small city that was built not long ago and was very inconspicuous in Sicily, not have a good impression of Dionia, the overlord of the south? However, we, Tyndaris, have been invited, and so have the other Greek cities of Sicily. Syracuse, Gela, Camillina, Agrigento, Ecnomus, and even the towns of the Sycir people have been invited. Most of them have sent emissaries to participate in this event. While saying this, Tyndaris paused. He remembered that Syracuse, the largest city in Sicily and the supporter of Tyndaris when the city was built, did not send any emissaries to this year's celebration of Hades, nor did they send any emissaries in the past few years. As a result, the smaller cities around the city did not send any emissaries to Thurii. This regretful thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before it was quickly forgotten. Now, Dionia was Tyndaris' biggest support. Syracuse had become a thing of the past. Tyndaris stretched out his right hand and pointed to the surroundings. "Everyone sitting here is a guest from Sicily. Only you look a little, unfamiliar. That's why I'm asking you out of curiosity." Tyndaris was being polite. Anyone who saw Gurney's messy hair, bare shoulders, and bare legs without shoes would know that he was a barbarian. Even the Sycir people of Sicily dressed like the Greeks. That was why the people around him were curious, but they did not approach him to ask. Only the people of Tyndaris, who had been oppressed by Sparta in the past, would try their best to befriend any force. Sicily. When the name was mentioned, Gurney had an impression. After all, the Simonian situation today was all thanks to Syracuse, and Syracuse used to be the overlord of Sicily. However, after hearing what Tyndaris said, Gurney realized that the hundreds of people around him came from the various cities of Sicily. Only then did he realize that not only did Daionia occupy the vast land in the south, but they also possessed great power in the rumored fertile Sicily. Compared to Daionia, the power of the Abenalum was too insignificant. Gurney was shocked, but he said, "I'm a Samurai from Abenalum, north of Potentia." The Sicilian emissaries around them, who were secretly listening to their conversation, memorized the words Samone and Abenalum. They quietly pondered the significance of the appearance of this native of Italy, who had hardly appeared in Thurii before, in the celebration of Hades. While the two were chatting, the people entered the arena one after another. The circular arena was quickly filled, and the atmosphere in the arena became noisy and lively. Senators began to appear one after another behind the rostrum. "That's Lucius, the governor of Thurii. I heard that he's been the chief general of Crotone many times. This is Lord Cornelis, he's the most important senator in the Senate, and he's very friendly to the people. Look, he's greeting the audience around him. Listen to the enthusiastic cheers of the audience. You don't need to look to know that this should be the scepter priest, Lord Plazinas, has arrived. Look at that cold face. That's the censor Sesta that scares the senators and officials, but the people of Daionia respect him. Who is this? He's as fat as a pig. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Don't look down on him. He's Merces, the finance minister that the king of Devers relies on. He controls the kingdom's purse. Who is that? He doesn't look like a Greek. He's indeed not a Greek. He's from Persia, Marigi, the minister of commerce of the kingdom of Daionia. You heard the cheers of the audience, right? I heard that he contributed a lot to the prosperity of Thurii, so the people of Thurii are very grateful to him. Who is this? The elder who came out of the passage did not wave to the audience, nor did he talk to the other elders. He just sat down, but the crowd cheered for him. His every move and the temperament he exuded made Gurney feel that he must have led an army to war. As expected, Hykros said, "That's the hero of the southern Italian war, Elder Hyros. He once led an army to conquer Rockley and its allies, and he has just become the military minister of Daionia." The elder that appeared behind him, "Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. Every one of us has benefited from him." "Oh, he is?" "He is the minister of construction, Heraclide the Younger. He is responsible for the construction of the roads and stone bridges in Daionia." "And who are those two?" "They don't look like Greeks. Vespa and Hemont, of course, are not Greeks, but Lucanians. But they are also prominent elders in the Senate. Think about the size of Lucania in the territory of the Kingdom of Daionia. This one is not a Greek either, but he is equally prominent. He is the senator of Sidorum from Brudi, the only senator who has served as the governor of Daionia. Behind him are Saru and Krilu. They are all senators from Brudi." Gurney listened to the introduction of Cecrops. He looked at the people behind the rostrum who looked different from the Greeks, and he suddenly felt a little touched. When Cecrops introduced the senators of Daionia to Gurney, he gradually became confused. Although many senators of Daionia had appeared behind the rostrum, apart from the king of Devers, several important figures that the emissaries of Sicily were most familiar with had yet to show up. Antonius, the hero who conquered the east coast of Sicily and served as the governor of Naxos for many years, was the one that Cecrops and the others had the most dealings with. As for Laodigian and Lesipparatus, these senators from Sicily used to entertain the emissaries of Sicily who were invited to Thurii every year. But this year, they neither held a banquet nor showed up in the arena. As far as Cecrops knew, Laodigian liked to be in the limelight the most. What happened? Cecrops had to think deeply. At this moment. Oh. As if a gust of wind had blown through the arena, the entire arena became lively. Victory! His Majesty the Devers! His Majesty the King is here! The cheers in the arena rose and fell one after another. The king of Daionia, the Devers, wore a black and gold bolton and a pomegranate crown made of gold. He smiled and waved to all sides, with the two beautiful consorts, Christos and Agnes, on either side of him. Gurney's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at a young man following closely behind the Devers and asked urgently, "Who is he?" "Hey, put your hand down, it's disrespectful to the king of Devers." Don't anger the audience. Cecrops hurriedly pressed his hand down, and then said, "You're talking about the eldest son of the king of Devers, Crotocatax. Don't be fooled by his tall stature, he's actually not even 18 years old. He's still just a youth." "Are you sure he's the eldest son of the king of Devers?" Gurney asked again in disbelief. "I take part in the Hades festival every year, and Prince Clotocatax has appeared many times. How could I be wrong?" Cecrops was a little angry when he heard his doubts, and in order to show his understanding of the royal family of Dionia, he said, "The king of Devers has an adopted son called Adoris, and I heard that he's already gone to Darnay with the army. Clotocatax is indeed the eldest son of the Devers. The beautiful girl beside him is the adopted daughter of the king, Xianxia. I heard that she's already 20 years old, and she's still unmarried. Because there are too many suitors, the king of Devers doesn't know who to choose, and that's why it's been delayed until now." Cecrops secretly told Gurney about this gossip, as if he was showing off that he was well informed. "The girl holding Cynthia's arm is the eldest daughter of the king of Devers, Eunice. The boy talking to her is the second son of the king, Apox. The boy looking around is the third son of the king, Bryance. Oh. His youngest daughter is also here, Avia, the little girl held by Princess Agnes. This is the first time she's appeared at the opening ceremony of a rugby match. You're in luck, this is the first time the king of Devers and his family have all appeared at a rugby match. No wonder the people of Dionia are so excited." Gurney did not seem to hear the Tindaree's words, and stared blankly at the rostrum. He did not expect that the gentle, lovely, helpful Turii young man they were very grateful for 2 days ago was actually the noble prince of Dionia. Could it be that the king of Devers values the Abenelum so much? Thinking of this, Gurney became excited. Perhaps the purpose of coming to Turii for help this time could be achieved. In fact, he was thinking too much. Crotocatax just happened to be at the mountain pass to welcome the team from the north on that day. When he returned home, Christoia was shocked to learn that her son had gone alone to interact with the rumored fierce Samanese for a long time. But when the Devers found out, he praised his son for doing a good job, and said that as the prince of Dionia with the bloodline of Pluto, he should have such courage and magnanimity. He also encouraged his son to continue to treat the Samanese well. Because of this, the Devers and his wife had a rare little quarrel. But at this moment, the Devers and his family were happy and harmonious. After everyone sat down, the Devers nodded to Lucius in front of the rostrum. The Turii governor, Lucius, said, "Begin." The trumpeters on both sides of the rostrum immediately raised their long bronze horns diagonally, and the sonorous sound of the horns resounded throughout the arena. The teams from the cities and towns of Dionia began to enter the arena. 8 priests in white robes first came in from the east entrance. They carried a wooden statue of Hades holding a rugby ball in his hand. Its image was similar to the bronze statue outside the arena, but it was smaller in size, and its surface was covered with gold foil. Under the illumination of the sun, the gold gleamed. Following closely behind the 8 solemn priests was the Turii team. They were led by a guide holding a wooden sign engraved with the word Turii. As soon as they stepped onto the track outside the field, the audience on the sidelines cheered loudly. Since Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia and the venue of the finals, of course, the Turii had the largest audience to watch the opening ceremony. Therefore, every year, the Turii team was at the forefront. The Turii rugby players waved to the audience, and the audience cheered them on. The interaction on and off the field pushed the atmosphere in the arena to a climax. However, the unfamiliar team that appeared next made the audience dumbfounded. Abelu. The audience sitting closest to the track widened their eyes. When they saw the name of the town on the guide's wooden sign, they were still at a loss. What is this place? It turned out that there was a rule in the order of entry for the opening ceremony of the Kingdom of Dionia rugby finals. Except for the first and last teams that had to be from Turii and another specific town, all the other participating teams, including the invited non-Dionia teams, entered the arena in alphabetical order according to the name of their town. This not only showed the principle of fairness and justice of Dionia regardless of closeness and distance, but also reduced conflicts and quarrels. The team started with the letter A and naturally walked in front. But other than a very small number of spectators from the northern part of Lucania who had some understanding of this, the rest of the people knew nothing at all. But they, who watched the games all year round, still gave this unfamiliar team a ceremonial applause and cheers. Ever since they entered the city of Turin, the Samanese players, who boasted of their bravery, began to restrain their usual rough and uncouth manner, as they were shocked by the huge and prosperous city. After entering the arena, the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators were an invisible pressure that made them a little bewildered, and even their walking posture became restrained. "Look, that's Leader Gurney." Maione spotted the leader of the Abenelum standing in the audience, waving his arms and shouting, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. The players immediately responded enthusiastically, which made them feel a lot more relaxed. When they passed the rostrum, they received another surprise. "Father, look. That's the Samanese team that I was responsible for receiving before." Krotokatak shouted excitedly as he pointed to the team walking on the track. Before Devers could speak, Kristoya, who was next to him, opened her eyes wide and interrupted, "Your father always said that the Samanese are not to be trifled with, but I don't see anything special about them." Indeed, the Samanese players who entered the arena for the first time seemed to be timid in the face of tens of thousands of spectators. The Abenelumo. Devers was very clear about the origin of the team. He said slowly, "Isn't that a good thing?" Kristoya was not an ordinary woman. She quickly understood what her husband meant, so she said, "Unfortunately, there's only one Abenelumo." "That's a good start." Devers smiled slightly. Agnes did not care about what her husband and Kristoya were saying. She was the only one in the family who was not very interested in rugby. The reason why she attended the opening ceremony was because of the needs of the people of Dionia and the request of the children. The people hoped to see the king's family attend the most important celebration of the kingdom. It had almost become a custom. The harmony of the king's family was an example of a civil family. The children liked the lively atmosphere of the whole family watching the game together, including her shy and introverted daughter, Avia. Mother is right. The Samanese are like the clumsy slaves of the kingdom. There's nothing to be afraid of. Arzirias is still the most dazzling. He'll definitely score a lot of touchdowns in the finals. Bryant said loudly. Zirias was the main wide receiver of the tourist team's offensive team. He was famous for his superb catching skills and speed in the finals. I think the quarterback, Sardok Cassius, is the best. It's really because of his calm mind, ingenious formation, and accurate passing that Zirias can get so many touchdowns. Apox's words dissatisfied his brother, and the two began to argue. Cynthia patted her two younger brothers on the head and reminded them, "Stop arguing. You're disturbing the people watching the opening ceremony. Hurry up and quiet down." Big Sister's words were indeed effective. The two of them glared at each other and quietly sat back in their seats. If Brother Adoris was still in Turin, he would definitely be there as a substitute for the team, Eunice said, pointing to the Turin team that was already standing on the field. Little Avril nodded repeatedly, but it stunned Cynthia, and then a trace of worry appeared on her pretty face. The Devers laughed and said, "You still don't know your Brother Adoris. Compared to appearing in the Hades arena, he would prefer to appear in the Triumph Parade. I also hope to be a hero in the Triumph Parade when I grow up." Bryant's immediately shouted. "Father." Krotokatax glanced at Cynthia and asked, "How's the progress of our war with the Downey people?" "Ever since we defeated Downey's main force in the decisive battle at the Orfanto River, our troops have not encountered any strong resistance from the enemy. Don't worry, you can see your brother again in 2 months." The Devers said with a relaxed expression. His words also made Cynthia smile again. Behind the Devers family sat a few elders of Lucania. When they saw the Samanai team passing by the rostrum, Vespa, who was already very old, could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect that even the Samanai, who are as fierce as wolves, would be tamed by our kingdom." The great leader of Potentia, Borit, chuckled and said with his lips curled, "It's not that easy to tame a wolf. It's just Abenelum, a town that is about to be abandoned by the Samanai." Abenelum was abandoned by the Samanai, why? Hemond asked curiously. Borit subconsciously touched his bearded cheek, where there was a long scar, and his thoughts went back to the past. 10 years ago, the Samanai invaded Potentia. If His Majesty did not lead the army to rescue them in time, Potentia might not have existed anymore, Borat had a good impression of the Daionia in the process of fighting side by side with the soldiers of the Legion of Dionysia against the Samni. After the Southern Italian War, he visited Thurii many times and persuaded Puamat to merge Potentia with Daionia, becoming a free city of the kingdom. 3 years ago, Puamat even gave the position of great leader to Borat, who had a close relationship with Daionia, on the grounds of poor health. After Borat took over the affairs of the territory, he had a better understanding of the situation of his evil neighbor in the north. The Samni suffered a crushing defeat. Nearly 10,000 warriors were captured, and only a few thousand of the more than 40,000 soldiers managed to escape. As the instigator of this war, the great chief of Hilpini and the ruler of Abenalum, Villani, naturally had to bear the responsibility for this failure. Although the Samanese who had fled back did not know that Villani had died in battle, the Hilpini who had lost their loved ones and hated Villani bitterly held a tribal meeting very quickly. They dismissed Villani from his position as the great chief and elected Liskok of Beneventum as the new great chief of Hilpini. At this point, Borat sighed and said regretfully, at that time, it was said that the 4 major tribes of the Samni had less than 10,000 warriors and were unable to fight again. Moreover, the Samni heard that Daionia had captured many Samni warriors, so they requested for a truce and peace talks. Sigh. Actually, if we had been more forceful and continued to attack the mountains in the north, Hilpini would have been exterminated. Bentnay and Cayutini would not have had it easy either. There was nothing we could do about it. At that time, we were resisting the invasion of Syracuse's army. After defeating Dionysius, the treasury's gold, silver, and food were almost completely depleted. It was impossible to organize another army to launch an attack on the Samni mountains, Vespa explained. He had another reason that he did not say. After winning the war in southern Italy, Greece and Sicily had enough land and wealth for the citizens of Daionia to divide up. They might even complain that their population was too small to occupy more empty land, so why would they covet the barren mountains of Samni? Moreover, once they attacked the nest of the Samni people, even if it had been greatly weakened, the resistance and casualties encountered by the Legion of Dionysia would definitely skyrocket. This was not what the Senate and the people hoped for. Borat probably realized this as well. He only casually complained before continuing. After the people of Daionia signed an alliance agreement with Hilpini, Bentnay, and Cayutini, they began to release the Samni captives one after another. You should know that the son of the former chief of Hilpini, Gurney, was also captured by us. His tribe was originally a large tribe of Hilpini, and there were many tribal warriors who were captured. His Majesty was the last to release them. Guess what happened in the end? I remember that there was a violent conflict in the Abenalum. That Gurney even asked for help from Daionia, and His Majesty supported him. Hegemon recalled. Violent conflict? Borat smiled and said, as the initiator of that war, in order to set an example, Gurney sent almost all the men who could fight in the entire Abenalum region to the battlefield. Of course, his warriors suffered the most casualties. When Leskok became the chief of Hilpini, he saw that the territory of Abenalum was mostly filled with old, young, women, and children, and lacked labor. Moreover, Abenalum was closest to Potentia, so he moved a tribe in the south of Beneventum to Abenalum and made the chief of this tribe the chief of Abenalum. At that time, the people of Abenalum did not strongly oppose it in order to survive. But 2 years later, when Gurney returned home with the Abenalum warriors who had been captured, he saw that his land was occupied by another tribe, his wife remarried, and his children recognized someone else as their father. Naturally, conflict broke out. In order to maintain his authority and the interests of his tribe, the new chief of Abenalum made a wrong decision. He wanted to expel Gurney and his kin from Abenalum on the grounds that Gurney and his son had indiscriminately started a war and brought disaster to the tribe. This caused the anger of the released Abenalum warriors, because during the 2 years of labor in the kingdom, they had completely regarded Gurney as their chief. He did not expect Sidorum to face such a complicated situation when he went to Simone. Borat's words made Vespa sigh in his heart, while Hegemon was filled with admiration. The suggestion made by the Devers in the Senate to let the Abenalum captives be the last to be released was so wise. Although Gurney has become the leader of the Abenalum, this matter is not over, Borat sneered again. Although the Hilpini had no choice but to sign the alliance agreement in the face of our powerful strength, Gurney has violated the taboo of the Simoni tribes by inviting outsiders to interfere in the internal affairs of the Hilpini. It is only because of our protection that Leskok does not dare to do anything to Gurney, but he can make the other tribes reduce trade, communication, and gatherings with the Abenelem. He has even made the tribes that originally moved in withdraw from the Abenelem region, trying to force the Abenelem, who have experienced the war and are weak, to take the initiative to exile Gurney in order to better survive in the mountains. Stupid Hilpini. Hegemon interrupted. Yes, the Hilpini still use the old ways to punish tribal leaders who violate tradition, but they do not know that doing so will only push the Abenelem towards Ardionia. Boric kept saying Ardionia, already seeing himself as a part of the kingdom of Dionia, even though Potentia was actually a free city belonging to the kingdom of Dionia. The Abenelem has no choice but to strengthen contacts with Kopsa, us, Potentia, and Annona. In the past 2 years of particularly cold winters, most of the livestock of the Hilpini froze to death. The Abenelem relied on the aid of Ardionia to survive, so they have become more dependent on us. Even the Temple of Hades was allowed to be set up at the border of the Abenelem. However, it is said that the Beneventum and several other Simoni tribes have a lot of opinions about the Abenelem's approach. It seems that the situation in the Simoni region is now peaceful, but in fact, the two sides have been in constant conflict, especially this year. I heard a rumor that the high priests of the 4 Simoni tribes have collectively proposed to hold a Sabon ceremony for the entire Simoni. After the ceremony, they may discuss the blasphemy of the leader of the Abenelem, Gurney, with the 4 chiefs and other tribal leaders. Blasphemy? Vespa was a little surprised. Gurney allowed his people to accept the faith of Hades, and allowed the priests of Hades to operate in his territory. Borat said with a slightly complicated mood. In Potentia today, most of the people no longer only believed in Mount Asanu, but the faith of Hades was also very popular. Did you mention this when you met His Majesty before? Hegemon asked. Do I still need to say it? Borat pointed to the Abenelem team in the stadium. I heard that Gurney has also come to Turii. I'm afraid he's not just here to watch the game. Strompoli, who had returned to Turii, sat behind the rostrum, watching the teams from various towns enter the stadium. He sipped the wine mixed with water from time to time, looking quite satisfied. When he saw the Naxos team pass by the rostrum, he applauded and cheered. Although he had retired as the chief executive of Naxos, he still had some feelings for Naxos after living there for several years. Looking at the Naxos players on the field waving happily, he suddenly thought of something and fell into deep thought. At this moment, he saw Raphaeus change seats with someone else from the corner of his eye. Then, he heard a voice beside his ear. Lord Strompoli. Strompoli turned his head and nodded. Greetings, Lord Talalas. Well. Thank you for taking care of the people of Naxos in the past few years. Talalas complimented him a little unnaturally. He was not good at flattering people, but Strompoli and the Sicilian senators rarely interacted. Although they were in the same senate, they were strangers to each other. If he didn't do this, he would not be able to get closer to Talalas, and it would be easier for him to talk later. That's my duty. Strompoli did not smile because of his compliment. To be honest, Naxos is not easy to manage. Talalas was stunned for a moment. He then smiled awkwardly. Sicily is not the same as Greece, after all, what's the difference? Strompoli interrupted him and asked bluntly, does Naxos not belong to the kingdom of Dionia? Are the people living there not the people of Dionia? Talalas was stunned again. He had heard the other Sicilian senators say that Strompoli was a stone in a pile of horse dung, smelly, hard, and not easy to get along with. Today, it was indeed the case. Talalas was also a man of character. He did not beat around the bush and asked directly, Lord Strompoli, there are rumors these 2 days that after Lord Myron arrived in Naxos, he sent a patrol team to search Lord Laodigian's house and arrested some servants. Then he searched the mansions of Akatas, and several other senators. I also heard that Lord Cypros, the governor of Katani, also searched Lord Lassaparatus' house in Katani. And, what the hell is going on? Without the approval of the Senate, how can they break into the mansion of a senator, search, and arrest people? Strompoli looked at him with a strange expression on his face. The laws of Dionia do not state that you cannot search the mansion of a senator or arrest servants. Only when you want to arrest a senator, you must obtain the approval of the Senate. As a senator of the kingdom, have you not carefully studied the laws of the kingdom all these years? Talalas was a little embarrassed. There were so many laws in Dionia that it was impossible for him to remember them all. He coughed and said, Lord Strompoli, may I ask what crime Laodigian and the others have committed? Strompoli shrugged. Myron did not send a letter to the Senate explaining the situation. Like you, I know nothing about it. But you can ask Lord Tritobmos. He may know something. Talalas said in a low voice, Lord Tritobmos is in Sicily. Oh, yes. Yes. I've forgotten. I'm old, and my memory is bad. I still remember that I invited them to the banquet in Naxos City Hall. Strompoli patted his head and said, since Tritobmos personally went to Sicily, Laodigian and the others must have committed a serious crime. Talalas was silent. This was exactly what he was worried about. Lord Talalas, was your mansion in Naxos searched? Strompoli suddenly asked. Talalas shook his head. Then what are you worried about? Strompoli said with some interest. I heard that you and Laodigian have never been on good terms. You even scolded him several times in public, saying that he only knows how to eat, drink, and have no ability at all. The senators of Naxos, led by Laodigian, do not like to interact with you. Now it seems that you have made the right choice. Talalas' eyes lit up at Strompoli's words. The last team to enter the arena was the Amendolara team. Turii was the center of the kingdom of Dionia, while Amendolara was the beginning of the kingdom. This was why the Devers arranged for the teams from these two towns to enter the arena one after the other. There were many spectators in the arena, and most of the former mercenaries settled in Amendolara. In the beginning, Amendolara was the main source of soldiers for the First Legion. More than a decade later, the citizens of Amendolara accounted for nearly half of the senior officers in the First Legion of Dionia. This made the small city of Amendolara a very special town in the kingdom, commonly known as the City of Officers. The citizens of other towns had served as soldiers under the Amendolara team. This made the entire stadium applaud and cheer sincerely for the team. It was even more popular than the Turii team. When more than 50 teams stood in the middle of the arena, the 8 priests carrying the statue of the god at the front chanted the Song of the Hades in unison. Then, the players and the spectators also joined in devoutly. Even some foreign players, such as Abenelum and Pompey, who did not believe in the Hades, were inspired and joined in. When the solemn and majestic song ended, the Devers walked to the front of the rostrum and said in a loud voice full of passion, players from various towns in the kingdom, and players from friendly neighboring countries who have accepted the invitation, welcome to Turii for the 7th Rugby Championship of the Kingdom of Dionia. After more than a dozen telepathic messengers spread the words of the King of Devers to the entire stadium, there was a huge cheer on the field and the sidelines. You have gone through the test of many games. Today, you are able to stand in the arena of Hades, which means that you are the best rugby players in your city this year. From today on, in Turii, under the watchful eyes of the Hades, you will continue to display your superb skills and brave and intelligent minds, unite and cooperate with your teammates, and through every fierce game, compete for the title of the strongest rugby team and the best rugby player in the Kingdom of Dionia this year. I wish you all the best in achieving excellent results. The players listened with passion and could not wait to start the game immediately. At this moment, the drums and trumpets sounded, announcing the official start of the finals. The spectators let out thunderous cheers. They could not wait to watch the game. The teams began to leave the field, leaving only 2 teams on the field. The game between Turii and Kopsa had officially begun. Turin's narrow victory over Kopsa could be attributed to the fact that many excellent rugby players from the First Legion were taken away during the Downey War. Uentum's victory over Udi was completely unexpected by the people. Abenelum's victory over Picasa shocked many people. Ligim, who had always been regarded as a weakling, actually defeated Naxos. The situation of this year's competition was so confusing that even the veteran fans could not understand it. While the people's attention was attracted by the exciting game, the Senate held several emergency meetings in 2 days. First, several Sicilian senators, led by Laodigian and Lesiporatus, protested against the illegal behavior of Myron, the governor of Naxos, and Cypros, the governor of Catani, ignoring the laws of Dionia, sending people to break into their houses and wantonly search their belongings. They asked the Senate to immediately send someone to stop these two people's crazy behavior and remove them from office. Their proposal was opposed by the senators led by Strompoli and some of the senators from the former Southern Alliance led by Lucius. At this time, Myron's search operation had already begun. After getting a hint from the Devers, Strompoli no longer needed to keep it a secret. So he faced the senators in the meeting room and said aloud, during his last term in office in Naxos, a slave who voluntarily surrendered himself because his subordinates were investigating a murder case, but revealed another secret after interrogation. The senators, who originally felt that there was something fishy about the Sicilian incident, immediately went into an uproar. Laodigian and the others denied and accused Strompoli of framing them. Both sides argued, but it was obvious that the Sicilian senators were a little panicked. In the end, the day's meeting did not come to any conclusion. After the meeting, Laodigian, Lepsipparatus, and the others tried to explain to the Devers face-to-face, but the Devers refused to meet with them on the grounds of physical fatigue and need to rest. Laodigian turned to his son-in-law for help. However, Antonios, who had been idle at home on the grounds of recuperation, had already heard about what happened in Sicily. He remembered the king of Devers's reminder to him that day. Despite his wife's pleading, he finally hardened his heart and did not open the door. Laodigian and the others had no choice but to seek help from the other elders who were on good terms with them. But these senators were not fools. In the past, they had made friends with Laodigian and the other Sicilian senators for their own benefits, or through Laodigian and Antonios. But now, everyone could see that Myron and Cyprilos were conducting a large-scale search in Sicily, and even the senior judge Tritodemus had rushed over. Without the instructions of the king of Devers, no one would believe them. Of course, these people avoided Laodigian and the others like the plague. Laodigian, who used to do things in a flamboyant manner, no longer had the mood to curse these people's ruthlessness. He already felt a strong sense of unease. Laodigian, who used to do things in a flamboyant and careless manner, secretly sent his confidant to hire a lawyer who was proficient in the law. When he learned that what he did in the past was likely to make him the second Polixus, he couldn't sleep well the whole night. The next day, the Senate meeting continued. The Sicilian senators were not in a good state of mind, and the next two letters from Sicily made their hands and feet even colder. In the letters, Myron and Cyprilos wrote, in the mansions of Laodigian, Lepsipparatus, and other senators in Sicily, they found evidence that Acones, the leader of the Sycero-Tanakian tribe, had bribed them, hoping that they would speak for the Tanakian tribe in the Senate. At the same time, many slaves also pointed out that there was a lot of land belonging to these senators in the Tanakian territory. The Sycero slaves were in charge of farming, and when the harvest was good, their confidants would go to the Sycero mountains and transport the crops back in batches. After reading the letters, the senators were shocked. Some of the senators suddenly realized, usually, Laodigian and Lepsipparatus often held banquets, and they were quite rich. So this was how they got their money. Laodigian and the others cried out that they were innocent, saying that Myron and Cyprilos were framing them, but in the end, the Senate passed the proposal of temporarily grounding Laodigian, Lepsipparatus, Acones, and the other senators, and waiting for Tritodemus to escort a large amount of evidence back to Thurii before they could be interrogated. Your Majesty, Lord Antonios could not stand the pleading of his wife and sent someone to plead for Laodigian, but he did not come to you. Instead, he sent someone to Lord Cornelis. Lord Cornelis did not accept his request, but recommended Lord Cunegurata to him. The court herald, Aristiras, reported to the king of Devers. According to reports, Lord Cunegurata did not refuse, but allowed Antonio's confidant slave to enter the mansion. Not long after, the slave took a letter, left the mansion, and went directly to the Academy of Dionia. This Antonios is really muddle-headed. I told him to stay at home, but he refused to listen. Even when Cunegurata was recuperating at home, he still wanted to disturb him. The Devers looked angry, and then asked with slight curiosity, why did Cunegurata let him go to the Academy of Dionia for? Could it be, to look for Lysias? Your Majesty, Lord Antonio's slave went to invite Lysias to be Laodigian's defense lawyer, Aristiras said. The Devers raised his eyebrows slightly. Lysias agreed? I think so. According to the secret report, when Antonio's slave came out of the academy, he seemed a little excited. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly. It's good that Lysias can appear in court to defend. This should be Lysias' first time acting as a court lawyer, right? Yes, Your Majesty. I heard that he passed the court's examination and has been qualified as a lawyer for a few years, but he has never appeared in court, Aristyrus said. Alright, then we can watch the exciting performance of Lysias, who is known as the best rhetorician and debater in the kingdom. The more the argument, the clearer it becomes. Dionia will not arbitrarily punish or suppress senators and officials, everything is done according to the law. However, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for Lysias to completely exonerate Laodigian and the others. Upon hearing this, Aristyrus quickly observed the Devers' expression and found that he looked relaxed, as if he did not care too much about this matter. Of course, the Devers did not care too much, he had already achieved his goal. Laodigian and the other Sicilian senators accepted bribes and betrayed the kingdom's interests. Of course, they would not be completely exonerated. In fact, it did not mean much to him if he was imprisoned for a few more years. Instead, this incident allowed the Devers to clean up the Sicilian Senate's influence in Sicily, rectify the governance of the various towns in Sicily, and more importantly, they had gained the opportunity to enter the Xianxia region. The Devers looked at Aristyrus. Aristyrus quickly lowered his head. Has the leader of the Abenelum, Gurney, arrived? The Devers changed the topic and asked. He's on his way. Let's see what bad news the Samanai has brought me. Although the Devers said this, his expression was still relaxed. Under the guidance of the slaves, Lysias arrived at Cunegorata's bedroom. Cunegorata, an influential figure in Great Greece and the most important senator of the kingdom of Dionia, was lying on the bed. His face was flushed, his breathing was rapid, and he looked like he was about to die. Lysias sat down softly on the wooden chair beside him, as if the slightest noise would worsen Cunegorata's condition. Cunegorata opened a pair of turbid eyes, looked at him, and said weakly, I was just thinking, if you would come, and you came. How is your body? Lysias asked with concern. I won't die for a while. Cunegorata's expression was calm, his left hand slowly placed on his chest, and said in a flat tone, Herpes has come to see me many times, saying that I had been affected by the trauma caused by that incident more than 10 years ago, referring to the expulsion of his family by the old tourist people, until now, I can't function normally, Then you should rest well, and don't talk anymore. Lysias felt uncomfortable when he heard him coughing. He stood up and said, I'll go back first, I'll come see you later. Next time, you might not be able to see me. Cunegorata forced a smile and asked, You, want to ask me, why I asked you, to defend them? Lysias looked at his dark red and dull face, and nodded with a heavy heart. Lysias. I know your ability very well. Unfortunately, the moment you came back, you entered the academy. Except for the students, who know of your talent, many of the kingdom's people don't even know that every celebration's anthem, is written by you. It's time to show your talent to the people, to the elders, to His Majesty. Cunegorata's words made Lysias' heart surge with emotions. He calmed himself down, but still couldn't help but ask, just for me? Of course it's not just that, Cunegorata coughed violently. The slave girl beside the bed hurriedly helped him to sit up, hit his back, and then put a clean cloth by his mouth. Lysias saw that the thick phlegm that Cunegorata spat on the cloth was mixed with clumps of blood, and couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Cunegorata waved his hand to dismiss the slave girl. He then looked at Lysias and said solemnly, The Senate is the most important institution in the kingdom. It plays an important role in checking and balancing the king's power. If the senators of the Senate are always, who would dare to oppose His Majesty's proposal, you don't have to say any more. Have a good rest. I understand. I'll do my best. Lysias promised. The royal palace of Dionia was located at the confluence of the Crati River and the Cosini River, below the King's Hill. On top of the hill was the residence of the King of Devers. The royal palace was located to the southwest of the Senate. The distance between the two was less than 300 meters. Although it was not as grand as the Senate Hall, it had its own unique charm. It was a two-story, square-shaped building with its back against the hill and its side facing the river. The walls were made of large, regular stones. The walls were quite flat and there were almost no gaps. Because of the Dever cement, they were connected as one. At the same time, the inside of the stones were reinforced with an H-shaped fixture to make the stones more secure. The outer eaves of the walls were supported by dozens of simple and practical Dorian stone pillars that could barely be hugged by a person. The eaves that extended out from the center of the east-facing wall were supported by 8 Ionic stone pillars that had a foundation and a spiral capital. A triangular roof was added to the eaves. In the middle of the eaves was inlaid a golden sculpture disc. On it was the symbol of the kingdom of Dionia, long hair entwined with a double fork and a crown of pomegranate branches. The foundation of the entire royal palace was more than a meter high. Therefore, there were 20 stone steps in front of the Ionian stone pillars. In front of the stone steps, there was a circular platform made of white marble that looked like a small altar. A long flagpole was erected high in the center. The flag of the kingdom of Dionia fluttered at the top of the flagpole. It was the same long hair, double fork, diamond, and crown. 2 fully armed palace guards stood straight under the flagpole. Every morning, 50 palace guards would march in a neat formation from the palace to the flag platform, and then raise the national flag in an elegant posture. At dusk, they would lower the flag in the same formation and posture. This unique and solemn ceremony attracted many people from the kingdom of Dionia and even foreigners to stop and watch. The last time he came to Turii, the palace had not yet been built. This time, Gurney was summoned by the king and came here. Standing in front of the palace that best reflected the architectural skills of the kingdom of Dionia, he was amazed by the uncanny workmanship of the people of Dionia. The solemn appearance of the temple made him restrain his unconfident mind and hold his breath. Stepping on the white steps, he could see the dazzling golden national emblem of the kingdom of Dionia hanging high above the lintel when he looked up. An invisible pressure made him feel insignificant, and he suddenly felt a sense of awe. After walking up the steps, there was a team of palace guards behind the 8 Ionic pillars guarding the palace gate. They carefully checked the warrant of the messenger who led him here before allowing him to enter. The floor of the palace was made of polished pebbles closely arranged and inlaid with black as the base color, white as the main embellishment, supplemented by other colors, decorated with exquisite geometric patterns such as flowers, waves, squid. Gurney was very curious. If it was not for the fact that he had to meet the Devers in a hurry, he would have lingered here for a while longer. His Majesty originally planned to paint murals on the walls and put sculptures on both sides of the aisle, but because he did not find a good painter and sculptor, he has not implemented it for now, the messenger said proudly. He saw through Gurney's thoughts. Gurney quickly withdrew his gaze and nodded, pretending to be unconcerned. When he came to the king's office on the second floor of the palace, after the messenger went in to report, he saw the ruler of the kingdom of Dionia striding out to welcome him. The ruler smiled and said loudly, "Gurney, the warrior of the Simonians, the leader of the Abenelum, welcome to Turii again." "Your Majesty, Devers." Gurney quickly bowed respectfully. "Please come in. Please come in." The Devers warmly welcomed him into the office and told the messenger, "Inform the kitchen to prepare some fruits and syrup. Send them here immediately." The Devers asked Gurney to sit on a wooden chair near the wide desk, but he did not sit behind the desk, but on another wooden chair opposite to it, to show his respect for the weak Abenelum. This small detail touched Gurney a little. He turned his head unnaturally to look behind the desk. There were 2 scribes copying documents on both sides of the desk. The black and white mosaic on the wall that seemed to be a map of Italy attracted his attention. "I remember the last time I saw you was 7 years ago," the Devers said. Gurney quickly looked at the Devers and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." At that time, the palace had not been built yet. The Devers smiled and sighed as if he was chatting with a friend. "Time flies. 7 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I didn't expect you to send a team to participate this year, so I was really happy when I received the letter from Sesima. I'm even happier that the Abenelum team performed very well in this game. It was beyond my expectations and the people's expectations. I guess many fans will remember the Abenelum from now on." Gurney said modestly, "Your Majesty, that was just luck. In the second match against Vig, we lost the game." Seeing that Gurney still had some regrets in his heart, the Dever smiled and said, "Yes, your performance made many fans misjudge. They even protested to the city hall, saying that you and Pixis were fixing the game." Gurney smiled bitterly and was about to explain. The Dever said again, "I watched these two games. Actually, Pixis lost to you because they underestimated the enemy and were not familiar with your playing style. Rugby has been taught to me by me, Hades, and then to the people. It has been more than 10 years. Due to frequent games and training, the sport of rugby has developed rapidly. As far as I know, many strong teams now have dozens of offensive tactics, and the tasks of the players on the field are becoming more and more detailed. The game is no longer just a contest of strength and speed, but more about wisdom and tactical implementation. When you were fighting against Whig, the complex tactics they used obviously inhibited the performance of your characteristics, so you were quickly defeated." The Dever seriously analyzed the reason for his defeat and finally said, "It's not enough to rely on your own hard work. You need to play more games and learn from other teams. I suggest that the Abenelum team should participate in the Lucania Cities competition every year. Of course, Turii will continue to invite you to participate in the finals." Gurney hesitated. "Why? Is there a problem?" the Devers asked. Gurney quickly said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I will discuss this proposal with my people when I go back. If there are any difficulties in the game, tell Xianxia. He will try his best to help you solve it," the Devers said seriously. Gurney repeatedly agreed. The two men chatted for a while about rugby, football, and even the Hercules competition created by the sacrifice of Hercules. Gurney saw that the Devers were in high spirits, so he said, "Your Majesty, I came to Turii this time not only to watch my team's performance, but also to tell you something." "Oh, what is it?" The Devers had a smile on his face. In the beginning, the Kingdom of Dionia signed an alliance with the Hilpini tribe. Both sides formed an alliance. In addition to non-aggression, when one side encounters an enemy, the other side must provide assistance. The alliance also stipulated that no restrictions on the free flow of people from both sides, strengthen trade, exchange of faith, and hire people. But in fact, only the Abenelum really did all of this. The towns and tribes led by Beneventum, Aquum, Tuticum, Aclanum, Ilonia, and other towns and tribes complied on the surface, but secretly forbade their people from contacting the people of Dionia, or they would be severely punished by the tribe's priests. It has been 9 years since the alliance was signed. Your Majesty, you have to admit that the people of Dionia can only come and go freely in the Abenelum territory, but it is difficult for them to set foot in other parts of Saminet. However, the goodwill of the Abenelum people towards Dionia has always been dissatisfied by the great leader Lesgok and the other leaders. I believe Your Majesty knows about this. As the term of the alliance approached, although Dionia won the war, the 3 tribes of Saminet were unwilling to become the vassals of Dionia, and their attitude was more unyielding. In the end, they reached a compromise. The duration of the alliance agreement is 10 years, and it can be renewed after the expiration. Lesgok and the other tribes suppressed the Abenelum even more severely. They disregarded the tradition of the Saminet people and forcibly divided our grazing area. Once people and livestock cross the line, they will be detained by them. Gurney clenched his fists and said in an agitated and hateful voice, Lesgok also contacted the great leaders and high priests of the other tribes and obtained the right to hold the sacrificial ceremony of God Savon in Beneventum next spring. According to tradition, all the Saminet leaders will go to Beneventum to participate in the ceremony. Someone secretly told me that Lesgok wanted to use the reason that I allowed the priest of Hades to preach in the territory to let the high priests of Saminet convict me of the crime of blasphemy against God during the sacrificial ceremony of the entire Saminet tribe this time. They will carry out divine punishment on me, that is, cut off my limbs and throw me on the top of the mountain for the sacrificial ceremony to be bitten to death by the wild wolves. If I don't participate, they will even convict me of contempt for tradition and blasphemy against God. Not only will I be executed, but the people who support me in Abenelum will also be severely punished. Facing Gurney's expectant gaze, Dives did not hesitate. He immediately nodded and said with a firm tone, Dionia will never let those allies who are truly on friendly terms with us, Dionia, suffer any grievances. Rest assured, Gurney, I will send an emissary to Beneventum to publicly declare my support for you. Any tribe that wants to harm you will be the enemy of Dionia. I will also condemn Hilpini, Caudini, and Pentni for their secret resistance to the covenant in the past few years. The Devers said as he signaled the clerk to record this matter. Gurney was overjoyed and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The stone in his heart was finally lifted. But he heard the Devers say, "What I am worried about now is that the Hilpini tribal alliance knows that the Abenelum and Dionia have a good relationship, but they still hold a celebration that is disadvantageous to you when the covenant is about to expire. Aren't they worried that it will cause dissatisfaction and protection from Dionia? Could it be that Lesgok has no intention of renewing the covenant?" Gurney was shocked. He had also been worried about the problem that the Devers mentioned, but he would rather believe that this was a strategy of Lesgok. He wanted to use the matter of the Abenelum to pressure Dionia so that he would take the initiative to amend some treaties when renewing the covenant. After all, the strength of Dionia was obvious to all. Any force that dared to offend it would have to first weigh their own weight and whether they could withstand the anger of Dionia. Seeing that Gurney was a little nervous, the Devers smiled and said, "In fact, for us, Dionia, whether Hilpini is willing to renew the covenant or not has no impact or loss." But for the Samanai, the Devers showed a compassionate expression and sighed, "You love to live in the mountains. This is a long-standing tradition. But living in the mountains has its difficulties. There is not enough arable land to grow food. Although it is possible to raise livestock, you have to be wary of wild beasts. You also have to pray that the winter is not too cold, otherwise it will be difficult for the livestock to survive. Just like the situation 2 years ago, the winter in the mountains is much colder than the coastal area. As for hunting, it is not enough to feed many people. That is why your father united with the other Samanai tribes 10 years ago and launched an attack on Potentia. It was not only because of the instigation of the Syracuse, but also because you need to obtain more land to feed your increasing population." The Devers' words made Gurney's heart sour. 10 years ago, he was still a brave and fierce warrior, fighting under the protection of his father, Vincenzo, but war is not the only way for the Samanai tribe to survive. Strengthening friendly trade with other forces will not only allow you to obtain more food, but you will also not have to worry about losing the war and sacrificing your people. Your Abernalum is the best example. As far as I know, your current life is much better than the other Hilpini tribes. Even the number of children born and surviving in the past few years is much higher than the other tribes. If this continues, in another 10 years, Abernalum will once again become the largest town of Hilpini. Gurney's heart was surging. The Devers were exactly what he was thinking. An important goal in his heart was to take back the position of Hilpini that once belonged to the Abernalum. Sufficient food and good medical skills are the most important conditions for the survival and growth of a tribe. The Devers said in a serious tone, "In the past, the surrounding forces of the Samanai, Campania and Lucania, were unwilling to deal with you because of fear, so you had to rely on plundering to solve the problem of survival. Now, Dionia is the only country that is willing to have friendly relations with the Samanai, but the Samanai people reject our kindness and say that we are blaspheming the gods. The priests of the Hades disregarded the difficulties of life in the mountains and stayed in Abernalum for many years, helping many sick Samanai people for free. Helping many Samanai people in trouble. To you, the Hades is a god of a foreign race, but so what? I can say that the main gods of the Greeks were once foreign gods. It was the Greeks who finally became our own gods through long-term contact with the surrounding forces such as Egypt and Persia. Now some Campanians even worship your god, Savone, to bless the safety of their livestock. Moreover, the priesthood of the Hades does not conflict with the current gods of the Samanai people. You didn't have a god who controlled death and hell in the past. Why don't you try to accept it?" The sincere words of the Devers made Gurney very uneasy. In fact, he had taken the initiative to contact the Dionia at the beginning because he was forced to. In fact, he had some resistance in his heart. At this moment, listening to the words of the Devers, he benefited a lot. He felt a little guilty and wanted to explain. The Devers waved his hand and said, "The other Samanai tribes are actually unwilling to accept the kindness of the Dionia, and we will not force them, but I can't help but worry about the Abernalum." Gurney was stunned, and soon his eyes widened. "Your Majesty, are you saying that Lesgok will launch a war against the Abernalum?" Once Hilpini does not renew the contract with the Dionia, it is likely that they will retaliate against the Abernalim who disobeyed the decision of the tribal alliance. I don't need to say more about the conflict between you and Leskok, right? The Devers looked at him and said solemnly, at that time, if the Dionia expresses its support for you, it may cause a second war between the kingdom and the Samanai people. The war with the Samanai is not what I want, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Senate to make a decision to support you. When Gurney heard this, he was a little anxious. Is Dionia going to let Leskok lead his troops to attack the Abernalim? Don't forget that the Abernalim has been abandoned by the other Hilpini tribes because it has always been friendly with the Dionia. The Devers looked calm, ignoring Gurney's agitated waving hands. He said slowly, this is just a guess on our part. The Hilpini alliance led by Beneventum may also not be willing to risk losing the ally of Dionia and choose to renew the contract. But no matter what, there will always be danger for your Abernalim. There is a way to make the Abernalim completely safe. At this point, the Devers stopped talking. Gurney immediately asked, what way? The Devers did not answer directly, but asked calmly, the Abernalim should have a lot of contact with Potentia, right? What do you think is the difference between today's Potentia and 10 years ago? What's the difference? The impression of the Potentia people in the past flashed in Gurney's mind. The biggest difference was probably the attitude towards the Samanai people. In the past, the Potentia people were afraid of the Samanai people, but now, not only were they not afraid, but they also took the initiative to contact the Samanai people. Just like the Potentia person, Jinnit, they met when they came here, they wanted to trade with the Abernalim. In the past, Potentia was as poor and backward as the Samanai people. If there was no major event, there was little contact between the tribes. But some time ago, when they passed through Potentia, they saw a lively town. Many tribes had temporary markets or permanent small markets between their settlements. The reason was that the Dionia people had helped to build some roads, making it fast and convenient to travel between the Potentia tribes. Gurney was silent for a while, with a little vigilance on his face. He hesitantly whispered, Your Majesty, do you want to make the Abernalim become a free city of Dionia? If it becomes a free city, apart from belonging to Dionia in name, nothing will change for the Abernalim, and it will also get a lot of benefits, just like Potentia. The Devers said tempting words in a relaxed manner, but Gurney was silent. Of course, this is just a suggestion of mine. The Devers smiled and did not continue to urge him. You can go back and think about it. In fact, it is not only the Abernalim that is facing such trouble, Laconia is also facing the same problem. We have also given them the same advice. Laconia? Gurney felt that the name was quite familiar. He thought about it carefully. It seemed to be a town of Katini, which was located in the mountains north of Annona. Gurney was surprised, but his mood relaxed a little. It turned out that the Abernalim was not facing the dilemma of fighting against the Samanai tradition alone. In the territory of Delnia in Sicily, although the Ministry of Military Affairs only had one corps here, the 8th Legion, there were two barracks. One was in Taormignan, which was usually more of a fortress because it could not accommodate too many soldiers. The other was located on the northern edge of the Catania plain, between the cities of Catana and Sicily, which was the real camp of the 8th Legion. At this time, the barracks of the 8th Legion were already bustling with noise, and it was no longer the desolate scene in the past. Galadmos led the pack into the barracks. Although the road was full of soldiers coming and going, and the soldiers' dormitories of similar sizes and styles lined up on both sides, these did not affect his ability to go where he wanted to go. After all, before he was transferred to Naxos, the Ministry of Military Affairs had transferred his military affiliation to the 8th Legion. He had trained in this barracks many times, and he could be said to be very familiar with it, although he was only a reserve soldier. Galadmos walked in a slightly crowded passage. He seemed to hear someone calling his name. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar figure. Diacasis rushed to his side with a smile on his face. The blessing of the goddess of luck has allowed me to see you here. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have transported the newly harvested wheat here, Galadmos complained. The kingdom's Ministry of Finance has sent a letter, asking us to transport the grain paid by the people of Naxos as land tax to Katani. It said that we want to replace the old grain in the granary, but why do we have to send the newly harvested grain to the barracks? The granary is in Katani, more than 10 miles away from here. Isn't it because you have evidence of Laodicean colluding with the cycles? We are going to use force against the cycles. Galadmo's words shocked Diocasus. With a slightly unfriendly expression, he asked in a low voice, this time, the 8th Legion announced to the public that they were going to conduct a military training in advance for the gathering of citizen soldiers into the military camp. How did you know? I was the first to discover this incident. Besides, the commotion caused by your search of Laodicean's mansion in Naxos was too big. Some rumors have already spread. Besides, the number of people here, Galadmos pointed to the surroundings, is far more than the number of people in a military training. It's more like the entire legion has gathered here. I'm a mathematical researcher, so I'm more sensitive to this. The Turias trial of these Sicilian senators has not yet begun, but the Senate must be angry at the cycles who bribed and used the senators. They have not officially declared war, so you better keep it a secret. Diocasus warned in a low voice. Galadmos nodded knowingly, then asked curiously, which brigade are you in? Diocasus's expression suddenly became a little awkward. Under Garrett's questioning, he hesitantly put down his hand that was pressing on his left chest. Then, Garrett Moss saw the pattern of a scale drawn on the linen breastplate on his chest. You are a military judge. Galadmos said in surprise. Suddenly, the surrounding soldiers stopped in their tracks and looked over. Damn you, Galadmos! Diocasus cursed in a low voice, a little flustered and exasperated. Do you want me to be hated by the soldiers? A military judge has always been feared by the soldiers, and this position is indeed very suitable for you. Galadmos shrugged and added, the inspector of Naxos is indeed suitable to be the military judge of the 8th Legion. No, this is not suitable at all. I used to be the 1st company commander of the 1st Legion. Diocasus said angrily. Why did he become a military judge in Sicily? Galadmos was also a little puzzled. It must be those old fogies from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Diocasus gritted his teeth and said, that's why I'm going to the main tent to look for the Legion commander and ask him to transfer me back to my original position. Find Legion Commander Persosus? He is not an easy man to talk to. Galadmos reminded him. Diocasus felt a headache coming on as he thought about how tough Legion Commander Persosus was in the past. However, he still said firmly, no matter what, I have to try. Don't be disappointed even if Army Commander Persosus doesn't agree. Galadmos held back his laughter and comforted him with a serious expression, the military judge actually suits you quite well. You better hope that I can convince Legion Commander Persosus, or else. Diocasus straightened his chest and threatened in a low voice with a smile on his face, all of you, stop right now. I want to search these grains and see if there are any illegal items hidden inside. You are indeed suitable to be a military judge. Galadmos laughed without showing any signs of weakness. The main tent that Diocasus mentioned was actually not a real tent, but a brick and stone building, the Legion headquarters. The 8th Legion commander Leotychides was sitting on a wooden chair, staring motionlessly at the wooden map of Sicily hanging on the wall. The Legion's adjutant hurriedly walked to the door, but he did not go in directly. Instead, he asked the guard next to him, how is it inside? The guard immediately complained, he has been sitting there motionlessly for most of the day. He hasn't even eaten breakfast in the morning. I have already heated it up twice. The aide-de-camp patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, and then walked in quietly. He coughed twice, but Leotychides did not respond. He called out softly, but Leotychides still did not respond. He had to shout, Legion Commander. Leotychides finally turned around, looked at him, and said coldly, Stephos, what's the matter? Stephos felt that Leotychides seemed to be a little angry, so he quickly said, as per your request, I have invited Sir Cypros. Leotychides' expression softened a little. Let him in. Legion Commander. Stephos had to remind him tactfully, Sir Cypros is the senator of Dionia whom His Majesty trusts, and the chief executive of Catanai. We cannot be too negligent. Stephos thought to himself, you are just a new Legion commander, and you are not even a senator. You should at least go out to greet him as a sign of respect. Unexpectedly, Leotychides looked up at him with a cold gaze. I want to discuss important matters of the kingdom with Sir Cypros. If I make too much noise, it will only attract the attention of the Psychier people. Legion Commander Prosopis is right. Hearty laughter came from the door. That's why I came here quietly. Sir Cypros. Stephos hurried to greet him. Cypros nodded at him with a smile and walked into the room, as if he did not care about Leotychides' slight. Leotychides also stood up and nodded at Cypros. Sir Prososus, please tell us what shocking decision you have made. Having spent a few years with Leotychides and Catanai, although they did not have much contact, Cypros knew the character of the highest military commander of Sicily. He said as he pulled a chair over and sat down. Leotychides did not beat around the bush. He walked to the map on the wall and said in a deep voice, I have decided to lead the 8th Legion to the west tomorrow, bypass Mount Etna, and enter Argirion. Stephos, who was standing by, was astonished to hear this. Cypros, on the other hand, remained calm. He asked softly, why the rush? The Senate has not yet passed a resolution to declare war on Tanique, and Argirion is a friendly town with Dionia. It is our ally. I believe Sir Cypros has already seen the intelligence that Xenophanes sent into the hinterland of the Psychier people to gather. Leotychides tapped on the wooden planks on the wall. The Tanique tribe has completely taken control of Capharoidion, the westernmost town of the Psychier people, a few years ago. They later acquired the land of Enna, and control the two important towns of Hina and Hebita. Most of the Psychier tribes to the west of Argirion, Morgantina, and Canturpa are under the rule of the Tanique leader, Acarus. Leotychides extended his left hand and covered the center of the mainland of Sicily. He said solemnly, I believe that after His Majesty the Devers and the Senate have seen this intelligence, they will never allow a powerful Psychier force to emerge in the most important western part of Dionia, the Catania Plains. The order for the 8th Legion to wage war against them will probably arrive not tomorrow, but the day after. But when that time comes, I'm afraid that Tanique will be ready to defend himself. Fighting in the mountainous interior of Sicily is disadvantageous to us. We are unfamiliar with the terrain, and the Cycles are skilled in guerrilla warfare. In the past, they used this tactic to assist Dionysius, and gave Carthage and Margot a lot of trouble. Once the war starts, I'm afraid that our army will be ambushed by the Psychier people even when marching and camping in the mountains. This will definitely prolong the war, and it will be very disadvantageous to Dionia, because we are still fighting another war against the Downey people in the south. According to Xenophanes' intelligence, there are even some tribes in Argirion who support Tanique. The situation is getting more urgent, so I purposely announced that we are going to conduct military training, but I gathered all the soldiers of the 8th Legion and rushed to Argirion before the Tanique tribe could react. We will completely stabilize this important town of the Psychier people, and at the same time, intimidate the other Psychier tribes so that they will not side with Tanique. And then, Leotychides pointed to a town not far to the southwest of Argirion, and said in a serious tone, we will first take down Hina city, which has the weakest defense, and give the other Psychier tribes the confidence to rise up against Tanique, who is bent on unifying Psychier. Stephos was excited when he heard this, but at the same time, he looked at Cypros worriedly. Would Chief Administrator Catanai agree to such a bold plan? Even if Cypros did not agree, he believed that Leotychides would still carry out the plan, but the 8th Legion would undoubtedly be in big trouble and difficulties. Cypros laughed. I've always said that you, Prososus, don't like to talk, but I didn't expect you to be able to move people with your words. Leotychides did not seem to find Cypros's words funny, and remained expressionless, but he understood what Cypros was trying to say. You agree? Leotychides was focused on military affairs, and usually did not pay much attention to the higher-ups of the Kingdom of Dionia, nor did he visit them often. Otherwise, he would have known that Cypros was a smart, flexible, and daring elder who broke the rules. In the past, under his urging, Trine fully supported Dionia of the Southern Alliance. After the Southern War, he was the one who persuaded the people of Trine to let Trine become the first Greek city-state to take the initiative to join the Kingdom of Dionia, not counting Laos. Now, when he was the chief administrator of Carthage, under the pretense of friendly relations with the city-states of Dionia, he had actually gone against the agreement between the Kingdom of Dionia and the Kingdom of Dionia. He had strengthened relations with the Greek city-states on the south coast of Sicily, such as Gela, Camonlina, Paxenus, Agrigento, and so on. Although they did not form an alliance with the Kingdom of Dionia on the surface, they had actually sided with the Kingdom of Dionia. That was why these city-states had sent delegations to attend Turias Hades celebrations. I need you, my lord, to immediately send word to the surrounding city-states and the friendly Psychir tribes after you receive the Senate's declaration of war. Leotychides did not bother with pleasantries, and went straight to the point. Urge Tanis, Leontini, and the other allied states to send their troops to Aegilion to meet up with the 8th Legion. Also, I hope you can help the logistics officers of the 8th Legion in terms of the gathering and transportation of rations. Also, send your best men to take over the Psychir towns that we have occupied. Cypros pondered for a moment, and said seriously, I can agree to all of your requests. I'm also preparing to write a letter to His Majesty, explaining the reason for us to send out our troops first. I'm sure he will understand. Also, I need to inform Sicily, Naxos, and especially Lord Myron. I'm sure he will agree with you, and give you strong support from the north side of Mount Etna. Leotychides did not expect Cypros to agree so readily, and was even more thoughtful than he was. Cypros even took the initiative to take on some of the responsibilities. He had never been good at expressing his gratitude, so he said softly, "Thank you." "All right, I won't disturb your preparations. May the Hades bless the 8th Legion." Cypros stood up. Stephos sent him out. Cypros turned around and said to him in the tone of an elder, "This is a great opportunity for you to make a contribution. Follow Prosos and fight well. Don't lose to your good friend Patroclus." With that, Cypros winked at him mischievously. Cypros had a good impression of the Dionysian army from the beginning. Later, he had fought side by side with Dionia's commanders during the Southern Italian War. After entering the Senate, Cypros had also been in close contact with former mercenary elders such as Capys, Helos, Amintas, and Alexis. Naturally, he was also familiar with Aminta's adopted son. Looking at Cypros being escorted away by the guards, Stephos could not help but laugh. Cypros' words reminded him of his good friend who had already become a captain and was leading the army in Downey to kill the enemies. Stephos' face inadvertently revealed a smile again. "Stephos," said a voice, interrupting his thoughts. "Diocassus." Looking at the man who was striding toward him, Stephos was surprised. "What's going on today? I keep running into acquaintances." Stephos and Diocassus were both orphans of the Amendolan people. One of them became the adopted son of Amintas, while the other was the adopted son of Drax. The two of them were about the same age and had played together since they were young. They had a very good relationship. Stephos immediately went up and gave Diocassus a strong hug. "Brother, it's been a while. Are you here to see Commander Persosus?" "Yeah, is he inside?" Diocassus asked in a nervous voice. "Here. He must be in a good mood now," Stephos reminded him. "Thank you, brother." Diocassus patted his shoulder gratefully. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted, "Report, Military Judge Diocassus requests to see you." "Come in." Leotychides' majestic voice came from inside the house. Diocassus walked into the house. Leotychides was still staring at the map on the wall. "Army Commander." Diocassus saluted. "What's the matter?" Leotychides did not even turn his head. "Commander, I was originally the captain of the 1st Company of the 1st Brigade. Now I'm suddenly appointed as a military judge." "Why?" Diocassus mustered up his courage and asked. "This is not my order." Leotychides replied faintly. "I know. However, I hope that you will allow me to return to my position as the 1st Company's captain. I'm not qualified to be a military judge. I'm better at leading troops to kill the enemy." Diocassus also threw caution to the wind and said these words confidently. When Leotychides heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at him from head to toe. He asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes, Commander," Diocassus said loudly. Leotychides nodded. "I agree. You can step down from your position as a military judge and go to the 1st Company." "Huh?" Diocassus was originally prepared to argue, but he did not expect Leotychides to agree so readily. He thought that he had heard wrongly and said subconsciously, "Then the military judge, this is not a problem you should be concerned about." Leotychides interrupted him. "But if you don't do a good job as a captain, I'm afraid that you can only be a military judge in the 8th Division." Don't worry. Diocassus excitedly saluted again. When he turned around and left, he even high-fived Stephos, who was standing at the door, to congratulate him. Stephos! Leotychides shouted. Yes. Leotychides looked at his young adjutant and said, I remember that before you were transferred to the 8th Division as an adjutant, you were a captain in the 2nd Division. How was your performance in battle? When Stephos heard this, he immediately replied confidently, Of course it was very good. I even led the troops to break through Manduria city. If he had not beaten up Laodician's son to vent his anger for Judea, his adoptive father, Amyntas, would not have sent him to the 8th Division as an adjutant. While hiding from the limelight, Amyntas also wanted Leotychides, who was known for his strictness, to discipline him. Are you willing to lead the troops into battle? Leotychides suddenly said. Can I? Stephos suddenly became excited. I only need a messenger here, but the 2nd Brigade's 4th Company urgently needs a captain. Go and familiarize yourself with your soldiers. Leotychides waved his hand. Yes. Stephos excitedly saluted and turned to leave. However, he seemed to have thought of something and hurried forward to give Leotychides a hug before quickly running away. A smile appeared on Leotychides' expressionless face. Due to the influence of Laodician and the other Sicilian elders colluding with the enemy, some Sicilian citizens who were close to them were also involved and were under investigation. Therefore, there was a vacancy in the 8th Division's official establishment. Soldiers could be replaced by reserve soldiers, but the vacancy of team officers was a little troublesome. If there was no suitable team officer to fill the vacancy, it would affect the combat effectiveness of the division. Therefore, when Felicius and the others sent a private message, hoping that Draco's only son could not go into battle, Leotychides was against it. When Diocassus strongly requested to return to his original position, he naturally went with the flow. Just as the tourist football finals were in full swing, the Senate passed the Devers' proposal and declared war on Tannic on the grounds that Tannic of the Sycure tribe intentionally bribed the elders of Dionia, broke the laws of Dionia, violated the agreement, invaded the territory of his own people, and destroyed the peace and tranquility of Sicily. At the same time, the trial of Laodician, Leucipparatus, and the other elders began. Unlike 10 years ago, when the trial was held in the Victory Square in order to reveal the ambitions of the people of Syracuse and to calm the people's hearts, the Devers felt that it was unnecessary this time. According to the normal procedure, the trial was held in the Supreme Court. However, there were still many people who came to the court, hoping to see the 2nd Polixus Laodician and the other elders being severely punished by the law. Just as the attention of the tourist people was completely attracted by the football match and the trial in the court, the king's Devers, who had the final say, quietly arrived at Cunigarata's mansion under the protection of the palace guards. How is he? The Devers asked Herps, who was rushing down the stairs, with concern. Herp sighed with pity. Lord Cunigarata's lungs have already failed. He caught a cold yesterday, and he has been coughing all night. The ground is covered in blood and phlegm. He fainted this morning and hasn't woken up yet. It's already. The Devers was silent. He looked around and saw Sostatus, who was accompanying him in the living room. Suddenly, he realized something was missing and asked, Sostatus, where's your brother? He's still in the 1st Legion, Sostatus answered. The Devers was stunned. He asked doubtfully, didn't the Ministry of Military Affairs allow him to stay at home to take care of his sick father? That's because father thinks he's still in good health. He doesn't want his brother to be seen as evading his military duty by taking care of him, Sostatus said softly. Sostatus's wife, Christina, who was busy commanding the female slaves and preparing lunch for the king's arrival, entered the living room. When she heard this, she quickly complained, I think father is confused. What if he really? No, if Dicaeocrate isn't at home, I'm afraid he'll be criticized by the people. Don't talk nonsense. Sostatus quickly scolded. Did I say anything wrong? Christina's almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Sostatus, who had become a big businessman in Dionia, dared not say another word. The Devers were not in the mood to watch a joke. Christina is right. Oh, Cunigarata. He sighed softly. His heart was heavy. He quickly walked to the door and whispered to the captain of the palace guards, Marcius, go to the Ministry of Military Affairs immediately and tell Helos that his father-in-law is dying. Ask him to come quickly. Also, ask him to find a way to get Dicaeocrate to come back from Downey as soon as possible. Don't miss it." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a series of hurried footsteps in the courtyard. Helos, with his wife and children, rushed to the main building. "Now that Helos is here, I'm afraid he won't be able to leave. You should go to the Ministry of Military Affairs and look for Felicius. Ask Helos to come back as soon as possible." The Devers kindly asked Marcius to go to the Ministry of Military Affairs for Helos. Helos rushed to the living room and bowed to the Devers. He asked anxiously, "Your Majesty, how is my father-in-law?" "Not good. He's still unconscious." As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Helos's wife, Cunegurada's eldest daughter, burst into tears. Her son, who was beside her, comforted her. "Taurus, my good boy, help your mother to sit in the living room," the Devers said kindly. He was quite familiar with Helos's son, Taurus, because he was about the same age as Eunice and Hippocrates. They were all classmates at the tourist school and got along well with each other. He had visited the Devers mansion many times. Although he was young, he was mature and sensible. His personality was similar to Helos's, so the Devers liked him very much. At this time, Sostatus also rushed out and welcomed Helos and his family into the living room. Just as he was explaining his father's condition to his sister and brother-in-law, the female slave who was taking care of Cunegurada ran downstairs and shouted excitedly, "He's awake! Master! Master, he's awake!" Everyone stood up and was about to rush upstairs. "Let Herpes take a look at your father's condition first." The Devers stopped them. Herpes went upstairs for a while. When he came back down, the sorrow on his face did not dissipate. Instead, it became more intense. He shook his head at the Devers and said in a deep voice, "Lord Cunegurada is about to be summoned by Hades. Everyone, please go upstairs and see him for the last time." Sostatus and Lalalas' eyes immediately turned red. Helos's face was solemn. His wife burst into tears and was about to run upstairs when Helos pulled her back. He looked back at the Devers and said, "Your Majesty, you are Cunegurada's family. Of course, you should go first." The Devers said softly without holding back. When the Devers walked into Cunegurada's bedroom, although the room was very clean, there was still a strong smell of blood in it. On the contrary, the ventilator-like breathing had disappeared. The Devers knew that this was not a good sign. Cunegurada lay quietly on the bed. Compared to his healthy self half a year ago, he seemed to have shrunk. He was so skinny that he looked like a bag of bones. The Devers gently pressed his wrinkled hand and felt sad in his heart. At this moment, Cunegurada opened his cloudy eyes. When he saw the Devers, his eyes lit up. His dry and bloodless lips trembled and his voice was as thin as a gossamer. "Your Majesty. I have to go." The Devers squeezed his hand hard and said in a low voice, "You won't go. You will always protect this kingdom in the pantheon of the Hades temple." Cunegurada's eyes showed a complicated expression. "I am a terrible general. The burning of Turia, in fact, it has a lot to do with me. I used to think that if it wasn't for your appearance, if it wasn't for the establishment of Dionia, not to mention Turia, even the whole of Greece, would have become a land that Dionysius could trample on at will. I'm afraid that the tourists would no longer exist. If that's the case, I really should sincerely thank Hades for giving you to the tourists." The Devers were silent. Cunegurada's breathing began to get heavier. "Dionia. Dionia has created a better home for the tourists, for the Greeks. Before this, I never thought that the tourists and the Crotone could live in the same country. I never thought that the Greeks and the indigenous people could become citizens of the same country. I never thought that the city-states could not only rely on alliances to strengthen each other's strength. They could also centralize management from top to bottom. They could concentrate manpower and material resources more effectively. Hades, why did you summon me so early? Ahem. I still want to see Dionia continue to grow stronger and stronger. Until one day, all the Greek city-states in the Mediterranean Sea are completely wiped out by war." Cunegurada stared blankly at the ceiling. His pale face seemed to have a bit of redness at the moment, but it soon dimmed. After a while, he turned his head with difficulty and looked at the Devers. "Your Majesty, I have to go. Cornelius is diligent, but he is too cautious. Lysias is cautious and calm, but he lacks courage. Sidorum is courageous, flexible, and intelligent, but his will is not strong enough, and he is also a birdy person. Sesta is too radical. Helos is very capable, but he values your opinion too much. Only Antares, he can stabilize the Senate after me, to provide greater help to your Majesty. Adrianx. Nicomachus. Terrace. These senators are also capable, but they still need time. Ahem." Cunagurata coughed violently. The Devers wanted him to have a good rest and was ready to go out to call Herpes, but he was stopped by his skinny right hand. "Your Majesty. Before I cross the Styx, let me finish what I have to say." The Devers had no choice but to sit back on the bed. "Your Majesty, Syracuse has experienced several upheavals, their strength has greatly weakened. Although they are not on good terms with us now, they are not worthy of our worry. Instead, our ally, Carthage, we must always be vigilant. Yesterday, I read the intelligence about Sicily copied from the Senate. The Scythian tribe called Tannic, to be able to develop into such a large force in a few years, and to be able to hide it from us. It is impossible for a small tribe like them to do so. I am afraid that behind them, The Devers' heart skipped a beat. In fact, he had also suspected this before. The kingdom is developing. Carthage is not idle either. They have conquered Numibia, and occupied some land on the Iberian Peninsula. I am afraid their strength has recovered. A wolf pack can only have one wolf king. The Western Mediterranean Sea cannot allow two large forces to live in peace for long. You must always be vigilant." At this point, Cunagurata forced himself to use his loose right hand to knock on the Devers' hand. It looked like he had used all his strength, but when it landed on the back of the Devers' hand, it was as powerless as a fallen leaf. However, the Devers nodded seriously. Across the Adriatic Sea in Greece, there has never stopped fighting for hundreds of years. The relationship between the city-states is complicated. It is best for your Majesty not to involve the kingdom. In the eyes of the Greeks there, we are a city-state from a colony. Not only will we not receive their gratitude. Instead, we will receive their hatred. Although Sparta is tyrannical in Greece, they are only relying on the support of Persia. Athens. Corinth. Thebes. Argos. Their hatred towards Sparta has not weakened but increased. Sparta's hegemony will not last long. Your Majesty does not need to worry at all. Just be careful of it stirring up trouble." The Devers listened quietly. As Cunagurata's voice gradually weakened, he gradually bent down so that he could hear him more clearly. "Dionia's expansion is in the north. But your Majesty, you have to be patient, don't be anxious. The Campanians are accepting us. Although the Simonians are stubborn, didn't they still send their team and emissaries to attend the celebration? As for the Rome that your Majesty has mentioned many times, the Celts have defeated the Etruscans. Instead, Rome has successfully occupied a lot of Etruscan lands. It is also the leader of the Latin people. However, its power is not stable. There are still the Walshes and the Hernicians to go against it. We only need to watch from the sidelines. We can only strike at the last moment. The Celts were defeated by the Rome. King Brenu's prestige has been greatly reduced. The Celtic tribes have once again become scattered. They are no longer a major threat to our land. This is just my opinion. Your Majesty, your judgment has always been accurate. I hope you don't blame me for saying too much." "You are right, I have heard everything." The Devers looked at him and said seriously. Cunagurata did not seem to hear him. His eyes were powerlessly looking up, and his voice became weaker as he spoke. In the end, the Devers had to put his ear close to his mouth to hear and even smell the rancid stench coming from his mouth. He knew that it was the smell of death. "Your Majesty, you have to be patient. Take down Downey. Add Puchetti and Masapi. It will take time to govern them. Slowly integrate them into Dionia. I believe that Apulia will become the most prosperous land in the kingdom in the future." There is nothing that worries me in the kingdom, only the Senate. Senate. Your Majesty, I asked Lysias to defend Laodigian and the others. Your Majesty, the Senate is the most important institution that can assist you in governing the kingdom. It is. It is the place that unites the cities, unites all the races. The people's eyes are on it. If Laodigian and the other senators are punished too harshly, what will the people of Sicily think? What will Massapi? Cough cough. What will Massapi and Puccetti think? 10 years ago. 10 years ago. The rebellion of Petaru and the others cannot happen again. The Devers waited for a moment, but there was no response. He raised his head and stared at the motionless Cunegurata, whose eyes were tightly shut. His heart was filled with a sense of loss. He knew that the old man who had worked so hard for the establishment and expansion of Dionia was gone. Teacher Lysias defended himself, saying, "The cycles are allies of Dionia, and it is not prohibited for the elders of the kingdom to have private dealings with the emissaries of the alliance. On the contrary, the emissaries of the alliance and other nations that come to Turii, before meeting the king of Devers and the Senate, will usually contact the elders they are familiar with to understand the situation of the kingdom and ask them to speak on their behalf. This has become a tradition. Why is it that these are normal dealings with the other elders, but when it comes to Laodigian, it becomes a sinner who betrays the interests of the kingdom?" The public prosecutor, Frocalon, immediately retorted, saying, "Laodigian privately received emissaries from other tribes, accepted a large sum of money, spoke in the Senate, and did not prioritize the interests of the kingdom, but instead spoke for the interests of the Tanibian tribe. This caused the Tanibian tribe's banditry of annexing neighboring tribes to go unnoticed by the Senate. Now, their power has grown to the point where they can threaten the safety of our fertile Catania plains. If this is not treason, then what is treason?" After that, he also produced a lot of evidence of Laodigian accepting bribes, as well as excerpts from the records of Laodigian speaking for the Tanibian tribe in the Senate. "Now that the evidence is irrefutable, how does your teacher defend himself?" Cynthia asked curiously. Teacher Lysias said calmly, "The laws of the kingdom do not prohibit the elders from accepting gifts from visitors. Although this situation is no longer as obvious after the Polixis case, it is still not uncommon, especially for the elders who are appointed as the chief executive of a city. Which one of them did not go to work alone when they took office, and when they left office, they returned with 2 or 3 carriages full of gifts? It is not uncommon for senators to have a good opinion of the giver, and to speak well of him in the Senate. If the Senate were to open the minutes of its proceedings, I believe the people would find that there were many such cases, and that Laodigian's conduct was therefore not a violation of the rules. As for causing the Tannic tribe to threaten the safety of their territory, Laodigian probably shouldn't be blamed for this. It was one thing to make a suggestion, but the final approval of the proposal required all the elders of the Senate to come to a unanimous decision. Why didn't any of the elders notice Tanic's plot? What a powerful defense! She asked curiously, how did Lysias explain that Laodigian owned land in Sycor? He said that there is no conclusive evidence for this matter. It's also possible that the slaves saw their master fall and exaggerated the truth in order to gain merit. It can't be used as evidence for the verdict, Crotocatax replied. That's a little quibbling. Christoia frowned slightly and said, the land is in the hands of the Sycor people. It's impossible to go in and collect evidence. Teacher had no other choice. Faced with so much evidence, and with the entire court audience cursing Laodigian as a traitor, he could only try his best to turn the situation around. Just as Clotocatax was defending Lysias, the door to the backyard was pushed open. The Devers, who had been listening at the door for a while, walked into the garden. "Father!" Clotocatax and Cynthia shouted in unison. "How is Lord Cunegurata?" Christoia asked with concern. She remembered that the Devers had rushed out after hearing that Cunegurata's condition had worsened and he had fallen into a coma. "He went to the Élysée," the Devers said plainly. The 3 of them who had been chatting fell silent. After a while, Christoia asked, "When is the funeral?" "A few days later. His family needs to make preparations. After all, it's going to be a grand funeral. When the time comes, we'll be there, and so will the elders. Cunegurata has made great contributions to Dionia. He'll be stationed in the Pantheon." the Devers said in a low voice. His words could be considered as the final verdict for Cunagurata. Kristoya immediately understood her husband's intentions. Sister Agnes and I will bring the children to make preparations. The Devers nodded and looked at his son, who was standing at the side, and asked, Did you go to the court today? Yes, father. What was the result? The jury found that Laodigian, Lesiporatus, and the other elders were not guilty of treason, but were guilty of malfeasance. Judge Tritodemus sentenced Laodigian and Lesiporatus to 3 years in prison, and the others to 1 or 2 years respectively. He also confiscated the proceeds of their bribery and imposed a considerable fine. However, in the end, you still need to make the final decision, father. This is a power given to the king after the union of Dionia became a kingdom. Do you think I should reverse the verdict and ask for a retrial? Or agree with the verdict? The Devers looked at his son and asked. Krotokatax knew that his father was testing him. He immediately gathered his thoughts and thought for a while before answering seriously, I think we should agree with the verdict. Oh? Because in this trial, no one committed perjury, and no one was biased. The trial was carried out in a fair and just environment. Even before the trial began, the audience was clamoring for the traitors to be severely punished. This had already affected the jury's judgment, but in the end, even the audience stopped clamoring and agreed with the court's verdict. Father, I don't know if this verdict is in line with your expectations, but it was made in accordance with the laws of Dionia. According to the laws of Dionia, the jury made the final verdict. Accepting this verdict is to respect the sacred laws of Dionia that you have presided over for the past 10 years. Krato, how can you speak to your father in such a tone? Kristoya immediately reprimanded him softly. The Devers, on the other hand, showed a gratified smile. I am very happy that you have such insight. As a king, he cannot act recklessly. He must also abide by the law and know how to respect the law. Only when the king sets an example will the citizens not act recklessly, and the country's order will be guaranteed. Yes, father, Krotokatax replied respectfully. Kristoya looked at her husband and then at her son with a smile. How could she not know that her husband was educating his son as a future king? Xianxia was also happy for her brother. Although her brother was the eldest son of the Devers, she never thought that the Devers would pass the throne to Adoris. After all, he was only an adopted son, and Krato was the true descendant of the Hades. Do you know why I have the final verdict? The Devers asked again. This question stumped Krotokatax. He thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. The Devers understood what he was thinking and asked, Son, do you think that I am greedy for this verdict? Krotokatax's expression changed, and he hurriedly shook his head. The Devers smiled slightly. The law is dead, but the human heart is alive, and the criminal is judged by humans. How can it be completely fair? Moreover, although the law is sacred, it does not completely conform to the morals in the hearts of the people. Completely conform to the morals in the hearts of the people? Seeing that his son seemed to understand, the Devers explained, for example, this time, the sentence of these Sicilian senators is in accordance with the law of Dionia, but the harm and loss they cause to the kingdom is far more than a few years of imprisonment. A war is about to break out in Sicily, and if the measures are not taken properly, there will be endless wars. Don't you think that only 2 or 3 years of imprisonment is too easy for them? Another example is Pyphogres, the son of Laodigian, who will be interrogated tomorrow. He is the devil who killed 5 or 6 girls in a row. When the Devers said this, Kristoya and Xianxia, who were at the side, looked angry. If we let Lysias defend him, with his ability, it is very likely that this murderer will not be sentenced to death, because the law of Dionia does not explicitly state that killing slaves and free people must be sentenced to death. But does this conform to the conscience in our hearts? Does it conform to the prophecy of the Hades? Father, this person is guilty of the most heinous crimes. The people hope that he will be sent to Hades and be judged by the 3 judges. Xianxia, who had always been gentle, interrupted at this time. It seems that teacher Lysias did not accept the request to defend that person, Krotokatax said hurriedly. If that is the case, Lysias is still wise and calm. Otherwise, even if his defense is successful, his reputation will be ruined. The Devers said to his son with a serious expression, Look, there are still flaws in the law of Dionia. On one hand, we need to improve the law, and on the other hand, we need to hold the final judgment. When we find that there is an obvious error in the judgment, we can ask for a new trial, so that the final result will conform to the morals agreed by the majority of the people. After listening, Krotokatak seriously thought for a while, and hesitantly asked again, Father, just now, you said that the human heart is alive, but you have the final judgment. How can you guarantee that you have no selfishness? The Devers was stunned. Kristoya shouted again, Krotot. The Devers waved his hand to stop his wife's scolding, and said patiently and proudly, Child, you have the courage to think, the courage to question, and not blindly follow. I am very happy. This means that your studies in the school did not go to waste. Let me tell you, compared to the people of the kingdom, I am the most selfless. Because I am the king, the whole kingdom is my home. How can I allow those lawbreakers to destroy my home and steal my wealth? If I have selfishness, that selfishness is to protect the prosperity and stability of the kingdom, and Krotokatak thought for a while and couldn't help but straighten his chest, as if he was proud of his mission. But then he asked, but many cases are very complicated. How can I ensure that my final judgment is as fair and just as possible? The Devers was satisfied with his son's diligence in learning and asking more questions. He quickly answered, Then you have to learn more, think more, experience more, and listen more. Only then can you become a wise and firm adjudicator. Krotokatak's heart was moved and he seemed to be deep in thought. The Devers was very talkative at the moment. He then asked, I can see that you have a lot of admiration for Lysias. Yes, father. Krotokatak said happily, Teacher Lysias has a rich knowledge and a wise mind. Not only does he have deep attainments in rhetoric and debate, but his teaching is also lively and interesting. It's very attractive. Lysias is a well-known scholar in all of Greece and the pride of the kingdom of Dionia, the Devers said calmly, then changed the topic. What do you think of Cunigarata? Lord Cunigarata is your best helper, father. Everyone says that the Senate can't do without him. His departure is a great loss to our kingdom. Krotokatak said with a heavy expression. Then, if you stand from the perspective of governing the kingdom, do you prefer Cunigarata or Lysias? The Devers' question stumped Krotokatak again. He pondered for a moment but still didn't answer. Son, you didn't answer this question according to your preference. It means that you have begun to realize it. The Devers nodded gratifyingly and said, Cunigarata doesn't have Lysias' profound knowledge, nor does he have Lysias' reputation in all of Greece. But he has been governing Dionia diligently for more than 10 years and has made great contributions to the prosperity of the kingdom. In Dionia, there are many more ordinary public officials like Cunigarata. They quietly contribute to the strength of the kingdom. It is because of them that the kingdom of Dionia can create a platform for famous Greek scholars like Lysias to display their talents. They can create a more splendid culture for the kingdom, attract the backward barbarians to join them, and make the lives of the people better. Krotokatak thought for a moment, then looked at his father and said seriously, I understand. Lord Cunigarata and Teacher Lysias are equally important. But citizens like Lord Cunigarata are the cornerstone of the kingdom. Without them, there wouldn't be a kingdom of Dionia. Cornerstone. The Devers praised, it's a very vivid metaphor. It seems that you have understood it. When you attend the funeral, you must have such a mentality. Speaking of debate, this is a good thing. The Devers advised again, it can train your thinking, understand the truth, and persuade the other party. But don't indulge in it too much. In the end, you will become a person who only knows how to argue for the sake of arguing. But remember that a practical action is worth 1,000 words. Yes, father. Krotokatak replied respectfully again. You two father and son are just chatting. You must be thirsty. Kristoya and Cynthia had washed a basket of grapes and apples and placed it on the stone table. Come and eat some fruit. Let's go. Don't let your mother wait too long, or she will be scolded. The Devers joked. Krotokatak smiled. At the end of the Corinth War, Sparta tried its best to surrender to Persia and obtained the support of Persia. At the end of the war, Sparta and the anti-Sparta alliance signed the Great King's Agreement, forcing its two most important enemies, Argos and Thebes, to break up their respective regional alliances. At the same time, Athens was allowed to retain the sovereignty of the northern islands of the Aegean Sea. The three important Greek states were either unable or unwilling to go against Sparta, allowing Sparta to become the overlord of the Greek mainland. Of course, this method of relying on Persia to regain the throne was not convincing to the other city-states. The people of many city-states were spreading a saying, "Persia is turning Sparta into Persia's Sparta." Of course, the people of Sparta also heard these rumors, even though Agesilaus forcefully denied it, declaring, "Sparta is working hard to turn Persia into Sparta's Persia." However, Sparta's prestige among the Greek city-states had declined significantly, even among its allies. In order to restore its image as the overlord, Sparta had to take action. It targeted the city-state of Mandynia in the central Arcadia region of the Peloponnesus Peninsula, accusing the former allied city-state of not obeying and being loyal to Sparta in all aspects. Therefore, it was forced to tear down its city walls and pledge allegiance to Sparta. After being rejected by the people of Mandynia, Agesilaus, the king of Sparta, led his army to invade Mandynia. After failing to attack the city, he ordered his warriors to block the upper reaches of a river that flowed through the city of Mandynia. In the end, Mandynia was flooded and the city was completely destroyed. This atrocity shocked many of the city-states in Greece. The horrible and bloody memories of the people of Sparta resurfaced in their minds, especially since the city-states on the Peloponnesus Peninsula no longer took the initiative to challenge the authority of Sparta. However, becoming the overlord of the Peloponnesus Peninsula was not enough to satisfy the desires of the people of Sparta. There had always been a huge shadow in the hearts of the king and elders of Sparta, and that was the kingdom of Ionia. Although Ionia and Sparta were now allies, both sides knew very well that this alliance was not based on long-term friendship, but the need for short-term interests. Moreover, the kingdom of Ionia was still growing, which urged the people of Sparta to unite more forces in Greece in order to fight against this powerful kingdom that was rising in the western Mediterranean Sea. Therefore, they set their sights on the northern part of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. At this time, a group of emissaries arrived in the territory of Sparta. This group of emissaries came from the wild mountains in the northwest corner of the Aegean Sea. Macedonia was a weak and backward country located at the northern border of Greece, far away from the core area of Greek culture. Whether it was ordinary Greeks or well-known scholars, they all thought it was a country of barbarians and despised them. However, the people of Macedonia admired Greece so much. Not only had their kings always claimed to be descendants of the royal family of Argos, in the ancient times, many Greek city-states united and chose the Argos as their leader because of the glorious past of Argos. Since the return of the descendants of Hercules, almost all the important Greek kings came from Argos, such as King Agamemnon of Mycenae. This was also the reason why the people of Argos often boasted that they were nobler than the people of Sparta, and the people of Macedonia often regarded the Greeks who came to settle in their territory as distinguished guests. However, the respect that the people of Macedonia had for Greece was not taken seriously by the Greek states. Although it had a large territory and a large population, it was surrounded by the Illyrians, Dardanians, and Thracians. In the northernmost part, there were also the wandering Celts. These races were not only fierce, but also numerous. Years of invasion and harassment made the people of Macedonia tired of dealing with them. The country was also in a long period of war, unable to develop well. In the 9th year of the kingdom of Ionia, 384 BC, someone in the royal family of Macedonia colluded with the Illyrians and launched a larger invasion, driving the king of Macedonia, Amyntas, out of Macedonia. Before the king fled Macedonia, in order to protect the towns of Macedonia from being plundered and to gain the support of the Greeks, he signed an agreement with Macedonia's neighbor in the southeast, the Chalcidic League. The Chalcidic League handed over the low-lying areas and coastal towns of Macedonia to the Chalcidic League. The Chalcidic League was originally an alliance formed by some Greek city-states in the Chalcidic half-island. The rules of the league stated that all members were equal, trading with each other, helping each other, and defending against foreign enemies. However, with the participation of some of the towns of Macedonia, the strength of the Chalcidic League was strengthened, and the powerful state in the center of the Chalcidic half-island, Olympus, benefited greatly. The people of Olympus began to look forward to the establishment of a larger alliance that included the entire Chalcidic half-island and its surrounding areas. Of course, this alliance must be led by Olympus. 1 year later, the 10th year of the kingdom of Ionia, the king of Macedonia, Amyntas, regained his throne with the help of Thessaly and the Chalcidic League. After Amyntas's throne was stabilized, he wanted to take back the land that was previously given to him. This was rejected by the city-states of the Chalcidic League, led by Olympus. At this time, the people of Thessaly also helped Amyntas appeal to the people of Targetic League. Although the two countries of Thessaly and Macedonia had border conflicts from time to time, the people of Thessaly knew that if their neighbor, Macedonia, became too weak and could not resist the fierce Illyrians, it would be disadvantageous to both Thessaly and the Chalcidic League. The persuasion of the people of Thessaly caused some of the city-states in the Chalcidic League to waver, especially two of them, Acanthus and Apollonia. They were worried that Olympus's power would increase rapidly in the long run, and he would dominate the entire Chalcidic League. So, they secretly sent people to Amyntas to ask for help from Sparta. So, the Macedonian emissaries came to Sparta. In response, the Council of Elders of Sparta held a meeting to discuss this. Sparta knew that the location of the Cargetic Peninsula in northern Greece was very important. It was shaped like a harpoon and was nicknamed Poseidon's Trident. It was located in the middle of the important sea route from the mainland of Greece to the Black Sea. Moreover, according to the messenger, Olympus is actively sending messengers to contact Thebes and Athens. Therefore, the Council of Elders almost unanimously passed the resolution to rescue Macedonia. In fact, there was another important point that the king and elders of Sparta had a tacit understanding. They needed Macedonia, their northern ally, to cooperate with Sparta to squeeze the strategic space of Thebes and Athens from the south and north. At the same time, Sparta needed a large number of soldiers and strong cavalry. After the decision was made, Agesilaus stood up and said with a solemn expression, "I think before we send our troops to Cargetic, we'd better confirm another important matter." As soon as he said this, the faces of the elders in the hall changed. They all knew what Agesilaus was talking about. The 10-year alliance with Dionia would expire in a few months. In the past few days, the Council of Elders had held a discussion on the issue of whether to continue the alliance with Dionia, and the result was a heated debate. The radical elders, led by the young king of Sparta, Agesilaus, believed that after the end of the Corinth War, Sparta had become the overlord of Greece again, and there was no need to worry about Dionia. On the contrary, Sparta must restrain Dionia's expansion. They could not allow it to conquer Apulia, which was only separated from the Peloponnesus Peninsula by the Adriatic Sea. This would pose a threat to the security of Sparta's territory. After all, it was a Greek kingdom that ignored the authority of Sparta and dared to threaten Sparta. On the other hand, the conservative elders led by Agesilaus, who were more conservative when it came to Dionia, believed that although Sparta relied on the great king's peace to regain control of the situation in Greece, compared to before the Corinth War, Sparta was not only weaker, but its prestige was also declining. Thebes, Athens, and other city-states could jump out at any time to go against Sparta. Before the complete suppression and unification of the city-states in Greece, not only should they not provoke this powerful kingdom, but they also had to prevent Dionia from interfering with Sparta's authority as the executor of the great king's peace in Greece. Therefore, it was necessary to renew the treaty. King Agesilaus, the treaty with Dionia will only expire in January next year. We have 4 months. Let us consider this important issue carefully. There is no need to make a decision in such a hurry. Agesilaus's uncle, the former regent, Praxedes, said calmly, "After all, it is too important. It is related to the development of Sparta for the next 10 years. We must be careful. It is precisely because of the importance of this treaty. It is not only related to the development of Sparta for the next 10 years, but it is also related to the war that we are about to launch. That is why I want everyone to make a decision as soon as possible." Agesilaus said seriously. "What we are fighting against the Chalcidic alliance is not a war, but a battle. Once our army steps onto the land of the Chalcidic half-island, what awaits the Orynthians is only a crushing defeat," Agesilaus said confidently. Axaborus, who was already 30 years old, said confidently. In the past 10 years, he had grown from a young king to the king of Sparta, and he had been through many battles. Especially when he led the army to destroy Mandinia, he had won many praises. Standing among the elders who were in their 60s and 70s, his youth was especially eye-catching. Compared to the high-spirited Agesilaus, who was in his 50s, was not only lame, his hair was white, and his back was a little bent. He said calmly, "War is unpredictable. Otherwise, we would not have expected it 10 years ago. We were just helping Phocis in a battle, but it turned into a war that lasted for 10 years. Sparta had no choice but to rely on our former enemy, Persia, to end the war that consumed too much of our strength. Agesilaus' words caused the elders to reminisce, and they sighed from time to time. Now, our warriors are going to leave Peloponnesus and head to the northern Greece region that we have never fought before, the Chalcidic Peninsula. I heard that the situation there is very complicated. Not only are there internal city-states fighting, but it also involves Macedonia and Thessaly, the two most populous regions. Even Thebes and Athens are connected to them. Will our interference cause a new war? This must make us vigilant. Agesilaus' words made the elders fall into deep thought. Since the expedition to the Chalcidic Peninsula might have such a terrible result, King Agesilaus, why did you still support the expedition just now? Praxedes sneered at Agesilaus' insincerity. Agesilaus still retorted calmly, I support the expedition because this is in line with Sparta's interests. If the Chalcidic League is allowed to grow without restraint, then the other Greek city-states will follow its example and form an alliance. This will not only make the great king's contract ineffective, but it will also shake Sparta's prestige in Greece. Moreover, by winning over Macedonia and conquering the Greek city-states on the Chalcidic island, it will be beneficial for us to occupy the route to the Black Sea and threaten Athens to not dare to oppose Sparta in the future. However, to be on the safe side, before the expedition, we should continue the alliance agreement with Dionia to ensure that when the war in northern Greece expands, Dionia will not intervene. Besides, even if we conquer Chalcidic, there are still Argos, Athens, Thebes. These city-states are still dissatisfied with us. If we want to restore the prosperity after the Peloponnesus War, Sparta will still need time. So I don't want, during this period of time when Sparta is working hard to develop, a Persia similar to the Corinth War will appear in the western Mediterranean Sea and make things difficult for Sparta. Moreover, once we renew the contract with Dionia, judging from the past 10 years, the Dionia are still trustworthy. If we want to renew the contract, Dionia might not agree to it, Praxedes said coldly. Then wouldn't we be able to detect Dionia's malicious intentions towards Sparta, and we can also take precautions in advance, Agesilaus replied calmly. Asking us to renew the contract with Dionia in the colonies will damage Sparta's reputation. Why don't we ask Dionia to send someone to Sparta to renew the contract? Agesilaus said unwillingly. Agesilaus looked at the king of Sparta who was on the same level as him, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He advised with the tone of an elder, there's an old saying in Sparta, gorgeous clothes are not as durable as sturdy coarse cloth. Since we have taken the initiative to seek peace with Persia, Greece's archenemy for decades, and caused ourselves to be cursed for it, why should we care about making a trip to Greece? Didn't we take the initiative to sign the agreement with Dionia during the Corinth War? Everything we do is for the sake of Sparta's strength. What does personal honor matter? Agesilaus' words made the elders nod, and Agesilaus was unable to refute. Although Agesilaus took the throne by a narrow margin and his biggest supporter, Lysander, died in battle a few years later, not only was he not neglected in the elder council, but after more than 10 years of operation, his influence in the country grew day by day, especially in the elder council. Although these Sparta elders were brave warriors when they were young, they were now old men in their 60s or 70s. Instead of taking risks, most of them preferred to be safe. Agesilaus was a king who liked to use strategy rather than fists. He was the first to propose peace with Persia. Therefore, when the elder council voted on this matter, most of them agreed to immediately go to Dionia to discuss the renewal of the contract. The messenger candidate was quickly selected. He was the one who was responsible for signing the treaty with Dionia back then, Callisops. In the Sychyr town at the center of the mainland of Sicily, Kephalloician, many Sychyr tribe leaders gathered again. Sitting at the head of the table was the leader of the Tannic tribe, Acarus. He scanned the crowd and said loudly, leaders, the Turii have sent news that Laodigian, Lysipparatus, and the others have been arrested by Dionia. They will be put on trial soon. The Dionia must have found out about what we have done. Perhaps they are preparing an army to declare war on us. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a huge commotion in the crowd. The leaders could not hide the shock on their faces. One of the leaders stood up and asked anxiously, Leader Acarus, how did you get the news? Or did you hear the rumors? What would you do if I told you the news, Leader Zamasis? Leader Zamaxis. Arcones widened his eyes and stared at him like a beast that was about to devour him. Of course I will send someone to explain to the Senate of Dionia. Zamasis stammered. Explain what? Apodus, another leader who had a close relationship with Acarus, mocked. Explain why you want to annex other tribes and take the wives of other leaders as your concubines? The leaders beside him laughed in disdain. It's useless to beg for mercy from Dionia. Acarus slammed the armrest and stood up. He looked at the leaders and said loudly, look at how Dionia treated the non-humans in the past. Lucania was annexed. Brudi was annexed. Masapi was forced to be annexed. Puchetti was annexed. And now they are annexing Downey. Dionia will never allow the non-humans to exist independently. Perhaps in the eyes of the greedy king of Dionia, we Xianxia are already his next target. We have violated the treaty and attacked and annexed other tribes. We have already given him an excuse to start a war. Perhaps Dionia's troops are already on their way to Sicily. The leaders were in an uproar again. They whispered to each other anxiously. This was a leader who had a close relationship with Arcones. His question caused the panicking leaders to focus their gazes on Arcones. Arcones took over the conversation. What should we do? Gather our warriors and form a strong army. We'll declare war on Dionia and take back everything we've lost. The leaders were shocked again. An old leader reminded him, Chief Arcones, don't forget that Dionia defeated the overlord of Syracuse, Dionysius, 10 years ago. The kingdom of Dionia is even more powerful now. How can we fight against the powerful kingdom of Dionia? Some of the leaders nodded in agreement, but Arcones immediately said, who said we're fighting against Dionia alone? We have the support of the equally powerful Carthage. The leaders were shocked when they heard this. Arcones raised his head and took out a letter from his pocket. He handed it to the leader beside him. The other leaders ignored their statuses and gathered around the letter. The Carthaginians told us that as long as we stand up against Dionysia, they will intervene in this war and help us, the people of Cycle, gain independence, Aclis said loudly with a hint of smugness. The Carthage is just using us, one of the leaders said. The Carthage is using us, but we are also using them. Otherwise, how could Kyphorocian and Enna be taken down so easily? Arcones sneered. Some of the leaders suddenly realized that the Carthage had been supporting the Taninian tribe for a long time. Otherwise, how could this tribe, which was almost abandoned by the Sickers, grow into such a powerful tribe in just a few years? Alright, leaders, you know the situation now. It's time to take action. Arcones looked around and said in a serious tone, all of you, gather the warriors of your tribe here, and we will attack Agilion together. Attack Agilion? Agilion was the largest town in Sickers. It had many people and high walls. It was extremely difficult to attack. The leaders were stunned. Arcones said respectfully to a middle-aged leader on his left, Uncle Cecipus, what do you think? No problem. My tribe is ready. As soon as your army attacks Agilion, they will immediately cooperate with you in the city. Cecipus, the leader of the large tribe of Trachler in the city of Agilion. Someone recognized him, and his face changed slightly. Only then did he remember that Arcones was the son of the former king of Sycur, Agilion, and Agilion was the seat of the royal court of Sycur. Although Dionysius had poisoned Agilus to death and destroyed the kingdom of Cycle, there were still supporters of Arcones in Aquilon. Let's go back to the tribe and gather our clansmen immediately. The chiefs, who each had their own thoughts, expressed their agreement. Arcones said, you don't need to go back. Send your men back to carry out the task. I'm holding a banquet in the city. I'd like to invite all the leaders to attend. The leaders' faces all changed. This was forcing them to take sides, but when they saw the fully armed soldiers rushing into the hall, most of the leaders obediently obeyed. Over the past few years, Arcones had led his army to conquer several cities and occupied many tribes. The leaders who dared to resist were all killed by his sword. Those who survived were all cowards who helped him deceive Dionia, so they did not dare to resist now. Just then, a guard hurried in and whispered a few words in Arcones' ear. He was just looking at the embarrassed leaders with a smug expression, but now he was stunned. His man had told him that Dionia's 8th Legion had suddenly stationed in Aegilion. The sudden news disrupted his original plan, and he immediately discussed it with Hippus nervously. Cecropus, who had been arrogant just now, was also panicking. At the same time, his confidant also reported to him that Aegilion had been sealed, and they could not get in touch with the tribes in the city. After a tense discussion, Archones immediately announced to the leaders that they were to send more men back to gather their clansmen. They had to bring the army to Cultivation tomorrow. In order to appease the confused leaders, the banquet continued. But when the banquet that lasted for a few hours was about to end, the guard brought another piece of bad news. Archones, who was slightly drunk, could not control his emotions and smashed the ceramic cup in his hand. The news that the 8th Legion of Dionia had quickly captured Hina made him lose his cool, and the leaders even more panicked. A few of the leaders from Hina even cried bitterly, and the cheerful atmosphere of the banquet was completely gone. Callissippus, who was already in his 50s, received the decision of the Council of Elders. After a secret discussion with Agesilaus, he hurried to the port of Gophion, boarded a passenger ship, and headed for Dionia. The passenger ship drifted along the west coast of the Peloponnesus Peninsula for a night. The next morning, it sailed across the Adriatic Sea and docked at the top of the heel of the Italian peninsula. This was the city of Odlum, which belonged to the kingdom of Dionia. After a night's rest, Callissippus had regained his energy. After disembarking, he leisurely strolled around the port. Odrum used to be a city-state of the Messapian people. Although it used to be near the Adriatic Sea, few Greeks knew about it. This was because the famous Messapian city-states were Brindisi and Mazonia. Odrum, on the other hand, was surrounded by uneven terrain and inconvenient transportation. Hence, very few Greek merchant ships were willing to stop here. It was not until Dionysia conquered the Messapian region that this town gradually became famous. Callissippus saw that there were many merchant ships anchored in the port, and it was even a little crowded. Laborers were rushing back and forth on the dock, constantly moving goods. It was a little hectic, and there would occasionally be some mistakes. From time to time, the owners of the ships would curse and even cause some small conflicts. Therefore, the patrol team had been maintaining order at the dock. It was obvious that the people of Odlum had not fully adapted to such a busy port. He also noticed that there were quite a number of Illyrians in the port. These unwelcome barbarian races that the natives of Greece referred to as bandits and pirates had actually appeared here in large numbers, and he was rather curious about it. The city of Odlum was also quite lively. The streets were filled with foreigners, Cretans, Corinth, Epirus, Kikerans. There were many merchants from the Peloponnesus Peninsula. However, Callissippus was not surprised. After all, the vast territory, large population, and rich resources of the kingdom of Dionia provided a huge business opportunity for Greek merchants. These greedy merchants flocked to Odlum, and Odlum was the nearest town of Dionia to Greece. The largest number of shops in the city was actually a carriage house. Callissippus immediately understood that Odlum had gradually formed a vague impression in the minds of the Greeks of the eastern Mediterranean. It was the first town for Greeks from the eastern Mediterranean to travel by land to the center of Dionia, Thurii, or other places. It was also cheap to take a carriage here, probably because the Messapian region was also rich in horses. Callissippus hired a carriage from the carriage house in the city and went to the city of Tarentum. The coachman was a Messapian, and he was not very talkative. However, under Callissippus's intentional questioning, he gave a lot of information. At first, when it was annexed by Dionia, the Messapians of Odlum resisted the rule of Dionia. One of the coachman's relatives died in a riot. However, the swords and spears of the Dionia soldiers made them suffer. The people of Odlum gradually changed their ways and chose to resist in silence. Even when the governor of Odlum, Nicomachus, who was appointed by Dionia, announced that according to the laws of Dionia, the tribes will be abolished, and the people of Odlum will be given individual independence, they were only skeptical, waiting to see the people of Dionia make a fool of themselves. Although Odlum had a small population, according to the laws of Dionia that Nicomachus mentioned, each person would be given 5 acres of land. Odrum's land was so small and barren that it would not be enough. However, the short-sighted people of Odlum did not expect that the governor would really give them land, not barren mountains, but plains not far from Odlum. Those lands used to belong to other city-states, but now under the unified rule of the Kingdom of Dionia, they belonged to Odlum. For the first time, the people of Odlum felt the benefits of joining Dionia. Then, the second benefit came. All Messapians who become citizens of Dionia will be exempted from taxes for 2 years in a row. In addition, the governor, Nicomachus, also told them, for those who don't know how to farm, don't worry. The Ministry of Agriculture will send specialized personnel to teach them. If anyone's family doesn't have enough labor, they can go to the newly established Kristoia Bank in the city to get a loan, and then go to Tarentum to buy slaves with farming experience. Tarentum was the mortal enemy of the Messapians. When the two sides met, they would only fight to the death. Now, it was actually under the rule of Dionia. The Messapians did not understand the meaning of a free city and thought that Tarentum had been completely integrated into Dionia. After the others tried to go to Tarentum, the people of Odrum felt the third benefit of joining Dionia. However, the benefits that Dionia gave to Odrum were endless. Nicomachus announced that he would build a road for Odrum that would connect to Udir. Building a road was something that the people of Odrum had always dreamed of, but could it be done? While the people of Odrum were still in doubt, the officials of the road department of Dionia had already started to build a road outside Odrum with the duchy's soldiers and prisoners of war. Just as the people of Odlum were pleasantly surprised to see the smooth road extending westward along the rugged terrain, Nicomachus once again announced that he would expand the port and make use of Odlum's unique geographical advantage to prosper Odlum's sea trade. This time, the people of Odrum did not just stand there and watch. Instead, they actively joined in the construction of the port. The city of Odrum, which had been silent for 100 years, had undergone tremendous changes in just 2 to 3 years. The people of Odrum were no longer the fishermen from a remote fishing village that the other Messapi city-states used to despise. Odrum had become a famous port town in the eastern part of Dionia. Therefore, when Nicomachus' term of office was over and he was about to leave, the people in the city had completely forgotten about the anger and abuse they gave him when he first arrived. Instead, they lined up in a long queue to send him off. The city council unanimously agreed to erect a statue of Nicomachus in the town square so that the people of Odrum would always remember his name and everything he had done for Odrum. Karasopskov's expression gradually became solemn as he listened. From the words of the coachman, he could feel that the people of Odrum had acknowledged the kingdom of Dionia. If Odrum was like that, would the other towns of Messapi and Pucheti be like that as well? The strength of the kingdom of Dionia had put pressure on Sparta, and Dionia's strong ability to assimilate the indigenous people terrified Kallisops even more. He was puzzled and uneasy about whether Sparta's act of sheltering the Messapi and Pucheti nobles who had escaped from this area was useful or not. On the other hand, the coachman, whom Callisthorpes was interested in talking about, talked about how much he liked rugby. He also said that Callisthorpes was lucky. If it wasn't for the tourists suspending the rugby finals these 2 days, forcing him to return from tourists temporarily, Callisthorpes would not have been able to get on his carriage. Except for the first part of the road, which was not easy to walk on, the rest of the road was flat and wide. The carriage sped all the way, and before noon, they had already arrived outside the city. The coachman had to stop here for a while to feed the horses and restore their strength. Thorpes could also eat something to fill his stomach. Upon entering the city, he found that there was a sentry post every few steps in the city, and there were heavily armed soldiers patrolling everywhere. Callisthorpes was shocked, thinking that the people of Judea were rioting, because it was rumored that Judea had launched many riots in the past few years. However, after listening to the coachman's explanation, he realized that was not the case. It turned out that the Judea team was unexpectedly eliminated in the first round of the rugby finals of the Kingdom of Dionia, and they were defeated by the weak Jugentum. When the news spread back to Judea, the people regarded it as a great shame. Not only did they angrily insult and reprimand the players, but they also went to restaurants in groups to drown their sorrows in alcohol. When they were drunk, they made excuses to cause trouble in the city, and there were even several incidents of injuries. Judea's inspection office had to closely monitor the whole city to prevent any more injuries. The coachman could not explain to Callisthorpes clearly why the people of Judea would care so much about winning or losing a game. He just said that the Judea team had always been like this in the Messapi region. Not only were their actions rough, they often committed fouls, and they did not accept the referee's decisions. Therefore, the other Messapi teams now did not like to play against Judea. In fact, the reason why the people of Judea attached so much importance to rugby was that, as the former center of the kingdom of Masapi and the largest city-state of the Masapi Union, Judea had the fiercest resistance after it was occupied by the people of Daionia. At the time, the governor of Judea, Myron, had severely suppressed it. At the most serious time, Myron had demanded that the army be stationed in the city, and everyone must stay at home during the day and not go out on the streets. This state of resistance lasted for a year before they gradually began to accept the rule of Daionia. As a result, when the people of Judea came into contact with the outside world, they found that the surrounding towns of Masapi had long obeyed the rule of Daionia and had long received benefits from the kingdom. With the vigorous development of maritime trade, they began to get rid of the hat of poverty and gradually became rich. Judea, which was located inland and used to be the dominant city-state of Masapi for its fertile and vast land and large population, had become less important. In the following year's rugby finals, the players of Judea, who participated in the game for the first time, won one game after another with a strong fighting spirit inspired by disappointment and unwillingness. Finally, after entering the top 8, they met the team of Turii, and the two sides had a fierce game. In the game, 3 players of Judea were injured, 1 was sent off the field, and 1 Turii player was seriously injured. In the end, the Turii team won by a narrow point. The Daionia Rugby Union also changed some of its rules because of this game, stricter penalties for fouls in the game. The players of Judea returned to their hometown dejectedly, but they were warmly welcomed by the people, who praised them for playing with the blood of the people of Masapi, and let the people of Daionia know the power of Judea's warriors. From then on, the people of Judea began to be obsessed with rugby and poured their feelings into it, seeing it as a tool to show the unyielding spirit of the people of Daionia. Therefore, this time, the team of Judea failed in the finals and was eliminated in the first round, which greatly stimulated the people of Judea. Calithorpes did not understand these deep reasons, but he felt that the people of Judea attached so much importance to the invention of rugby by the people of Daionia, which meant that they had already accepted the rule of Daionia, which made him a little depressed. Before coming, Agesilaus had specially given him the opportunity to learn about the situation of the Puchetti and the Masapi under the rule of Daionia, so he chose to take this route instead of taking a boat directly to Turii. But from what he had observed now, as time went on, the rule of Daionia in Masapi would only become more and more stable. Out of Judea, the carriage continued to speed northwest. A few hours later, they passed by Manduria, which was once the frontline fortress of the Masapi's invasion of Tarentum and was now the garrison of the 9th Legion of Daionia. After all, it was located in a place that was neither conducive to farming nor grazing. But the real camp of the 9th Legion was built on a plain not far from the north of Judea. The reason why it was built there was that it happened to be in the center of the Masapi region, convenient to gather the citizens of the towns of Masapi for training and mobilization, and also to monitor and deter the most restless Judea. But because it was not beside the main road, Calithorpes could not see it. At dusk, Calithorpes arrived at the city of Tarentum. Calithorpes had been to Tarentum several times. In his impression, this was also a sub-state of Sparta. Although it did not inherit the bravery of the Sparta people, it used to train the citizens a lot of times every year. The people of the city were still in a state of military readiness. But this time entering the city surprised him. Not only were there no soldiers patrolling on the top of the city wall, but the guards at the city gate were also disheveled, and the inspection was not strict. Anyone who wanted to enter the city was almost allowed to enter with a wave of their hand. Calithorpes thought about it and quickly understood, because Tarentum had become a free city of the kingdom of Daionia, and its mortal enemy, the Masapi, had also been conquered by Daionia, it was no longer in danger. Now that it was in the hinterland of Daionia, even the responsibility of defending the territory's security had been taken over by Daionia, so naturally, its military readiness was lax. But the city of Tarentum was very lively. Even though it was already dusk, the streets were still crowded with people and carriages. On both sides of the road from the city to the port, there were shops, restaurants, brothels, row upon row, and travelers lingered here. As a transportation and trade hub in the east of Daionia, Tarentum was more prosperous than before. But Calithorpes had seen many young citizens of Tarentum going in and out of restaurants and brothels in groups, drunk on the streets, and sometimes cursing about the glory of Tarentum in the past, venting their dissatisfaction with Daionia, and even despising the cowardice of Sparta, Calithorpes had a helpless smile on his face. He understood that the people of Tarentum held a grudge against Sparta for abandoning them and eventually signing an alliance agreement with Dionia. But Calithorpes did not mind it too much. Instead, he felt a little regretful. Judging from the current state of life of the people of Tarentum, these citizens could only move their mouths, and probably did not even know how to use a shield and spear. It would be difficult for them to resist Dionia's rule. Finally, Calithorpes arrived at the port. When he was in Sparta, Calithorpes had learned that there were specialized sea-ferry terminals in the port of Tarentum. Cargo ships loaded with goods and passengers would depart from these terminals without interruption. Within a few hours, they could reach other coastal cities in the Taranto Bay. Of course, the main destination was Thurii. Calithorpes quickly boarded a passenger ship that went straight to Thurii. He could not help but sigh. The people of Dionia had completely turned the Taranto Bay into their inner lake. The cities and towns of Dionia in the bay were closely connected through short-distance shipping. What he did not know was that there was another reason why the Taranto Bay was so prosperous and lively. The problem of pirates that the merchants of other cities in the Mediterranean were most worried about did not exist here at all. The warships belonging to the First Fleet in the Castellan and Tarentum military ports patrolled the bay every day, maintaining order in the bay and ensuring the safety of the ships. Just as Callissos was comparing the busy scene in the bay with the port of Pires in Athens, Cunegorata's second son, Dicaeocrate, received an urgent notice from the Ministry of Military Affairs and the approval of Commander Alexis. He rode madly from Downey, changing horses several times at the courier stations along the way, and finally arrived at the military port of Tarentum at dusk. The military port of Tarentum was the garrison of the main force of the First Fleet of Dionia. When Tarentum was forced to become a free city of Dionia, the navy commander Thecelian requested the opening of a new military port on the grounds that the Dionysian fleet was growing larger and larger, because they had obtained too many warships in the southern Italian war, and Thurii military port could no longer accommodate it. He suggested that the military port should be located in the main port of Tarentum, because it was indeed a good natural port. Devers readily agreed. Of course, the issue he considered was not only military convenience. Not only could the navy monitor and deter the previously capricious city-state nearby, but Tarentum, as an old maritime power, had a large number of skilled and experienced sailors and fishermen. They would be an excellent source of soldiers for the navy. By training them and letting them accept the culture and political ideas of Dionia, they could in turn influence the people of Tarentum. In the face of Dionia's request, Tarentum reluctantly agreed to hand over the western part of the port to the navy of Dionia. After all, it had been abandoned for a long time. As the navy moved in, the land west of the port to the east of Metapontum gradually came under the ownership of the First Fleet. The people of Tarentum had suffered heavy casualties in the southern Italian war, and there were not enough people to take care of the land near the border. Coupled with the clever pressure from the Devers, this part of the land was allocated to the sailors of the First Fleet stationed there, including a large number of civilian sailors of Tarentum who joined the First Fleet. Currently, there were 153 decker or warships and other warships of various sizes in the military port, totaling about 230 warships. Including the 53 decker or warships and other warships in the military port of Castellan, the First Fleet had more than 350 warships, firmly suppressing the other three fleets and becoming the strongest fleet in the Dionian navy. However, even if the number of ships of the First Fleet was large, there was still enough space in the military port of Tarentum to build a dry dock to accommodate more warships, which showed how large the military port was. Moreover, the sea in the port was also wide enough for some small-scale training to be held directly in the port. This had also become a scene in the port, and people of Tarentum often stopped by the shore to watch. After Dicaeocrate showed Alexis's letter of identification to the guard, he was allowed to enter. However, the waiting time at the military port was a little long. There was clearly an empty clipper at the dock next to it, so why did he have to wait here? Dicaeocrate was a little annoyed. It was only when he boarded the ship that someone came out of the cabin and explained to him, "I'm really sorry. A batch of supplies has just been transferred from the military port of Castellan to be urgently transported to Downey. The personnel in the military port are busy with this matter, so it took up some of your time. Transporting supplies to the front line is an important matter for the kingdom. Mine is just a small matter." As soon as Dicarocrat saw that it was him, he immediately understood why the ship was late. He hurriedly said respectfully, "And Sir Sicilian, you came personally to see me off. I really don't know how to express my gratitude." Sicilian was once the commander of the Dionian navy. During the Southern Italian War, he led the fleet to defeat the Syracuse navy that dominated the western Mediterranean Sea 3 times. Thus, he controlled the seas at the eastern end of Greece and Sicily. He played a key role in Dionia's final defeat of Syracuse. He was a hero worshipped by the people of Dionia. After the war, as the territory of Dionia expanded, the fleet that had become huge was divided into 4 by the Devers. The first fleet was stationed in Tarentum to protect the maritime safety of the Taranto Bay. The second fleet was stationed in the Catania Plains to protect the maritime safety of Dionia in Sicily. The third fleet was stationed in Trine to protect the maritime rights of Dionia in the Tyrrhenian Sea. The fourth fleet was based in Brindisi to protect the Kingdom of Dionia's territories in the Adriatic Sea. However, the Devers did not appoint Sicilian as the commander of the Dionian navy. Instead, he was appointed as the commander of the First Fleet. Although the strength of the First Fleet had long surpassed that of the Dionian navy, it was still a demotion to be demoted from the commander of the First Fleet. However, at the same time, the Devers proposed to the Senate that Sicilian be elected as the elder statesman of Dionia. This was a great promotion for Sicilian's political status. He also became the second young statesman under the age of 30 after Henipolis. Moreover, after the navy was disbanded, the Devers also removed the position of the commander of the navy. Therefore, Sicilian did not have much of a complaint. Sicilian went to Tarentum and stayed there for 10 years. Except for important matters, he rarely returned to Thurii to attend the usual Senate meetings. The young hero of the past was now middle-aged and had lost his youthful arrogance. At this time, he said to Dicarocrat with a gentle expression, "I'm also going to attend your father's funeral. I can go with you." Dicarocrat's heart ached at the mention of his deceased father. It was the regret of his life that he could not be by his father's side before his death. "How's the progress of the battle in Downey?" Sicilian asked casually. "It's going well. We've taken down the cities of Herdonia and Ascurum. Our army is approaching the central city of Downey, Lusnia. We're preparing to besiege it. Judging from the current situation, the other Downey tribe and towns don't seem to be sending reinforcements to Lusnia city. I reckon that this war will end before the end of the year," Dicarocrat said excitedly as he talked about the war he had participated in. Hearing this good news, Sicilian sighed. It's still better to command the army on land. After the Southern Italian War, the Kingdom of Dionia was not always peaceful. The 3 wars it launched to conquer Mashapi, Pucetti, and Downey were not small. However, these wars took place near Dionia, and the enemy's fleet was too weak. There was no need for the First Fleet to defend the core waters of Dionia. As a result, Sicilian could not participate in the battlefield for the past 10 years. How could he not feel regretful? When Dicarocrat arrived at his home in Thurii, his elder brother Sostatus and his family had already prepared for the funeral. As Cunigarata's wife had died young, his eldest daughter and 2 daughters-in-law followed the Greek custom of hundreds of years. They washed his body, smeared it with perfume, and dressed him in luxurious clothes. Sostatus also built a large wooden shed in front of his house. He placed Cunigarata's body on a bed covered with herbs, and placed a silver coin in his mouth so that his soul could pay for the ferry fare. After the mourning hall and coffin were set up, it was time for Dionia's unique funeral custom to begin. The scepter priest of the Temple of Hades, Plazinas, led a group of priests, and saintesses to the mourning hall and began to sing a hymn, praying for him to enter Elysium as soon as possible. Usually, only the priests or priests of Hades would attend funerals. Since Cunigarata's identity and status were different, there was no need for the Devers to instruct him. Plazinas personally brought the main staff of the main temple of Hades. The next day, Cunigarata's immediate family, including his son-in-law Helos, wore black veils and solemnly guarded the coffin. Even his daughter and daughters-in-law had cut their hair in accordance with the custom to express their grief. Early in the morning, the Devers brought Christoia, Agnes, Cynthia, Cloto Catax, and the other children to the mourning hall. They laid a wreath of pomegranate leaves for Cunigarata's body, and led the family to solemnly pay their respects and sing the hymn of Hades. After comforting Cunigarada's relatives, the Devers and his family walked out of the mourning hall. They washed their hands and faces with a few large jars of clean water placed outside the hall before leaving. After the king and Devers left, the number of people who came to pay their respects increased. Apart from those who had important matters to attend to, such as Alexis, who was leading the army in the battle at Downey, most of the senators, even those who served as governors in other places, rushed to Cunigarada's funeral hall to pay their respects. Many of the kingdom's middle and lower level officials also came to mourn. Most of them were the citizens of Turin. Back then, Cunigarada had given his all to help the Turin citizens who had lost their homes and burned down their city. For more than half of the following 10 years, Cunigarada had been the governor of this city. For Turin to have its current prosperity, Cunigarada had contributed a lot. How could the citizens not remember his kindness? Therefore, on this day, the citizens of Turin did not discuss football games excitedly, nor did they go to the restaurants to drink. Instead, there was an endless stream of people paying their respects outside the funeral hall. Although everyone looked sorrowful and solemn, there was almost no scene of them crying. It was relatively quiet. This was different from other Greek city-states. In other city-states, the families of the deceased would even hire professional mourners to add a sad atmosphere to the funeral. According to the divine book of Hades, the souls of the deceased of Dionia could enter Elysium according to their performance during their lifetime. It was a beautiful paradise, and entering it was to enjoy happiness, not to suffer. Therefore, the relatives and worshippers did not need to be overly sad, otherwise, it would be like cursing the deceased to enter purgatory. The funeral ceremony lasted for a day, and the next morning, Cunigarada's funeral began. The relatives placed Cunigarada's body in a wooden coffin. There were also some offerings placed in the coffin for his last journey to the underworld and Elysium. The wooden coffin was placed on a carriage pulled by 4 black horses. The relatives wore black muslin and guarded the carriage as it slowly moved forward. Behind the carriage, led by the Devers, were members of the royal family, high-ranking officials of the kingdom, senators, and their families. All of them wore black muslin and had solemn expressions. The people who came after hearing the news consciously lined up at the back, gradually forming a long line that could not be seen at the end. This forced the inspection office of Turin to send more people to maintain order. The funeral procession was specially equipped with a dozen flute players and trumpeters. They played solemn and slightly melancholy elegies, rendering the entire funeral procession solemn and mysterious. In front of the carriage, Plazinas and a dozen black-robed priests silently sang the hymn of Hades and sprinkled water on the street. They led the funeral procession to the foot of the hill of Hades. 8 palace guards in armor lifted the wooden coffin and walked steadily to a small temple next to the temple of Hades. This was the temple of Thanatos, the god of death, the god of Hades. It was built after the southern Italian war. There was an incinerator in front of the temple. The guards put the wooden coffin in the incinerator, and the priests began to pour olive oil through the pipes around the incinerator. The relatives of Cunigarada, such as Sostatus and Dicaeocrat, were mournful. The others also bowed their heads and prayed silently. Only the Devers in white robes walked to the incinerator, opened his arms, and shouted to the sky, "The great Hades, citizen Cunigarada of Dionia, has returned to the underworld today. I am your devout subject, and I beg you to grant him the blessings he deserves in death based on what he did in life." After that, he took the torch from Plazinas and threw it into the incinerator. As the fire burned, dozens of saintesses sang in unison. Their light singing voice resounded through the hill, washing away the sadness in the hearts of the people. The wooden coffin turned into ashes amidst the singing, but the funeral was not over. The relatives of Cunigarada took out the bones that had not completely melted from the ashes, wrapped them in newly made linen cloth, and placed them in urns. The Devers also told the people who came to attend the funeral about the great contributions that Cunigarada had made to the kingdom of Dionia. At the same time, they announced that the bronze bust of Cunigarada would be placed in the pantheon of the Hades temple, and that he would live with the kingdom of Dionia. The urns of his ashes would be placed in the temple of death to be protected by the underworld. With these 2 things completed, the funeral was finally over. When the elders and officials bid farewell to their relatives, they no longer comforted them, but congratulated them. Before this, the elders had also attended the funeral of Scombras and Bagalipi. However, not only did Cunigarada's funeral have the largest number of people, but he also enjoyed the highest honor after his death. To place his ashes in the pantheon of death, only citizens who were loyal to the kingdom, diligent throughout their lives, and had made enough contributions could enjoy it. It was even more difficult to enter the pantheon of death, only those who had made great contributions to Daionia, or even affected the development of the entire kingdom. After entering the pantheon of death, they would have to write a biography for him, so that his name would be passed down to the future generations. It could be said to be the highest honor. Since the establishment of Daionia, there was only one Heraclide for more than 10 years. Now, there was also Cunigarada. For the elders and officials, Cunigarada's funeral had become a goal that they envied and worked hard for. This was what the Devers hoped for. For the ordinary people, they did not have such a big goal. Their biggest hope was to be cremated in the main pantheon of Hades after their death. This was because the cremation of corpses was usually carried out in the ordinary pantheon of Hades. Only citizens who had made great contributions could apply for the right to be cremated in the main pantheon of Hades. The people who approved the application were not the Senate, but the group of priests in the pantheon of Hades. The final decision was in the hands of the Devers, because he was not only the king, but also the high priest of the kingdom. He was the descendant of Hades in the eyes of the people. However, under normal circumstances, he would let the group of priests led by Plazinas make the decision, and he would only need to look at it in the end. Only the death of an important person in the kingdom would require him to decide whether the person was qualified to enter the Hall of Valhalla, the Pantheon of Death, and the Prison of the Wicked. After the funeral of Cunigarada, the football finals continued, and everything seemed to return to the past. Only the senators felt the subtle changes. The rotating president of the Senate was added to the list of candidates, and his seat was moved forward to the center of the front row of the hall. When Daionia was first established, the position of the rotating president of the Senate was held by the senators in turn. It was only to maintain order in the hall, and it did not have any real power. After the Southern War, the Devers became the king. With the reason that there were too many new senators and they were not familiar with the operation of Daonia's political system, he no longer let all the senators take the rotating president position. Instead, he appointed a few senators to take turns to take the position, which was usually changed every 10 days. At the same time, he also asked the Senate to give more responsibilities to the rotating president, making them responsible for organizing every Senate meeting, and the main topics of every meeting would be decided by the king and the Devers and the rotating president. When the Devers attended the meeting, he had to pass down the order to ensure that the meeting was carried out according to the king's wishes. When the Devers were absent, he had the power to ensure that the meeting went smoothly, and he could even command the guards to drive away the senators who interfered with the meeting. He only needed to report the results of the meeting to the Devers after the meeting. Because of the increased power of the rotating president, this position became an important symbol to measure the status of a senator in the Senate. Before this, the rotating presidents of the Senate of Daionia were Cunigarada, Cornelis, Sidorum, Vespa, and Lucius. Now, Cunigarada had passed away, and Antares had filled the vacancy. In addition, there was another change. When Laodigian and other senators committed dereliction of duty, some officials from Naxos, Sicily, and Catanai were also involved in this matter and were investigated. They were all recommended by the senators who committed the crime, so the Devers took this opportunity to rage in the Senate. He believed that the reason why the kingdom's civil servants management board failed to do a good job in selecting the middle and lower officials was because the Senate was too influenced by the other senators, so they could not select the officials fairly. And the appointment of the middle and lower officials should not have been handled by the Senate. When the League was first established, the Civil Servants Management Board's responsibility was to draft the candidates of the civil servants in the cities of the League. Finally, the Devers would sign off on the candidates. However, the candidates on the list would be read in the Senate every time, so the senators would be informed. Sometimes they would raise objections to some of the candidates, and the board would make some adjustments based on their opinions. The Devers did not obstruct too much because the Devers controlled the Senate, so everything was under his control. In recent years, with the expansion of the territory and the increase of officials, the Devers spent half of their time in the palace to deal with political affairs, so they could not control the board as strictly as before. This time, the Devers requested that the office of the Civil Servants Management Board be moved to the palace, and that the appointment of officials should no longer be discussed in the Senate. Of course, some senators objected, but he quietly threatened that he was considering whether to let Sesta investigate the officials in other cities of the kingdom, to avoid a series of dereliction of duty cases like the one in Sicily. In the end, the Devers' proposal was passed, and the board moved to the second floor of the palace. The day after Cunigurata's funeral, Callissos was received by the Devers. As for Sparta's request to renew the alliance for another 10 years, Devers and the Senate did not have much of a debate and agreed to this request. After the 10-year alliance agreement was signed again, Callissos mentioned in a private conversation with the Devers that Sparta's Council of Elders was worried and dissatisfied with Dionia's frequent wars in Apulia. The Devers responded, "Apulia's affairs belong to the Western Mediterranean. According to the covenant, Sparta doesn't need to worry about it at all." Even during the later stages of the Corinth War, Thebes and Corinth's emissaries came to Thurii, hoping that Dionia could intervene in the war and prevent the foreign Persia from using Sparta to control Greece. However, Dionia strictly abided by the covenant and refused their request. Many Greek citizens in the kingdom were very dissatisfied with the fact that Sparta, their ally, actually submitted to Persia, their former enemy, and listened to their bullish *T treaty. Moreover, Sparta drowned Mandinia and destroyed a Greek city-state with cruel means, committing atrocities similar to what Dionysius, the tyrant of Sicily, had done. This made the people of Dionia very angry. However, the Senate of Dionia had repeatedly rejected the request of many senators to condemn and punish Sparta at the senators' assembly at the end of the year. Dionia has strictly abided by the covenant and respected Sparta for the past 10 years. After signing the covenant this year, we will continue to abide by the content of the covenant. We hope that the 18th Congress can also strictly abide by the content of the covenant and handle the relationship between the two countries, especially the issue of accepting the indigenous people who escaped from Apulia. Please reconsider and deal with it carefully. Dionia keeps its promise, but it will also treat the city-states that violate its promise as enemies. The words of the Devers made Callissos feel ashamed and shocked. He immediately said solemnly, "Your Majesty, Sparta cherishes the friendship between the two countries, so they took the initiative to send me to renew the covenant. Sparta will continue to abide by the requirements of the covenant as before, and peace will always be maintained between the Eastern and Western Mediterranean." Only one day after Callissos left, Thurii welcomed Carthage's emissary, Ocradon. He did not come to renew the covenant, but to protest. Carthage protested that Dionia had violated the covenant this time by waging war against the Psychier, a free force in Sicily. They demanded that Dionia immediately stop this foolish action that destroyed the peaceful environment of Sicily. Dionia's Senate refuted Carthage's request. They presented facts, presented evidence, and reasoned with Carthage's emissary. They told Dionia that it was not Dionia who wanted to invade Psychier, but the Tannic tribe of Psychier who conspired to disturb Dionia and harm Dionia. For this reason, Dionia had already put Laodigian and a few other Sicilian senators on trial. At the same time, they had also arrested many of the kingdom's officials. Of course, they would also seek revenge on the culprit of this incident. This was the punishment that the Tannic tribe deserved for provoking Dionia. Dionia's firm rejection of Carthage's protest caused Ocradon to return empty-handed. A few days later, in Carthage's Senate, the Carthage senators had a heated debate on this matter. "Lord Hanno, now that the people of Dionia refused to stop the war against Psychier, what measures do you have to deal with this matter? Otherwise, if we don't take any action, the weak Psychier tribe will not be able to withstand the Dionysian army for more than a few days." Senator Pretacuba stood up and asked. Hanno looked coldly at the senator who questioned him. Ever since Maganid was removed from his position as the governor of Sicily, he did not return to Carthage. Instead, he angrily led a group of mercenaries to Iberia. The Maganid family's leading figure in the Senate, and even in Carthage, became Pretacuba. He was a distant relative of Maganid, but he was much more cunning than Maganid. In the past few years, he had caused some trouble for Hanno in controlling the Senate. There was no need for Hanno to reply. Another elected senator, Sifat Pantarak, had already taken over the conversation and said, "This matter was caused by the Psychier Tannic tribe provoking Dionia first. It is understandable that Dionia would punish them. What we should do now is to constantly monitor this war and prevent Dionia from using this opportunity to expand their war, thereby harming the interests of Carthage. Oh, you've given up on the Xianxia tribe with such a simple statement? I still remember that it was you, Lord Hanno, who suggested to support the Tannic tribe and unite the Xianxia tribe. Another Maganid senator, Santapor, immediately mocked. Hanno looked at him with a displeased expression. Ecleton immediately retorted, "You people are really good at forgetting. Back then, the Tannic tribe came to Carthage in the name of former allies who fought alongside Hermerco. They first found you people, and it was also you people who proposed to help the Tannic tribe in the Senate. Lord Hanno was merely following your wishes, hoping that the Tannic tribe's actions would help Carthage better control Sicily. However, he did not expect them to have the guts to provoke Dionia, and even more so, he did not expect that you people, who had received Lord Hanno's support, would accuse Lord Hanno instead. When Carthage led Hermerco to attack Syracuse, he built the Tauromenian fortress as a gift to the Xianxia tribe in order to win the Xianxia tribe over to Syracuse. Thus, he formed an alliance with King Agilus of Xianxia, who was the father of Arcones, the leader of the Taric tribe. However, after Hermerco's defeat and suicide, and when Dionysius counterattacked Carthage's forces in Sicily, Agilus sided with Syracuse and was eventually murdered by Dionysius. Pretacuba immediately changed the topic and put on a worried expression. Lord Hanno, Syracuse has suffered great losses in the past few years. Most of the Greek cities in Sicily are on good terms with Dionia. Not only do they often send messengers to attend the various celebrations of Dionia, some even send teams to participate in Dionia's rugby matches. Now that Dionia has taken control of the Xianxia tribe, wouldn't the situation in Sicily return to the era of Dionysius? This is very disadvantageous to Carthage. Hanno looked at him coldly and suddenly said, Lord Pretacuba, given the current situation in Sicily, what is your suggestion? Continue to support the Xianxia tribe with gold, silver, and resources that are about to be destroyed? Or send the army to support the Xianxia tribe? Since Dionia refuses to stop the war, we can only send the army to make them realize that Carthage will not only protest with words. We are serious. Elder Santapor said sternly. The elders were in an uproar. That means war. Panterac warned loudly. Since Dionia is wantonly expanding their power in Sicily and refuses to listen to our Carthage's warning, then we will show them war. Santapor waved his fist forcefully. Many elders exclaimed in surprise, and voices of debate arose. Hanno immediately became vigilant. He immediately realized that this was definitely the idea of the Maganid clan leader who was thousands of miles away. He wanted to provoke a war between Dionia and Carthage, so that he could return to Carthage and gain control of the political situation. Thinking of this, Hanno suddenly stood up and shouted, Does Carthage want to break the treaty and intervene in this war of Dionia to punish the Xianxia tribe? Does he want to start a war with Dionia that might last for a long time and cause great losses? The Senate will now vote. Elders who agree to Pretacuba and Santapor's suggestion to send the army to Sicily, please raise your hand. Other than a very small number of elders from the Maganid clan who raised their hands, the rest of the elders did not even hesitate. Over the past 10 years, the people of Carthage had followed Hanno's suggestion and shifted their target to the inland areas south of Carthage's territory, Namibia. This vast land was inhabited by many indigenous tribes, but there was no unified country or organization. The people of Carthage had used various methods such as direct military campaigns, bribing, and sowing discord to make Carthage control more than half of Namibia's land. The citizens of Carthage were also given a large amount of inland land and employed Namibians to farm. The wealth of the elders of Carthage had doubled, and Hanno's prestige in Carthage city had also doubled. The only thing that the people of Carthage were worried about was the occasional rebellion of the Namibians. For this reason, several troops formed by the citizens of Carthage rotated to be stationed in several important strongholds in Namibia. It was not only the majority of the elders who were unwilling to let the people of Carthage go to war with the powerful Dionia, but the citizens of Carthage were also unwilling. Compared to the people of Dionia and the Xianxia people in the far east of Sicily, they were more concerned about the large increase in the land harvest in Namibia and the control of the numerous Namibian slaves and Namibian farmers. Hanno looked around at most of the silent elders and glanced at the few elders who supported the war. He had long foreseen such a strong advantage. If there were no sudden accidents, the people of Carthage would never be willing to go to war with Dionia. Margot's conspiracy would never be realized. Of course, Margot was now occupying that piece of Iberian land. He also felt a headache when he disobeyed the orders of the Senate of Carthage. At this time, Hanno reached into his bosom and took out a roll of paper. He held it high in his hand and said loudly, "This is a letter written to me by the king of Dionia himself." In the letter, he promised, Dionia will always remember the covenant with Carthage. They will only punish the Tanibian tribe and will never expand their attack on the territories of other Scythian people. Please rest assured. In addition, he also asked me to consider the issue of renewing the covenant. As he said this, he handed the letter to the elder next to him. Renew the covenant for another 10 years? It is said that Dionia is about to occupy the Apulia region of Italy. Give it another 10 years, and I'm afraid the entire Italian peninsula will belong to Dionia. Preticuba stood up and warned loudly, "Everyone, we have to understand that there are only two powerful countries in the western Mediterranean, Carthage and Dionia. Making Dionia stronger is not good for Carthage. Is Apulia as big as Namibia? Occupy the entire Italian peninsula?" Echardon sneered. "Not to mention our ally Rome in central Italy, and the fierce Celts in the north. Even if Dionia can occupy the entire Italian peninsula in the future, we have already completely occupied Namibia. I'm afraid we have also completely controlled Mauritania and Nubia. Is a small Italian peninsula as big as Namibia and Mauritania?" Just as the two sides were arguing endlessly, Ediaruba stood up. The leader of the neutral faction was highly respected. The noise in the hall quieted down a lot. He then said in a sincere and heartfelt tone, "Everyone, don't forget the purpose for which our Carthage city was established. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors came to the western Mediterranean, not to occupy more land, nor to fight for hegemony in the Mediterranean, but for trade, to obtain the resources of gold, silver, and other metal minerals in Iberia and Sardinia to meet the needs of our mother state. Today, the trade between Carthage and other Phoenician city-states in the western Mediterranean is far more than just those minerals, but sea trade has become the nature of every Carthage person. It is the reason why Carthage city continues to grow, and why our mother state Tyre and Sidon can live more freely under the rule of Persia. War is the natural enemy of trade. It will consume our resources, take away our customers, and make the market depressed. What benefits did the series of wars in Sicily bring to Carthage over the past decade? No benefits, only death and decline. If everyone here has forgotten the tragic past of more than a decade ago, please go to the cemetery outside the city, and you will know how much the people hate war. Peace. Carthage needed peace. Only with peace could Carthage prosper. Therefore, I suggest that we continue to form an alliance with Dionia. This way, Carthage will continue to own the trade market in the western Mediterranean Sea, and Carthage will develop even faster." Ediaruba's impassioned speech was echoed by many elders. Hanno applauded, but he didn't think much of it. Unlike the concept of developing sea trade and living in peace with Dionia advocated by Ediaruba, he was actually wary of Dionia. Dionia's extensive alliances in Sicily and its northward expansion in the Italian peninsula all showed the ambition of this Greek kingdom. In fact, in order to slow down the expansion of Dionia, the Senate's agreement to support Tannic and increase their support for Rome were all secretly pushed by him. It was just that Carthage's rule in Namibia was not yet stable, and the Senate's intention to attack Mauritania during this period was also proposed by him many times. He hoped to gain more land and manpower, so that the influence of the Senate of Carthage could cover the land on the Iberian Peninsula controlled by the Maganid family, both at sea and on land. When the internal troubles were resolved and the army was strong, he was happy to compete with Dionia to wash away the nickname of coward that Maganid slandered him and push the prestige of the Hanno family in Carthage and even in the western Mediterranean to a new height. At this moment, taking the opportunity of Ediaruba's speech, he immediately expressed his support. With the push of the Hanoverian and neutral elders, the Tannic tribe was abandoned, and the renewal of the alliance between Carthage and Dionia was put on the agenda. A few days later, in the royal palace of Thurii, in the war room next to the king's office, the Devers and several ministers of the Ministry of Military Affairs were discussing the recent war. These military ministers were the Minister of Military Affairs, Helos. He was responsible for managing and coordinating the various departments under the Ministry of Military Affairs. At the same time, he had the right to assess and recommend soldiers and team officers for promotion. The military training chief Hieronymus under the Ministry of Military Affairs, a few years ago, the Devers had proposed several times to transfer him to the position of chief executive of a city, but he refused. The taciturn former mercenary leader had been in this position for more than 10 years and had made great contributions to the military construction of the Kingdom of Daionia. The military supplies chief Capus under the Ministry of Military Affairs. He took up this position again 4 years ago. The current 2 wars in Daionia were able to proceed smoothly because of his full support. The General Staff Department under the Ministry of Military Affairs, Felicius. The General Staff Department was a new department ordered by the Devers 6 years ago. Its role was to collect intelligence on the surrounding forces, make strategic plans for the expansion of the Kingdom of Daionia, carry out specific war deductions, and provide effective advice to the king. At the same time, it was also a school to train young officers in strategic thinking. In today's 10 Corps, the adjutants of the Corps commanders were basically trained in the General Staff Department. Since the war in southern Italy, Felicius had been criticized in the Senate and the Ministry of Military Affairs. Many people thought that he had made some command mistakes in the Battle of the Ramato River, which led to the heavy losses of the 4th and 5th Legions, and even Draco's tragic death. Devers had no choice but to transfer him to this new department. This was to protect him and allow him to utilize his rich experience. At the same time, it was to avoid his lack of charisma and his inability to become an outstanding commander. In addition, there was also Tormid in the room. He was also in the General Staff Department, serving as the Deputy General Staff to assist Felicius. However, he was more active, often going to the other Ministry of Military Affairs to learn about military training, military supplies, and the specific situation of the various legions, providing detailed data for the General Staff Department to formulate combat plans. At the same time, Tormid also served as the King of Devers' herald on the battlefield, and he often came to the palace to report to the Devers. Therefore, although he was not a senior member, no one in the Ministry of Military Affairs dared to underestimate him. In the center of the war room was a huge sand table, showing the mountains, rivers, plains, and hills of Sicily and southern Italy. A few years ago, the most outstanding craftsmen of Daionia, organized by the Devers, took more than half a year to create such a 3-dimensional and relatively accurate sand table map using clay, sand, and stones, according to the detailed map provided by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Back then, when the officials of the Ministry of Military Affairs saw it for the first time, they exclaimed, "This is another amazing work of the King of Devers." This military sand table was regarded as the kingdom's treasure by the Ministry of Military Affairs, and only the important ministers of the kingdom could see it. "Your Majesty, the battle report for Sicily just arrived this morning." After Persosus occupied Herna, he took advantage of the time before the Sicar rebels arrived to repair the city's defenses. Felicius pointed at the model of Herna's town on the sand table with a long wooden stick and continued, "After another rebel town was quickly conquered, the Tannic leader, Arcones, must have gathered tens of thousands of soldiers to attack Herna, and they must have been panicking. They only attacked Herna with full force for a day, then stopped, but stayed in their camp for 2 days. Felicius pointed at the model of Herbida's town on the sand table with a long wooden stick and continued, "After another rebel town was quickly conquered, Arcones, the leader of the Tannian army, must have felt a sense of panic. They only attacked Herbida for 1 day before stopping. However, they stayed in their camp for 2 days. The Sicilian rebel army began to retreat to Enna, and in the process, some tribes left Arcones' army and ran to Aegilion, asking to surrender. In the battle report, Persosus said that he is ready to attack Enna while the Sicar rebel army is unstable. The Sicilian rebel army began to retreat to Enna, and in the process, some tribes left Arcones' army and ran to Aegilion, asking to surrender. In the battle report, Persosus said that he is ready to take advantage of the Sicar rebel army's unstable morale to immediately lead the army to attack Enna. Perhaps as I speak, the 8th Legion has already begun to attack Enna." The Devers stared at the city of Enna in the center of Sicily and thought for a moment. He then looked up and asked, "What do you think?" "I was originally worried that Persosus, the commander of this attack on the Sicars, would not be able to bear the heavy responsibility. I did not expect his performance to be so outstanding. Your Majesty, you have the best foresight. Helos was the first to praise. Capys also praised, that's right, this Prososus is indeed amazing. Before the Senate's declaration of war reached Catanai, he decisively led the army to attack Henna, completely out of the enemy's expectations. Then, he used Henna to attract the enemy's troops and led the main force to attack Hebida. The successive victories have caused the enemy to panic, and the other Psychir tribes have also been intimidated. Aconis's forces are constantly dwindling, while the 8th Legion's forces are constantly increasing. Aconis no longer has the advantage of numbers and terrain, and there's no longer any suspense in this war. It'll probably be over soon. Decisive, swift, mobilizing the enemy, and attacking the enemy's weak points. Prososus has fully utilized the military principles of the Daionia military law. He is indeed an excellent commander. We are all old. Felicius let out a long sigh. He could not help but think of the war 10 years ago that he could not bear to look back on. When Hieronymus heard this, his eyes suddenly brightened, but he did not speak. These were not words that went against his heart. The military training department's strict military training ensured that the soldiers of the 8th Legion could march quickly and attack a city quickly. The military logistics department's preparation of food and materials before the war allowed the 8th Legion to have no worries. The General Staff Department's intelligence on the various tribes and towns of Sychar allowed Prososus to know himself and the enemy well. With Tormid acting as a lubricant, the Devers did not have to worry about the disappointment of the ministers from the Ministry of Military Affairs. He turned his gaze to Enna and asked, "How many days do you think the 8th Legion will need to take Enna?" Felicius thought for a moment and said, "Even though Enna is located in the Sicilian mountains and is considered a large city among the Sychar people, it is not built on a mountain. Instead, it is built in a flat valley. Its walls are not made of stone but wood. Hence, the 8th Legion's engineering department only needs to build a dozen ballistae and siege towers to take down the city. I estimate that it will take no more than 6 days." 6 days. The Devers turned to Capys and said, "If that is the case, the war in Sicily will end within a month. The military logistics department will not need to organize more people to transport supplies." "Your Majesty, this is only the estimated time. I am afraid that the 8th Legion will need to stay in these conquered towns for a while to stabilize the situation. We will wait for the Senate to elect a governor and the committee to appoint an official to take over. Hence, the 8th Legion will need to stay in the Sychar region for a long time. The food provided now will not be enough," Capys reminded him in a roundabout way. "Capys, you are wrong. After the 8th Legion and its subordinates annihilated the Taninian tribe and the other tribes that were at odds with Daionia, we ordered them to give up their occupation of Capharoidion, Enna, and the other cities, and support the friendly Sychar tribe." The Devers slowly revealed his plan. "We will only occupy Hera and Hebida so that we can directly influence and strengthen our relationship with the Sychar tribe. In this way, Hera and Hebida were close to Catanai and Naxos, so the 8th Legion did not have to deploy too many soldiers to guard them. Thus, they did not have to consume as much food." After listening, Capys heaved a sigh of relief. Helos, however, asked, "Did His Majesty order the 8th Legion to abandon Cephaloid and Enna because he was worried about Carthage?" Devers applauded Helos's keen political sense in his heart. An excellent military minister not only had to be proficient in military affairs, but he also had to have a good political view in order to control the development of the war. Therefore, he explained seriously, "Yes, I am indeed worried about Carthage. Although the envoy of Carthage came to Turiae yesterday and expressed to us that Carthage is willing to renew the alliance, we should not be too careless. Although the attention of the people of Carthage is currently focused on Namibia and Iberia, our rapid expansion in Sicily will also arouse their disgust and vigilance, which will affect the relationship between the two countries. At this stage, maintaining a friendly relationship with Carthage will be beneficial to the stability of the southern part of the kingdom. It will also be beneficial to our maritime trade. Once our relationship with Carthage deteriorates, I'm afraid that the first ones to protest will be Mercis and Marigi." When Divers said this, the few of them smiled to varying degrees. Moreover, the Sychar people are different from the fierce Simonians. They are deeply influenced by Greek culture and are willing to interact with the Greeks. Therefore, as long as we continue to exert more influence on them, the sicker people will eventually become a member of the kingdom, so there is no need for us to be anxious. His Majesty is right. Becoming enemies with Carthage will only affect our northern expansion strategy, Tormid immediately agreed. Yes, the northern part of the kingdom is our main focus. Devers took over and changed the topic. How is the war in Downey progressing? Do you think we can end this war before the end of the year? Your Majesty. Military Minister Helos had already considered this question. He replied, Commander Alexis has already led the 2nd, 4th, and 5th legions to surround the central city of Downey, Xianxia. Originally, he planned to use the siege to attract the troops of the surrounding Downey towns to send out reinforcements, and then defeat the remaining forces of the Downey people in the field. However, the Downey people did not come to help, so Alexis has decided to focus all his forces on attacking Xianxia city. Once Xianxia city is breached, I'm afraid the Downey people will lose all their fighting spirit, and there may even be a situation where they will surrender. At this point, Helos hesitated, but Xianxia city's walls are high and thick. If Alexis wants to breach it, he will have to use all his strength to achieve his goal. If Downey's reinforcements arrive at a critical moment, not only will it disrupt the siege, but it may also cause the entire army to collapse, Devers said calmly, so Alexis needs reinforcements. Yes, Your Majesty. Everything is under your control, Helos replied sincerely. Devers smiled and looked around. The war in Downey cannot be dragged on for too long. Which legion do you think is suitable? The 2nd Legion. Most of the soldiers of this legion are in Turin, so it will be easier to gather them, and they will be closer to the battlefield, Capus suggested. Right now, the finals of the football tournament are taking place. Some of the soldiers and officers of the 2nd Legion are participating in the tournament. If we send them to the battlefield now, it will be too much of a commotion. I'm afraid it will cause unnecessary panic among the citizens. Helos expressed his concern. The legion closest to the battlefield should be the 10th Legion. We can send this legion to support Downey's troops, Hieronymus said. But the 10th Legion is the last legion to be formed. Almost all of its soldiers are Puchetti. I'm afraid. Tormid objected. Downey is now a citizen of Dionia, Devers reminded him. Before turning to Hieronymus. How's the training of the 10th Legion going? Can they fight the enemy? No problem, they can. Military training officer Hieronymus said concisely. If that's the case. Devers rubbed his chin and thought for a while. He said decisively, send the 9th and 10th Legions over. It's the easiest way to create a sense of belonging in a war. If Bagul could do it back then, the 9th and 10th Legions should be able to do it too. With these 2 legions, Alexis will have enough troops to carry out his plan. However, this will greatly increase the demand for food. Don't worry, Your Majesty. The military department will take care of this problem, Capus said. Good. Devers nodded and said to Felicius, I remember the commander of the 10th Legion is Melisande, right? Yes, Felicius replied softly. Your son has great military talent. I look forward to his performance on the battlefield in Downey, Devers said with a smile. Felicius had kept quiet to avoid suspicion, but now he could only agree. We were still mercenaries in Asia Minor when Melisande was the commander. In order to fill our stomachs, we had to accept the employer's request and participate in some dangerous battles. If it wasn't for Your Majesty, we wouldn't have such a life today. Tormid's words resonated with the other military leaders. Devers smiled and did not participate in this topic. He looked back at the wooden model of Xianxia in the center of Downey's territory and reached out to touch it. He said, let's end today's military meeting here. It's still early, so I won't keep you for lunch. After Devers finished speaking, he realized that the war room had suddenly become quiet. The few of them looked at each other with strange expressions. Is there anything else? Devers asked hurriedly. Finally, Helos said, Your Majesty, about Lord Antonio's, we would like to plead for him. Your Majesty, Laodigian is a daring fellow. He often goes to Antonio's for help. You know that Antonio's is a person who values friendship. Laodigian did his best to help him in the southern Italian war, but he is also his father-in-law. Sometimes, he really can't refuse. This time, he has already been punished. I hope your majesty can give him a chance to change. With Hilo speaking first, Felicius also took the opportunity to speak earnestly. Devers finally understood. He glanced at the expectant faces and asked calmly, "Did Antonios ask you to say this?" "How is that possible?" Tormod quickly shouted. "With Antonios's arrogant personality, how could he come to us one by one?" "It's because we felt that he was a good comrade who fought alongside us in Persia, that's why." "I understand," Devers said calmly. Having been in a high position for more than 10 years, the Devers' aura had changed and their bodies had been nourished. Even though they were calm, Felicius and the others still felt a lot of pressure. They tactfully stopped talking. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," Devers said. Helos and the others who felt the pressure secretly let out a sigh of relief. The royal herald, Aristides, walked into the room and handed a papyrus scroll to Devers. After the Devers finished reading it, he saw that the people beside him deliberately looked away to avoid arousing suspicion. He smiled and said, "Sparta has sent Eudamidas to lead a vanguard to the Chalcidic half-island." "Who is Eudamidas?" Felicius asked curiously. "Oh, it's that cunning Phoebidas." The military ministers were most familiar with the Sparta people, other than Cleisthenes, who had come to Thurii many times for negotiations. Phoebidas was probably the only other person who was familiar with Sparta. However, in the hearts of the people of Dionia, his image could be said to be infamous. Not only did he participate in and command Syracuse's invasion of Dionia during the war in southern Italy, but he also plotted the massacre of Dionysius's family. Although the people of Dionia hated Dionysius, Phoebidas's betrayal and deceit made them feel very disdainful. "Your Majesty, what is Phoebidas doing?" Tormod asked curiously. "He has just been appointed by the Sparta Elder Council as the commander of the expedition against the Chalcidic alliance," the Devers said. At this moment, Phoebidas, who was constantly mentioned by the military ministers of Dionia, was leading a large group of people through the Isthmus of Corinth. His mission was to lead the main force of Sparta to the Chalcidic half-island, help Macedon regain its lost land, defeat Olympus, and break up the Chalcidic alliance. This was an extremely important mission. Originally, Phoebidas was not supposed to be assigned to it. Although the Elder Council had given the order to trap and kill Dionysius, some of the Sparta elders were still disgusted with Phoebidas, who had carried out the assassination mission, and objected to letting him lead the army. It was only because of Agesilaus' insistence that Phoebidas was appointed to lead the army. The army was about to enter the Boeotia region. At this time, Phoebidas repeatedly reminded the team officers of all levels to be vigilant and to march cautiously. After the end of the Corinth War, the Thebes were the last city-state to accept the king's peace treaty. After being forced to break up the Boeotia alliance that the Thebes had been working hard for, the Thebes must have been very dissatisfied with Sparta's attitude. Although the Thebes had not done anything provocative to Sparta in the past few years, Phoebidas did not dare to let his guard down, lest he betrayed Agesilaus' trust. After the Sparta army passed through the ruins of Praetia, they were approaching the territory of Thebes. Seeing that it was getting late, Phoebidas ordered the troops to set up camp on the spot. Just as the soldiers began to get busy, a secretive person came from the territory of Thebes and insisted on meeting Phoebidas. When the guards led him into the tent, he bowed respectfully to Phoebidas and said, "Dear General Phoebidas, I am Leontiada's trusted slave." Of course, Phoebidas knew who Leontiadas was. The Thebes hated Sparta, but not all of them. Just like the citizens of Athens and Corinth had pro-Sparta factions, so did the Thebes. It was because of their promotion in the country that the Thebes finally accepted the king's peace treaty. And because Sparta had grown in power in recent years, the Thebes had no choice but to put the pro-Sparta faction, which had been suppressed, in order not to provoke it, to show that the Thebes were friendly to Sparta. Leontiadas was the leader of the pro-Sparta faction, and he was also one of the military archons of the Thebes this year. The Thebes also had a dual archon system. After confirming the silver mask of Persia that Agesilaus had given to Leontiadas half a year ago, Phoebidas's serious expression softened. He asked, "What did Leontiadas send you to tell me?" The slave did not speak, only glancing back and forth between the guards on both sides. Phoebidas understood, but said loudly, "They are the brave warriors of Sparta, my good comrades. There is nothing to keep secret." Hearing Phoebidas's words, the slave had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "General, my master would like to invite you to lead your troops to attack the Thebes citadel." It turned out that although Leontiades was elected as archon, the majority of the council and the citizens' assembly were anti-Sparta factions, and his power was greatly restricted. In fact, he had become a mere decoration. The proud and arrogant Leontiades felt humiliated, and secretly made up his mind to change this awkward political situation. At this time, he saw a large army of Sparta approaching. 2 days later, it happened to be Mother's Day of the Thebes, which was the celebration day of Demeter. The citadel would be undefended, and the women would celebrate the festival. On the day of Mother's Day of the Thebes, the women of the city who had been busy with household chores could celebrate it in the citadel's temple. Because they were required to stay at home all year round, on this day, they would be free to do some unrestrained things, so the men of the city had to avoid it. This custom was similar to Bacchanalia. Therefore, he made a risky decision, to unite with the Sparta people, attack the citadel of Thebes, arrest the anti-Sparta faction, and completely control the power of Thebes. After listening to the detailed description of the slave, Phoebidas was surprised and also tempted. While he was deep in thought, the adjutant of Sparta next to him could not help but say, "Phoebidas, the mission given to us by the Council of Elders is to go to Chalgetic and attack Olympus, not to attack the Thebes without the permission of the Council of Elders and start a new war." When the slave heard this, he looked at the leader of the Sparta army anxiously. If it was an ordinary general of Sparta, he might have strictly followed the instructions of the Council of Elders and not caused any trouble. However, Phoebidas was different. He was originally bold, but during the days he spent with Dionysius during the war in southern Italy, he had learned more about the cunning and viciousness of people who would use any means to achieve their goals. So he said in a low voice, "After the war of Peloponnesus, the army of Sparta can freely enter and leave central Greece. After the last war, we had to obtain the consent of several important city-states in central Greece in advance. Otherwise, we could only go to northern Greece by ship. Do you know why?" The adjutant named Solax said without hesitation, "Because Athens, Thebes, these city-states in central Greece are against us. So you see, Sparta is blocked by Athens and Thebes in the peninsula of Peloponnesus. They can't move freely. We need to make the Thebes an ally of Sparta again. This is far more important than attacking Chalgatica, which is thousands of miles away. Now we are close to the territory of the Thebes, and the Thebes are about to hold a celebration. Obviously, they think that we will lead the army to northern Greece, so they have completely let down their guard. If we miss this great opportunity, we will regret it." Phoebidas said in a low voice, clenching his fists, his eyes shining with greed. Thebes was located on the plains south of Lake Jericho. Its city was right on the main road leading to western central Greece and northern Greece. Both the east and west sides were mountains that stretched 300 to 400 meters above sea level. Although it was not too difficult to travel, it was far more convenient to pass through Thebes. Thebes relied on the fertility of the plains south of Lake Jericho to prosper in trade, making it one of the largest states in Greece. Thebes's Acropolis was built on a cobbled-shaped highland called Cadmea. It was considered one of the best city of David among the city-states in central Greece. However, due to the limitations of the terrain, the city of Thebes was a rectangular shape, long from north to south and narrow from east to west. The Acropolis was almost next to the eastern city wall near the mountains. On the day of Mother Earth Day, Phoebidas first led a part of his troops to quietly lurk in the mountains east of Thebes. When Leontiades used his authority as an archon to transfer the guards at the east gate, Phoebidas led his troops in and quickly occupied the undefended Acropolis. The Council of Thebes, which was made up of nobles, was threatened and blocked by the refugees hired by Leontiades. They could not summon the citizens in time to resist. The pro-Sparta faction had already formed an armed force to attack the south gate of Thebes. They opened the gate and let in the remaining Sparta troops. They led them to hunt and kill anti-Sparta people in the city. Screams were heard everywhere in the city. It was chaos. When Sparta attacked the city of Thebes, Pelopidas was attending a banquet hosted by Charon at his home. Charon was a famous wealthy merchant in Thebes city. He was forthright and had many friends. He used the excuse of the women are having a party in the temple on Mother's Day, so we men shouldn't mistreat ourselves, to invite many friends to his house. Epaminonda was not on the invitation list. He was already 37 years old and had always been obsessed with learning. He rarely took the initiative to participate in political affairs and did not like to make friends. He was not well known in Thebes. However, Pelopidas was his best friend. He forced him to attend the banquet. At the banquet, Epaminondas deliberately sat in the corner, quietly tasting the food and listening to the conversation of the other guests. Pelopidas was the most eye-catching. He was energetic, sharp, quick-witted, and knowledgeable. Moreover, he had been actively involved in politics since he was an adult. Although he was still young, he had already held an important position in the city. He was also the most active member of the anti-Sparta faction. Therefore, many people surrounded him and felt proud to talk to him. In the middle of the banquet, one of their friends barged in and told them that Sparta had attacked the city and were hunting down those who were pro-Sparta. This shocking news caused chaos in the banquet. Pelopidas was the first to react. He shouted, "We must quickly gather the citizens and drive the Sparta out. Who is going with me?" But no one came out to respond. "I will never surrender to the Sparta, even if it means death." Pelopidas' face was filled with grief and indignation. Epaminondas still maintained a calm expression and gently advised again, "Calm down, my dear friend. Your sacrifice will not benefit the Thebes. What you should do now is to quickly find the anti-Sparta citizens who have not been arrested and lead them out of the city of Thebes." "You want me to run away like a coward?" Pelopidas looked at Epaminondas in disbelief as if he did not know him. Epaminondas looked sincere and said in a deep voice, "During the reign of the 30 tyrants of Athens, Ceresibulus escaped from Athens. Later, he led the rebels to launch many attacks and finally liberated the city of Athens. I hope you can become someone like him." One must know that Ceresibulus had led the exiles to hide in the territory of the Thebes. It was the Thebes that provided them with refuge and support, so his deeds were widely known in the Thebes. Pelopidas fell into deep thought. Charon and his other friends also came to persuade him. Pelopidas finally made up his mind. "Okay, I will go to Athens." His friends bid farewell to him, and Charon gave him a package filled with gold and silver. Pelopidas hurriedly embarked on the road of escape, but he swore to the gods that he would return to the Thebes. The people of Sparta who had just left, after Pelopidas left, everyone focused their attention on Epaminondas. When the bad news came and everyone panicked, Epaminondas was able to remain calm and even persuaded the stubborn Pelopidas to leave. This made Charon and the others look at this ordinary-looking man in a new light, and they insisted that he stay at home. When the riots in the city subsided, Epaminondas immediately left. Walking in the city that was originally extremely lively due to the festival but now had very few people, he saw the shocking pools of blood on the streets from time to time. He was also interrogated by the rude and unreasonable Sparta patrols. Epaminondas, who had always been kind to others, was burning with anger. On this day, Sparta's raid on Thebes was carried out perfectly. Phoebidas had taken complete control of the city of Thebes. This incident also shocked the other city-states in Greece. Sparta attacked a city-state that was not hostile to them without a declaration of war. This was a clear violation of Greek tradition and the king's contract, which made them feel extremely uneasy. Athens, Corinth, Megara, Argos, and other city-states all sent messengers to Sparta to question it and ask it to withdraw its troops stationed in Thebes. The Sparta Elder Council fell into a passive position for a while. Some elders scolded Phoebidas for being reckless, but more elders were very satisfied with the success of Phoebidas's raid on Thebes, especially Agesilaus, who declared that Phoebidas had established a pro-Sparta government in Thebes. This was a great victory. Even during the Peloponnesus War and after victory, Lysander had not been able to make Thebes completely lean towards Sparta, but Phoebidas had done it. He was amazing. But in order to appease the other city-states and appease their anger, they still had to put on a show. Therefore, the Elder Council made a decision: Phoebidas had misbehaved, and he would be fined 100,000 drachmas. In fact, Phoebidas did not even have to pay the money. He would also be transferred back to Sparta to reflect on his actions. However, the reason why Phoebidas attacked Thebes was because someone had accused another military governor of Thebes, Ismailas, of colluding with Persia. As one of the leaders of the Sparta Thebes, Ismailas was arrested by Sparta on the day the city was breached. Therefore, Sparta put the crime on him and announced that they would organize a jury to try the matter. Sparta wanted to try a governor of Thebes for colluding with Persia? This was ridiculous. Wasn't Sparta the biggest lackey of Persia? The native Greek people who were secretly cursing Sparta's overbearing looked at the composition of the jury again. Other than Sparta, it was the citizens of Sparta's allies on the Peloponnesus Peninsula. There was no justice at all, it was all Sparta. In the end, Sparta executed Ismailis for colluding with the enemy and transferred him back to Phoebidas. However, another general was sent to take over the defense of Thebes. There were 1,500 Sparta troops still stationed in Thebes. Sparta was thick-skinned. Facing the accusations of other city-states, they did not change their mind and firmly held on to Phoebidas's achievements. Athens, Corinth, Argos, and other city-states only protested in the face of this result. They did not take any more forceful actions. The great king's peace treaty weakened their power, and Sparta's strength forced them to swallow their dissatisfaction. However, Athens began to provide support to the Thebes who were constantly fleeing to their territory. Phoebidas was recalled, but the task of suppressing the Chaldic League in northern Greece had to continue. So the Council of Elders appointed Agesilaus' brother Tarutius, who had distinguished himself in the Corinth War, as the commander of the expeditionary army. At the same time, the Council of Elders also decided to restore the city of Praetia, which was destroyed by Sparta 50 years ago. This city was located in the south of Thebes, guarding a passage from the Isthmus of Corinth to Pyotia. Sparta was going to expand its power in central Greece. Brothers, get up. We have a mission. The team leader went into the tent. He shouted at the top of his voice. The soldiers who were resting on the bed immediately turned over and sat up. Captain, what's the mission? Adoris asked first. Commander Alexis ordered Legio 4 to attack Sipontum, the squad leader replied. Just our army? Of course it's just us. The other legions also have their own missions. For example, the 1st Legion is going to attack Weist, that's a troublesome mission. Adoris's casual words piqued the curiosity of his comrades. Adoris, is it difficult to attack Weist? Not really. Compared to these comrades who knew nothing about the Daranay region, Adoris had learned about the situation of the Daranay region from his father before the Daranay War began. Weist is a small town. It's said that there are less than 10,000 people, but it's located at the top of the Lala Peninsula. It's at least 150 miles from Lusnia to Weist, and half of it is mountain roads. If the 1st Legion took a detour and marched along the coast for safety purposes, the journey would be even longer. How far are we from Sipontum? Another soldier asked. Adoris thought for a while and said, probably less than 50 miles. That's great. The soldiers heaved a sigh of relief. Don't be too happy yet. Along the way, the warriors of the Daranay tribe might attack us at any time. That's why Commander Olivers wants us to march in full armor. The squad leader's reminder did not displease the soldiers. Since the start of the war, the Dionysian army had not suffered many casualties. However, the new recruits who had experienced many wars had lost their initial enthusiasm and longing. Instead, they felt the cruelty and mercilessness of war, including Adoris. Quickly put on your armor and weapons and gather outside. If you're late, you'll have a taste of Commander Olivers's power. Although the Daionia army had conquered Lusnia, the central city of the Daranay tribe, Alexis only allowed the 1st Legion to enter the city to maintain order. The rest of the legions were still stationed in the original barracks outside the city. After all, the Daranay people would soon become the citizens of Daionia. If too many soldiers entered the city, it would be difficult to manage. It would inevitably cause conflicts and disputes. If the Daranay people were to become extremely disgusted with the people of Daionia, it would be difficult to manage in the future. The king of Devers would not praise Alexis for conquering the Daranay tribe. Instead, he would blame Alexis for his mistakes. After the Legio 4 assembled in the barracks, they left the barracks and headed east. Not long after, they saw the broken walls of Lusnia standing not far away from the north. It quietly told the tragic story of the siege the day before. Adoris could still clearly remember, that morning, the army surrounded Lusnia city. There were also a few thousand cavalrymen patrolling the perimeter and the 10th Legion as reserve troops to scout and defend against the arrival of the Daranay reinforcements. The Legio 4 that he was in was responsible for attacking the west side. They were equipped with 20 ballistae and 4 large siege towers. Legion Commander Olivers gave the order. The ballistae were fired, the siege towers moved forward, the soldiers carried ladders, shouted Hades' name, and rushed to the city wall. The scene was grand and intense, and it made Adoris even more excited than the battle at the Orfanto River. This time, his battalion was the second echelon of the siege. They did not enter the battle immediately, so they stood at the back and could see the entire battlefield more clearly. He did not know if it was because of him that Olivers let his brigade serve as a reserve, but he had never stopped worrying about the stalemate of the siege and the fact that other soldiers would fall from the top of the wall from time to time. However, when a company attacked the top of the city wall, Legion Commander Olivers ordered the reserve troops to enter the battle. Adoris and his comrades rushed to the top of the city wall through the wooden ladders of the siege towers with high morale and high speed. They attacked the panicking defenders. The Derni's resistance did not last long. When they were sent by the Legion commander to clean up the battlefield, they saw their injured comrades groaning and many of their brothers who had died in the battle. Adoris, who was in high spirits, felt as if a can of cold water had been poured on him. He loved to fight, but at that moment, he experienced the cruelty of war. Adoris thought for a moment and said regretfully, based on the usual practice, it should be the quarterfinals or semifinals now. I don't think it's worth it. The soldier in front of Adoris turned around and interrupted, stop dreaming. Even if this war ends soon, it's impossible for us to return immediately. We'll definitely be stationed in the various Downey towns to ensure the safety of the kingdom's officials. Didn't we do the same in Masapi and Puchetti before? I heard that the Downey people aren't as fierce as the Masapi and Puchetti people. They shouldn't be as violent as the Masapi people. Maybe we don't have to stay here for so long, another soldier guessed. That's your childish thinking. Devers, His Majesty, and the Senate won't think that way. Am I right, Adoris? The soldier in front looked at Adoris. Adoris shrugged, I'm not sure about that. But I hope everyone can return home safely and enjoy the rewards from the kingdom. With our contributions in this war, do you think we can get 1 or 2 acres of land here? The land here is fertile, not any worse than the Sabari Plains. How would I know? You should ask the statistics officer in the supply camp. The soldiers forgot about the hardships of marching as they talked and laughed. After 3 hours, they reached the lower reaches of the Sabaro River. West Pentum City was on the north bank of the Sabaro River. It was the confluence of several rivers, forming a sizable lake. In Alexis's opinion, West Pentum had a good port. If they took it, it would be convenient for the entire army to transport their supplies. At this time, a messenger galloped from the front and shouted, "Enemy spotted on the other side, prepare for battle." The soldiers immediately became excited. After all, fighting the enemy outside the city was much easier than attacking the city. This was a victory that could be easily obtained. Soon, the captain's order came, the column formation became horizontal. Under the command of the officers, Adoris and the others faced the Candelaro River and formed a small phalanx. At this time, a loud sigh came from the front. What happened? Sigh. I heard that the people of West Pentum want to surrender the city. Ah? The soldiers sighed in despair. The team officers warned them not to let down their guard and to be wary of the enemy's tricks. However, the people of Sipentum surrendered without hesitation. The crushing defeat at the Orfanto River, the capture of Lusnia within a day, and the military power displayed by the Kingdom of Dionia had completely shocked the Doni tribes. Not only Sipentum, but Wester, Asculum, and other towns had also surrendered. The Doni War had finally come to an end. At the beginning of November, the weather in Turii began to turn cold. The fanatical atmosphere that had been stirred up by the rugby finals in early October had just subsided, and the triumphant tournament that was to be held soon would once again bring the whole city into a festive atmosphere. Meanwhile, in the barracks west of the city of Turin, the soldiers of the 1st, 4th, 5th, 9th and 10th legions were excitedly looking forward to their triumphant return. In the commander's tent, Alexis was meeting with the people from the Ministry of Military Affairs. You're saying, we have to wait here for another 2 days? Our brothers have been on the battlefield for more than 2 months, and we're eager to go home. But you're making us wait here for 5 days. Alexis complained unhappily. This isn't my idea. This is the idea of His Majesty and the Senate. I'm only responsible for conveying it, Tormid said seriously. Alexis didn't say anything after hearing that it was the order of the Devers. But she still looked a little unhappy. Tormid explained patiently, the 8th Legion is on the way and will arrive tomorrow. His Majesty wants to combine these two victories and have a triumphant return, so that the people won't be annoyed and it won't be fair to the soldiers who fought in the bloody war. His Majesty is afraid that you might have other ideas, so he sent me to inform you. I hope you can understand. Alexis realized that she was a little too emotional, so she quickly said, I don't mind. We can wait. We're very happy to participate in the triumphant return with the 8th Legion led by Persosus. The young officers of the kingdom these days are amazing. Tormid sighed. Persosus isn't even 40 yet, but he's already in charge of a battlefield and commanding a war. Where is Persosus from? Alexis asked curiously. He's from Argos. He came to Thurii after the establishment of the Dionia alliance. Because of his outstanding performance in the training camp, he was directly recruited by Martoris into his brigade. Tormid worked in the General Staff Department, so he was more familiar with the information of the officers. It seems that Persosus's performance has always been outstanding. No wonder His Majesty dared to use him and put him in charge of the war against the Cycles. I thought he was a mercenary from our Persia expeditionary force. Alexis exclaimed. Tormid did not continue the conversation. Instead, he changed the topic and said, there are many young officers in the legions that you are in charge of, and their performance is outstanding. Especially Patroclus. When we attacked Lusnia city, his brigade was the first to enter the city. His Majesty was very happy when he saw these battle reports, but he crossed out his name from the list of candidates you submitted to the Ministry of Military Affairs to be the flag-bearer for this triumphant return. Hearing this, Alexis had some guesses, but she still asked, why? He didn't want him to be too ostentatious, so that the people wouldn't misunderstand and think that he's being favored by His Majesty. Tormid said vaguely. Alexis's adopted daughter, Gydia, had a close relationship with Cynthia, so Alexis naturally knew about this. When she heard this, she smiled knowingly. It seems that I have to congratulate His Majesty. Alexis, I also want to congratulate you, Tormid said with a mysterious smile. Congratulate what? Alexis was stunned. Aminta's adopted son, Stephos, performed well in the battle against the Cycles, and was included in the list of candidates for the 8th Division's flag-bearer for the triumphant return by Persosus, Tormid said with a smile. Ever since Stephos beat up Paphocles, the fact that Stephos and Gydia were a pair of lovers had been known to the higher-ups of the military. If it wasn't for the fact that Amintas had transferred his adopted son to Sicily to avoid trouble, the two might have already gotten married. Isn't Stephos an adjutant under Persosus? How did he do it? Alexis asked in surprise. You still don't know, but Persosus made him a captain, Tormid replied. Alexis didn't expect that the young legion commander, who seemed to have no dealings with anyone, would make such a move. Whether it was intentional or not, he had to accept this favor. Also, let me tell you a secret. Tormid pretended to be mysterious as he moved closer to Alexis. His Majesty has informed the Ministry of Military Affairs to prepare to transfer Stephos back to Turin. Is that so? Alexis was pleasantly surprised. Of course, His Majesty is more concerned about Gydia's marriage than you, her father. Tell me, when are you inviting us to the wedding? Tormid said half jokingly and half seriously. Alexis thought for a moment and said, I'll have to discuss this with Amintas, but it will definitely be after Cynthia's wedding. On the 5th of November, the main road from the northern part of Turin to Victory Square was sprinkled with fresh water, flowers, and colorful flags. Dionia citizens poured in from all directions, crowding both sides of the road. The biggest difference from the triumphant return this time was that there were quite a few citizens from Messapi and Puccetti. As the loud bugle sounded throughout the city, the triumphant return began. The army that had already set off from the barracks and arrived at the suburbs began to march forward in 4 columns. At the forefront was the flag-bearer of the Kingdom of Dionia. Since the war between Italy and Italy, the new military law stipulates that the flag-bearer in the triumphal procession must be the bravest and most distinguished soldier in the war, and that he is the model of the whole army, so that the honor of leader is not given to any officer. Squad leaders are not considered officers. Behind him were the flag-bearers of the legions. They were the most outstanding among the legions that participated in the war, and this was not just limited to soldiers. The 1st Cavalry Legion, 1st Legion, Legio IV, 5th Legion, 8th Legion, 9th Legion, and 10th Legion, a total of 7 legions were lined up in a row, looking very impressive. They were followed by dozens of drummers, who played the victory march, adding joy and festivity to the whole celebration. After that, the soldiers of the 1st Legion marched forward in neat steps, with their heads held high and chest out. Before the troops entered the outer city, they were already welcomed by the people of Dionia. Cheers and screams pierced the eardrums of the soldiers. There were frolicking children imitating the way they marched. There were enthusiastic young girls chasing after them and throwing petals. There were excited relatives and friends shouting their names. In such a lively atmosphere, these legion's soldiers did not know where they were, and they kept a silly smile on their faces. Even Adoris, who had seen the triumphant return many times, could not contain his excitement at this moment. After all, this was the first time he was enjoying this glory as a participant in the war. Among the enthusiastic audience, there was no lack of people asking questions. Hey, why are there 2 flag bearers walking at the front this time? That soldier holding the flag of the kingdom should be a Masapi, right? The announcement said that his name is Leclesis, and he is a soldier of the 9th Legion. The 9th Legion is mainly composed of Masapi. When they seized the city of Xianxia, he rushed to the top of the city wall and killed 4 enemies in a row. He was stabbed several times by spears, but he kept fighting until his comrades rushed to the top of the city wall. No wonder he is still wrapped in bandages. Such a brave soldier deserves the honor of carrying the flag of triumph. Leclesis is a famous warrior of our city. Someone next to him interrupted in stiff Greek. In such a festive atmosphere, the conflicts and disputes of the past would be put aside, and people would become open-minded. The person who spoke before said happily, whether it is the Greeks or the Masapi, we are all people of Dionia. If you Masapi join the Dionysian army, our legion will be stronger. Victory to the Legion of Dionysia. Victory to the 9th Legion. Leclesis is a good man. The parade came to the first triumphal arch, which was the starting point of the northern outskirts of Turin. This triumphal arch was built after the Southern Italian War. The 4 reliefs on the arch respectively recorded the 4 thrilling battles that determined the fate of Dionia in the Southern Italian War. They were, the Battle of Posidonia, the Great Naval Battle of Turin, the Battle of Crotone, and the Battle of Megillo. The excitement of the soldiers passing through the triumphal arch became a little more solemn. They were eager to make more contributions and be remembered in the history of the Kingdom of Dionia. The Victory Square was also full of spectators, but unlike the people along the way, they had different identities and statuses. There were foreign envoys, invited VIPs, officials and officers of the kingdom, and their families. Of course, this also included the families of the Devers. They sat together with the families of the senators on the viewing platform on the side of the Grand Council Hall, surrounded by soldiers. Judea, you don't have to stretch your neck so long. It's still early for the parade to reach here. Things are different now. It's 5 to 6 miles from the outer city to the inner city. Ouch. The mischievous girl was knocked on the head by the dignified young lady beside her. The young lady reprimanded her softly, Eunice, don't be so rude. Judea is older than you should call her sister. All right, Sister Judea. Eunice's big, lively eyes flashed with a cunning light. You don't have to spend so much effort to find him. Stephos is the flag bearer of the 8th Legion. He's walking at the front of the team. You don't have to stretch your neck to see him. When the petite and beautiful Gia heard this, she blushed and hurriedly retracted her body from the railing. Looking at the 2 sisters who were snickering with their heads lowered, she couldn't help but explain, I didn't want to see Stephos, but I wanted to help Cynthia find out where Patroclus is. My sister isn't as anxious as you are. Anyway, it won't be long before she gets engaged to Patroclus. Eunice blurted out. Although her voice wasn't loud, it still caused some people to be surprised. Cynthia was also a little shy. She immediately patted Eunice and said, don't talk nonsense. Eunice didn't care at all. She giggled and said, Sister Judea, look, my sister is getting married soon. When are you and Stephos getting married? Ah? Eunice. Ouch. Alexis was riding on a gorgeous chariot pulled by 4 black horses. Nowadays, the kingdom of Dionia was no longer as poor as it was when it was first established. It was easy to find 4 tall, handsome and flawless black horses. Behind him was Leotychides, who was also riding on a 4-horse chariot. Behind them were the 2-horse chariots ridden by the legion commanders. This made Aminta's, Oliver's, and the other legion commanders a little uncomfortable. Leotychides stood on the chariot with his chest puffed out, welcoming the cheers and praises of thousands of people. He had participated in many triumphal ceremonies, but this was the first time he was participating as a war commander. As the protagonist, the attention he received was naturally different from the past. He was also very excited. It was rare for him to slightly wave to the surrounding people. When their chariots entered the victory square, thunderous cheers were even more overwhelming. After the chariot circled the periphery of the square, it stopped in front of the Senate's assembly hall. Alexis, Leotychides, and the other legion commanders got off the chariot one after another. They walked up the steps with solemn expressions. At the end of the steps stood the honorable elders of the kingdom. In the middle of them was the king of Devers, who was wearing a crown on his head. "Your Majesty." Alexis, who was the first to walk up the platform, gave a respectful military salute. The Devers solemnly returned the salute and said, "You've worked hard, Alexis. Thank you for adding new territories and people to the kingdom." "This is my duty as the commander of the army," Alexis replied. The Devers smiled as they took the glittering victory scepter from Henepolis's hands and handed it over. This was a foot-long scepter made of gold. The top of the scepter was an exquisitely carved statue of the goddess of victory. This was a reward for returning victorious commanders. With the current strength of the kingdom, it was no longer just verbal praise for the victors. There was a substantial reward. For the commanders of the kingdom, this was the highest reward. Alexis, who usually didn't care much about gold and silver, received it excitedly and pressed it to her chest. "Your Majesty." Leotychides gave a neat military salute. "Prososis, well done." The Devers smiled even more happily. "You didn't let me down. You also exceeded many people's expectations." As the Devers said this, he handed over the victory scepter. After Leotychides received it, he patted Leotychides' shoulder and said in a deep voice, "I look forward to your next victory." Leotychides was also excited. He understood that this showed that the king of Devers valued him very much. He didn't know what to say for a moment, so he just said, "Yes. Yes." The Devers then presented Aminta's, Oliver's, and other commanders with silver scepters. When he was about to put on the 3-headed dog warrior medal made of gold for a few flag-bearers, he saw Clesis from Asapi wrapped in bandages. He couldn't help but think of the scene when he awarded the flag to the wounded Dracos in Amendola more than 10 years ago. He couldn't help but feel emotional. So he gave this brave soldier a strong hug, grabbed his hand, and raised it high. The soldiers in the square cheered loudly, especially the soldiers from Asapi and Puchetti. After the Devers carefully put on the medals for the flag-bearers one by one, he strode to the front of the platform, facing the thousands of soldiers below, and shouted, "Brave soldiers of Dionia, loyal citizens of the kingdom. Long live the kingdom of Dionia! Long live the king of Devers!" The triumphant parade came to an end amidst the roaring cheers of the soldiers. Just after the triumphant parade yesterday, Patroclus received a notice from the Ministry of Military Affairs today. He was asked to go to the palace immediately. Although he had received the news sent by Cynthia last night, Patroclus still felt uneasy along the way. After all, this was the first time he was received by the king of Devers alone. When he arrived at the door of the king's office on the 2nd floor of the palace, before the guards had time to go in to report, Henepolis happened to come out from inside and saw Patroclus. The court clerk, who was once the youngest senator, looked at him with interest, then smiled and said, "Young man, congratulations." After that, he turned around and went in. After a while, when he came out again, Henepolis came out with 2 clerks and comforted Patroclus, "Don't be nervous, go in." Patroclus said gratefully and softly, "Thank you, Sir Henepolis." Patroclus walked in quietly, and there was only one person left in the room. The founder of the kingdom of Dionia, the supreme commander of the Dionysian army, the descendant of Hades, and Cynthia's father, the king of Devers was sitting behind his desk more than 20 meters away, looking at him calmly. Even Patroclus, who was usually bold, could not help but feel a thump in his heart. Thump. 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 Your Majesty. I'm here. He tried his best to control his body and gave a military salute to the Devers. The Devers looked at him with a gaze that was both judgmental and kind. He saw Patroclus's nervousness and said in a gentle tone, "Sit, Patroclus." "Yes." Patroclus sat on the wooden chair beside him and calmed down a little. Only then did he feel his lips dry and tight, and he subconsciously swallowed his saliva. The Devers smiled. "You must be thirsty, I'll give you a glass of juice." "No need, thank you, Your Majesty." Patroclus hurriedly waved his hand. "Before the victorious return, I reviewed the list of candidates that Alexis sent to be the flag-bearer of the victorious return army, and I purposely deleted your name," the Devers said slowly. "You must have complained, right?" "No, Your Majesty," Patroclus said without hesitation. "Do you know why I did that?" the Devers asked further. "Because I wanted to avoid arousing suspicion," Patroclus answered softly with uncertainty. The Devers' words made Patroclus bite his lips. The Devers looked straight at him. "Then becoming my son-in-law will only make your future more difficult. Are you still willing to marry Cynthia?" As soon as the Devers finished speaking, Patroclus blurted out, I am willing to marry Cynthia. I will also make more contributions to prove my ability and change the prejudices of others." Devers looked at the confident and high-spirited young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. "Tomorrow night, I'll be holding a private banquet at home. I've invited you and your parents to the banquet to discuss the engagement between you and Cynthia." The Downey people had been conquered. The next step was to govern this newly conquered land. In the Senate of Dionia, the governors of the towns in Downey were elected by the elders and approved by the Devers. Only the governor of Xianxia, which was the most controversial town, was not approved by the Devers. It was not until Antalis brought up a name that was almost forgotten by everyone, Antonios. He received the support of most of the former mercenary elders, Lucania elders, and Brudi elders. The smart elders realized that this was the intention of the Devers. Antonios, who had been staying at home claiming to be sick, received a letter of appointment signed by the Devers from the palace herald, Aristides. During this period, he was used to seeing the mansion that was once lively and then deserted. He was also used to his father being imprisoned and his brother being executed, and his wife crying beside his ear every day, blaming him for not being able to help at all. Antonios had experienced so much in just a few months. He could not help but feel emotional as he looked at the letter of appointment in his hands. After all, the king of the Devers did not forget him. From this appointment, it could be seen that the governor of Xianxia, as the central town of Downey, was only an elder who had made outstanding contributions and was highly valued by the Devers. "His Majesty asked me to convey a message," Aristides said expressionlessly. "He hopes that you will learn from your past mistakes and govern Xianxia well. Let the Downey people integrate into Dionia as soon as possible." "I won't let you down, Your Majesty," Antonius said excitedly. He declined the invitation of Capys, Felicius, Amintas, and the other former mercenary elders who were planning to hold a celebration banquet for his return. In the early hours of the next day, he only brought 2 attendants and quietly went to Xianxia to take up his post. King of Sparta, Agesilaus' brother, Tarutius, led the Sparta army towards the north unhurriedly. It was not until the spring of the 2nd year, that is, the 11th year of the kingdom of Dionia, 382 BC, that they arrived at the Chalcidic peninsula. They were warmly welcomed and supported by King Amintas of Macedon, who provided a large number of cavalry. After winning 2 battles, Tarutius forced his way to the city of Oronthus. However, during the siege, they were ambushed by the reinforcements of the Chalcidic alliance, who supported Olympus. The Sparta army suffered a crushing defeat, and their commander, Terlicius, was killed. When the news reached Sparta, there was a great shock. Agesilaus felt even more heartache, and he even fell ill and was bedridden. After a discussion, the Council of Elders decided that they would never compromise with the Chalcidic alliance led by Olympus. They would continue to attack them until they were destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to restore Sparta's prestige in Greece. Therefore, Sparta began to mobilize the allies of Peloponnesus, preparing to gather a larger coalition army to fight in northern Greece. The commander of the army was another king of Sparta, Agesiporus. During this period, the fall of the Thebes had always made the people of Athens feel uneasy. Therefore, they did their best to help the exiles of the Thebes. They built many shelters in the mountains between Attica and Boeotia. However, although the people of Athens were wary of Sparta, they did not want to openly make it their enemy, especially now that Sparta was so powerful. Therefore, they only paid close attention to the movements of the people of Sparta. In the northwest suburbs of Athens, next to the sacred forest of the Academia by the Kephisos River, there was an academy called Academy. The courtyard stood on the riverbank of the murmuring water, green grass, and blooming flowers. The entrance of the courtyard was a simple arched door with the words, "Those who do not understand geometry are not allowed to enter." In a small pavilion in the academy, more than a dozen young people sat around and listened carefully to a middle-aged man's lecture. This middle-aged man had a broad forehead, deep eyes, and broad shoulders. Although he was not too tall, he was relatively burly, but he gave off a refined and quiet temperament. He was the famous scholar in all of Greece, Plato. Plato's family was prominent, so he received a good education from a young age. When he was young, he loved writing poetry and drama until one day, he met Socrates talking to someone else at a poetry competition. Plato was suddenly enlightened, and many questions that he had been thinking about but could not find an answer seemed to be solved in an instant. So he threw his poems into a raging fire on the spot and took Socrates as his teacher, changing his passion from literary creation to philosophical research. That year, Plato was 20 years old. After Socrates was tried and finally executed, Plato, who was extremely disappointed with the government of Athens, began his life of travel. He went to Megara, Asia Minor, Persia, Egypt, Cyrenaica, Sicily, and finally returned to Athens because of an accident. Because of his family, Plato was still very interested in politics, but after the loss of Thrasybulus, the politics of Athens were conservative, and the factions were busy with disputes, which disappointed him again. After a long period of observation of other Greek city-states and countries outside of Greece, in addition to increasing his experience and knowledge, he also felt that it was not easy to manage a city-state. Without specialized knowledge of governing a city-state, without a group of like-minded friends, not only would he achieve nothing, but he might also pay the price with his life. So after returning to Athens, with the support of his friends, Plato founded the Academy of Academy, trying to cultivate a group of people who understood philosophy, science, and governance through it. Through them, he could change the status quo of Athens and other Greek city-states, and indirectly realize his political ideals. It had been 5 years since the establishment of the Academy. Not only did many young people in Athens become his students, but gradually, some young people from other countries came to study under him, and the Academy of Academy gradually became famous. At this time, Plato said in a calm but magnetic voice, "Yesterday, I talked about why I think the governance of the ancient era is the best system of government. Today, I will talk about why such a government declined." The young people immediately perked up and listened attentively. Although the legislators of the kingdom always try their best to give the rulers of the city-states the best comprehensive education, so that they are full of wisdom, able to use the true knowledge they have learned to distinguish things, and to adopt the right behavior. However, just as the growth and development of animals and plants are affected by time, human marriage and childbearing are also restricted by time. The legislators of the city-states can't always rely on sensory observation and rational thinking to always correctly choose the best time for the rulers of the city-states to bear children. Sometimes they make mistakes, and some children are born inappropriately. The rulers chosen from these degenerated descendants can't be the best. After they take over the power of their fathers, they will despise the people who love wisdom in the city-states, despise music education and physical training, so that the young people in the city-states become more and more uneducated. So, they and their descendants gradually lose the qualities that a true ruler should have, and lose the ability to distinguish between gold, silver, copper, and iron. And when iron and copper are mixed with gold and silver, it produces imbalance, inconsistency, and disharmony. Once disharmony and inconsistency appear, it will lead to war and hatred. The students fell into deep thought. After a while, a student asked, "Teacher Plato, do you mean that inappropriate marriage, the mixing of bloodlines, and the loss of purity are the main reasons for the decline of the kingdom?" "Alias, your understanding is very correct. Plato praised the student and then said, once a conflict occurs, the two groups within the rulers will show different directions of development. The copper and iron groups tend to be private, annex land and houses, and collect gold and silver treasures, while the gold and silver groups, because they have true wealth in their hearts, still tend to be virtuous and traditional. These two groups struggle with each other, and then reach a certain compromise. So they privately own the land and houses of the city-states, and turn their former friends and providers into frontier people and slaves. This leads to the creation of a new regime, which is what I call the regime of honor. The students were deep in thought. A student asked doubtfully, Teacher Plato, how can we achieve a suitable marriage? That's a good question, Hypsipus. You've stumped me. Although Plato said so, he said with a smile, in fact, even the gods can't achieve a suitable marriage, otherwise there wouldn't have been so many powerful monsters in ancient times. But after thinking about it for a long time, I have my own understanding of this problem. I have also elaborated on it in the book The Republic, which is to let the outstanding marry the outstanding and have children at the best time. Because even if it is an excellent person, because of the lack of knowledge and experience when he is young, he is easily impulsive, reckless, and easily tempted. The children born during this period will often inherit these shortcomings, but when the excellent person is mature, the children born will be stable and thoughtful. Hearing this, some students showed a happy expression, as if they had learned something, but some students were still thinking. Ctesippus continued to ask, Teacher, you once said, among the current Greek city-states, Sparta is the best monarchy you have ever seen. The double kings, the council of elders, the censor, these positions make Sparta a mixed monarchy. No party has absolute power, and the greed for power is strongly restrained. But now, Sparta has violated the Greek tradition and forcibly occupied the Thebes. What do you think about this? Ctesippus. Plato looked at Ctesippus with a trace of affection in his eyes, because Ctesippus was the son of his sister, Potone. He said in a gentle tone, I said that Sparta is a good monarchy, but it does not mean that it will follow the rules and become a city-state that fully follows the Greek tradition. It is precisely this kind of regime of Sparta that allows it to dominate the Peloponnesus Peninsula for a long time without any major problems at home. In today's chaotic situation, Sparta still dominates the Greek city-states. Isn't this the effect of its institutional advantages? However, Thebes is not like other weak city-states. It is not easy for Sparta to completely enslave it. On the contrary, occupying the Thebes Acropolis for a long time will only increase the disgust of the Thebes towards Sparta. One day, this disgust will lead to a fire that will burn the Sparta army, just like how Thrasybulus led the people of Athens to overthrow the tyrant's rule. Teacher Plato, since Sparta is the best monarchy among the Greek city-states, what do you think of the monarchy of Dionia? Polyphoron from Corinth asked. Dionia. Upon hearing this name, ripples appeared in Plato's heart. He had once yearned to visit this city-state alliance of the western Mediterranean Sea, but due to various reasons, he was unable to do so. He always had a regret in his heart. While he was distracted, Olas refuted, Dionia is not a Greek city-state, it is a foreign regime. Oliphalon retorted, you've watched too much of the drama, the Dionia people. The main ethnic group in the kingdom of Dionia are Greeks. The center of the kingdom, Thurii, is the city that Pericles gathered all the Greeks to build. There are also Crotone, Tarentum, Locri. These are all famous Greek cities in the western Mediterranean. How can Dionia not belong to Greece? Dionia has not been recognized by Delphi. It can't even participate in the 4 Olympic Games. How can it be recognized as a Greek country? Olas refuted once again. I heard that Elis sent an invitation to Dionia several times under the instigation of Sparta, but Dionia said, as long as you agree to allow foreign citizens to participate in the Olympia Games, it will send a representative team. Elis did not agree, so Dionia has not participated in the Olympia Games. Ctesippus reminded. Doesn't this just mean that we Greek city-states have doubts about the recognition of Dionia? Plato did not stop the student's argument. While listening to the student's opinions, he was also thinking about how to better answer Oliphalon's question. At this time, the Academy's guard came over and respectfully said to Plato, there is someone outside asking to see you. He said he is from Dionia. As soon as the guard's voice fell, everyone present stopped talking. They were just talking about Dionia, and they did not expect that someone from Dionia would come. This was too much of a coincidence. Let him come in. Plato was also curious. He did not have many friends in Dionia. The only one he was familiar with was Lysias. It was said that he was doing well in Thurii. After a while, the guard led a young man towards them. Everyone's eyes were focused on him curiously. The young man did not feel uncomfortable at all. He generously bowed to Plato and then said respectfully, "I am Forstkater from the Dionia Academy. I was entrusted by teacher Gorgia to deliver a letter from him and wait for your reply." Gorgia? Plato was quite surprised and asked, "I remember that Gorgia should be in Leontini. I visited him a few years ago when I was traveling in Sicily. When did he go to Dionia?" Forstkater thought for a while and answered, "Around the 6th year in Dionia. The king of Devers personally invited him to become a teacher in the Dionia Academy. He accepted the invitation." Plato had done research on Dionia, so he had a better understanding of the unique way of counting years in Dionia. He said with slight surprise, "That should be shortly after I met Gorgia. He told me that he was old and in poor health, so he would not come to Athens for a visit. I did not expect him to go to Thurii in Dionia." Forstkater said proudly, "That is because the doctors of Dionia have superb medical skills and can treat teacher Gorgia's illness. The excellent environment of the Academy of Dionia is conducive to his research and teaching students. That is why he was moved." Plato nodded and asked, "You are a student of Gorgia?" Forstkater hesitated for a while and said, "Gorgia is my teacher. I learned philosophy from him. However, I also learned history from teacher Ansitanos, mathematics and geometry from teacher Martyres, rhetoric and debate from teacher Lysias." Hearing this, Plato sighed in his heart. The Academy of Academy was an educational place for him to cultivate outstanding students and realize his political ideals. He also wanted every student to receive a multifaceted and high-quality education. However, unlike the Diomedia Academy, which was funded by the entire kingdom and had incomparably rich teaching resources, the Academy of Academy was the private property of him and his friends. Since its establishment, other than himself and a few occasional friends, there had been no famous scholars invited to teach the students advanced mathematics and geometry knowledge. Although he had dabbled in this area, he could not fully satisfy the desire of some students to further their studies. Therefore, most of the students were allowed to read the books themselves. For this reason, Plato spent a lot of effort and collected various books of knowledge through various channels. Plato did not ask any more questions. Instead, he opened Gorgia's letter. While he was reading the letter, the curious students had begun to communicate with Forstkater. "We have long heard that the Dionia Academy is the largest educational place in the Western Mediterranean. Compared to our Academy of Academy, which one is better?" As the most prosperous city in the Greek city-states, Athens was once called the best school in all of Greece by Pericles. Therefore, the young people in Athens had a kind of cultural confidence. They always had a sense of pride towards the people from the colonies. Even these young people who were receiving higher education were no exception. Forstkater saw their expressions and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked seriously, "How large is the area of your academy?" "About 10 acres. "How many teachers are there?" Forstkater asked again without batting an eyelid. "Not only do we have teacher Plato, but also teacher Cetitus often comes to teach us mathematics." Afraid that he would be looked down upon, Oli especially added Cetitus, a mathematician from Athens who occasionally came. "How many students are there?" 23. "Several of them are reading in the Academy's library." After listening to this, Forstkater raised his head and said loudly, "The Dionia Academy covers an area of 150 acres, like a small town. There are more than 20 buildings of various sizes in the Academy, more than 300 students, and 15 famous scholars, including teacher Lysias who wrote Rhetoric and Debate, teacher Ansitanos who wrote History of Great Greece, teacher Martikos who invented pulley mechanics, lever mechanics, the theory of tone waves, and the theory of buoyancy, teacher Helps who wrote Human Anatomy and A Preliminary Study of Diseases, teacher Gorgia who wrote On Existence or on Nature, teacher Phrassanus who invented new musical lyrics. In addition to these famous scholars, we have more than 20 teachers and more than 100 staff who serve the students and teachers. We students have many courses, including philosophy, rhetoric, law, mathematics, astronomy, history, poetry, biology, music. In addition, we also have to do sports and even hold some competitions to ensure our physical and mental harmony, and at the same time, to train our will to win. In order to be able to devote ourselves to learning, we have our own residence in the academy. Oh, yes. There is also a large library in the Dionia Academy, which now has more than 5,000 books, not only Greek works, but also Persia, Egypt, Carthage. For example, Carthage's agricultural books, Persia's code of law. We have specialized personnel to translate these books. Forstkater's narration stunned the young people, with envy and jealousy intertwined on their faces. Someone could not help but say, "What you said sounds good, who knows if it's true?" Forstkater sneered and said, "The Dionia Academy is thousands of miles west of Athens. You can send someone to verify it at any time. You will find that what I said is far from describing the true strength of the Dionia Academy. Plato is indeed a great scholar. I've read his Utopia. The description of the various systems of the city-state and the concept of the ideal city-state completely shocked me." Forstkata's sincere praise made the youths look at him a little more kindly. He then added, "However, he will soon be invited to the Dionia Academy." What? The students were shocked. Some looked at Plato hurriedly, while others shouted in disbelief, "You're lying. Calm down, my students. Jealousy and uneasiness have blinded your eyes and prevented you from thinking rationally. What's the use of learning so much?" Plato's scolding made the youths feel a little ashamed. He then turned to Forstkata and said seriously, "Knowledge is for you to improve yourself and observe the world, not to show off." Forstkata was shocked and quickly admitted his mistake. "You're right, I was wrong." Plato's expression softened. He picked up the letter in his hand and asked, "I would like to know who proposed the All-Greek Scholar Conference mentioned in this letter. How is it going to be carried out? Who are the people you invited to participate?" After being reprimanded by Plato, Forstkata was filled with respect and did not dare to be negligent. After thinking seriously, he replied, "It turns out that our kingdom of Dionia has a great Hellenic medical forum every year." Later, the dean of the Academy of Mathematics, Mentodikares, founded the Great Hellenic Mathematics Conference. Then, Professor Ansitanos organized the History Conference. After Professor Gorgia came, he also proposed to hold a philosophy conference at the beginning of this year. When the king of Devers learned about this, he felt that many scholars were proficient in many fields of knowledge. Every academy in the kingdom held an academic conference. Not only was it repetitive, time-consuming, and inefficient, the range of invited scholars was too narrow, mainly from Italy and Sicily. Therefore, he proposed to create an all-Greek academic conference, inviting famous scholars from all over Greece to participate, exchange knowledge, and explore the mysteries of nature and humans together. I remember that His Majesty once said something that was widely spread in our academy. He said, "The sparks of wisdom are produced in collision, and the truth becomes clearer the more it is debated." When Forstkata said this, Plato's eyes lit up, and he could not help but be moved. Forstkata continued, "As far as I know, this conference will consist of two parts. One was for scholars to give lectures on one or more topics based on their expertise. At that time, there would be many students, people, and even scholars listening. The other was for scholars to exchange and debate. Similarly, a small number of students were allowed to listen and ask questions. This time we sent invitations to all the famous scholars of Greece. I do not know exactly which scholars there were, but at least I know that in Athens there were Antisthenes, Isocrates, and Theaetetus. Because I still have to deliver a letter to them." At the mention of Antisthenes, Plato frowned slightly. Beside him, Bisippus asked anxiously, "Can we attend the All-Hellenic Scholars Conference in Dionia?" Forstkata smiled and said, "Of course. Dionia welcomes all the young people in Greece who love, respect, and thirst for knowledge to come to Thurii and participate in this Greek academic event." At this point, he asked Plato respectfully, "Have you made up your mind?" Plato stroked his long beard, nodded, and said, "I have long wanted to travel to the kingdom of Dionia with its unique political system. This is a good opportunity, I will be there on time." After receiving a definite answer and quickly receiving a reply from Plato, Forstkater immediately took off the bag that was slung over his shoulder and opened it on the stone bench. With the sound of metal clattering, Forst Cater saw that it was filled with shiny silver coins. Facing Plato's surprised gaze, Forst Kata said seriously, His Majesty Devers said, knowledge is priceless, and the time and energy of scholars are very precious. Therefore, these 500 silver coins of the Kingdom of Dionia are your reward for attending this conference. This also includes your expenses to return to Athens. Please accept it. When you arrive in Thurii, your accommodation and food will be arranged by the Academy of Dionia, so you don't have to worry. Also, when you go to Thurii, please take this invitation letter with you. If the ships of Sparta or other city-states intercept you, just show them this letter, and they will let you go. We, the Kingdom of Dionia, have already communicated with these city-states in advance. You guys are too thoughtful. Plato could not help but feel emotional when he heard these words. Obviously, Dionia knew about his past, which was why they gave him such a special instruction. 6 years ago, when Plato was traveling in Syracuse, there was a civil strife in Syracuse. When he left, he was intercepted by the warships of Sparta. At that time, the Corinth War had not yet ended. The Sparta generals who were angry with the people of Athens detained the famous scholar of Athens and sold him as a slave. If it were not for his friend who rescued him in time, he would probably still be digging in a mine. This terrible experience also made him wary of going to the Western Mediterranean. Moreover, when the news of the Treaty of Alliance between Dionia and Sparta reached Athens, most of the people of Athens cursed Dionia, calling it a traitor. Because the old Thurii was built on the initiative of Athens, the people of Athens thought that Dionia should support Athens. This also affected Plato's mood, so he had not traveled to the most powerful kingdom in the Western Mediterranean. This time, he could finally make up for this regret. In the king's office in the royal palace of Dionia, the 5 rotating presidents of the Senate, Minister of Commerce Marigi, Minister of Finance Murses, and Supreme Censor Sesta gathered together. The Devers looked at them and said solemnly, This time, I invited you here because there are a few important things I want to discuss with you in advance. At the beginning of the year, some of you participated in the General Assembly of the Kingdom of Dionia and the General Assembly of the Commissioners, and those who did not should have heard about it. Many local representatives and commissioners mentioned the problem of the elders receiving gifts from the citizens and foreigners, especially the elders who served as the chief executive. They also repeatedly mentioned the Polixus treason case and the current Laodicean case, hoping that we can do something about it. I once promised them that I would make a change on this issue, and now it's time to fulfill my promise. What do you think of this? Everyone looked at each other with a solemn expression. Most of them did not expect that the Devers called them here today to discuss this thorny issue. The hall was silent for a while. As the most important person in the Senate after the death of Cunigarata, Cornelis had to stand up and speak first. Your Majesty, since the establishment of Dionia, it has been the right and obligation of the citizens to serve in the public service of the kingdom. At first, there was no need to pay any salary. But today, not only the middle and low-level officials, even the laborers who transport supplies, the jailers who supervise the criminals, and the sentries who guard the fortress are paid. But in the whole kingdom, only the elders don't have any salary. Because this is a noble position, the elders serve the whole country and the citizens, and should not be calculative about salary like the low-level officials. But I remember when the League was first established, there were no major events. Generally, the Senate would only hold a big meeting every 5 or 6 days, and the rest of the time, we could stay at home with the slaves to take care of the fields. But now, the kingdom is so big, and there are so many things to do. Almost every day, we hold a meeting in the Grand Hall to discuss the kingdom and pass bills. How can we have the time and energy to increase the income of our families? Although according to the laws of Dionia, the elders will give a certain amount of land obtained from each war, the income from the land is limited, and it is often affected by the climate and soil. However, the income from the land is limited, and it's often affected by the climate and soil. Many elders who don't know how to manage the household are even worse off than low-level officials. You mean it is reasonable for the elders to receive gifts? The Devers asked softly with a calm expression. Cornelis was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a moment. Your Majesty, what Lord Cornelis said is the truth. Lysias took over the conversation and defended Cornelis. The position of a senator is noble, but senators are also human and have desires. They also hope to be able to eat good food, drink good wine, and wear gorgeous clothes. Although wealth cannot reflect a person's nobility, we can imagine that when a senator living in poverty receives a wealthy merchant who is dressed in gorgeous clothes and is accompanied by 4 or 5 servants, who is more likely to be a senator in the eyes of the people. That is why Laodicean was so popular among the elders in the beginning, because he was generous and often invited the elders to banquets. This is also why there are so many people fighting for the vacant position of the chief executive. After becoming the chief executive, they have more opportunities to accept gifts from the local people to increase their income, allowing them to live like the rich citizens of Dionia. Lord Sesta, not all senators are as accustomed to a dull life as you are. The key is that they are only giving without getting anything in return. They will definitely feel unbalanced, and it will be difficult for them to resist the temptation, Sidorum said from the side. Then don't be a senator. It's best if you go into business. Sesta retorted. Alright, I called you all here to discuss and solve the problem, not to quarrel, the Devers said softly, and the room immediately returned to silence. His gaze swept across everyone's faces and saw Merce's nervous expression. He knew what he was worried about and smiled in his heart. His gaze stopped on Antares. Ever since he entered the king's office, Antares had been quiet. Of course, Wespa was also a very quiet person. As one of the rotating chairmen of the Lucanian Senate, apart from when it came to protecting the interests of the Lucanians, he rarely spoke a word in the Senate. In private, he was criticized by others as a puppet, believing that his abilities were far inferior to Hemang's. The only reason he was able to sit in this position was because of his son, Bagul. After Vespa heard this, he remained the same and did not change at all. As for Antares, as a senator who had just become the rotating president, he had been keeping a low profile for the past few months. However, the Devers did not want him to remain silent, so he directly asked, Antares, what do you think about this? Antares stared blankly for a moment, then immediately straightened his body. His calm temperament immediately changed, and he said in a clear voice with a dignified expression, Your Majesty, the senators are the most outstanding people in a country, and their status is also noble. This should be the pride of the senators, but now the people are looking at us senators as if we are criminals, full of suspicion. Who will be the second Polixus? Who will be the second Laodicean? We are gradually losing the trust of the people, and the foundation that gives the highest power to. The kingdom's senate is collapsing. This is a very frightening thing. Therefore, we must prohibit the senators from accepting any gifts and reclaim the people's trust in us, so that we can be worthy of that dignity. But, Lord Antares, Cornelius interrupted him. But before he could continue, Antares quickly interrupted, Esteemed Lord Cornelius, please hear me out. Cornelius suddenly looked a little embarrassed. But being the noblest senator doesn't mean being the poorest. When a poor man stands before a rich man, he does not speak with confidence, and the same is true for a senator who lives in poverty in front of a rich citizen. This not only lowers the prestige of our elders, but also causes the citizens to look down on us and have other ideas, which is not conducive to the governance of the people and the kingdom. While the kingdom gave the elders honor, it should also give them corresponding wealth. Because it was their hard work that created the prosperity of the kingdom today, the elders should enjoy the wealth they deserved. Therefore, I suggest that we give the elders a salary that is sufficiently high. Everyone was a little moved by Antares' impassioned speech. The Devers remained calm. Before they could speak, Merces shouted, No. No. There wasn't much money left in the treasury to pay the salaries of the other officials. There was no more money to be given to the elders. Don't be hasty, Merces. The Devers pointed at him, then said to the crowd unhurriedly, Well said, Antares. I think so too. Make a law to prohibit the elders from accepting gifts, and accept the supervision of the censor, local councillors, and civil protection officers. At the same time, start giving the elders salaries, and it should be enough so that the elders can live like real senators. What do you think? How could I not agree if His Majesty wanted to give us money? Sidorum said jokingly. In fact, whether or not to pay or not to prohibit gifts did not affect him and Vespa much. Their other identity was the leader of the tribe. Although the young men in the tribe had basically become independent, they owned a large area of the tribe's land, many servants, and a large number of cattle and sheep. They did not lack money at all. Therefore, the Devers mainly consulted other people. Facing the Devers' proposal, Cornelius still had the same attitude. Your Majesty, I agree with your proposal. But how much salary is appropriate? Where will the money come from? It seems that everyone has reached an agreement on the proposal to ban the elders from accepting gifts and implement a salary system, Divers said as he glanced at Lysias and Marigi. Both of them were nodding as well. Next, let's talk about how much the salary should be. The Devers' gaze fell on the nervous Mercies. Mercies, tell me, what is the salary of an official below the chief executive of a city? An official below the chief executive of a city? Mercies regained his composure once they started talking about business. He thought carefully and said, Deputy Chief Executive, Mid-Level Construction Officer, Mid-Level Censor, Mid-Level Agricultural Officer, Mid-Level Judge, and so on. These can be considered as officials of the same rank, but there is a difference in salary. For example, the agricultural officer and construction officer have to travel outside for a long period of time, so their salary is higher. The judge and censor have a relatively easier job, so their salary is lower. On average, it is about 40 silver drachma Hades. Mercies calculated with his fingers and finally spat out this figure. The silver Hades coins that he mentioned had been cast after the establishment of the kingdom. One side had the head of Hades, the king of Hades, and the other side had the head of the king of Devers. The citizens of Dionia also called this silver coin the Devers silver coin. In addition, the kingdom also cast copper coins. The two sides had the image of Persephone and the Senate Hall, or Hercules and the Senate Hall. The exchange rate of copper coins to silver coins was set at 6:1. This was similar to the exchange rate of opal to silver coins. Therefore, in Dionia, copper coins had replaced opal. These two types of coins were the only currency in circulation in the kingdom of Dionia due to their high purity and exquisite designs. They were also one of the main currencies used by the other countries in the Western Mediterranean. 40 silver coins, about the price of 1.5 cows. The Devers was not surprised by this figure. He had already done a detailed investigation beforehand. He was just making use of Mercies to let everyone know. In fact, this was not a low salary. A citizen who owned 5 acres of land could only earn 3 times this amount during a good year. This was only the monthly salary of a mid-level official in the kingdom of Dionia. Due to the abundance of cows and horses in the kingdom, the price was relatively low. It usually fluctuated between 25 to 30 silver coins. If it was in Greece, a cow would cost at least 50 silver coins. The Devers tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly, I suggest that the salary of the senators be set at 100 silver Hades. In addition, if the senators have a position, their salary should be increased according to their position. For example, the chief executive of a city. His total salary should be 100 silver coins for the senators and the chief executive's salary, since the deputy chief executive's salary is around 40 silver coins, then the chief executive's salary should be around 50 silver coins. In this case, his monthly salary should be 150 silver coins. Another example would be Sesta, you are a senator and the highest prosecutor. Your position and the chief executive are both high-ranking officials. Your salary should also be around 150 silver coins. Also, Cornelis, you are the rotating president. The rotating president is different from the ordinary senators. You also need to take on some extra work. You should also have an extra salary. Everyone carefully digested the Devers' suggestion. Everyone's brows relaxed. No one would complain about having too much money. Moreover, this salary could reflect the distinguished status of the senators in the kingdom. In this way, even if there was a ban on gifts, they believed that the senators would not have too many complaints. Only Mercies complained unhappily, too much. Too much. There are more than 100 senators in the Senate. Even if each senator's salary is 100 silver coins, the national treasury will have to pay more than 2 talent every month. I don't have that much money. Before the Devers could speak, Cornelis asked doubtfully, I remember that the finance department earns more than 100 talent every year from the lottery of various ball games. In addition, now that the kingdom's trade is booming, there are merchant ships gathering at the ports of various cities. The monthly business tax should be close to 100 talent. Not to mention that the kingdom's population is as high as 1.8 million. The land tax is also a huge figure. There is also the annual ransom fee for slaves, the postal fee for the post office, the escort fee for the fleet. It's not a small sum. How can the national treasury not have money? Lord Cornwallis. Mercies sneered. You only see the national treasury collecting money, but you don't see the national treasury spending money. You have to know that there are more than 1,000 middle-level officials in the kingdom. The national treasury has to pay them more than 10 talent every month. Not to mention the prison guards, patrols, sentries, and other low-level public officials that also have to be paid. If all of these are included, there are tens of thousands of people. They have to pay more than 50 talent every month. Therefore, we must be cautious. However, there is a tax that I have discovered will not affect the lives of the people, and it should be collected. The Devers stopped talking, and everyone fell into deep thought. Your Majesty, what is this tax you were talking about? Mercis asked anxiously. Inheritance tax, the Devers said in a deep voice. Inheritance tax? The 5 chairmen and Sesta were a little doubtful, while Mercis and Marigi were deep in thought. If Ansitanos was here, he would understand. Divers looked at their expressions, teased them, and then explained, this tax has been in place in Egypt for hundreds of years. When the owner of a property wants to transfer his property to a relative or someone else, the court will recognize the validity of the transfer, but it will also take 1/10 of his property as tax to be paid to the state. I think we can also implement inheritance tax in the kingdom because it has many benefits. First, it can increase the kingdom's tax revenue. Second, it can adjust the gap between the rich and the poor among the citizens. This is especially important. If the first citizen of the kingdom continues to accumulate merits, he will probably have 10 acres by the time he is 50 years old. If he is a successful merchant of the kingdom, it will be even more impressive. He will be able to save at least 10 or even 100 talent in his lifetime. Compared to the new citizens who had just joined the kingdom and had to work hard to survive, the children of the old citizens did not have to work hard to contribute to the kingdom and could live comfortably. In fact, if the J generation were to continue, they could easily become big landowners and millionaires in the country. In the long run, it will arouse the resentment of the ordinary citizens, and it will not be good for the stability of the kingdom. Therefore, we need to use inheritance tax to adjust. Don't the citizens work hard to obtain merits and wealth so that they can live well and pass it on to their children? The implementation of inheritance tax will probably dampen their enthusiasm. Lucius asked doubtfully. Working hard to obtain merits and live well will be fully supported by the kingdom. Didn't we give all kinds of material and honorary rewards? Land, medals, and even provide excellent learning and training places for the children of the citizens. However, leaving too much wealth to the next generation will only cultivate the arrogance of the next generation of citizens, causing them to lack the motivation to work hard. They will become greedy for pleasure and unwilling to contribute to the kingdom. Therefore, we can set some conditions for the collection of inheritance tax to guide the wealthy citizens to use their wealth in a reasonable manner. For example, donating to the construction of public buildings can reduce the rate of estate tax. This will also make ordinary citizens look at these rich people in a friendly manner. This is the third benefit of estate tax, the Devers explained patiently. But Your Majesty, some citizens don't have much wealth to begin with. Isn't it a little too harsh to collect inheritance tax? Colnello asked cautiously. S3, that's a good question. Devers praised and said solemnly, I don't think all citizens of the kingdom should be charged inheritance tax. How much property does one have that is exempt from inheritance tax? A 5% inheritance tax based on how much property a citizen owns? A 10% inheritance tax based on how much property a citizen owns? How much property do citizens have to pay a 20% or 30% inheritance tax? After the 5 rotating presidents leave, they will discuss with Mercis and Marigi and come up with a rough C case. We will then go to the Senate to propose the bill. I think this will be a long and intense discussion, but it will be established in the end. I'm very confident of this, because every citizen of the kingdom hopes that their children will be a proactive hero who can create more glorious achievements than themselves, and not a useless person who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun. We, the elders, hope that the kingdom will be a stable and harmonious society in the future, and not a terrible situation where the rich run amok and the commoners have no place to stand. Your Majesty, I think the elders will understand your painstaking efforts. The bill to collect inheritance tax will definitely be established. Antares immediately expressed his stance. The others expressed their support one after another, with Mercis being the most enthusiastic. Next, let's talk about the All-Hellenic Scholars Conference. Speaking of this, Devers's face showed a solemn and excited expression. With the current strength of the Kingdom of Dionia, we are already the strongest among the Greek countries of the Mediterranean Sea. But in many places, especially in Greece, the people there don't think of Dionia as a Greek city-state. Instead, they despise Dionia as a large tribal alliance formed by a group of barbaric, backward, and ignorant barbarians. We need to let the other Greeks understand that our kingdom of Dionia is not only strong, but also advanced and culturally brilliant. If Athens was the model for the Greek world 10 years ago, then Thurii in Dionia today is the center of Greek culture. Let the people of the Greek world understand us and get close to us. This is the real purpose of the All-Hellenic Scholars Conference. After listening to the impassioned words of the Devers, everyone was a little excited. The Devers nodded and said, "I'll send Ansitanos to assist you." This time, the participants in Thurii are all famous scholars in Greece. They have great influence in the Greek city-states. As a scholar, Ansitanos will know them better and have some common topics to talk about, so he won't neglect them. In addition, these scholars may have some requests. As long as it's not too much, we'll try our best to satisfy them. You need to pay attention to the fact that there may be a lot of people listening to their lectures after the conference begins. You have to send enough people to maintain order and prevent riots. You have to protect the safety of these scholars. Your Majesty, don't worry. I'll arrange it carefully, Lucius said solemnly. We've discussed for a long time. It's time for lunch. The Devers stretched and said with a relaxed expression and a smile, "I have one last thing to say. It's a private matter. After Hera's celebration tomorrow, my daughter Cynthia's wedding will be held. I'll hold a celebratory banquet in the palace tomorrow night. I invite all of you to attend." This year's Hera's wedding celebration was livelier than in previous years. More people came to watch because there was a special young couple among the newlyweds attending the celebration. They were the beloved Devers of Dionia, the daughter of the king, Cynthia, and the hero of the Dionia people and the youngest legion captain, Patroclus. Apart from the halo of their background, they were also quite liked by the people themselves. When Cynthia came of age, she became a capable helper of her mother, Christoia. She helped with business affairs and was well known to the Thurii people. She was gentle, generous, virtuous, and hardworking. She was the image of an excellent woman that Dionia culture admired. Patroclus was born into a free family. After his father was injured on the battlefield, he did not become dispirited. Instead, he actively devoted himself to public affairs. Through his own efforts, he became an outstanding official of the kingdom and made his own contribution to the prosperity of Thurii. Patroclus himself became an excellent soldier and officer through his studies in Dionia and his experiences on the battlefield. Because of his outstanding achievements, he became the flag-bearer during the triumphal parade. Dionia was a country of immigrants, and the success of the Patroclus family was a role model for countless families born in the kingdom. Therefore, though the festivities were over, the people were still in high spirits, for they knew that in the evening the traditional wedding of the two young men was to take place, and that they might even see the king and his wife. At this moment, Cynthia had already separated from Patroclus. She followed her mother, Agnes, to the Hades fountain, formerly known as the Thurii fountain, at the site of the Victory Square. After bowing to the statues of the Hades couple and the Devers in the middle of the fountain, she fetched several jars of clear spring water and returned home. At this time, the mansion of the Devers was already decorated with red ribbons. Everyone was dressed up, including the servants. They were all meticulously preparing for the upcoming wedding. Cynthia quickly returned to the bathroom in the main building and took off her soaked clothes. They had become wet when she splashed water during Hera's celebration. She used the spring water she fetched to scrub her entire body. This was not only to wash away the dirt on her body, but also to follow tradition and symbolically wash away the vestiges of her virginity. She then changed into a clean robe and went to the garden in the backyard. Agnes was already waiting beside the statue of Artemis, the goddess of virgins and protectors of children. Offerings had already been placed in front of the statue, and an oil lamp had been lit. "Mother Agnes." Xianxia hurried over. "Don't worry, child." Agnes smiled and took her hand, making her stand in front of the statue. She then stood at the side. Agnes was now wearing a pure white priest's robe. She was beautiful beyond compare, and her figure was graceful. Standing next to Xianxia, they looked like a pair of beautiful sisters. It was impossible to tell that she was a woman who had given birth to 2 children and was already 36 or 37 years old. Only upon closer inspection would one discover a few wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Agnes looked at the statue of Artemis with a bow and arrow nocked, and could not help but sigh. 20 years ago, when she had become a priest of this goddess, she had thought that she would serve her and grow old alone. Who would have thought that she would have a considerate husband, 2 adorable children, and a lively big family? "Come, pray softly with me." Agnes returned to her senses and spoke softly to Xianxia. She then took the lead in chanting in a low voice, "Night falls, the bright moon appears. Artemis, with a bow and arrow in hand, you patrol the world. Young girls and children are under your protection." Xianxia followed her pious prayers. After the prayers were finished, Xianxia's personal slave girl brought some of the clothes and toys she had worn in her childhood, and lit them in front of the statue. Looking at the rising white smoke and smelling the somewhat pungent smell, Xianxia could not help but feel a little disappointed. From this moment on, she had bid farewell to her childhood, and at the same time had left the protection of Artemis. She would be transferred to the realm of the goddess of sex, Aphrodite, and the goddess of marriage protection, Hera. Because of this, she returned to her bedroom, where her other mother, Xianxia, was waiting. "Mother, it's been hard on you," Xianxia shouted excitedly. At this moment, her bedroom was dressed very luxuriously, and a golden statue of Aphrodite had been erected at the head of the bed. This was the result of Xianxia's efforts alone. According to tradition, outsiders were not allowed to interfere. "Silly child, isn't this what a mother should do?" Xianxia said with a smile. She then took out a gold-plated apple and handed it to her, saying, "Pray to the goddess of love." In the legend of the Iliad, Paris, the prince of Troy, gave Aphrodite a golden apple, thinking that she was the most beautiful goddess, so the extremely happy Aphrodite immediately gave Paris her blessing, making the most beautiful Greek woman, Helen, fall in love with him, thus triggering the Trojan War. In some later Greek city-states, such a marriage custom existed, offering a golden apple to Aphrodite, and the bride would receive the blessing of the goddess of love. Xianxia held the golden apple in her hand and prayed devoutly to Aphrodite. After a moment of silence, she placed the apple in the outstretched hand of the statue, in exchange for a brand new gorgeous chest belt that had been folded in the statue's hand. This was also a custom that originated from the legend of the Iliad. In the legend, before the goddess Hera and Zeus, the king of the gods, were united, she begged Aphrodite to lend her chest belt, because the chest belt had a magical power of seduction. Sure enough, Zeus was infatuated with Hera, and thus Hera successfully achieved her goal. As a bride, who did not want the groom to pamper her, bathe in the river of love, and enjoy pleasure with her, Xianxia shyly picked up the chest belt and pressed it against her chest. Xianxia pulled Xianxia to sit on the edge of the bed and pointed to a few items on the bed. "This crown, necklace, and earrings were given to you by your mother," she said. "These are the jewelry she wore when she married into Turii." Xianxia looked at the jewelry. The crown was made of gold and silver, inlaid with blue and green garnets. The design was very exquisite and detailed. The necklace was made of silver chains and gold tassels. The front was decorated with a large orange-red amber. It was very eye-catching. The earrings were made of 2 small and exquisite silver nails, each strung with a milky white pearl that emitted a halo. Xianxia held it in her hand and looked at it again and again. She could not bear to put it down, wishing that she could immediately wear it. She could not help but exclaim, "How beautiful!" Xianxia sighed. Agnes' mother's family is a great noble in Hegemon. Back then, her father, Autolycus, used a magnificent fleet to send her to Tolage, and she wanted your father to hold a grand wedding. Your father considered my feelings and refused. At that time, your mother was dressed in expensive jewelry, escorted by a large wedding procession from the port to home. She attracted the attention of thousands of people along the way, and even today, this wedding is still the talk of many Turii. Only then did Xianxia remember that when Kristoya and Devers got married, it was precisely when Amendola was retaken from the Lucanians. Everyone's thoughts were on how to establish a foothold in Amendola, recovering from the war, and other urgent matters. Their marriage ceremony was very simple. They only attended the newly established Hera celebration. There was neither a grand wedding nor a banquet. Instead, they were accompanied by two burdens, Xianxia and her brother Adoris. Thinking of this, Xianxia immediately put down the jewelry and intimately hugged Kristoya with both hands. "Mother, what is this old thing you gave me? My marriage was simple back then, and I didn't have many things, only this." Kristoya sighed again and picked up a belt from the bed. Xianxia immediately noticed something special about the belt. Although it looked a little old, it felt very good and light to the touch. The embroidery on it was also very exquisite, and the thread used was not ordinary. It was something she had never seen before. The entire belt was colorful, but it did not look tacky at all. Instead, it looked very luxurious. Kristoya saw Xianxia staring at the belt, and she felt a little emotional. She stroked the belt and said softly, "This is a belt of the Persia royal family. It once protected me from being captured by the Persia soldiers, and it also protected me from meeting your father. It protected me from escaping Persia, and it protected me from following your father to Greece and eventually marrying him. Now, I give it to you. Mother, this belt is too important to you. I can't take it." Xianxia realized the meaning behind the belt and hurriedly handed it back to Kristoya. "Take it, I don't need it anymore. And it will continue to protect you, my daughter." Crystal smiled. Now that she was the queen of Dionia, she had endless wealth, a beloved husband, and smart and sensible children. She would cut off all ties with her past. Kristoya handed the belt back to Xianxia, then pointed to the long wedding dress and beautiful gown on the bed and said, "These are from your father. They're the best fabrics from Persia, then embroidered for you by the best weavers in the kingdom." Xianxia's eyes reddened when she saw this. She hugged Crystal tightly and said emotionally, "Mother, I. There were thousands of words in her heart, but they were all stuck in her throat. Kristoya gently stroked her face and said softly, "Silly girl, your father and I have always regarded you as our own daughter. These things can only express our feelings a little. We are reluctant to marry you off. Because of the marriage custom, adult men are not allowed to enter your bedroom at this time. Your father asked me to tell you something. He hopes that after you marry into the Patroclus family, you won't treat others arrogantly because of your status. Instead, you should try your best to be a good hostess, take care of the house, and be filial to your in-laws." Xianxia nodded vigorously with every word Kristosia said. The two chatted for a while before Kristosia left the room. Xianxia wiped away her tears and stared at the wedding accessories on the bed in a daze. At this time, the door opened a little, and a small head popped in. "Sister. Come in." Xianxia quickly waved. Eunice rushed in with Olivia. "Sister, it's boring to stay in the room alone. We'll keep you company." "Thank you, Eunice. You're so sensible." "Sister Xianxia, will we see you often after you get married?" "Of course you can. As long as you don't oversleep in the future, I will come back to see you often, Olivia." I won't sleep in anymore." "Sister, don't forget about me. You have to come back and see me often. As long as you don't bully your classmates anymore, I'll come back to see you." "When did I bully a classmate?" "Sister Xianxia, what's this?" The sharp-eyed Avria saw the bra strap beside Cynthia's hand and asked curiously. "This is..." Xianxia didn't know how to answer. Eunice cried out, "I know. I know. This is the Aphrodite bra belt that can make people beautiful. Every time my mom and dad slept together, they would secretly take it with them. I asked my mother, and she said I'm still young and can only wear it when I grow up." "Then where is it worn?" Avria was even more curious. "How stupid." Eunice looked like she knew everything. She patted her chest and said to her sister, "Avria, of course it's worn under my clothes to protect this place. Look at me, it's bulging. I have a little here too." You don't have it yet, but you'll have it when you grow up. Then you can use this bra strap. Hearing her two younger sisters talking about inappropriate topics, Xianxia was both amused and embarrassed. She quickly said, Eunice, Avria, I'm going to start wearing my wedding dress. Can the two of you help me dress up? Okay, the two of them shouted excitedly. Just then, there was a light knock on the door. Who is it? Eunice rushed to shout. The person outside the door probably didn't expect there to be someone else in the room. After a while, he carefully said, It's me, Croto. Ah. Eunice suddenly shouted. Ah. Avria shouted after her sister. Brother, you can't come in. Mom said that men can't enter a wedding room. That's for adult men. Xianxia knocked Eunice's head lightly, reprimanding her for making a fuss. She had nothing to hide from her brother, Croto, who she had taken care of since he was young. She just stuffed the bra strap under the blanket and said, Come in, Croto. Krotokatax walked into the room with an uneasy expression. Seeing Xianxia sitting on the red wedding bed and smiling at him, he had mixed feelings. He couldn't describe what he was feeling. He coughed twice, but his voice sounded dry. Sister, tonight is your wedding. Because I have to accompany father to the palace to entertain the elders who are attending the wedding banquet. I can't join the wedding procession. This is my wedding gift for you. Krotokatax had just taken out the gift from under his armpit when Eunice snatched it. Wow, what a beautiful helmet. Eunice held it with both hands. Indeed, it was a silver-white army-style helmet. Not only was it made more intricately, there were also many decorations added to it. It looked both beautiful and practical. Only the crown didn't have a tassel. It was obvious that it was intended for the future owner to do it themselves. This helmet is for sister's husband, right? I heard from father that he is an excellent warrior. Eunice said as she passed the helmet to Xianxia. Thank you, Croto. Xianxia happily took the gift and reminded him, I'm leaving. Take good care of father and mother. And, look after these little fellows. Don't worry. Krotokatax forced a smile. Just as he replied, Eunice complained, I'm almost grown up. I don't need anyone to look after me. Xianxia's smile didn't change. Her right hand lightly knocked on Eunice's head again. Seeing Eunice deliberately cover her head and exaggerate the pain, Krotokatax revealed a rare smile. I hope that claws can protect you like this helmet protects him, forever. Krotokatax said with difficulty. These words made Xianxia's tears flow out of her eyes. Brides were always restless and sensitive before they got married. She suddenly stood up and walked towards Croto, giving him a tight hug. Krotokatax hesitated for a moment before hugging her gently as well. Listening to her crying, he finally said sincerely, I wish you happiness, Xianxia. The female slave came to Kristoya's side and whispered a few words. Kristoya heaved a sigh of relief. After the female slave left, she said to Agnes, who was sitting opposite her, Croto took the helmet to Xianxia's room and left very quickly. The female slave said that he was calm and that nothing special happened. Sister, I told you that nothing happened. Little Croto is so sensible and has strong self-control. After some time, he'll be able to completely overcome the effects of this matter. Don't worry. Agnes comforted her. Although Krotokatax's birth mother was Kristoya, Croto had been closer to Agnes since he was young. There were some things he was more willing to tell Agnes, including his liking for Xianxia. Agnes was the first to sense it, so she understood the child better. Kristoya sighed, I hope so. Tell me, when Croto comes of age, should I find a marriage for him as soon as possible? Sister, with little Croto's status, I'm afraid you can't make the decision, Agnes reminded her. She had experienced it firsthand. Back then, she had been sent to Turii by her father without knowing anything. Fortunately, Ardennis had protected her, you're right. I've been too worried. Kristoya lightly slapped her forehead. Indeed, Clotho's marriage affected the stability and interests of the kingdom. Even the Senate would interfere. Sister, there's something I want you to help me with. Agnes muttered. Speak. Kristoya was curious. Usually, Agnes had no desires other than her children and the Devers. It was rare to see her so serious. I've been in charge of Hera's main temple for the past 2 years, and I feel that I'm not as energetic as before. Xianxia is married now. I want her to come to Hera's temple to help me and take over the position of High Priestess. Sister, it's like you said just now. You can't decide the position of High Priestess of Hera's temple alone. You have to discuss it with our husbands first. Kristoya reminded her. Agnes stared blankly and immediately fell silent. On the other hand, Kristoya covered her face with her left hand and sighed faintly. Yes, we're all old. With her 2 younger sisters by her side, time passed quickly. Night had already fallen, and Xianxia ate 2 bowls of seafood oatmeal to fill her stomach. Kristoya came in and took the 2 little ones away. With the help of the female slave, Xianxia put on her wedding dress. She began to feel nervous again, as she knew that the wedding procession was about to arrive. Fortunately, many Dionia families had abandoned the civil marriage tradition of the Greek city-states. Before they married, young girls would see their future husbands in advance. Xianxia had been in love with Patroclus for many years, and did not need to worry about whether her husband was ugly or not. At this moment, she faintly heard the clamor outside the building. Her personal slave ran in and said excitedly, "Young master, he's here. He's here." And so, Xianxia hurriedly covered her wedding dress. As she waited, she felt that time was very long. Soon, she heard the door open, and a familiar voice sounded in her ear, "Xianxia, I'm here." She could not help but stand up and extend her hand. According to Greek custom, the groom's relatives and friends should be waiting in the drawing room to welcome the bride. However, for the safety of the Devers and the king's family, it was to prevent the welcoming party from being too large and too mixed. Thus, it was decided in advance that the welcoming party would wait outside the mansion. Thus, Xianxia met servants and employees all the way from the drawing room to the gate. They held torches and stood by the side of the road, illuminating the way for the couple and offering their sincere blessings. Out of the mansion door, Xianxia heard loud cheers immediately ringing in her ears. Through the hazy wedding dress, Xianxia saw that there were figures all around her. They were dancing and competing to say good things like "the bride is beautiful," "the groom is handsome," and so on, brightly lit by candles in the open space in front of the mansion. Amidst the praises, Patroclus held Xianxia's hand and boarded a carriage drawn by 4 horses. After entering the carriage, Xianxia lifted the wedding dress. Patroclus looked at her unusually delicate and beautiful face, and could not help but exclaim in admiration, "Xianxia, you're so beautiful. Even more beautiful than Aphrodite." "Shoo, don't talk nonsense," Xianxia hurriedly reminded him. After all, that goddess was not very broad-minded. Although she said that, Xianxia was very happy in her heart, and tightly grasped Patroclus's hand. The welcoming party followed closely behind the carriage, automatically forming into long lines. "Let's go." "On the road? Badian? No Yuan Yan, Barium and Ihanran? School? Tadal Baldi Jouet? Xianxia? Thistle ramming that target Xi and Shu." At this moment, the musicians in the procession began to play the double-barreled flute and the 7-stringed zither, and everyone sang the wedding hymn. Among these people who sang, there were 2 special people. They were Crystal and Agnes. As Xianxia's 2 mothers, they had to accompany their daughter for the last part of the journey before the wedding. But as the 2 princesses of the kingdom, their safety must be guaranteed. Thus, they were at the front of the procession, surrounded by palace guards. They were also holding torches in their hands, and the origin of these 2 torches was not simple, because they came from the fireplace in the house, symbolically protecting their daughter from one family and one identity to another, and then changing into another identity. Although the kitchen god, Hesti, was not one of the 12 main gods, he had a very important position in the lives of the people. Patroclus's house was on the outskirts of the southern city of Turis, so the bridal procession had to first go east from the king's mansion in the western inner city, pass through the Plaza of Victory to the eastern inner city, then turn south, cross the great stone bridge of Krati, leave the southern city, and walk along the river for a while. It wasn't a short distance, and Kristoya and Agnes had never walked so far in all these years. This time, for Xianxia, they had done their duty as mothers. Such a long line of lights passing through the city was naturally very eye-catching. There was a continuous stream of people who heard the news, and after congratulating the newlyweds in the carriage and bowing to the 2 princesses, they followed behind the procession. By the time they reached the stone bridge, the bridal procession had practically turned into a night parade of the people of the city, which showed that the royal family of Devers was deeply loved by the people. On this night, the king's family and the people of Dionia were intimately one, regardless of their status. When the guards informed them that they were about to reach Patroclus's house, Christoia and Agnes looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief, using their free left hands to beat their somewhat numb legs in unison. The carriage stopped, but the newlyweds could not get off yet. The two princesses walked forward. Patroclus's residence had long since been decorated with garlands made of pomegranate, olive, and laurel tree branches, as well as all sorts of fresh flowers. There were piles of bonfires lit in front of the house, and it was also brightly lit. Patroclus's mother and other friends and relatives were waiting at the door, and were shocked to see the mighty bridal procession. Patroclus's father had already been invited to the palace for a banquet. They then hurriedly went forward to welcome the two princesses. Christoia and Agnes returned Patroclus's mother's greeting, and smiled as they comforted the in-laws who seemed rather nervous because of their lowly origins. "From now on, we're one family." Patroclus's mother nodded, and raised the torch with trembling hands. Christoia and Agnes had solemn expressions as they used the torches in their hands to light it, and the final handover was completed. In traditional Greek weddings, the entire process of passing the torch was essential. Therefore, there was an old saying in Greece that described an illegal marriage as a wedding without torches. However, in Dionia, newlyweds received Hera's blessing and were registered in the city hall, and were legally married. This wedding was just a form of respect for tradition. Patroclus, wearing a crown of flowers, led Cynthia out of the carriage. Cynthia could still see the two mothers standing by the roadside amidst the cheers, even though she was wearing a wedding gown. Her eyes suddenly turned red again. Christoia went forward to hug her, and whispered in her ear, "Remember what I said." Cynthia nodded vigorously. She didn't dare open her mouth, afraid that she would cry if she spoke. Agnes also went forward to hug her, and gave her heartfelt blessings. "Child, live well with Patroclus. Hera will protect you." Cynthia still nodded. Patroclus also went forward and bowed deeply. The two princesses calmly accepted it. Christoia said somewhat sternly, "I'll leave Cynthia to you. Treat her well." Patroclus repeatedly said yes, and then brought Cynthia to the residence. Surrounded by friends and family, they walked to the stove in the house. This was the symbolic center of the family. The guests threw the nuts they had prepared at the newlyweds. At the same time, Patroclus's mother gave Cynthia a red date and a traditional wedding cake made of sesame and honey. These two things symbolized more fertility. Cynthia lifted her wedding gown slightly and ate them. This meant that Cynthia had become a member of the family. Amid the guests' blessings, Patroclus brought Cynthia into the bridal room. He couldn't wait to pull her to the bed, wanting to help her take off her wedding gown quickly. There are still people outside," Cynthia said shyly. "Don't worry, with Stephos guarding outside, no one will dare to come in." "Stephos? Are he and Gydia going to get married soon?" Cynthia asked curiously. "Today is our wedding, why care about them?" As Cynthia screamed, Patroclus carried her to the bed. Outside the door, the relatives and friends sang the wedding hymn at the top of their voices, working together to scare away the evil spirits. Soon, the huge wedding procession outside the residence joined in. The magnificent singing resounded through the tourist night. While almost all the people in the city were sending off Princess Cynthia of Dionia, the senators of the Senate gathered at the palace of Dionia to attend the banquet held by the king in Devers in the name of the wedding. Except for a few senators who were far away as governors or could not leave due to important matters, the rest were all present. The Devers spent their own money to set up nearly 100 dining tables, filling the entire hall of the palace. They also let their son Crotocatax be the banquet manager, instructing his subordinates and servants to serve the senators well. For the past 10 years, the Devers had hosted a banquet for all the senators. This was the first time he used this opportunity to express his gratitude to the Senate for their efforts for the kingdom over the years. It was also the first time he allowed his eldest son, Crotocatax, to appear alone in front of the highest officials of the kingdom on such an informal occasion. Under the deliberate arrangement of the Devers and the intentional flattery of the senators, the atmosphere of the banquet was very warm and lasted until late at night. Many senators were drunk, especially Patroclus' father, Paliandrus. As one of the protagonists of the banquet and the only distinguished guest who was not a senator, he certainly could not refuse every senator who came to toast and congratulate him. He kept drinking glass after glass of wine and soon became drunk, vomiting all over the floor. With the authority of the Devers, no senator dared to force him to drink, so he remained sober when the banquet ended. As for Chrotocatax, he was still underage and the senators were too embarrassed to force him to drink, so he did not touch a single drop of alcohol. After sending off the guests, the Devers took Chrotocatax home on foot under the protection of the palace guards. The palace and the mansion, one at the foot of the mountain and the other at the top, were less than 80 meters apart, connected by a wide and flat road. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the weather was cool. The slightly drunk Devers walked on the road with a gentle slope. The surroundings were quiet and the river breeze was gentle, making him feel quite comfortable. He turned his head and looked at his son beside him. "Why are you still angry?" "Father, those senators from Downey scolded you under the pretext of being drunk. Aren't you going to punish them further?" Chrotocatax said angrily. "Then what do you think we should do? Flog them or put them in jail?" The Devers smiled and comforted him. "They are drunk, so they can be forgiven for saying drunken things." Chrotocatax said worriedly, "But I can see that they are dissatisfied with you." "I am worried that they will." End of chapter 648. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.